Chapter 1. The Most Miserable Transmigration. Diaochan, Zhenmi Kai Wenji, Guanyu, Zhang Fei Zhao Zilong, Zhouyu Guijia, Zhuge Liang. Where are you all? System. Where's the transmigrator's system? Why have I waited for 3 years without anything? The child in fine clothes muttered to himself for a while, then sighed up to the sky. Young master, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The maid looked at the young master with a worried expression, very anxious. If the young master fell ill, she would inevitably face punishment. It's nothing. Look at how scared you are. The young master smiled slightly, his voice still childlike. Seeing the young master with a smile, the maid felt a bit relieved and kept patting her chest. But the young master's gaze was fixed on something. Young master? Seeing the young master's dazed expression, the maid became nervous again. Ahem, it's nothing. You wouldn't understand. Go away. We'll be fine alone for a while. The young master's face flushed slightly as he waved his hand hurriedly, signaling the maid to leave. What a sin. He secretly regretted and turned his face to the sky. The young master is our protagonist, Liu Zhang. Yes, it's the future governor of Yizhou during the late Han dynasty, Liu Zhang Liu Jiu. However, his soul is no longer the Liu Zhang of the end of the Han, but a transmigrator from the 21st century. Liu Zhang was originally a promising young man in the 21st century, a top student in history, and very passionate about studying the history of the Han dynasty. Due to poor family circumstances and lack of opportunities, he accidentally entered the fitness industry and worked as a fitness coach for 8 years. It seemed that fate was playing a joke on him one night. While working out, he was accidentally crushed to death. How pathetic. This was Liu Zhang's last thought before he died. Unexpectedly, fate played another joke on him. He was reborn in the late Han, becoming the most pathetic warlord Liu Zhang. Familiar with the history of the late Han, he knew Liu Zhang's life very well. He inexplicably became the governor of Yizhou, manipulated by the aristocratic families of Yizhou. He intended to live a stable life, but unexpectedly, Yizhou was seized by Liu Bei that he was forcibly arranged to live in Jingzhou, and due to Guan Yi's carelessness, Jingzhou surrendered to Sun Wu. How pathetic. Throughout history, there are few as pathetic as this. In his previous life, he died in such a pathetic way, and in this life, he is still destined to live pathetically. No, I cannot sit and wait for death. I will never repeat the mistakes of history. I must take fate into my own hands. Awake to grasp the world's power, drunk to enjoy the beauty's lap. Power, beauty, I want them all. As a transmigrator, how can I sit and wait for death? The greater the ambition, the higher the demands on oneself. Liu Zhang sees himself as an extremely ordinary person. With his current abilities, wanting to unify the chaotic world is simply a delusion. However, he is full of confidence because transmigrators must possess a golden finger. The system made Liu Zhang yearn with longing. Every day, he fantasized about dominating the world and the glorious scenes of conquering battlefields. Ideals are full, but reality is thin. Slowly, Liu Zhang realized that everything he desired was just a dream. After 3 years, Liu Zhang had not waited for anything, and he had resigned himself to his fate. He did not have the golden finger of a transmigrator. Everything could only rely on himself. Fortunately, he was very familiar with the course of history, and fortunately, there was still time. It was now just the year 171 AD, and his father Liu Yin was serving as the governor of Nanyang. Young master, an urgent shout interrupted Liu Zhang. The little maid returned. Don't rush. Take a breath and speak slowly. The little maid ignored Liu Zhang and hurriedly gasped while shouting. Young master, hurry with me. To the front. Hey, let me down first. What's the matter? The maid didn't care about Liu Zhang's protests and picked him up, running toward the front. At this moment, Liu Yin was meeting an important figure. Zhejiang, you come to Nanyang and don't tell me. I could have welcomed you. Liu Yin smiled at the young man in front of him, not daring to neglect him at all. Master Liu is being polite. I'm just a nobody. How could I trouble you? Liu Yan's expression darkened, slightly annoyed, and said, Zhejiang, why are you being so distant? Just call me brother. The young man could not refuse and could only comply. At this time, the maid also brought Liu Zhang into the main hall. Liu Zhang looked at his father and the young scholar calling each other brothers, even being somewhat flattering, and felt slightly surprised. Liu Yan was at least a governor of a commandery, a disciple of the great scholar Zhu Tian. How could he act so humbly? Lu Yin took Lu Zhang from the maid's hands and smiled at the young man. Zijiang, I have 4 sons, all here now. Saying this, he waved to the back, and 3 young men came over. This is the famous scholar from Runan, Su Xiao. You all come and greet him. Hearing Lu Yan's command, the 3 sons hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Uncle Su. Lu Zhang was startled. It turned out to be him, the big mouth during the late Han dynasty. No wonder his father did not dare to neglect, let alone Lu Yan. Even the dignitaries of Luoyang would not dare to offend Su Xiao easily. In Lu Yan's arms, Lu Zhang also imitated his brothers and performed a respectful bow. His voice was still childlike and very cute. Please, no need for formalities. Although Su Xiao was famous, he was not yet 30. Lu Yan laughed heartily and asked, Zijiang, you could judge talent. May I ask if you can evaluate my 4 sons? Su Xiao nodded slightly, looking at Lu Zhang's 3 brothers, and asked, Do you 3 know me? The 3 shook their heads, indicating they did not know. How are your studies? What are your aspirations for the future? The 3 just looked at each other and did not answer. Lu Yan was very angry and glared at his eldest son. How could these 3 sons be so unambitious? The eldest son, Lu Fan, upon being glared at by his father, immediately shivered in fright, almost kneeling on the ground. Su Xiao shook his head in disappointment. It seemed Lu Yan's 3 sons had no talent. Seeing Su Xiao shake his head, Lu Yan already understood and did not dare to ask further. As the atmosphere suddenly froze, Lu Zhang in his arms suddenly spoke up. I greatly admire Uncle Su's monthly evaluations. Oh, Su Xiao looked at Lu Zhang, the child he had overlooked, with some surprise. Chapter 2. The Flatterer. Lu Yan looked at his youngest son in his arms, slightly stunned, and asked, Zhang, do you know about the monthly evaluations? Lu Zhang nodded vigorously, childishly praising. The monthly evaluations are famous far and wide. I certainly know about them. Su Xiao laughed heartily, thinking Lu Yan must have taught him in advance, so he deliberately asked, Since you know me, can you evaluate me? Yeah, how could someone as talented as Zijiang let this child evaluate? Lu Yan was startled and quickly waved his hands to refuse that if Lu Zhang spoke carelessly and offended Su Xiao, Lu Yan would be in trouble. Who in the world does not know how sharp Su Xiao's tongue is? Even the dignitaries of Luoyang must take Su Xiao's evaluations seriously. Seeing Lu Yan in a fluster, Su Xiao was even more convinced that what Lu Zhang had just said was suggested by Lu Yan, and he felt a sense of disdain. I am just a child with shallow learning. How dare I evaluate Uncle Su? However, I have composed a couple of lines of poetry that I think are very suitable for Uncle Su. When Lu Zhang said this, everyone present was directly stunned, especially Lu Yan, who was so anxious he broke into a cold sweat, glaring at Lu Zhang. You little brat, how dare you speak nonsense here? What poetry can you compose? Brother Lu, don't be anxious. I am somewhat curious. Please let the young master recite his poem. Su Xiao stopped the furious Lu Yan, looking at Lu Zhang with a slight smile, waiting for him to continue. That I dare not. I just composed it casually. I hope Uncle Su will give me guidance. Please go ahead. Lu Zhang's eyes were clear as he looked at Su Xiao and spoke loudly. The whole world is muddy, yet I alone am clear. Everyone is drunk, yet I alone am sober. The young one thinks this poem is very suitable for Uncle Su. Lu Zhang looked at Su Xiao's astonished expression and flattered him again. The whole world is muddy, yet I alone am clear. Everyone is drunk, yet I alone am sober. Is this really your work? Su Xiao's voice trembled slightly as he glanced at Lu Yan, unable to believe that this was written by a 3-year-old child. But to his disappointment, the astonishment in Lu Yan's eyes was no less than Su Xiao's, and even more shocking. After a long time, Su Xiao came to his senses and cupped his hands in a bow to Lu Zhang. I am but a humble scholar, not worthy of such praise from the young master. Even with a thick skin, Su Xiao dared not claim this poem as his own. After all, he was not yet 30. Lu Zhang patted Lu Yan's arm, signaling him to stand down. But after patting for a long time, there was no response. Father, please put me down. Lu Yan was clearly still in shock, and only reacted when he heard Lu Zhang call his name. The 3-year-old Lu Zhang was very small. He stood straight and bowed to Su Xiao. Uncle Su need not be modest. Isn't Uncle Su's talent known to all? Isn't his character respected by everyone? Lu Yan looked at his son, who was flattering with wide eyes, dumbfounded. Su Xiao might have talent, But where did the high character come from? How could a 3-year-old child flatter so impressively? Liu Yan shifted his gaze to his 3 other sons, feeling deeply disappointed. They were all his children. How could the differences be so vast? Su Xiao, flattered by Lu Zhong, had a smile at the corner of his mouth, his face slightly flushed, his chest rising and falling, and even his hand were trembling slightly. Perhaps the world sees me this way. Su Xiao couldn't help but think to himself. Ahem. After a long time, Su Xiao woke up from his reverie, clearing his throat to cover his embarrassment. Young nephew, I have never heard of such a 7-character poem. Did you create it yourself? Indeed, it is my creation. Please guide me. Uncle Su Xiao looked at Lu Zhong, who had a calm demeanor and clear eyes, and no longer doubted. A 3-year-old child, if lying, would not be so calm and would surely reveal flaws. Young nephew, you have great talents. Su Xiao admires you. May I ask what your aspirations are? Young nephew. Lu Zhong took a deep breath, knowing that the opportunity for fame had come. He silently apologized to Zhuge Liang in his heart. Without detachment, one cannot clarify one's aspirations. Without tranquility, one cannot achieve great things. This, Su Xiao's mouth gradually opened wide. He was so astonished he could not speak. Could this really be the words of a 3-year-old child? Let alone 3 years old. Even at 30, how could anyone see fame and fortune with such detachment and speak such grand words? Su Xiao stared at Lu Zhong for a long time, then shifted his gaze to Liu Yan, preferring to believe that Liu Yan had taught him. At this moment, Liu Yan's mind was blank. Who am I? Where am I? Who is Lu Zhong? No, Lu Zhong is my son, my Liu Yan's son. Liu Yan picked up his son in excitement, his voice trembling as he asked. Zhonger, did you come up with this yourself? Did someone teach you? Of course not, I borrowed it. Lu Zhong didn't dare to say that and calmly replied. This is what I thought in my heart, no one else taught me. Liu Yan laughed heartily, repeatedly nodding at Lu Zhong, while continuously muttering good. Zijian, how is my son? Su Xiao looked at Liu Yan's proud expression, feeling no resentment at all. He's truly exceptional, a true prodigy, rare in the world. This child will surely be a capable minister in the future. Su Xiao's words spread like wildfire, and Lu Zhang's reputation soared as a result. In all of Nanyang, there was no one who did not know him. In Jingzhou, there are 4 great hereditary families, the Kai, Kuai, Peng, and Huang families. The Huang family originated from Huang Xiang and was once praised as unmatched under heaven. Huang Xiang of Jiangxia, with its sons Huang Qiong and grandson Huang Wan both having held the title of Grand Commandant. The Huang family thus prospered, occupying Jiangxia County. Now, the Huang family has become the most prosperous family in Jingzhou, flourishing and extending its influence throughout the entire region. Of course, the Huang family has many descendants, with branches becoming increasingly complex and many collateral relatives. Among them are not a few mediocre or impoverished individuals. At this time, the Huang family is rooted in Xiling County, the seat of Jiangxia County. Outside the Huang residence, a man is kneeling. Ha-Chung, go back. The head of the family said that your family's matters have nothing to do with the Jiangxia Huang family. An old man was trying to persuade the kneeling man, sighing repeatedly. Butler, please speak to the head of the family again, as long as it can save my child. Huang Zhong is willing to be a beast of burden. The old man looked at Huang Zhong, who was pleading with tears, shook his head, and sighed. Ever since your grandfather broke ties with the family, you have been expelled from the family tree. Just go back. Even if you kneel here to death, it won't help. Listen to me, go back, and think of another way. The old man sighed again and turned to walk back into the residence, leaving Huang Zhong kneeling alone outside. Huang Zhong's eyes shifted from pleading to disappointment and finally turned to resentment. Why? As a descendant of Huang Xiang, why do they refuse to help in times of crisis? Huang Zhong hated the Huang family for their cold-heartedness and lack of loyalty. Huang Zhong slowly stood up, his eyes red as he stared at the Huang residence. From now on, I will cut all ties with you Huang family. Huang Zhong no longer hesitated and turned to leave. Nanyang County, the governor's office. Nanyang Governor Liu Yan accepts the decree. I, Liu Yan, accept the decree. Liu Yan respectfully knelt before the eunuch, his hands bowing to the ground. Han clan relative Liu Yan has made contributions to governing Nanyang. Today, I appoint you as the inspector of Jizhou, and you shall take office immediately. I, Liu Yan, accept the decree with gratitude. Liu Yin bowed again and received the imperial edict with both hands. Inspector Liu, His Majesty wants me to convey a message to you. Do not betray His Majesty's trust. I will not betray His Majesty. The eunuch looked at the obedient Liu Yin with a smile. Congratulations, Inspector Liu, on your promotion. Liu Yin did not dare offend the person in front of him and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my lord, ha ha ha. My lord, please rest inside. I have prepared a small gift. Hope my lord will accept it. As soon as Liu Yin said this, the eunuch's smile widened, repeatedly thanking him. My lord, I still have to arrange official business, so I won't keep you company. Inspector Liu need not be polite. After arranging for the eunuch, Liu Yin headed straight to Liu Zhang's room. At this moment, Liu Zhang was reading in his room, and when he heard Liu Yan's call, he hurriedly got up to open the door. Father, what is it? Seeing his father smiling brightly, Liu Zhang felt a bit puzzled about what made him so happy. Zhang, today is another great day. Guess why I'm so happy? Liu Zhang's eyes turned, and his mind began to race that he recalled that Liu Yin had previously served as the governor of Nanyang, inspector of Jizhou, later transferred to the position of clan elder, and finally took over as the governor of Yizhou. Could it be? Is it that father has been promoted? How did you know? Seeing Liu Yan's surprised expression, Liu Zhang smiled slightly in his heart. This is the power of knowledge. But he didn't dare to say it out loud. Son is just guessing randomly. Am I wrong? My son truly deserves the title of prodigy. Liu Yin was overjoyed ever since Su Xiao evaluated Liu Zhang. Good things have been coming one after another. Since Liu Bang established the Han dynasty, it has been nearly 400 years, and there are countless descendants of the Liu clan. Emperor Wu's decree of benefaction caused many Han clan relatives to fall into decline. For example, Liu Bei now makes a living by weaving mats and selling shoes. Now that Liu Yin has been promoted to inspector of Jizhou, and Liu Zhang has been evaluated by Su Xiao as a prodigy and a capable minister for governance. If nothing unexpected happens, the lineage of King Ru Gong will surely be revived again. Father, to where are you being transferred? When will you take office? I am being transferred to inspector of Jizhou. We will move as a family soon. Father, I have a request. May I ask if you could grant it? Just say it. Liu Zhang leaned close to Liu Yan's ear and whispered a few words, leaving Liu Yin somewhat astonished. It's one thing to be appointed as the governor of Nanyang, but now being transferred to Jizhou, it's likely not easy. Father, how about this? I'll go by myself. Whether I succeed or not depends on fate. Seeing Liu Yan's troubled expression, Liu Zhang had no choice but to take action himself. All right, I'll assign you some palace guards. You must not venture out of the city. Thank you, Father. Chapter 3. A grand entrance. Jingzhou, Nanyang, County. Huang Zhong stood at his doorstep, his hands suspended in midair, unable to push the door open. His trip to Jiangxia not only failed to garner support from his clan, but also severed ties with the Huang family. How could he face his wife? Just as Huang Zhong was engulfed in guilt, the door opened from the inside. Dear husband, you're back. Huang Zhong's wife, Zhang, showed a joyful expression upon seeing him return. My lady, how was your trip to Jiangxia? Did the clan leader agree to help us? Seeing her husband's expression filled with expectation, Huang Zhong felt even more remorseful. Why did he impulsively say such irreparable harsh words? Sighing, Huang Zhong shook his head in disappointment. He didn't even dare to look his wife in the eyes. You've worked hard on your journey. Please come in and rest, his wife said, her eyes filled with concern instead of blame. Having such a wife, he felt there was nothing left to wish for in life. My lady, I will definitely find a way to get the money. I won't let our child die young. Huang Zhong pushed past his tearful wife and resolutely turned to leave. Young master, we found out. The person you're looking for is currently serving as a county soldier in Wancheng. What? Didn't I ask you to inquire before? And you said there was no one? Young master, that person was visiting relatives before and has just returned. Great. Liu Zhang was overjoyed. He was about to set off for Jizhou, and it would be a great pity to miss out on this great general. Quick, take me there. Yes, young master. Under the escort's guidance, Liu Zhang hurried to the county soldiers' camp. Liu Yan's governor's office was in the center of the city, while the barracks were in the corner of the city wall. Liu Zhang insisted on walking himself and took half an hour to reach the barracks. The path was smooth, but just as he was about to enter the main tent, he heard arguing from inside. My lord, I've been traveling day and night without rest. All right, we agreed to meet at this hour. Look at what time it is now. I'll penalize you half a month's salary. Are you willing? What? It was none other than Huang Zhong, who was being troubled by the military clerk at that moment. My lord, I truly need money. Please have mercy. Huang Zhong bowed and spoke anxiously. His family was already in dire straits, and if he was penalized again, it would be as if the sky had fallen. The military clerk slammed the table and stood up. Huang Zhong, I previously let you off because you were a member of the Huang family. But now you have been expelled from the Huang family. How dare you act so presumptuously? Step back. Huang Zhong straightened up and glared at the military clerk. The clerk sneered repeatedly, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. You used to rely on being a Huang family member and frequently oppose me. Now that you've been expelled, let us see how I deal with you. Huang Zhong realized that everything was being instigated by the Huang family. His grandiose words had thoroughly angered the clan leader. They might not help him, but now they were trying to drive him to despair. Huang Zhong felt hatred for his impulsiveness and for their complete disregard for familial bonds. Why do you have to show off? Why did he have to provoke them? Heaven, could you not give Huang Zhong a way out? Can I interrupt? A childish voice interrupted the two inside the tent. Seeing that it was a child, the military clerk immediately became furious. This is a military camp. How dare a child intrude? Someone throw him out. Before Liu Zhang could speak, the nearby escort was enraged. How dare you? This is Lord Liu Yin's son. You, a mere military clerk, dare to be so rude. The military clerk was startled and suddenly realized. How can an ordinary child come here? He hurriedly knelt down on the ground to plead for mercy. My lord, please forgive me. I was confused by this fellow. Please do not hold it against me. The military clerk was tearful, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Flattering sycophant. Liu Zhang secretly despised him, but he still said calmly, my lord, please rise. Liu Zhang is just an ordinary person and cannot accept such great courtesy from you. The young master is a prodigy of this age. How could he be an ordinary person? Thank you, young master. The military clerk quickly took the opportunity to stand up, continually expressing gratitude. Liu Zhang looked at Huang Zhong, and his eyes brightened. Huang Zhong was 8 feet tall, with a tiger-like back and a bear-like waist, especially his arms, which were extraordinarily robust. His reputation was well-deserved, truly remarkable. My lord, who is this? Liu Zhang pointed at Huang Zhong, pretending not to know. Seeing that Liu Zhang did not recognize Huang Zhong, the military clerk felt at ease and began to embellish the story. Young master, this fellow is named Huang Zhong. He previously claimed to be from the Huang family of Jiangxia and repeatedly troubled me. News has come from Jiangxia that Huang Zhong is no longer associated with the Huang family. This time, since he did not return at the agreed time, I am following the law to impose a penalty. But this fellow is not compliant and was just arguing with me. Huang Zhong was alarmed upon hearing this. How dare he distort the truth? He was about to rebut. Liu Zhang raised his hand to stop Huang Zhong and looked at the military clerk, saying, my lord, could you do me a favor? Let Huang Zhong rest for another day. The military clerk intended to refuse, but Liu Zhang's seemingly smiling eyes frightened him, making him dare not decline. All according to the young master's arrangement. Huang Zhong, don't you thank the young master? Huang Zhong gratefully glanced at Liu Zhang and bowed. I thank you, young master, for your great kindness. Liu Zhang wanted to help Huang Zhong up, but due to the height difference, he could only nod at him. Brave warrior, please follow me. Saying this, he no longer paid attention to the military clerk and led Huang Zhong away from the military camp. Chapter 4. The Tragic Life of Huang Zhong, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The largest and finest restaurant in Wancheng is renowned for its exquisite food and wine. It is said that the name Drunken Immortal was personally bestowed by Emperor Guangwu. Liu Zhang arrived at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion with his guards and Huang Zhong. Hero Huang, what is the matter? Huang Zhong's face was flushed, revealing a difficult expression. I should treat you to a meal for your great kindness. But my family's poor circumstances make it impossible for me to express my gratitude here. Liu Zhang slapped his forehead and smiled, shaking his head. You're overthinking it. Today I'll treat you. I dare not let you spend your money. If you have any orders, please just tell me directly. I will take you in now. Liu Zhang ignored Huang Zhong's protests and walked in first. Huang Zhong looked at Liu Zhang with a complicated expression and followed him inside. The two found a private room, and Liu Zhang arranged for his guards to wait outside, as he wanted to talk to Huang Zhong alone. Liu Zhang was young and could not drink, so today he used tea instead of wine. "Hero Huang, please." Liu Zhang raised a small cup, and Huang Zhong lifted his cup as well. They both drank in one gulp. It is rumored that Liu Zhang has extraordinary intelligence, rare throughout the ages, and indeed this reputation is well-deserved. Hero Huang is too modest. I wonder if you're facing difficulties? At this moment, Huang Zhong felt a wave of bitterness in his heart and desperately wanted to confide in someone. The oppression from his superiors, the difficulties from the Huang family, his wife's expectations, and his child's illness weighed heavily on him. Thinking of his tragic situation, Huang Zhong's eyes turned red. "Sigh, I hope you want to laugh at me." Huang Zhong recounted his experiences to Liu Zhang. It turned out that Huang Zhong and the Huang family of Jiangxia came from the same lineage, but they left Jiangxia and moved to Nanyang during his grandfather's generation. Huang Zhong's grandfather and father had no further dealings with the Jiangxia branch and never mentioned the grievances between their line and the Jiangxia Huang family. Huang Zhong's parents passed away early, relying solely on his wife's family, the Zhangs, for support. Huang Zhong had grown up with Zhang, and they had a deep bond since childhood. After marrying, they had a son, Huang Su. Unfortunately, Zhang was weak and could not have more children after giving birth to Huang Su. Huang Su not only did not inherit Huang Zhong's strong physique, but was also frail like his mother, suffering from illness since childhood. Huang Zhong and his wife spent all their savings just to keep Huang Su alive. To ensure his survival, they needed a large amount of money. Huang Zhong's salary as a county soldier was far from enough. He could only go to Jiangxia and plead with the Huang family to lend a helping hand on the basis of their shared ancestry. Sigh, things did not go as planned. In a moment of impulsiveness, I offended the Huang family. Seeing the iron-blooded man Huang Zhong in tears moved Liu Zhang greatly. A penny could defeat a hero. Huang Zhong has truly had a heart. Perhaps thousands or tens of thousands cannot make him lower his proud head. But now he has no choice but to bow to money. Is there really no way to completely cure Huang Su's illness? Huang Zhong sighed and wiped his tears. Lord Zhangji once gave me a prescription that made me even more despairing. What prescription? The other ingredients in this prescription are fine, but it requires a 10,000-year-old ginseng. What? 10,000 years? Liu Zhang's eyes widened. What does 10,000 years mean? How many years have there been in human history? Not to mention whether such a ginseng exists. Even if it did, would it fall to Huang Su? This was almost a death sentence for Huang Su. Liu Zhang's reaction left Huang Zhong even more disheartened. Even a descendant of a prominent family was shocked by such a miraculous item. How could a commoner like him ever hope to obtain it? Hero Huang, a 10,000-year-old ginseng, is too outrageous. Is there no other way? Using a 100-year-old ginseng instead could only barely keep him alive. 100 years, Liu Zhang murmured. Even a 100-year-old ginseng is a rare item. What are your plans for the future, Hero Huang? The income for being a county soldier is likely far from enough. Huang Zhong lowered his head and said nothing. Indeed, the meager income for being a county soldier only allowed them to barely survive. How could they afford to treat Huang Su's illness? If it weren't for being truly at a dead end, would he kneel at the Huang family's door? Seeing that Huang Zhong had been pushed to the brink, Liu Zhang knew the opportunity to recruit him had come. Hero Huang possesses exceptional skills. Isn't it a waste of time to be a mere soldier? Although I, Liu Zhang, am young, I have great ambitions and greatly admire loyal and righteous people like you. If you're willing to follow me, I will cover all expenses for Huang Su's treatment in the future. Huang Zhong's eyes lit up, and he asked, "What would you have Huang Zhong do?" "Follow me for life. Only my orders will be obeyed. Moreover, my father has been appointed as the governor of Jizhou, and we will be moving there in 3 days." Huang Zhong frowned, his expression darkening. Liu Zhang was asking Huang Zhong to sell himself to him. Huang Zhong had a deep-seated pride typical of noble families. How could he agree? "Your kindness is appreciated, but I must decline." Although Huang Zhong had been disowned by the Huang family, he still had the blood of nobility flowing in him. How could he be reduced to guarding a door? Huang Zhong could not agree, and he hoped Liu Zhang would forgive him. Liu Zhang did not get angry at Huang Zhong's refusal. Instead, he walked over and patted Huang Zhong on the shoulder. Hey, there is no need to rush your response. You can go back and think it over. Lu Zhang walked to the door and looked back at Huang Zhong. I have 3 100-year-old ginsengs in my residence. Regardless of whether you agree, I will gift them to you. In 3 days at the hour of the dragon, you can come to the eastern gate of Wansheng to collect the ginseng. After saying this, he ignored Huang Zhong and turned to leave. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Liu family set off for Jizhou. But these 3 days were exceptionally hard for Liu Zhang, who could not calm his heart. This was Liu Zhang's first-time recruiting talent, and it was of great significance to him. The Eastern Han dynasty was filled with families of nobility, and the majority of talented individuals came from prominent families, making them hard to recruit. Liu Zhang needed to cherish every talent from humble backgrounds, commoners, and even those who were down on their luck. Zhang, are you unwell? Liu Zhang's mother, Lady Fei, looked at him with concern. This child was tied to the revival of the Liu family, which made her pay more attention to him. Thank you for your concern, mother. I'm fine. Liu Zhang smiled and shook his head, then looked outside. The city gate was now in sight. Mother, I have an appointment at the city gate. Let us stop there for a moment. All right. The carriage slowly came to a stop, and Liu Zhang knew the result was about to be revealed. After taking several deep breaths, he calmed his nervous heart and got out of the carriage. Young Master Liu. Huang Zhong spotted Liu Zhang at once and led his wife to stand before him. Liu Zhang took out a box and handed it to Huang Zhong. Hero Huang, these are the 3 100-year-old ginsengs I promised you. Please accept them. Huang Zhong trembled as he took it, feeling immensely moved. Although Liu Zhang was young, he kept his promise without asking whether Huang Zhong would follow him. Han Sheng. Zhang called softly to the dazed Huang Zhong, then nodded slightly. Huang Zhong made a decision then and there, kneeling on one knee before Liu Zhang. This life of Huang Zhong will henceforth belong to you. Please save my son's life. Zhang also knelt down with Huang Su. Hero Huang, Mrs. Huang, please rise. Liu Zhang, though young, understood that a gentleman's word is hard to retract. I will take full responsibility for Huang Su's illness. The heavy stone pressing down on Liu Zhang's heart finally lifted. Recruiting Huang Zhong, this great general, marked a solid step forward on the path to dominance. Zhang, what is this? Liu Yan saw 3 people kneeling before Liu Zhang and quickly approached. Father, this is my newly recruited guard, Huang Zhong. This is his family. Liu Zhang spoke with great excitement, unable to contain his emotions. I pay my respects to Lord Liu. Huang Zhong's family hurriedly bowed to Liu Yan, to them. The governor of Jizhou was no different from the emperor. Well, take good care of my son from now on. Liu Yan did not pay much attention to Huang Zhong. In his view, Huang Zhong was at most a slightly outstanding guard. Zhang, let's hit the road quickly. Yes, father. Chapter 5. The appearance of great figures after more than a month of long-distance travel. Liu Yan's family finally crossed the Yellow River and set foot on the land of Jizhou. Dayu divided the world into 9 provinces, among which Jizhou was included and ranked first. During the Han Dynasty, the world was redivided into 13 provinces, and Jizhou remained a major economic and populous region. Yuan Shao relied on Jizhou to dominate Hebei. Although Jizhou is not the largest province in the world now, after the Yellow Turban Rebellion, it has subtly shown a trend of becoming the top province in the world. Cao Cao, who pacified the north, chose Yi City in Jizhou as his capital. Jizhou, the land of Yin and Zhao. Hebei is home to many righteous heroes, and Yin and Zhao are filled with great talents. Along the way, Liu Zhang admired the charm of Yin and Zhao and couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, Zhang, how come you have such deep insights? Liu Yan looked at his son with curiosity, having lived in Nanyang since birth and never visited Hebei. Father, the books say, Yin and Zhao have many generous and sorrowful singers. It is only after my journey that I have such sentiments. Indeed, Yin and Zhao have produced many heroes since ancient times. But which book records this? How come I don't know? Liu Yan's question made Liu Zhang pause slightly, unsure how to respond. From where? It is from Han Yu's farewell to Dong Xiaonan, but I can't tell you. Liu Zhang coughed awkwardly to cover his embarrassment and then imitated a Confucian scholar, shaking his head and reciting, In books, there are faces like jade. In books, there are houses of gold. Huh, this kid is amazing? Spouting poetry? Liu Yin looked at Lu Zhang with a strange expression. Zhang, I know about the House of Gold, but what does faces like jade mean? Lu Zhang shook his head helplessly, secretly blaming himself for being talkative. Father, faces like jade describes a woman's beauty. Liu Yin responded with an "oh," and then asked, then why use faces like jade to describe beauty? Are you full of questions? Lu Zhang looked at his father with some annoyance and earnestly said, the ocean of learning has no bounds. Father still needs to study more. Huh, you little rascal. Liu Yin looked at Lu Zhang, who was acting like an elder, and couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, a voice from the guards outside was heard. Lord Liu, there is a situation ahead. More than 10 people are surrounding carriage. Go take a look what is going on. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhang slipped out of the carriage. Zhang, come back. Don't run around. Father, I'll just take a look and be back. Liu Yin was anxious and didn't wait for the guards to report back, chasing after Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang was not foolish, seeing the crowd ahead. He had already called Huang Zhong to follow. With Huang Zhong by his side, safety was not an issue. Just as the guards had said, more than 10 strong men were surrounding a middle-aged man and a carriage. Master Kai, I greatly admire you. That is why I came to personally invite you. Will you not honor me with your presence? Thank you for the invitation, but I am ordered to head to the border and cannot delay. I hope for your forgiveness. Master Kai, with such sincerity for me, why do you still refuse to give face? It is not that I do not give face, but I truly cannot go against the imperial command. Please do not blame me. You, just as the leader was about to get angry, he suddenly saw many soldiers rushing over. Master, what should we do? The crowd became somewhat flustered upon seeing the officials and soldiers. Don't panic. We haven't done anything wrong. Before long, Lu Zhang had arrived at the front, with Liu Yin closely following. Brother Boji? Liu Yin exclaimed in surprise as he called out. Yunlang, what are you doing here? The surrounded middle-aged man was also very surprised, then turned delighted. Brother Boji, what's going on? Liu Yin sensed something was wrong and ordered all the guards to prepare for battle. The atmosphere immediately became tense. But this Boji was still in the crowd. Once a fight broke out, he would certainly not be spared. The leader of the group saluted Liu Yin and said, Sir, I am Zhang Jiao of the Taiping Dao. I admire Master Kai Yong, which is why I wanted to invite him for a chat. What? Zhang Jiao? Lu Zhang exclaimed, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Lu Zhang did not feel that he was drawing attention at all, and then looked towards Kai Yong. Kai Yong, the great Confucian, the founder of the Fei Bai style, the library of the late Han. Lu Zhang was shocked in his heart. What was going on today? Not only did he encounter Zhang Jiao, but he also met Kai Yong. Zhang, do you know this person? Liu Yin looked at Lu Zhang in confusion. Could this 3-year-old really recognize someone from Bei? I don't know. Lu Zhang hurriedly shook his head. He could not get involved with rebels. Liu Yin nodded slightly, and then looked at Zhang Jiao with a fierce expression. Junlang, forget it. They're also acting on someone else's behalf. Zhang Jiao was very surprised. He had thought there would be a fierce battle, but unexpectedly, Kai Yong would speak on his behalf. Since Master Kai is unwilling to chat, I dare not insist. Farewell. As Zhang Jiao turned to leave, he suddenly looked back at Lu Zhang, who was also looking at him. Zhang Jiao smiled slightly, no longer lingering, and gradually disappeared from Lu Zhang's sight. Chapter 6. Another poem to encourage learning. Zhang, come quickly to greet your Uncle Kai. Your Uncle Kai is a renowned Confucian scholar, not someone to be compared lightly. Liu Yin quickly called Lu Zhang over. Kai Yong is a great scholar of the time, and if Lu Zhang can study under him, it would be very beneficial. Lu Zhang himself is well aware of this, and hurriedly ran to Kai Yong, bowing respectfully. Young Lu Zhang pays his respects to Uncle Kai. Very good. Kai Yong smiled and nodded, looking at Liu Yin and praising him. It is said that your nephew is a once-in-a-century prodigy. Meeting him today, he truly lives up to his reputation. Liu Yin felt quite proud, but still humbly waved his hand. He only has a bit of cleverness. How can he be called a prodigy? A once-in-a-century prodigy at that. Su Zijiang's assessment is not an exaggeration. I hear your nephew has created 7 character poems? Kai Yong looked kindly at Lu Zhang, greatly admiring his talent and seizing the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Lu Zhang first bowed with cupped hands and then said, Su Xiao asked me for my thoughts, and I dared not offend him. So I replied with, while the world is muddied, I alone am clear. while all are drunk. I alone am sober. When Su Xiao asked about my aspirations, I replied, without detachment, one cannot clarify one's ambition. Without tranquility, one cannot reach far. Kai Yong was also shocked by these 2 lines of poetry. After a long time, he murmured, "Your talent is indeed great, worthy of the name prodigy." Ha ha, Brother Boji, don't flatter him anymore. Just now he was teaching me in books, there are beauties like jade. In books, there are houses of gold. I asked him what beauties like jade meant, and he told me that the sea of learning is boundless, and one must continue to study. This boy, so impudent. Kai Yong looked at Liu Yin, angrily scolding Liu Zhang, shaking his head helplessly. Liu Yin seemed to rebuke Liu Zhang, but his eyes were filled with pride, merely showing off Liu Zhang's talent to himself. Your nephew, are these 2 lines of poetry incomplete? Is there more? Indeed, there's more. Liu Zhang admired Kai Yong with a glance, for he was indeed a great scholar. Even without having come across 7-character poems, he could tell there was more. May I ask for your guidance? I wouldn't dare. Please instruct me, Uncle Kai. A wealthy family need not buy good fields. In books, there are 1,000 measures of grain. A home need not build a high hall. In books, there are houses of gold. When going out, do not resent having no one to accompany you. In books, there are carriages and horses in abundance. When marrying, do not resent having no good matchmaker. In books, there are beauties like jade. A man wishing to fulfill his lifelong ambitions must diligently read the 6 classics in front of the window. Good poem. Does it have a name? Kai Yong hurriedly asked. This poem is titled A Poem to Encourage Learning. Kai Yong silently read it twice, then sighed. Your nephew's poem truly has no predecessor. What a pity. Liu Yin was very excited that Liu Zhang had showcased his talent, but Kai Yong's words of pity left him quite puzzled. Brother Boji, why is it pity? Kai Yong shook his head helplessly, sighing a few times. Though the poem is good, if the common people have no books to learn from, isn't to pity? Liu Yin looked at Kai Yong with a puzzled expression, feeling displeased. What books do the common people read? Liu Zhang looked at Kai Yong with admiration and asked, Uncle Kai, can the common people not read? Kai Yong shook his head, looking at Liu Zhang, and said, the common people struggle to make ends meet. How can they afford to buy books, let alone read them? Seeing the atmosphere was quite oppressive, Liu Yin quickly changed the topic. Brother Boji, why are you here? I have offended the Minister of Works, Liu He, and nearly lost my life in prison. Fortunately, the central gentleman L. Chong pleaded for me, allowing me to escape death. Now, I have been exiled by His Majesty to Shuafang. I didn't expect Liu He would not let me go. All the way, I was pursued and intercepted. Zhang Jiao must have been instigated by him. Fortunately, Junlang appeared and saved my family. Madam, bring out Yenner. It's safe now. Kai Yong called out to the carriage, and a woman let a child out. Liu Zhang's eyes were immediately drawn to the little girl. Her large eyes were like 2 black pearls, with long and slender willow-like eyebrows, her fair skin accentuating her delicate features, resembling a graceful little fairy. Cayenne. It's actually Cayenne. So cute at such a young age. How adorable will she be when she grows up? Isn't Junlang the appointed governor of Nanyang? Why are you here? Kai Yong's words interrupted Liu Zhang's daze, and he quickly lowered his head. The inferiority complex of a lowly person made Liu Zhang express himself thoroughly. His Majesty has reassigned me as the inspector of Jizhou, which is why my whole family has come. Ah, I see. Congratulations, Junlang. Brother Boji. Just ahead is the administrative seat of Jizhou, Haoqing. Why not rest for a couple of days before continuing your journey? Seeing Liu Yin's sincere invitation, Kai Yong felt a bit embarrassed, wanting to agree but hesitating. Junlang, I have offended Liu He. I fear it may cause you trouble. Brother Boji, don't worry. Liu He and I are both of the Han royal family and have some connections. I believe he won't harm me. Let us go, Brother Boji. It has been many years since we parted ways in Luoyang. In that case, I shall impose upon you. Chapter 7. The blink of 7 years, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Kai Yong had to take his leave. Brother Boji, can you not stay a few more days? Liu Yin grasped Kai Yong's hand, reluctant to part. Kai Yong was deeply moved, his eyes reddening as he looked at Liu Yin. Your kind intentions, I understand, but it is difficult to defy the imperial decree, and I do not wish to implicate my worthy brother. Lu Zhang stepped forward and bowed to Kai Yong. Uncle Kai, thank you for your teachings over the past few days. Lu Zhang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Kai Yong was very reluctant to leave, not because he was attached to the life in Jizhou, but because he was very fond of Lu Zhang. In just 7 days of interaction, Lu Zhang's intelligence had greatly impressed Kai Yong. Lu Zhang's talent was extraordinary, completely unlike that of an ordinary 3-year-old child. Even if talent cannot define a person, character certainly can. The 3-year-old Lu Zhang was humble and polite, already exhibiting the demeanor of a gentleman. My dear nephew, you are exceptionally gifted, rare in the world. I had intended to take you as my disciple and pass on my knowledge. Alas, it is a pity that I have too many enemies and have been exiled to Shuofang. Kai Yong's reluctance was evident on his face, and Lu Zhang was very touched. Uncle Kai, all right, no need for more words. I will leave all my current collection of books to you. Do not let me down. Uncle Kai. Lu Zhang could no longer hold back his emotions, tears streaming down his face. Kai Yong bent down and patted Lu Zhang's shoulder, then looked at Kai Yin with reluctance. My dear, I entrust Yinner to you. Lu Yin, already feeling sentimental, was immediately moved to tears by Lu Zhang. Brother Boji, rest assured, Yinner will be like my daughter from now on. Kai Yong nodded heavily and clasped his hands in farewell. A great favor does not need thanks. My dear, take care. Lu Yin also clasped his hands in farewell. Brother Boji, take care. Kai Yong no longer hesitated, pulling his weeping wife along, slowly disappearing from everyone's view. Little Kai Yin was heartbroken to see her parents leave and was already in tears. Lu Zhang took Kai Yan's little hand, letting her lean on his frail shoulder. Brother Lu Zhang, does Yinna no longer have parents? Would there be no one to love her from now on? Lu Zhang wiped away Kai Yan's tears and gently said, Yinner, do not worry. From now on, your brother will love and care for you. At this moment, the slender Lu Zhang appeared exceptionally tall in Kai Yan's eyes. Looking at Kai Yin before him, Lu Zhang's resolve to strive for supremacy grew even stronger. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 7 years have passed. For Lu Zhang, 7 years felt like a day, and he dared not slacken in the slightest. Using the experiences from his past life to strengthen his body, he diligently studied the books left by Kai Yong, which became his main daily routine. Of course, teasing Kai Yin was also essential. Now, Lu Zhang was already 10 years old, but he was nothing like an ordinary 10-year-old boy. His body had grown to over 6 feet tall, very strong, with muscles displaying graceful lines. In the courtyard of the inspector's residence, Lu Zhang was practicing archery. Huang Zhong watched Lu Zhang, whose physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people, feeling a headache and a deep sense of regret. Young master, your physical quality is rare in the world. Why is your martial talent so poor? No matter how much effort he put in, it was unlikely he would reach a first-rate level. Lu Zhang was unaware of Huang Zhong's thoughts. He only needed to fully draw the bowstring in his hands. He gritted his teeth, his expression fierce. His trembling arms seemed to warn him that he could not yet master this bow. No, I must draw the bowstring fully today. I have to be tougher on myself. If I can't even do something so simple, how can I strive for supremacy? How can I protect? Yan now. Lu Zhang roared, fully aware that physical limits need constant breakthroughs to adapt. Open, Lu Zhang shouted, and the bowstring finally reached a full moon. Good, young master, your strength is astonishing. At 10 years old, you can handle a 1-stone strong bow. Huang Zhong congratulated him and felt happy for Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang slowly relaxed the bowstring, looking at Huang Zhong with embarrassment. Han Sheng, don't make fun of me. My muscles are for nothing. Although Lu Zhang was strong, he was still inferior compared to Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong stood 8 feet tall, with a commanding presence, already resembling a great general. Young master, do not belittle yourself. While your martial arts progress slowly, your strength far surpasses that of ordinary people. You are not to be compared lightly. Huang Zhong had comforted Lu Zhang numerous times, but he could only offer consolation. There was nothing else he could do. Lu Zhang waved his hand. He did not care how high his martial arts skills reached. As long as he was not powerless, that was enough. Han Sheng, I plan to go to Qingzhou to study. Then I will pack and accompany you, young master. No need. the world is still relatively peaceful. I have other matters to entrust to Han Sheng. Please give your orders." Huang Zhong was very grateful to Liu Zhang. Without him, his son would have died long ago. Although he was still plagued by illness, at least he was alive. Their family could still live together without worries. "Han Sheng, the world is about to be in chaos." Liu Zhang sighed slightly, uttering a shocking statement that stunned Huang Zhong. "What do you mean, young master?" Liu Zhang did not answer, only shook his head slightly. "Han Sheng, your archery is superb. I want you to recruit 100 strong men to practice archery. The funds will come from the inner treasury, but you must personally select the personnel, preferably those without families." "Young master, do you want to privately train soldiers?" "This is a serious crime." Liu Zhang did not respond, just gazed at Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong hesitated greatly. He knew well the consequences of privately training soldiers from his military background. "What about the inspector?" "I will speak to my father about it personally. You need not worry." "In that case, I will agree to you, young master." Huang Zhong gritted his teeth and agreed. "Han Sheng, you are truly my most trusted person." Liu Zhang gave Huang Zhong a deep look and turned to leave. Chapter 8. Infatuation in the governor's office of Haoqing, Jizhou. Liu was always very happy to see Liu Zhang. He genuinely liked this child from the bottom of his heart. "Father, reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. I want to study at Beihai and learn from Master Zheng Xian." Liu Zhang's voice was somewhat childish, but his tone was very firm. "Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles?" Liu Yin was a bit surprised. It had been many years since Liu Zhang had shown his talent. It was a bit unexpected for him to suddenly say such a famous saying today. Wanting to study under a great scholar is a good thing. Liu Yin had already agreed in his heart, but he still needed to express concern. "Zhang, why do you want to be a disciple of Master Zheng?" Seeing the smile on his father's face, Liu Zhang knew that this matter was mostly settled. "Master Zheng is a great scholar of our time, and I admire him very much. However, it is not easy to become his disciple, so I hope Father can assist me." "Ha ha ha! How rare it is for you to ask me for something." Liu Yin felt very pleased. Ever since recruiting Huang Zhong, Liu Zhang had not asked him for anything again. Liu Yin was very satisfied with Liu Zhang. Although he was not as outstanding as he was in his childhood, Liu Yin had seen his efforts over the years. This son was still better than his peers. Patting Liu Zhang on the shoulder, Liu Yin smiled and said, "My son is diligent and eager to learn, so I will certainly help you. Master Zheng lives in Beihai, and the governor of Qingzhou, Huang Wan, is a friend of mine from my hometown. I will write to him, and he will surely assist you." "Thank you, father." Liu Yin nodded, but he was worried about Liu Zhang's safety. "The journey to Qingzhou is long, so Huang Zhong will escort you." "No, why not?" Liu Yin was clear about Huang Zhong's martial skills and did not understand why Liu Zhang directly refused. "Father, the Huang family of Jiangxia has a feud with Huang Zhong." "All right, I forgot." Liu Yin slapped his forehead. It had been a long time, and he had forgotten such a small matter. Moreover, his son had other plans for Huang Zhong. Liu Yin looked at Liu Zhang curiously. "Huang Zhong's archery skills are unparalleled. I want him to train some archers." Liu Zhang nervously looked at his father, unsure of his reaction. He knew his father had great ambitions, and the fall of the Eastern Han dynasty was closely related to him. But now that things were calm, Liu Zhang was uncertain whether Liu Yin would agree. After all, training private soldiers is a serious crime. "How many people do you want to train?" After a long while, Liu Yin finally asked. 100 will suffice." Liu Yin narrowed his eyes, staring at Liu Zhang as if trying to see through him. Disappointed, Liu Yin found Liu Zhang's gaze clear and calm, showing no signs of wavering. "All right, under the name of house servants, be sure to act cautiously." "Thank you, father." Seeing Liu Yin agree, Liu Zhang finally relaxed his tense heart. "Go and talk to your mother about this. She will definitely blame me." "Yes." As expected, Liu Zhang's mother, Madame Fei, blamed Liu Yin entirely for Liu Zhang's desire to study away from home. Liu Zhang pleaded and finally convinced her. After leaving his mother, Liu Zhang arrived at Kai Yan's door. "How should I tell Yin?" Liu Zhang felt very troubled. This little girl was simply a soft spot. They had been together for 7 years without parting, truly childhood sweethearts. While Liu Zhang was lost in thought, the door opened. "Brother Zhang, why are you standing at the door?" Liu Zhang heard a melodious voice and didn't need to look to know who it was. "Yanya, I just arrived and didn't have time to knock." Brother, coming quickly. Kaiyan pulled Lu Zhang into the room. Kaiyan was now 10 years old, just 2 months younger than Lu Zhang. However, she had not developed much yet and was shorter than Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang greedily inhaled the fragrance in the room. He had always been curious about why Kaiyan's room smelled so good. Does brother have something to say? Kaiyan tilted her little head, smiling at Lu Zhang. This smile melted Lu Zhang's heart. It was too gentle. Thinking of Kaiyan's future, Lu Zhang felt a pang of pain. No one can hurt Yenner. Seeing Lu Zhang's fierce gaze, Kaiyan felt a little scared. Brother. Lu Zhang came to his senses and changed to a doting smile. Yenner, can I come to find you if there is nothing else? Of course not. Yenner is afraid of delaying brother's studies. Yenner, how about I test you? Sure. Looking at Kaiyan's innocent and carefree face, Lu Zhang couldn't help but smirk. There's so many stars in the sky. Who knows how many stars there really are? Huh. Kaiyan was momentarily flustered, frowning and blinking repeatedly. Then she pointed vaguely at the sky with her hand, mumbling numbers. Oh no, this is too hard. Yenner doesn't know. You silly girl. Only heaven knows how many stars there are. Kaiyan didn't react right away and, after a moment, looked at Lu Zhang in anger. You're just trying to trick me. Change the question. All right, listen carefully. Brother wants to drink wine, but he can't drink it himself. Why? Kaiyan laughed heartily and cheerfully said, That must be because Uncle Lu won't let brother drink. Wrong. Is it because the wine is too strong? Brother can't drink it. Also wrong. Lu Zhang shook his head with a smile. Then what is it? Lu Zhang stood up, looking at Kaiyan gently. The wine brother wants to drink is the everlasting love with you. Ah. Kaiyan's face turned red instantly, lowering her head and not daring to look at Lu Zhang. She had long recognized Lu Zhang in her heart, but had never expressed it. Seeing the shy Kaiyan, Lu Zhang could no longer hold back and reached out to hold her in his arms. Brother, no. Kaiyan was startled by Lu Zhang's action and struggled repeatedly. Lu Zhang's strength was not something she could break free from. Seeing Lu Zhang simply holding her, she gradually stopped struggling. Yenner, do you know what kind of life I fear the most? Kaiyan remained silent, listening to the sound of her heartbeat. Yenner, I fear the most that there will be no you in my future life. Brother. Chapter 9 Departure Brother. Yenner will not leave you. Kaiyan also felt Lu Zhang's emotions and instead reached out to embrace him. The two of them felt each other's heartbeat for a long time. Eventually, Lu Zhang slowly released Kaiyan and gazed at her gently. Yenner, when Uncle Kai returns, I will have my father propose to him. Kaiyan's face turned as red as an apple, and she lowered her head, softly responding with an So beautiful. Lu Zhang felt a bit unable to control himself. He bit his tongue hard to clear his mind. Yenner, I plan to go out to study, and I might be gone for 3 to 4 years. Lu Zhang mentioned this somewhat nervously, unsure of how Kaiyan would react. However, he guessed correctly. Upon hearing this, Kaiyan's eyes immediately turned red, and tears began to fall. Brother just said he couldn't be without Yenner, and now he is leaving for so long. It's over. Lu Zhang, who had lived 2 lives, was also confused. He couldn't even manage 1 Kaiyan, let alone 3 wives and 4 concubines. No wonder they say heroes have a hard time getting past the beauty barrier. Lu Zhang truly felt an impulse to stay and accompany Kaiyan, but ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse. If he couldn't bear to part with Kaiyan now, perhaps he wouldn't be able to protect her in the future. Yenner, everything I do is for us to be together better. Our temporary separation is for a long-lasting future. Trust me, brother will only marry you in this life. If I go back on this word, may the heavens strike me with thunder. Sob, sob, sob. Kaiyan quickly covered Lu Zhang's mouth, not letting him continue. Brother, don't speak nonsense. Yenner believes you. Lu Zhang pulled Kaiyan into his arms again, and this time she did not struggle, but hugged him back. Brother, Yenner really can't bear to part with you. Lu Zhang caressed Kaiyan's long hair and softly said, If love can last long, why worry about the morning and evening? Brother still has his talent. What if I miss you? Lu Zhang laughed heartily, and another poem came to mind. Day after day, I think of you, but cannot see you. Together we drink the yellow river's water. Kaiyan looked at Lu Zhang with a smile, her eyes filled with admiration. Brother's talent is outstanding, truly impressive. Lu Zhang's face turned red, and he felt like he owed countless prominent figures an apology. Ahem. Yenner, be good and wait for me at home. Okay. I will wait for you, brother. Liu Zhang left under Kai Yan's reluctant gaze, not daring to linger any longer. Kai Yan was too gentle, and Liu Zhang truly feared getting lost in her tenderness and being unable to extricate himself. The next day, Liu Zhang did not inform anyone and set off for Qingzhou with his guards. Liu Zhang's journey to Beihai was not solely for study. After 10 years, he had completely seen through the end of the Han Dynasty. Here, it was all about power struggles and the law of the jungle. Commoners? They were merely the private property of the powerful families, with no rights to speak of. Liu Zhang did not have the system of a time traveler, nor the charisma that would draw the masses. What he had was only his understanding of history. Everything depended on his own efforts to create a dynasty that belonged to him. From Nanyang to Jizhou, Liu Zhang had gained a clearer understanding of the reasons behind the fall of the Han Dynasty. The great families dominated everything here, and the Liu family was the largest among them. After the great families came the powerful. The powerful were not recognized by the great families, yet they could oppress the commoners. And the commoners could barely survive. To live, they had to be exploited by the great families and oppressed by the powerful. In recent years, with the wars at the border and constant natural disasters, for commoners, even living had become a luxury. In such a country, how could it not perish? How could the people not resist? The most tragic thing was that commoners would never see a day of hope. They could only be subjected to labor and oppression. Studying? That was a matter for the upper class. Commoners not only couldn't study, but they didn't even have the right to read. He originally thought that with the identity of a time traveler, he could easily recruit some great talents, and once he succeeded the position of governor of Yizhou, he could conquer the lands. At the very least, he could become a figure like Tang Zong or Song Zhu. But reality was a naked slap in the face. Even the down-and-out Huang Zhong was unwilling to follow him, if it weren't for Huang Su. Thinking of this, Liu Zhang felt quite helpless. If commoners don't have books, how could they have talents? This led to the fact that most capable talents were children of the great families. Of course, there were many talented individuals from humble backgrounds, but what was the definition of humble backgrounds? They were fallen great families. The status of humble families was far above that of commoners. This era was very simple. Only with books could one learn, and only with knowledge could one be recommended for official positions. To become an official and receive a title, one had to have the opportunity to become part of the great families. Whether of great families or humble backgrounds, they mostly prioritized their family's interests, putting their family's benefits first. Even if Liu Zhang was now the governor of Yizhou, a well-known hero with both literary and martial prowess, and aimed to revive the Han Dynasty, he still couldn't recruit Sun Yu, who was in Yingchuan. It's simple. Sun Yu is a direct descendant of the Sun family in Yingchuan, and the foundation of the Sun family lay in Yingchuan. The more capable a person was, the more they would prioritize their clan's interests. Wasn't Zhuge Liang a commoner? Before meeting Liu Bei, he was farming in Longzhou. In fact, the Zhuge family was a well-established family in Langya. They went to Jingzhou to avoid disaster. Zhuge Liang married the daughter of the Huang family, a prominent family in Jingzhou, and Liu Biao, the lord of Jingzhou, was his uncle by marriage, while Kai Mao was his maternal uncle. Could a commoner enjoy such treatment? Although there are always more solutions than difficulties, slowly, difficulties always come faster than solutions. It was like a snowball that one couldn't even begin to tackle. Sometimes Liu Zhang would think, if it doesn't work, just follow the trend of the times, be a governor of Yizhou, and enjoy a life of wealth and honor. But could he be content with that? Not only was there the dignity of being a time traveler, but now he also had lifelong ties. The sorrows of Liu Zhang in history absolutely could not be repeated. In recent years, Liu Zhang had read extensively. Kai Yong left him a huge fortune. This era valued background, experience, and who one's master was. Being a disciple of Zheng Xian was a very good business card. Of course, Liu Zhang also had his own selfish motives. He was eyeing Zheng Xian's disciples. He couldn't recruit disciples from the great families. But couldn't he fool a few from humble backgrounds? 10-year-old Liu Zhang resolutely left Kai Yin and decisively went out to study, targeting Beihai. One reason was to study under Zheng Xian and gain a good background. The second reason was that Zheng Xian indeed had several capable disciples, all from humble backgrounds. Moreover, there was also the renowned general he admired, Tai Shirtzi. Chapter 10. A fated destination. I did not steal the car. I bought it in Donglai. The strong man was furious, feeling indignant as a respectable man of 8 feet tall. How could he engage in such petty theft? A nearby constable sneered. Now we have both witnesses and evidence. You can't deny it. First, let's arrest these 2 car thieves. I'm not afraid they want to confess. As he spoke, several constables prepared to take action. Wait a moment. Stopping the constables was Liu Zhang. After more than a month of long travel, Liu Zhang finally arrived at Beihai City. Just as he was about to enter the city, he encountered the constables catching thieves. Liu Zhang was not one to seek out trouble, and such matters did not pique his interest. However, the man surrounded by the constables caught his attention. Liu Zhang stepped forward to take a look. Surrounded by the constables were a man and a woman. The woman appeared to be in her 50s or 60s, looking quite aged and travel-worn, sitting in a handcart, likely due to her poor mobility. The man was 8 feet tall, with a face like white jade, bright eyes like stars, and a strong, long build, adorned with a beautiful mustache. Seeing the mustache, Liu Zhang was startled. Could it be Guangong in person? But his face wasn't flushed, and it was very fair. Such a physique and appearance indicated he was no ordinary person. Just as he was about to take action, Liu Zhang stopped the constables. Who is this young man? The constables looked at Liu Zhang, and seeing his extraordinary attire and the guards beside him, they dared not offend him easily. This is the son of Lord Liu, the inspector of Jizhou. Without Liu Zhang needing to say much, the guard behind him spoke first, their tone haughty. The constables did not dare to neglect him any further. What matter does the young master have? Liu Zhang slowly pointed at Tai Shirtzi and said, I observe that this strong man has an impressive demeanor. He does not seem like a petty thief. Is there some misunderstanding here? Seeing that Liu Zhang and Tai Shirtzi were not acquainted, the constables felt relieved. The complainant is here and has recognized the stolen vehicle. It must be that this fellow has bad intentions upon seeing the money. Tai Shirtzi's eyes flared with anger. My mother has poor mobility. I have been pushing this cart since Donglai. You must know my identity and are deliberately making things difficult for me. Even so, you deceitful Tai Shirtzi, today you cannot escape the punishment of prison. The constables, seeing the matter laid bare, no longer concealed the truth. So it is Tai Shirtzi. Liu Zhang was overjoyed internally. Could it be that heaven is watching over me? This time, traveler? Tai Shirtzi looked at Liu Zhang, whose face showed delight, and felt a chill in his heart. This fellow must be wanting to capture me. Is there really no fairness in this world? My elderly mother is here. How can I implicate her? He glared at the constables and Liu Zhang's guards, helplessly saying, You can arrest me, but can you spare my mother? She is not involved in this matter. Seeing that Tai Shirtzi intended to surrender, the constables became even more brazen. You and your mother are both deceitful people. Leaving you outside will surely bring disaster to others. If you do not spare my mother, I will make sure you die. The constable's words completely enraged Tai Shirtzi, and he was on the verge of making a move. Wait. I know that you, Tai Shirtzi, are a person of loyalty and filial piety. Absolutely not a deceitful person. My father has old ties with Inspector Huang. How about I go and mediate this matter? Seeing both sides calm down, Liu Zhang looked at Tai Shirtzi again. Do not worry, Z. I will ensure that you and your mother are safe and sound. Seeing that there was a chance for resolution, Tai Shirtzi also calmed down and quickly thanked Liu Zhang. Thank you, young Master Liu. No matter what, please spare my mother. I will repay your great kindness in the future. With that, everyone headed to the Beihai Inspectorate. The current inspector of Qingzhou is Huang Wan, whose grandfather was once the Grand Commandant and whose great-grandfather served as the Minister of Works. Like Huang Zhong, Huang Wan is a descendant of Huang Xiang. The Jiangxia Huang clan is one of the 4 prominent Huang families of Jingzhou. Huang Wan and Liu Yin are from the same hometown, and they have a history together. My lord, Liu Zhang, the son of the inspector of Jizhou, has come to pay his respects. At this moment, Huang Wan was working in the inspector's office when he heard the servant bring the news. Oh, Liu Zhang, please come in. Liu Zhang quickly walked to Huang Wan, cupping his hands and bowing deeply. I am Liu Zhang, greeting Uncle Huang. The prodigy has arrived. I haven't seen your father in many years. Is he well? Ha! Uncle Huang is joking. Liu Zhang looked at Huang Wan, who had a pleasant expression and felt much more at ease. His father is doing well. Before leaving, he instructed me to visit Uncle Huang first upon arriving in Beihai. Here is a letter from my father for you. Huang Wan nodded, picked up the letter, and read it carefully. I understand your father's intentions. You can stay with me for now. Afterwards, I will find Zheng Xian and let you study under him. Thank you, Uncle Huang. There's one more thing. Lu Zhang briefly explained Tai Shizi's situation. He thought it might be difficult to handle, but unexpectedly, Huang Wan readily agreed. This matter has no right or wrong. I will give a command and not make things difficult for him. Thank you, Uncle Huang. I won't disturb you any longer. Huang Wan instructed the servants to prepare a guest room and took Lu Zhang to rest. Lu Zhang hurried back to Tai Shizi, only to find that the government office had already informed the constables. The constables glanced at Tai Shizi and his mother and said, "Consider yourself lucky," before leaving. "Thank you, young Master Liu, for your great kindness." Tai Shizi bowed deeply to Lu Zhang, continuously expressing his gratitude. "Z, you need not be so polite." Lu Zhang helped Tai Shizi to his feet. "How did you know my name?" Tai Shizi looked at Lu Zhang in confusion. Chapter 11. The Tiger Minister of Jiangbiao. Lu Zhang chuckled and thought to himself, "Half of my reason for coming to Beihai is for you. How could I not know?" However, he couldn't say that out loud and switched to flattery mode. Z is loyal, righteous, and filial. Who in the world does not know this? Tai Shizi felt a bit embarrassed, and his face turned slightly red. "You flatter me. May I ask what brings you to Beihai? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Lu Zhang sensed that Tai Shizi wanted to repay a favor, and he couldn't grant that wish. "I came to Beihai to study and wish to apprentice under Master Zheng Xian." "Why did Z come to Beihai?" There are conflicts between the county office and the state office. My service to the county has offended the state. Now the county cannot accommodate me, and the state will not let me go. Therefore, I want to take my mother to Liaodong to avoid disaster." Lu Zhang secretly rejoiced, realizing that coming early was better than coming at the right time. If Tai Shizi went to Liaodong, how would he find him? I see that the old lady is not in good health, and Liaodong is cold. Now that the matter with the state office has been resolved, let's drop this issue. Tai Shizi let out a heavy sigh and shook his head slightly. "I do not wish to burden my mother, but now I have resigned from my position in Donglai County, and the state office may come after me in the fall." Tai Shizi suddenly felt that the world was vast, yet there was nowhere to go, and he couldn't help but feel despondent. Lu Zhang saw that Tai Shizi was at a dead end and understood that it was time to recruit him. "Brother Z, do not worry. If you do not mind, you can temporarily stay as my guard captain. This way, your mother can be taken care of nearby." Tai Shizi's expression darkened, and he remained silent. But he was very angry inside. Tai Shizi, a man of honor, cannot be reduced to guarding a door, just as he was about to refuse. Tai Shizi's mother shot him a glare and sternly educated him. "Z, one must live with integrity. Young Master Liu has done a great favor for us. Without young Master Liu, could we escape the suffering of imprisonment? I know you have great ambitions. Why have you fallen to this state? Now that young Master Liu wishes to recruit you, why hesitate?" Tai Shizi, being filial, dared not disregard his mother's words. He sighed and shook his head, then bowed deeply to Lu Zhang. "Thank you, young Master Liu, for taking me in. From now on, I shall follow your orders." Lu Zhang noticed Tai Shizi's unwilling expression and felt a bit disappointed. It seemed that the more capable a person was, the harder they were to recruit. Huang Zhong because of his son, Tai Shizi because of his mother. What about the future? Would I still be this lucky? However, it was fortunate that there were no dangers. It could be said that I stumbled upon this without effort. Having recruited another great general, it seemed destined. First, the 5 tiger generals, now the tiger minister of Jiangbiao. Lu Zhang grew ever more confident on the road to hegemony. "Z, do not worry. When I complete my studies, you shall return to Jizhou with me. My father is currently the governor of Jizhou. He will surely allow you to realize your ambitions." "Thank you, young master." Hearing this, Tai Shizi let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed there was some future after all. If he truly had to guard a door for a lifetime, it would be better to kill him. 3 days later, with the help of Huang Wan, Lu Zhang successfully entered the school of Zheng Xian. Lu Zhang stood obediently beside Zheng Xian, watching the crowd below. From now on, he would study and live with these people. From today on, Liu Zhang has joined the old master's school and will study with you all. Zhang Xian's expression was serious, and his voice was filled with authority. Master, I heard that the governor of Jizhou, Lord Liu, has a son also named Liu Zhang, praised by Su Xiao as a child prodigy. I wonder if he is the same person? A student raised a question, and Zhang Xian frowned slightly. If it were usual, he would definitely punish this student. But he also wanted to see what this so-called prodigy was like. Indeed, this is Liu Zhang, the son of Governor Liu. Upon hearing that Liu Zhang was a once-in-a-century genius, the students were astonished, as he could compose 7 character poems. Zhang Xian did not answer the student's question, but turned to Liu Zhang, curious if he truly had the rumored talent. However, since ancient times, it has been said that fame often belies reality. Most people exaggerate. Facing the crowd's doubts, Liu Zhang was not at all angry and responded with a smile. I do not dare to accept Lord Su's praise. As for what everyone has heard about me, most of it is exaggerated. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in murmurs. Even Zhang Xian felt a bit disappointed. It seemed Liu Zhang's talents were just rumors. Most people began to think this way. I am young and left home to study alone. Thinking of not being able to serve my mother, I feel very sad. I composed a poem along the way. I wonder if it is to your liking. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian became interested. He initially thought Liu Zhang was timid, but unexpectedly, he took the initiative to showcase his talent. Please share. Liu Zhang bowed to Zhang Xian and performed a salute. Please guide me, teacher. In his heart, he silently thought, Brother Meng Jiao, forgive me. Thread in the hands of a loving mother, clothes on the traveling child. Before departure, she sews tightly, fearing he returns late. Who says the heart of a tiny grass can repay the warmth of spring sunshine? Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Liu Zhang smiled slightly. Does this poem have a name? It is called The Song of the Traveling Sun. Zhang Xian first regained his composure and looked at Liu Zhang with a changed gaze. He nodded slightly and sighed. Only a person of utmost filial piety can write such fine verses. The student who had just been difficult stood up to bow and apologize to Liu Zhang. Young Master Liu's talent is astonishing. I admire you. It seems the rumors are not false. Liu Zhang returned the greeting, appreciating this person who could take and let go, a true gentleman. May I ask your name? I am Gui Yuan, courtesy name Zini. Liu Zhang's pupils constricted. So it was him. Chapter 12. The situation of the Han Dynasty. Liu Zhang's pursuit of knowledge in Beihai began with the difficulties posed by Gui Yuan. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Liu Zhang remained as diligent as ever. His 5 years of study and training were like a single day, but he had also made friends. When Liu Zhang first arrived in Beihai, he had already accomplished his important goal of recruiting Tai Shirtzi. They became acquainted through a fight, and he also befriended Gui Yuan because of a poem, Song of the Traveling Sun, while becoming close friends with Gui Yuan's companion, Sun Qian. 5 years had gone by, and it was now the year 183 AD, less than a year before the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The 15-year-old Liu Zhang had undergone remarkable changes. He had grown over 7 feet tall, far surpassing his peers. His strong muscles were strikingly visible, creating a very impressive visual impact. His somewhat immature face appeared slightly out of place, giving off a bit of a Barbie vibe. Zini Gongyu cheers. Liu Zhang raised his glass in a toast to the 3 people in front of him. These 3 were his main targets for coming to Beihai: Tai Shirtzi, Gui Yuan, and Sun Qian. Cheers! The 4 of them drank in unison, and Liu Zhang took the initiative to pour wine for the 3. Time flies, and unknowingly, we have been friends for 5 years. Liu Zhang's sentiment resonated with the 3, and Gui Yuan raised his glass in salute to Liu Zhang. Brother, your poem Song of the Traveling Sun is unforgettable to me. I became acquainted with your elder brother through it. Cheers! Liu Zhang's expression became serious as he looked at the 3 and said earnestly, Now that my studies are complete, I do not wish to linger here. I will return to Luoyang after bidding farewell to my mentor tomorrow. Oh, you're going back? Liu Zhang's farewell did not shock them, as he had already completed his studies. Indeed, the current situation is turbulent, and the borders have long been in chaos. As a member of the Han royal family, I must serve my country. Your aspirations are lofty. I admire you. Liu Zhang looked apologetically at Tai Shirtzi. My father was once the governor of Jizhou and promised you a recommendation. Now that my father has been reassigned as the Minister of Rights, he may not be able to keep his word. I sincerely apologize." Tai Shirtzi was unconcerned and clasped his hands, saying, "You have great kindness towards my mother and me. How could I dare ask for anything more? Please do not take it to heart." Lu Zhang nodded slightly and turned to Gui Yuan and Sun Qian. "What do you two brothers think of the current situation?" Sun Qian and Tai Shirtzi remained silent, but Gui Yuan could not help but express his thoughts. "The world is in decline. The court sells official positions, and eunuchs meddle in politics, leading to a life of hardship for the people." Lu Zhang nodded in agreement, sharing his perspective. "Not only that, but the court has been engaged in a prolonged war against the Xiqiang for decades, at a tremendous cost. Forced labor and military service are severe. Do you two brothers know about the Taiping Dao?" "Yes, there are many followers of the Taiping Dao now, widely distributing talismans and treating illnesses. They are spread across various states and counties." Gui Yuan's expression showed concern. "The current court is dark. I fear it may provide an opportunity for certain individuals." Seeing the three worried, Lu Zhang sternly scolded. "The state of Ziyi shows how chaotic the court and provincial orders are, with the upper class ignoring the suffering of the farmers. The Zhang Jiao brothers, under the pretense of healing, are recruiting followers widely, and their momentum is unstoppable. It is said that the number of followers has reached hundreds of thousands, spread across various states and counties. Some have even sold their possessions to follow them. Moreover, among them are many powerful figures and officials, which has led to the court not taking it seriously. In my view, the Taiping Dao will surely rebel." The three looked at Lu Zhang in shock, unable to believe it. The word rebellion felt too distant for those living in a time of peace. Lu Zhang was unfazed by their expressions and continued with urgency. "You three brothers are not outsiders. The Han dynasty is already full of wounds. Only strong medicine can cure it. And the Taiping Dao is precisely the catalyst for this strong medicine. The current emperor sells official positions, with eunuchs and relatives vying for power inside, and the calamity of party strife outside. The Han dynasty is at a critical juncture of survival. If no one can turn the tide, then, sigh." Lu Zhang did not continue, believing that those present already understood. Sun Qian looked at Lu Zhang with disbelief. "Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Lu Zhang glanced at him and gently shook his head. "It will be worse than you imagine. I cannot afford to delay any longer. After returning to Luoyang, I will strive for a military position to prepare for the unforeseen." Gui Yuan was much calmer than Sun Qian and simply expressed his approval of Lu Zhang. "You are indeed a member of the Han royal family, with lofty aspirations. I know that you all have great ambitions. May I accompany you to Luoyang to seek ways to serve the country?" Lu Zhang raised his glass, looking at everyone, hoping the three could lend him a hand. Tai Shirtzi raised his glass and said loudly, "Tai Shirtzi is willing to follow you, my lord." "Good." Although Lu Zhang already knew that Tai Shirtzi would follow him, it was different when he said himself. At this moment, what the Yellow Turban Rebellion needed most was a fierce general like Tai Shirtzi. He then looked at Gui Yuan and Sun Qian, who were also very important to him. Chapter 13. Lu Zhang's ambition is not that I am unwilling to serve the country, but the current situation is unclear. Moreover, my mentor is growing older and needs care. Gui Yuan thought for a moment and did not agree. Sun Qian also refused for the same reason. Lu Zhang nodded slightly, realizing that he could not attract the two at this moment. "If one day what my brother said comes true, can my elder brother lend me a helping hand? Forcing it would be useless. It is better to plant seed." The two looked at each other, not expecting Lu Zhang to be so persistent, and agreed. "If one day it truly becomes as my brother said, and there are further invitations, I will not refuse. Thank you, both elder brothers." Lu Zhang was very satisfied with this result. He did not feel he had such great charm to directly win over the two. Gui Yuan and Sun Qian were both gentlemen and would certainly not go back on their word. After that, the four did not discuss state affairs anymore, but exchanged knowledge, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. As the day was getting late, and my dear brother still had to pack his luggage, we will take our leave. Gui Yuan and Sun Qian saw that it was already quite late and proposed to take their leave. Lu Zhang stood up to send them off. "Then I will not keep my elder brothers any longer. Please rest early." Tai Shirtzi, seeing the two leave, asked, "What you said earlier, Liu Zhang sighed. It is far from just that. Z. Achieving great deeds is right before our eyes. Tai Shirtzi nodded slightly, clenching his fist. For him, the battlefield was the place he longed for. The next day, in Zhang Xian's study, Liu Zhang bowed deeply and once again expressed his gratitude for Zhang Xian's years of guidance. Thank you, mentor, for your cultivation. Today I wish to take my leave and return to Luoyang. Zhang Xian was very satisfied with Liu Zhang, who studied diligently and was humble. You came here at 10 years old, and it has been 5 years now. You are exceptionally intelligent. Everything you learn is clear to you at a glance. But you have put more effort into military texts, and I already know your thoughts. Just as Liu Zhang was about to speak, Zhang Xian waved his hand to interrupt him. No need to say more. From now on, just serve the country and benefit the people. What the mentor said, I will remember in my heart. Liu Zhang replied in one breath. Zhang Xian acknowledged with a sound and nodded in satisfaction, but couldn't help but remind him. Remember, do not speak of strategies on paper. The disciple will remember. Zhang still has one matter to ask the mentor for clarification. Speak. Zhang Xian was curious about what difficult question this clever disciple would ask. Is it possible for everyone in the world to be literate and read? Zhang Xian looked at the serious-faced Liu Zhang with some astonishment. How could this exceptionally intelligent disciple ask such a foolish question? Difficult. Zhang Xian only replied with one word. Difficult. This difficult seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 difficulties. Liu Zhang, still undeterred, continued to ask, if it is possible, could the mentor lend assistance? Zhang Xian let out a bitter laugh. This ideal is good, but it is simply not realistic. However, he still responded, well, if it really comes to that, as you say, then it shall be. Thank you, mentor. There is one more thing. If there are changes in the future, please go to Yizhou. Liu Zhang knew that Zhang Xian would avoid disaster in Liaodong, so he wanted him to come to his territory. Changes in the future? Zhang Xian looked at Liu Zhang with a half-smile. Liu Zhang smiled back. The mentor will know in the future. Very well. Zhang Xian said, you come with me to the last class and say your goodbyes to your fellow students. Yes. Upon arriving in the classroom, seeing the familiar faces brought a wave of sadness. After all, having lived and studied together for 5 years, bonds had formed with his fellow students. Today, Liu Zhang was leaving to return to Luoyang. The mentor brought him to say goodbye to you all. Liu Zhang clasped his hands and looked at everyone below. Brothers and younger brothers, Liu Zhang thanks you all for your help over the years. Today, as farewell, I do not know when we will meet again, so I hope everyone takes care. Everyone below also clasped their hands in return, sending their blessings. Liu Zhang was usually very low-key, never proud of his identity or talents, and had excellent relationships with others. When you came, you composed a poem, The Song of the Traveler, and everyone knew you were a filial person. Today, as we part, why not compose another poem to show everyone your ambitions? What do you think? Zhang Xian looked at Liu Zhang and made the suggestion. Now, he had no doubt about Liu Zhang's talents. The idea of composing a poem upon parting was just a sudden inspiration. Zhang Xian believed Liu Zhang had this ability. 2 poems would surely become a fine story. Good. Everyone greatly admires Liu Zhang's talents. Yes, Liu Zhang quickly composed a poem. Facing the eager eyes of his mentor and the praises from his fellow students, Liu Zhang felt a bit shy. Liu Zhang inwardly sighed. Here we go again. Becoming a laborer. Since it was the mentor's suggestion, Liu Zhang naturally complied. Please allow me to think for a moment. After saying this, Liu Zhang began to walk around the room, while everyone secretly counted his steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. Got it. Liu Zhang stopped and bowed to Zhang Xian. The poem's title is Out of the Pass. Please guide me, mentor. Zhang Xian smiled and nodded, signaling him to go ahead. When the bright moon shone over Qin, the gates of Han stood tall. Across the vast land, the travelers have yet to return. As soon as Liu Zhang's lines were spoken, it caused a stir. It has appeared. It is Liu Zhang's 7-character poem. Don't shout. Let the student finish the poem. Brother, there's more, right? Hurry and tell us. Liu Zhang smiled and nodded, then recited aloud. As long as the Dragon City has a flying general, let not the Hu cavalry cross the Yin Mountains. Seeing the shocked expressions of everyone, Liu Zhang continued to express his ambitions. Liu Zhang's dream was to become a general like Wei Qing or Huo Zubing. After death, His tombstone would simply read General of the Han Biaoqi. Liu Zhang quietly left amidst everyone's astonishment, and as he departed, Zheng Xian gave him a knowing glance. He understood that this glance was both encouragement and affirmation. Chapter 14. The purpose of seeking the distant while neglecting the near. Huanghe Ferry Taisher Ci pointed at the distant boats and suggested to Liu Zhang, young master, "We can take a boat directly to the Mengjin Ferry in Xizhou. It will save us quite a bit of time compared to traveling by land. The world is unstable now. It's better to be cautious." Hearing Taisher Ci's words, Liu Zhang's heart stirred. I wonder how Yin'er is doing. Thinking of Kai Yin, Liu Zhang couldn't help but smile, recalling that incredibly gentle girl. "No, we'll take the land route first to Taishan County. I need to meet a great talent." Liu Zhang was not swayed by his longing. The chaotic times were approaching, and he had more important matters to attend to. "All right, I will escort you, young master." Seeing Liu Zhang's insistence, Taisher Ci did not press further. Liu Zhang's expression lightened, and he couldn't help but smile, saying, "Do not underestimate me. I am no longer someone who can't even handle a chicken." Taisher Ci looked at Liu Zhang's strong physique and felt a bit tense. "Young master is being modest. Your martial skills are not something ordinary people can compare to. Stop making fun of me. I only have some brute strength. Where is there any martial skill to speak of?" Liu Zhang chuckled self-deprecatingly and took out a bamboo slip from his bosom, handing it to the guards. "You all escort the old lady back to Luoyang first and deliver this letter to my father. I will go to Taishan County with Ze." The guards were also worried about Liu Zhang's safety, but they couldn't disobey their master and had to comply. "You must be careful and ensure the safety of the old lady." Liu Zhang reminded once more. Taisher Ci was a filial person, and Liu Zhang had to ensure his mother was well taken care of. Taisher Ci's mother came out, looking sternly at Taisher Ci. "Even if I have to shatter into pieces, I will protect the young master. Please rest assured, mother," Taisher Ci assured her earnestly. The boat gradually moved away, and Liu Zhang did not delay any further. "Let's go, Ze." The two steeds galloped towards Taishan County, and Taisher Ci couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Who could be so important to the young master? Taishan military government, phone Gao County young master. After more than 10 days, we have finally arrived. Looking at the travel-worn Taisher Ci, Liu Zhang could imagine that he must not look very presentable himself. "Yes, I hope we won't come in vain." Along the way, having passed several counties, Taisher Ci asked, "Did you notice anything different?" After pondering for a moment, Taisher Ci quietly replied, "There are indeed many suspicious points. No rush. It is already noon. Let us eat something first." Liu Zhang felt a bit hungry, and the two found tavern. After sitting down, they ordered a few small dishes. Liu Zhang looked around and noticed 3 people nearby who caught his attention. "Brother Ma, be sure to be careful on your way to Luoyang." Liu Zhang couldn't help but look over, hearing the man named Brother Ma speaking to his companions. "The same goes for you two brothers. It is already June, and we must not delay important matters. We will split up. He will go to Yangzhou, and I will go to Jingzhou. There will be no delays. Please rest assured." Brother Yuan, a slightly plump man, declared confidently. Then, the 3 left the tavern together. "My Yuan," Liu Zhang was secretly astonished. It turned out Zhang Jiao had already begun to take action. Remembering the confrontation with Zhang Jiao 12 years ago, Liu Zhang couldn't help but clench his fists. "Young master?" Taisher Ci noticed Liu Zhang's tense expression and was somewhat puzzled. Liu Zhang turned back and took a sip of water. "What suspicious points did you notice along the way?" Taisher Ci thought for a moment. "There are many followers of the way of peace, and many are well trained." "It is more than that," Liu Zhang said solemnly. "They are on good terms with the government, and many are hiding weapons." Taisher Ci nodded. "Exactly. If what you say is true, young master, trouble is not far off." It was already June, and we needed to return to Luoyang quickly. After the meal, we must visit County Magistrate Zhuge Gui. Liu Zhang felt the urgency of time. There was still a considerable distance from Taishan to Luoyang. "The great talent you mentioned is Zhuge Gui?" "No," Liu Zhang smiled softly. "It is his son." While they chatted, their food was served, and they ate without reservation. Half an hour later, the two satisfiedly left the tavern. After some inquiries, they finally found Zhuge Gui's home. The Zhuge family of Langya could be considered a prominent family. but they could not compare to the hereditary families like the Sun family of Yingchuan or the Sima family of Hunan. They were far from the top noble families like the Yuan and Yang families. They could only be considered an influential clan now. Zhuge Liang's grandfather, Zhuge Feng, had served as a magistrate, and his father Zhuge Ge and uncle Zhuge Xian were also officials, but they were all local officials with not much rank. The two stood at the gate of the Zhuge family, where white cloth was hung everywhere, and faint sounds of crying came from inside. Liu Zhang's heart sank. Could it be that Zhuge Ge had died? But he clearly remembered that Zhuge Ge still had a few years left as county magistrate. Just as Liu Zhang was lost in thought, a middle-aged man walked out, dressed neatly and with an impressive demeanor. Liu Zhang hurriedly stepped forward to inquire, "May I ask who has passed away inside?" The middle-aged man frowned, looking somewhat displeased. "Who are you?" Chapter 15. The funeral of the Zhuge family. This person is a member of the Han royal family, the son of Lord Liu Yin, the current Minister of Rights. Tai Shirtzi noticed the unfriendly tone of the newcomer and did not hold back. The middle-aged man was taken aback upon hearing this. How did the son of a high-ranking official end up in Taishan County? "Oh, it's Master Liu. I am Wang Jin, the county magistrate of Taishan." "I have met County Magistrate Wang," Liu Zhang replied, clasping his hands in greeting and lowering his posture. Wang Jin looked at the dusty and weary Liu Zhang and asked, "Is there something you need?" "We specifically came from Beihai to visit Mr. Zhuge Ge. The attire inside is plain. Could it be?" Wang Jin saw the worried expression on Liu Zhang's face and quickly clarified, "No, it's not that. It's the wife of the Zhuge County lieutenant who has passed away." Liu Zhang looked at Wang Jin and asked, "Could you introduce me?" "All right, please come in," Wang Jin said as he led Liu Zhang inside the Zhuge Ge residence. The Zhuge family was quite simple, likely related to their family traditions. Since his grandfather, Zhuge Feng, they have been known for their integrity, and the home was modestly furnished. As Liu Zhang entered the hall, he saw two men and two women kneeling beside the coffin. The older one was around 10 years old, while the younger one was only 3 or 4. Liu Zhang's gaze was immediately drawn to the little boy. A middle-aged man hurried over, looking confused at Wang Jin, who had just returned. Tai Shirtzi noticed that Liu Zhang was still focused on the people inside and quickly coughed lightly. Liu Zhang came to his senses and turned to look at the approaching man. This person was dressed in white, standing about 7 feet tall, with a dignified appearance, though his eyes were somewhat vacant, likely due to excessive grief. "County Magistrate," Zhuge Ge said, looking at the returning Wang Jin and bowing respectfully. "Brother, this is the son of Lord Liu Zongjing, who has come all the way from Beihai to see you," Wang Jin introduced, placing special emphasis on Zongjing. Zhuge Ge looked at Liu Zhang, slightly surprised. The Zhuge family should not have any ties with the Liu family. "May I ask what guidance you seek, young master?" Liu Zhang dared not offer any guidance to Zhuge Ge. He first bowed deeply and then slowly said, "Sir, you jest. How could I presume to guide you? I have heard of your integrity and vast knowledge. I specifically came to pay my respects. Truly, meeting you in person is more impressive than hearing about you. You are indeed as renowned as they say. As the saying goes, flattery is often more effective than one might expect." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ge's face flushed slightly, and he hurriedly replied, I dare not. Wang Jin laughed heartily and nodded in agreement. He was very familiar with Zhuge Ge's character. "Brother, there is no need for modesty. The young master will not deceive you. I have official business at the county office, so I will take my leave." Considering the important matters at the office, he bid farewell and left. Liu Zhang quickly expressed his gratitude as he saw Wang Jin off. Zhuge Ge invited Liu Zhang inside, and, seeing that there was no one else around, asked again, "Now that we are alone, you may speak freely. There is truly nothing else. I just wanted to pay my respects to you, sir," Liu Zhang said sincerely, his eyes reflecting genuine intent, not feigned. Zhuge Ge temporarily believed him. "In that case, you may stay at my home for the time being, and after the burial, I will properly entertain you." Liu Zhang expressed his thanks and assured Zhuge Ge not to worry about him and to continue with his affairs. 3 days later, Zhuge Ge's wife was buried, and everything went smoothly. During their few days together, Liu Zhang became familiar with Zhuge Ge's 2 sons. The elder son, Zhuge Jin, was 12 years old this year, while the younger son, Zhuge Liang, was only 4. There was also a 1-year-old infant, Zhuge Jun. As for the 2 daughters, aged 6 or 7, Liu Zhang did not have much interaction with them. Zhuge Jin was relatively slender, standing just over 5 feet, shorter than Liu Zhang. He had a decent appearance, but a very long face, which might explain why Sun Quan often joked that Zhuge Jin looked like a donkey. Zhuge Jin had a sincere demeanor, clearly a straightforward person. His knowledge was extensive, having read the Book of Songs, Book of Documents, and Zhu's Spring and Autumn. Although the Zhuge family was not particularly wealthy, they were still a prominent family with a decent collection of books. Whenever he had time, Zhuge Jin would discuss various topics with Liu Zhang, expressing great admiration for Liu Zhang's knowledge. In comparison, 4-year-old Zhuge Liang had already shown extraordinary talent. He was fascinated by various books and had an understanding far beyond his years. At just 4, Zhuge Liang had his unique insights, making Liu Zhang feel quite ashamed of his title as a child prodigy. He felt he was significantly inferior to Zhuge Liang, deepening his admiration for the boy. Liu Zhang could not stay in Taishan forever, as the Yellow Turban Rebellion was imminent, so he proposed to leave. Zhuge Gui was very reluctant and repeatedly urged Liu Zhang to stay. Although their time together had been brief, he no longer underestimated this youth. Physically strong, with impressive martial skills and exceptional literary talent, he could compose verses effortlessly. Moreover, he was a disciple of the great Confucian Zheng Xian. Despite being underage, his brilliance was already hard to conceal. Being a member of the Han royal family, with his father Liu Yan holding a high position among the 9 ministers, Zhuge Gui firmly believed that given time, Liu Zhang would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Chapter 16, Farewell, Gift outside the city. Zhuge Gui and his family came to see them off. The somewhat dull Zhuge Jin was the first to express his gratitude to Liu Zhang. Although the friendship with Liu Xiong was short, he had gained a lot. The brother saying that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles resonated deeply with him. Zhuge Jin bowed deeply to express his thanks for Liu Xiong's guidance over the past few days. Liu Zhang quickly helped him up, patting his shoulder to show his appreciation. You flatter me, dear brother. You are a gem in the rough. We should encourage each other in the future. He then asked Tai Shirtzi to hand over a box. Before you leave, I have a gift for you. This is the ancient text classics taught by my mentor Zheng Xian. I hope you will study it well. Liu Zhang opened the box, pointing at the stacks of scrolls inside. Zhuge Jin looked excitedly at the books. For him, they were incredibly precious. Liu Zhang felt somewhat sad, knowing that for Zhuge Jin, it was likely a futile effort. With the wisdom of the Zhuge family, the 2 brothers would not likely serve the same power. Moreover, this set of ancient text classics was not given by Zheng Xian. It was entirely copied by Liu Zhang himself. Never mind, everything is for Zhuge Liang. Liu Zhang could only comfort himself this way. His fondness for Zhuge Liang even surpassed that of his father, with meticulous care over the past 10 days. Sometimes he really wanted to tell Zhuge Gui, I will take your child. He will be my chancellor in the future. But just thinking about it made him realize that if he actually did that, wouldn't others think he was crazy? Didn't he want to interfere with Zhuge Liang's growth? He then took 2 bamboo scrolls. This is the 36 stratagems, a total of 6 sets. This time I give you the victory strategies and defeat strategies. Study them well. Do not let me down. Zhuge Liang, not being polite, grabbed them in his hands and instead raised a question. What about the other 4 sets? Liu Zhang was amused, lifting Zhuge Liang and tapping his head. Don't be greedy. Come back to me when you fully comprehend these. I will naturally give you the rest. This is my hard work. Study it well. Liu Zhang looked at Zhuge Liang with reluctance. He had done all he could, and all that was left was to wait. Little Zhuge Liang looked at him, silent, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. That gaze seemed to tell him he would not let him down. Go for it. Perhaps it will be you who leads the people of Yizhou to campaign northward. Liu Zhang sighed in his heart. Zhuge Liang could never imagine that in history, he would be the one to bring ruin to the man who held him. Now, history was destined to be rewritten. Putting down Zhuge Liang, Liu Zhang deeply bowed to Zhuge Gui. I have troubled you, sir, for many days. I am immensely grateful for your generous treatment. I admire the talents of your son very much, and he has done me a great favor. I wish I could stay longer. Zhuge Gui spoke sincerely, greatly appreciating the young Liu Zhang. Perhaps a friendship across ages. Take care. Lu Zhang laughed heartily as he mounted his horse. Take care. Lu Zhang clasped his hands to Zhuge Gui and glanced at the man who had raised 2 chancellors for the state. He knew this farewell was a permanent one. After saying goodbye to everyone, Lu Zhang no longer hesitated and slowly disappeared from their sight with Tai Shirtzi. Zhuge Liang looked in the direction Lu Zhang had left, unwilling to depart for a long time. In Yinzhou, Chenlu County, at Wuqing, Tai Shirtzi asked, "My lord, is Dianwei really that formidable? Did he truly make you so sad?" Seeing Lu Zhang's sorrowful expression, Tai Shirtzi was quite puzzled. Lu Zhang seemed not to hear Tai Shirtzi's words, still immersed in his gloomy mood. After leaving Taishan County, the two made straight for Chenlu County. Aside from necessary rest, they had not wasted any time. But despite their haste, they were still a step too late. As soon as they entered the city gate, they saw a notice about the pursuit of Dianwei. Dianwei avenged his friend by killing Li Yong of the prominent Li family in Yinzhou, and he has now fled. Lu Zhang sighed, shaking his head in regret. Dianwei, who hates evil like a sworn enemy and possesses great strength, is a rare talent. It's truly a pity, a lament, a sorrow. Lu Zhang shook his head and sighed repeatedly, feeling very unwilling. Dianwei was of peasant origin, alone in the world with no ties. Recruiting him would have been very likely. Lu Zhang truly did not want to give up so easily. A fierce general like Dianwei, especially one from peasant background, was a rarity in this era. Missing out on Dianwei might mean he would never encounter someone like him again in his lifetime. Lu Zhang decided to temporarily settle in Wuqing to search for Dianwei. The two inquired in various ways, spending a lot of gold and silver, yet still found no leads. Dianwei seemed to have evaporated from the world. 3 days passed in a flash, and Lu Zhang knew he could no longer waste time here. It was already October, and it would take some time to reach Luoyang. They could not delay any longer. Let us go. Perhaps I truly have no fate with Dianwei. Lu Zhang cast a reluctant glance and walked toward the city gate without hesitation. Tai Shirtzi said nothing and followed Lu Zhang. The two left the city and rode toward Hulao Pass. Seeing Tai Shirtzi's unhappy expression, Lu Zhang felt somewhat apologetic. Having you as my son is already a tremendous blessing. I should not expect too much. Upon hearing Lu Zhang say this, Tai Shirtzi hurriedly explained, "It is not about my lord, but about Dianwei. If he exaggerates and kills again and escapes, my lord may be greatly disappointed." Before he finished speaking, they heard a roar from the nearby woods. Roar, roar, roar. Tai Shirtzi became nervous, looking at Lu Zhang. What sound is that? Lu Zhang shivered, startled. In his previous life, he had seen electronic devices and had heard it several times, but he had never encountered it so closely. Lu Zhang looked at Tai Shirtzi with a serious tone. It's a tiger. Chapter 17. The frightened Lu Zhang Tai Shirtzi was momentarily taken aback, his brows tightly knitted, showing a tense expression. This is bad. Even Tai Shirtzi is this nervous. It really is dangerous this time. Lu Zhang was already timid, and if it weren't for Tai Shirtzi, he would have run away long ago. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard Tai Shirtzi's voice beside him. "Young master, what is a tiger?" Lu Zhang widened his eyes at Tai Shirtzi, unable to hold back his inner thoughts. "So, you don't even know what it is. And that's what made me so anxious." Lu Zhang's expression made Tai Shirtzi feel very embarrassed, and he could only clear his throat. "Ahem, young master? A tiger is also called a big bug. Tui misi noted sudden imlightneth. Oh, I see. I've only heard of it, but I've never seen one." Lu Zhang looked at him with annoyance. Such a ferocious beast is not something you can see everywhere. This animal is unpredictable and often eats people. Suddenly, Lu Zhang's mind heated up, and he asked Tai Shirtzi, "Are you willing to help me eliminate this harm for the people?" If it were Lu Zhang himself, he would never dare to be so arrogant. Now that Tai Shirtzi is by his side, being a master archer, at least safety is not a problem. Lu Zhang, having lived 2 lives, had never killed, and he wanted to take this opportunity to test himself. There are records of people killing tigers with their bare hands. I am willing to go with the young master. Tai Shirtzi readily agreed without fear. Even if Lu Zhang hadn't said anything, Tai Shirtzi's character would have compelled him to volunteer to eliminate the harm for the people. At this moment, their horse was already startled. If it saw a tiger again, who knows what chaos might ensue. The two could only tie up their horses and proceed on foot. As they got closer, the sounds became clearer. Lu Zhang gripped the long sword tightly, his palms already soaked with sweat. Tai Shirtzi also wore a serious expression. After all, he had never seen such a wild beast before. Finally, the two saw a fierce tiger not far away. The tiger was over 9 feet long, with a black and yellow striped body and extremely sturdy limbs. Its large head had a distinct king character imprinted on it. Its eyes gleamed green, and its mouth was wide open, revealing sharp teeth. Roar! 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 Lu Zhang looked at the tiger that was so close, and an overwhelming sense of fear washed over him. He felt cold sweat pouring from his body, and his legs wouldn't obey him, trembling in place without moving an inch. Seeing Lu Zhang so terrified, Tai Shirtzi placed his hand on his shoulder, softly reassuring him. "Young master, don't worry. With me here, I will not let you be harmed." Lu Zhang secretly blamed himself for being weak and cowardly, getting scared like this. How embarrassing. Lu Zhang's face turned red. He bit his tongue hard. The pain stimulated his brain, and his body regained its ability to move. Lu Zhang's gaze swept over the fierce tiger, finally resting on its abdomen. The tiger's belly was continuously dripping blood, and there was a weapon embedded in the wound. No wonder it had been roaring. It turned out it was injured. This tiger is currently wounded. We can shoot it with arrows." "Okay." Tai Shirtzi placed the spear on the ground and carefully took out his bow and arrows. Taking a deep breath, he drew back the 3-stone-strong bow to its full extent. Then, with a ding, the arrow shot through the tiger's neck. Great shot!" Lu Zhang shouted excitedly. Seeing the bowstring still slightly trembling in Tai Shirtzi's hands, Lu Zhang admired him secretly. This is a true 3-stone-strong bow, with Lu Zhang's arm strength. He wouldn't be able to draw it at all. The two observed for a while, seeing that the tiger could no longer stand before walking over. The small spear had already penetrated deep into its abdomen. It seemed someone had already fought with it. Lu Zhang followed the direction Tai Shirtzi pointed and indeed saw a small spear-like weapon. This weapon felt somewhat familiar. Could it be? Just as Lu Zhang was lost in thought, Tai Shirtzi's voice called out to him. "Young master, quickly kill it. Then you won't be afraid anymore." Lu Zhang nodded at Tai Shirtzi and raised his longsword. The tiger, lying on the ground and gasping, stared at him with its green eyes, and Lu Zhang trembled in fear again. "Young master, hurry up." Seeing Lu Zhang frozen with fear, Tai Shirtzi shouted urgently. "I'm truly weak and useless. I can't even kill a dying tiger. How will I lead soldiers into battle in the future?" Lu Zhang closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and plunged the long sword down fiercely, directly stabbing into the tiger's heart. The tiger let out an angry roar, then took a few deep breaths and died, no longer moving. Lu Zhang felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing directly onto the ground, gasping heavily. "Young master, well done." Tai Shirtzi helped Lu Zhang, who was sitting on the ground, up and praised him. Looking at the tiger he had killed, Lu Zhang still felt apprehensive. Having lived 2 lives, he had never killed before. In his previous life, he didn't even dare to kill a chicken. For a young man for the 21st century, killing was truly daunting. Moreover, it was a rare sight to see a fierce tiger. Lu Zhang took a few deep breaths to calm his racing heart and brushed the dust off himself. "Thank you very much, Z." Tai Shirtzi shook his head and said nothing, his attention focused on the small spear. "Do you recognize this object, Z?" Lu Zhang looked at Tai Shirtzi's gaze, thinking he recognized it. "I don't recognize it. I just know that something thrown like this must have great power and skill." Tai Shirtzi shook his head and said with great admiration, "I can draw a 3-stone bow, but I don't have such skill." Lu Zhang felt a slight joy in his heart, but he became worried again. The tiger is here, but where is the person? Could it be that they have already fallen into the tiger's mouth? Just as he was about to ask Tai Shirtzi, a figure suddenly jumped out from his side. Chapter 18, The Death Duel of Tai Shirtzi. Lu Zhang looked out and saw a man who was like a small mountain. He stood over 9 feet tall, with a fierce face, disheveled hair, a face as black as charcoal, wide mouth and round eyes, broad shoulders, and a strong physique. In his hand, he held a rusty halberd. Upon closer inspection, his clothing was severely torn, and his muscular body was barely visible beneath the bloodstains. Uncertain whether they were his own or someone else's. "Did you kill this giant worm?" The man approached, looking at the arrow that pierced his neck, and asked. Liu Zhang was startled. This man's voice was thunderous, and being so close made his ears ring. Taisher Ci held his spear, shielding Liu Zhang behind him. "We did." Taisher Ci, confident in his own bravery, couldn't help but take the imposing man seriously. This person was too astonishingly strong, completely unlike a normal human. "Are you Jian Wei?" Just as Taisher Ci was highly focused, Liu Zhang behind him spoke with some excitement. "Oh, you know me?" Jian Wei glanced at Liu Zhang, frowning slightly at the two well-dressed men. "Where do you come from, and who are you?" Jian Wei's booming voice filled Taisher Ci with anger, and he shouted back. "We come from Yiwang. This is Lord Liu's son." Liu Zhang hurriedly grabbed Taisher Ci, signaling him to stop talking, but it was too late. Before Taisher Ci could finish, Jian Wei became furious. "You dog officials dare to chase me here. Prepare to die." With that, he raised his halberd and swung it at Taisher Ci. "This is bad. He must have misunderstood. He thinks we came to capture him." Liu Zhang felt anxious and quickly explained loudly. "Wait, Jian warrior. You've misunderstood. We're not here to capture you. You dog officials have no integrity." Jian Wei didn't believe him at all, and the halberd was already crashing down towards Taisher Ci. With a loud thud, the halberd struck the ground, creating a small pit. Taisher Ci dodged just in time, staring at the pit in shock. If he hadn't avoided that strike, he would surely have been dead. This fellow really intends to kill. "I cannot sit and wait." He pointed a spear directly at Jian Wei and shouted angrily. "You are unreasonable." Jian Wei scoffed, his gaze cold and ruthless. "What reason is there to speak with you dog officials?" With that, he charged forward again with his halberd. "I'm afraid of you." Seeing that words were no longer effective, Taisher Ci could only engage in battle. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of clashing weapons echoed in the air. Each of them attacked fiercely, aiming for the opponent's vital points. Especially Jian Wei, every strike sought to take Taisher Ci's life. After dozens of exchanges, they briefly separated and stared at each other. Jian Wei squinted his eyes, realizing that Taisher Ci was not an ordinary opponent and dared not underestimate him any longer. Taisher Ci's hands were constantly tightening and loosening, his expression growing more serious. "This fellow is too strong. I can't keep clashing with him." Taisher Ci thought to himself, astonished at his own hands, which were starting to feel numb. If this continued, he would surely be the one to die. With a roar from Jian Wei, they clashed again. Jian Wei had no technique, merely swinging his halberd down at Taisher Ci. He knew that if he landed just one strike, he could resolve the matter. Taisher Ci dodged left and right, no longer engaging directly, occasionally evading a thrust of the spear and even countering with a hit on Jian Wei. Thus, they exchanged blows for over 50 rounds. Jian Wei began to grow anxious. He was already injured, and if this dragged on, he feared the worst. Sweeping his halberd, he took advantage of Taisher Ci's evasive maneuver and pulled something from his bosom, aiming it at Taisher Ci. "Don't use hidden weapons." Liu Zhang had been watching the battlefield and shouted as soon as he saw Jian Wei reach into his clothes. In a split second, as Liu Zhang shouted, the small halberd was already thrown. Taisher Ci instinctively leaned back to dodge at Liu Zhang's shout, but unexpectedly leaned too far back and fell to the ground. Jian Wei saw this and was overjoyed, quickly raising his halberd, his eyes fierce as he swung at Taisher Ci. "I never expected to die here today." Taisher Ci closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. "Don't harm Z." Liu Zhang panicked when he saw Taisher Ci fall. He couldn't care less about anything else. Raising his long sword and charging at Jian Wei, Liu Zhang ran for a distance, leaped into the air, and poured all his strength into a strike at Jian Wei. Jian Wei dared not exchange blows, turning his halberd to angrily strike at Liu Zhang. "I'll take you down first." Liu Zhang tensed up, shouting as he met Jian Wei's halberd. Ding! A loud sound rang out. Jian Wei was pushed back 3 steps, his left hand tightly gripping his trembling right arm. His eyes filled with shock. Looking at Liu Zhang, his long sword was directly cut in half by Jian Wei, and he was thrown back, crashing into a tree and then falling to the ground, unconscious. "Young master, Taisher Ci shouted, feeling a surge of panic. He was well aware of Dian Wei's strength. This blow might have been fatal. Remembering his mother's parting words, Taisher Ci's eyes turned red with rage, waiting for Dian Wei. "You scoundrel! Come and die!" Taisher Ci picked up his spear and charged at Dian Wei, with only one thought in mind: kill him. Seeing the crazed Taisher Ci, a hint of fear surged in Dian Wei's heart. That last blow seemed to spell Liu Zhang's defeat, but in reality, Dian Wei was also heavily injured. Though Liu Zhang's martial skills were lacking, his years of training had given him immense strength. The full-force strike left Dian Wei's arm numb and weak, causing him great pain. The more they fought, the more shocked Dian Wei became. The man before him was fighting for his life, attacking with lethal intent. Now, Dian Wei could only defend himself, with no strength left to counterattack. He feared he might die here today. Dian Wei felt despair rising in his heart. He had first wrestled with a fierce tiger and then exchanged blows with Taisher Ci for dozens of rounds, already reaching his limit. Liu Zhang's full-force strike had only made his situation worse. After another 30 exchanges, Dian Wei's stamina was at its limit, and his halberd became too heavy to wield. Taisher Ci seized the opportunity, twisting the spearhead and directly knocking Dian Wei's weapon away. Then he leaped and kicked Dian Wei to the ground, twisting his wrist, and plunged the spear directly into Dian Wei's heart. Dian Wei looked at the spear tip close at hand, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. In his heart, there were only two words: it's over. Chapter 19, A Misunderstanding. Wait, cough, cough, cough. Just as the spear was about to pierce Dian Wei's heart, a weak voice from Liu Zhang was heard. Liu Zhang shouted too forcefully and began to cough violently. Taisher Ci, seeing that Liu Zhang was still alive, felt a surge of joy in his heart. Ignoring Dian Wei, he hurried to Liu Zhang's side to examine him from head to toe. "How are you, my lord? What do you feel unwell?" Seeing Liu Zhang's pale face, he began to worry again. It's all right, it's all right. Z, don't worry." Liu Zhang forced a smile and nodded slightly. He had indeed fainted earlier, and Taisher Ci's strike that sent Dian Wei's halberd flying had hit the ground nearby, waking Liu Zhang up. Seeing that Dian Wei was about to be killed, he couldn't care about his own pain and quickly shouted to stop it. "Hey, what is this?" Looking at Dian Wei lying on the ground, Liu Zhang felt very helpless, failed to subdue him, and almost got someone killed. "We're not here to capture you." Liu Zhang looked at Dian Wei with anger, wishing he could kill him, yet feeling a sense of reluctance in his heart. Is that true? At this moment, Dian Wei also calmed down. If these two really were here to capture him, he would have been dead from the first strike. "We came from Langia to Luoyang specifically to find you, but who knew you were wanted by the authorities? My lord has delayed for several days just to find you. You, sir, are unreasonable, drawing your sword without asking for the truth." Taisher Ci pointed at Dian Wei and angrily scolded, releasing some pent-up frustration. Dian Wei scratched his head, looking at Liu Zhang with a slightly flushed face. "I, Dian Wei, am just a farmer, and now I'm a wanted criminal. What business do you have with me?" Liu Zhang took a deep breath to calm the pain. "I am a member of the Liu family of the Han Dynasty, the son of Liu Yin, one of the 9 ministers. I have heard of your bravery and righteousness, and that you possess extraordinary strength, unmatched by anyone. That is why I have gone to great lengths to find you. But I didn't expect you to be unable to tell right from wrong and almost kill an innocent person." Dian Wei remained silent. Indeed, he was in the wrong, and at this point, he had no words to say. "Are you willing to submit?" Seeing that Dian Wei was silent, Taisher Ci shouted angrily. Dian Wei responded angrily. "I will not submit. Humph, you are about to become a ghost under my spear, and you still dare to refuse." Taisher Ci sneered at this moment. Whether he submitted or not was no longer important. If it weren't for a prior injury from fighting a fierce tiger and losing a weapon, how could he let you be so arrogant again? Dian Wei thought that since he couldn't live anyway, he would not submit. "Z, calm down." Liu Zhang stopped the furious Taisher Ci and looked at Dian Wei. "You are a person of the Han Dynasty, yet you do not think of serving your country, which is disloyal. Your parents raised you, yet you have no children of your own, which is unfilial. You kill innocents without discerning right from wrong, which is unkind. We risked our lives to find you in the mountains, yet you mistakenly harmed a good person, which is unjust." Liu Zhang paused for a moment and suddenly raised his voice, shouting, with such disloyalty, injustice, unkindness, and unfiliality, what face do you have to exist in this world? Dian Wei's face changed dramatically. He wanted to retort, but Lu Zhang's words were sharp, and every point was reasonable, leaving no room for him to argue. I am willing to die. Seeing Dian Wei's expression, Lu Zhang knew he was almost there and stepped forward to help him up. My lord, you must not take risks. Tai Shirtzi was startled and quickly blocked Lu Zhang. He couldn't let Lu Zhang take risks. If he were harmed again, he truly wouldn't have the face to see his mother again. If Lu Zhang died here today, Tai Shirtzi feared he wouldn't survive alone. Lu Zhang shook his head at Tai Shirtzi and still approached to help Dian Wei. Z, come help. This guy is too heavy, he called out at Tai Shirtzi. Tai Shirtzi stepped forward, and the two helped Dian Wei up. Dian Wei looked at Lu Zhang in confusion, his face filled with doubt. What do you mean? You're not going to kill me? Dian Wei also didn't want to die. Living was better than dying, and if he could live, he would definitely choose to live. Lu Zhang straightened his clothes, his expression becoming serious, and began to recruit Dian Wei. The world today is in chaos. There are powerful families and eunuchs seizing power, while the Taiping Dao is inciting the people's hearts. This is truly a critical moment for survival. To be frank, I have learned that the Taiping Dao is about to rebel, and chaos is about to descend upon us. I know that you, Warrior Dian, are a loyal and righteous person. The accusations of disloyalty, unfiliality, unkindness, and injustice are mere words. I earnestly request that you assist me. Lu Zhang bowed deeply, his tone sincere and his attitude clear. Dian Wei was deeply moved. As a rough man, he had never been treated like this. I am a wanted man. I fear I will bring trouble to my lord. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang immediately felt that recruiting him was promising. Warrior Dian need not worry. You were previously acting with righteousness. I have heard of Liu. He relies on his family background to do evil. And removing him is also to rid the people of harm. If you follow me to Luoyang, I will ensure you are safe. Dian Wei and Lu Zhang exchanged glances for a long time. Then Dian Wei suddenly knelt down. My lord has traveled thousands of miles to find me. Yet I have harmed you. That is indeed a death sentence. Now that you do not abandon me and do not disdain my roughness, I feel extremely anxious. I owe you a life, and I will follow you for this life with no other intentions. After saying this, he knocked his head 3 times on the ground. Lu Zhang was overjoyed to hear this and helped Dian Wei up with both hands. You do not betray me, and I will not betray you. Dian Wei then looked at Tai Shirtzi with an apologetic expression. I have offended you earlier. Please forgive me. Tai Shirtzi was also very happy with Dian Wei's loyalty and no longer held a grudge. I previously thought you were exaggerating. Now I know my lord has a discerning eye. I hope to receive more guidance in the future. Lu Zhang held the hands of the 2 men, and the 3 directly resolved their past grievances. This was my wrongdoing. The 3 laughed heartily, their laughter echoing through the woods. Chapter 21st Encounter at Hulagwan. After several battles, the 3 of them needed to take a break. Lu Zhang was injured, and Dian Wei was wanted by the authorities, so he couldn't show himself and could only let Tai Shirtzi return to the city to buy supplies. Half a day passed, and Tai Shirtzi finally returned. The 3 of them took care of their bodies and changed into clean clothes. After such a long time, they were also hungry. Fortunately, Tai Shirtzi brought back a lot of food. Lu Zhang felt he had already overdone it, but looking at Dian Wei's stuffed mouth, he realized what it meant to eat like a wolf. Seeing that Lu Zhang wasn't eating, Tai Shirtzi looked at Dian Wei, curious about his eating habits, and couldn't help but laugh. Brother Dian, how long has it been since you last ate? Dian Wei heard this and didn't get angry, laughing heartily as he ate and mumbled, life in the mountains is hard, and I barely have enough to eat every day. Today, I saw this fierce tiger and thought about killing it for some meat to satisfy my cravings, but unexpectedly, I met you, young master. Lu Zhang couldn't help but smile bitterly upon hearing this. Wanting to eat meat and kill a fierce tiger, you, Dian Wei, are truly the first in history. Lu Zhang and Tai Shirtzi stopped teasing the ravenous Dian Wei and began to pack their things, preparing to set off once he finished eating. Half an hour later, Dian Wei finally let out a satisfied burp. Brother Dian, are you full? I'm full. Dian Wei looked at the mess he made and felt a bit embarrassed, wiping his mouth and laughing sheepishly. This fierce man, who didn't blink when killing, surprisingly had such a side to him. Tai Shirtzi handed over the horse he had just bought to Dian Wei. I don't have any good horses, so make do with this for now. Dian Wei grumbled as he took the reins, and Tai Shirtzi didn't bother him further, turning to mount his own horse. Lu Zhang and Tai Shirtzi sat on their horses, ready to set off, but Dian Wei was still standing there with the horse, not moving. It's getting late. We need to set off soon, Tai Shirtzi urged when he saw Dian Wei standing still. Dian Wei looked at the two of them, then at his horse, still not mounting it and not saying a word. Lu Zhang, feeling puzzled, asked, "You can't ride?" Dian Wei's big black face turned slightly red as he nodded. "I can walk by running." Tai Shirtzi was somewhat taken aback, looking incredulous. "How did you escape the government's encirclement?" Dian Wei laughed heartily. "I fought while walking, and the soldiers didn't dare come forward." Lu Zhang looked at Dian Wei and asked earnestly, "As a general, can you really go on without knowing how to ride?" "That certainly won't do." Seeing Lu Zhang's serious expression, Dian Wei didn't dare to laugh anymore. "In that case, you should learn from us." Lu Zhang and Tai Shirtzi began to teach Dian Wei how to ride. 5 days later, the three of them had just arrived near Hulaguan. Dian Wei was truly too slow. Lu Zhang never expected that such a fierce man would take 2 days to learn to ride a horse. He still couldn't ride too fast, and after falling and getting bruised, Lu Zhang and Tai Shirtzi often ended up with just the two of them on horseback after a while. When they noticed Dian Wei was missing, they quickly returned to find him, only to see him running alongside the horse, afraid of falling too far behind. Lu Zhang still insisted that Dian Wei ride, not for any other reason, but because he would have to lead soldiers into battle in the future, and he couldn't just walk. What if they lost? They wouldn't even be able to escape. Back and forth like this, Dian Wei gradually became more proficient and was able to keep up with the pace. However, they wasted quite a bit of time. Originally, they could have reached Hulaguan in 2 days, but it took them 5 days instead. "Brother Dian, how does riding compare to running?" Lu Zhang laughed at the disheveled Dian Wei. Dian Wei didn't mind at all and laughed heartily. "Of course riding is more comfortable, haha." The three of them shared a hearty laugh. "Brother Dian, you must be past your youth now, right? Do you have a courtesy name?" Lu Zhang was curious about Dian Wei's courtesy name, which was not recorded in history. "To be honest, young master, I am now 25 from a poor family, and my parents passed away early, so I have never had a coming-of-age ceremony. Since you called me Evil Come before, why not use that as my courtesy name?" Tai Shirtzi looked at Dian Wei and couldn't help but sigh. Brother Dian's courage is truly worthy of the name Evil Come. Since Brother Dian agrees, from now on, your name shall be Wei, courtesy name Evil Come. "Thank you for the name, young master." Looking at Dian Wei's formidable appearance, Lu Zhang couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this Evil Come is truly fitting. Just as Lu Zhang was lost in thought, Tai Shirtzi's voice came through. "Young master, Hulaguan is just ahead." Lu Zhang's spirit jolted, and he hurriedly looked ahead. This is the battleground of 100 battles, the first pass in the Central Plains. The great river winds in 9 curves, and the Shushan Mountains rise and fall. Hulaguan, also known as Guxiao Pass and Susui Pass. Indeed, this is the Susui Pass where Guan Yu beheaded Hua Xiong while drinking wine in the romance of the 3 kingdoms. But these 2 passes are actually the same place. Hulaguan connects to Songyue in the south and borders the Yellow River in the north, with mountains interwoven, forming a natural barrier. It is the only road to and from Luoyang. Lu Zhang looked out, taking in the entire view of Hulaguan. This pass is about 6 zhang wide, over 10 zhang high, with a majestic gate. Truly, it is a place where one man can hold off thousands. Seeing Lu Zhang lost in thought, Tai Shirtzi couldn't help but exclaim, "Back in the day, the Qin state used Hanga Pass to repel 600,000 troops from the 6 states. In my opinion, this pass is no less formidable." Lu Zhang nodded in agreement. This pass is about 6 zhang wide, and at most 6 or 7 ladders can be set up. It is over 10 zhang high, and the wells and platforms are no higher than this. If there are 5,000 soldiers inside, they could withstand 100,000 and still not be breached. Tai Shirtzi fell silent, and even Dian Wei squinted his eyes, lost in thought. Lu Zhang raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes hollow. He couldn't help but feel sad. Hulaguan was still too far away for him. He needed to consider Minju Pass, Jiaming Pass, Yangping Pass, and even Tongguan and Wuguan. Alas, I wonder if I can lead troops here in this lifetime. Can I achieve what is in my heart? Collecting his thoughts, he looked at the two generals behind him, feeling a bit proud. Liu Bei's 5 tigers and Sun Quan's fierce ministers. Now, Cao Cao's ancient evil come is under my command. What reason do I have to fail? Back then, Liu Bei relied only on Guan and Zhang to dominate the world. Now I have one more person than Liu Bei. Even if my literary and military talents are not superior to Liu Bei's, they are certainly not inferior. How can I not carve out a territory? Unfortunately, I lack a strategist. Thinking of strategists made Liu Zhang's head ache. Those with wisdom are certainly from noble families. Commoners can barely read. Where would strategists come from? Unless a ruler had great charisma, or the strategist had fallen to a point where they couldn't survive, they would never follow Liu Zhang around. He couldn't even dream of having someone like Sun Yu or Guo Jia from the Yingchuan Academy. Forget it, one step at a time. At least after entering Shu, there will be Fajing to join. The worst that could happen is to strengthen the troops in Yizhou and wait for Zhuge Liang to grow up. He believed Zhuge Liang would not let him down. With this thought, Liu Zhang's mood improved. Evil come in this chaotic world. Heilongguan is the only road east to Luoyang. This place is a must-fight ground for military strategists. He thought that soon, it would surely attract attention. Young master, don't worry. I will make a name for you in the world. Dian Wei shouted loudly as he looked at Liu Zhang's back. Tai Shirtzi said nothing, but nodded vigorously in agreement. Liu Zhang smiled with satisfaction, but he didn't respond. He knew this wasn't his home ground. His home ground was in Yizhou. He needed to take full control of Yizhou while the warlords in the east were locked in a life-and-death struggle. The martial prowess of Tai Shirtzi and Dian Wei was an important reliance for Liu Zhang to dominate the world. Evil come, in the future, I will need to rely heavily on both of you. Young master, rest assured. Liu Zhang looked at the two who were full of confidence, feeling content. Moments later, the three of them passed through Heilongguan and headed toward Luoyang. Chapter 21, the great metropolis of Luoyang. 3 days later, the outline of Luoyang city appeared before Liu Zhang and the others. Liu Zhang was born in Nanyang and later followed Liu Yan to Jizhou, having never been to Luoyang before. As the political and cultural center of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Luoyang had developed into its most prosperous state after over 100 years. At that time, it was the top metropolis in the world. With a population exceeding 1 million, it was home to numerous aristocratic families, and high officials such as the 3 dukes and 9 ministers resided there. It was a symbol of power and status. Luoyang was backed by the Mang Mountain and faced the Luo River, making its geographical position very strategic. The city stretched nearly 4 kilometers from east to west and from north to south, covering an area of about 12 square kilometers. There were 12 city gates in the surrounding walls. The areas within Luoyang were clearly defined, with each city gate leading to different regions, thus restricting free movement. As the political center, Luoyang had both a southern and northern palace. It also featured bustling economic activity centers, namely the Golden Market, Horse Market, and Southern Market. Additionally, there was a unique cultural district. The palaces, as the political center, occupied a central location, divided into the Southern Palace and Northern Palace, all situated in the central region. Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu resided in the Southern Palace, but since Emperor Ming Lu Zhuang, the Northern Palace had been continuously expanded. After extensive renovations, the palaces were magnificent, with towering gates and grandiose structures. Moreover, the Northern Palace occupied the most advantageous terrain in Luoyang and has remained the political center until now. The prosperity of Luoyang was further reflected in its economic district, with the Golden Market located in the western part of the city near the Northern Palace. Being the only market within the city, the Horse Market was situated on the main road outside the Eastern Gate, mirroring the Golden Market. The Southern Market was located on the banks of the Luo River to the south of the city. All 3 markets benefited from their geographical locations and thrived commercially. The cultural district of Luoyang was quite unique, facing the city wall to the north and bordering the Luo River to the south, with a highly favorable geographical environment. The Taixue, Piyong, and Mingtang were all located here. Luoyang City made full use of the advantageous terrain between the Mang Mountain and the Luo River, building the imperial palace on elevated ground. The market stood robustly, the streets were wide and straight, and the residential areas were orderly, with a neat layout that was grand and spectacular. Merchants traveled from all directions, with goods piling up within the capital. This was Luoyang. Although Lu Zhang was outside the city, he could clearly see the outline of the palace and couldn't help but clench his fists. Could I ever sit in that position in my lifetime? Lu Zhang silently questioned himself. Liu Yin was a member of the Han royal family and held a high position as one of the 9 ministers. His residence was near the northern palace, close to the upper eastern gate. As this was Lu Zhang's first visit to Luoyang, he didn't dare to roam freely. The 3 of them took a detour to the east and entered through the upper eastern gate. The spacious streets of Luoyang amazed Lu Zhang and Jian Wei. The streets were about 40 meters wide, separated by earthen walls into 3 parallel roads, stretching endlessly. Lu Zhang was okay. Having come from the future, he was secretly amazed by the capabilities of the ancients. Jian Wei, being a farmer who rarely left his own small plot of land, had never seen a city of this scale. Tai Shirzi had previously visited Luoyang and had some experience. Seeing Lu Zhang and his companions' naive expressions, he felt a little pleased. When Lu Zhang arrived in front of his own house, he couldn't help but feel nervous. I left home at 10 years old. Back then I was still in Jizhou. I wonder if my parents are well. And what about Yenner? Thinking of being apart from Kai Yin for 5 years, his emotions surged. Standing at the door, he took a deep breath and knocked on his family's door. I am, after all, a second-generation official. Yet I still have to knock on the door to get home. Lu Zhang thought to himself with a hint of self-deprecation. After a while, a young servant came out, and upon seeing Lu Zhang's distinguished attire, he asked, "What business do you have, young master?" The servant didn't recognize him, and Lu Zhang shook his head helplessly. "I am Lu Zhang. Please go inform them quickly." The young servant nodded and hurried back inside. Soon the door opened, and Liu Yin came striding over, accompanied by the excited voice of a woman. "Is it really Zhang who has returned?" Lu Zhang quickly stepped forward and knelt down in front of Liu Yin and his wife, bowing in salute. "Un filial sans Zhang." I had not served my father and mother for many years, causing them much worry. His mother, the Fei family, hurriedly helped Lu Zhang up. "You don't need to do this. My son is doing very well." After Lu Zhang stood up and looked around, he noticed that Kai Yin was not there, causing him some worry. However, he still respectfully called out, "Father." Liu Yin nodded at Lu Zhang with a satisfied smile. "Zhang, who are these?" Seeing Lu Zhang with 2 companions, Liu Yin inquired. "Father, these are my newly appointed guards, Tai Shirzi, styled Zi, and Jian Wei, styled Ella." Lu Zhang introduced the 2 to Liu Yin, and then introduced his parents to them. "Zi, Ella, this is my father and mother." The 2 bowed in respect, addressing them. "Lord Liu, Lady Liu, no need for such formalities." "Ella, you truly live up to your name?" Liu Yin was very astonished by Jian Wei's appearance, unable to help but exclaim that it was indeed fitting. Lu Zhang nodded slightly and smiled. "Jian Wei's name was given by me. After the long journey, steward, please arrange for the guests to rest." Liu Yin watched as Tai Shirzi and the others were led away by the steward, and then took Lu Zhang back inside. "I've been informed by Brother Huang about your situation in Beihai. He speaks very highly of you." Liu Yin was very clear about Lu Zhang's situation in Beihai, and Huang Wan, being a person of high moral character, made Liu Yin very happy with his recognition. Lu Zhang did not show any joy. Instead, he said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Uncle Huang has overpraised me. I only did my duty." Liu Yin nodded in satisfaction, pleased that his son remained humble and polite. "Aren't your 3 older brothers here?" "They're all working in the palace now. It's almost the hour of Shun, and they will be back soon." Mother Fei looked at the sky outside and estimated they were already on their way home. Lu Zhang had little interaction with his 3 older brothers. Since childhood, he had filled his time so completely that he hardly developed any feelings for them. The little time he could spare was all given to Kai Yin, and after spending 5 years studying away, he would likely not recognize them now. "Mother, where is Yenner?" Seeing no one around, Lu Zhang quickly asked about Kai Yan's whereabouts, reasoning that she should have come to welcome him. Fei looked at the anxious Lu Zhang and couldn't help but shake her head. "Yenner thinks of you day and night. I didn't tell her you were back. You should go find her yourself." Lu Zhang let out a long sigh of relief and looked at Liu Yin. "Father, I and Yenner." Liu Yin laughed heartily, understanding Lu Zhang's meaning. "Don't worry. When Brother Boja returns, I will propose to her for you." "Thank you, Father." Chapter 22. Goodbye. My beloved, when Liu Zhang and the others entered the city, it was already past noon. After some delays, it was now nearly the hour of Shun, which was dinner time in the Han Dynasty. Of course, families like Liu Zhang's were allowed to have extra meals in the evening. Liu Zhang's mother looked outside and said to Liu Yin, "Today, Zhang is back, so I'll instruct the kitchen to prepare more food. Zhang, after you finish talking with your father, go find Yin. She has cried a lot since you left." Liu Zhang nodded, eager to see Kai Yin. Liu Yin looked at Liu Zhang and asked, "The guard said you went to Taishan County." "Yes, I want to visit Mr. Zhuge Gui." "Zhuge Gui? Is he a descendant of Zhuge Feng?" Liu Yin thought for a moment and recalled Zhuge Gui's identity, but noted that the Zhuge family had not produced any remarkable figures recently. Yes, Zhuge Feng was a man of integrity, so his descendants shouldn't be too bad. "Did you gain anything from the visit?" Liu Yin stroked his beard, looking at Liu Zhang with curiosity. He really couldn't imagine what could be so significant about the Zhuge family these days that warranted Liu Zhang's special visit. "I gain a lot." Liu Zhang, seeing that his father was going to ask more, quickly changed the subject. "How is Mother Tai Shirtzi?" "You can rest assured." Liu Yin chuckled, amused by his son's concern for the guard's mother. "Thank you, father. Do you have time after dinner?" Liu Yin knew Liu Zhang had something to say, so he agreed. "Come find me in the study after dinner. Then I will take my leave." Liu Yin smiled and nodded, having already noticed that Liu Zhang's mind was elsewhere. Liu Zhang was led by a servant to Kai Yan's room, standing at the door, not daring to make sound. "Yinner," Liu Zhang softly called, trembling all over, as if his heart would leap out of his chest. "Is my brother back?" "Ah, I must have been hearing things." "Brother, have you forgotten Yinno?" Kai Yan's voice came from inside, still as gentle as ever. Hearing the beloved inside express such longing for him, he could no longer hold back. "Yana, I'm back." A cry of surprise came from inside, and the door was opened. Kai Yan, with tears in her eyes, looked at Liu Zhang and murmured, "Is this a dream? If it's a dream, can I wake up later?" "Brother, I miss you so much." Seeing Kai Yan, who was crying, Liu Zhang couldn't contain his emotions either. He pulled Kai Yan into his arms and cried out loud, "Yinner, it's not a dream. I'm back. It's my fault for making you suffer." Kai Yan was slightly taken aback, seemingly not yet realizing that Liu Zhang had truly returned. Held in Liu Zhang's embrace, feeling his warmth and scent, she exclaimed, "Ah, brother, you really are back." Liu Zhang released Kai Yan and used his hands to wipe away her tears. Kai Yan felt shy from Liu Zhang's actions, lowering her head and not daring to look at him. Kai Yan had an oval face, large eyes adorned with long eyelashes, and flawless fair skin. Her beauty was unmatched. She had a slender figure, delicate and graceful. She appeared dignified and beautiful, with a touch of charm mixed with a hint of sadness. So beautiful. How did she grow up like this? Even crying like this, she's still so lovely. What are sinking fish and falling geese or moon hiding and flower shaming? How can they compare to my Yinner? Liu Zhang wrapped one arm around Kai Yan's slender waist and lifted her chin, kissing her deeply. Woo woo woo. Kai Yan was startled and struggled fiercely. But how could she escape Liu Zhang's embrace? This troublesome guy, coming back and bullying me right away. Kai Yan sighed in her heart. She didn't resist Liu Zhang, but she couldn't convince herself according to propriety. Liu Zhang didn't care about that. He had long decided that Kai Yan was his wife. After a long while, having taken enough liberties, Liu Zhang let go of Kai Yan. Ahem. Liu Zhang cleared his throat twice to ease the awkward atmosphere. He had acted impulsively and kissed Kai Yan, feeling extremely flustered inside. Kai Yan looked at Liu Zhang with a playful frown, annoyed, "Bad brother. You didn't come back for 5 years, and now you bully me." Seeing Kai Yan's adorable expression, Liu Zhang felt a surge of desire again. But he dared not be reckless. Girls like Kai Yan paid great attention to etiquette, and if Liu Zhang continued to be rude, he might truly anger her. "Yanya, I think of you every moment. You have changed so much these past few years. You have become so beautiful. How can I endure this?" Kai Yan shot him a glare, but her heart was filled with sweetness. The person she thought of day and night liked her so much. She had worried that Liu Zhang might change after going out. "Yinner is not as beautiful as you say." At once, Liu Zhang became anxious. "Who said Yinner isn't beautiful? I will go beat him up." Yinner's beauty cannot be expressed in words. How about this? Brother has 2 lines of poetry for Yinner. The moon hides and flowers shame, the fish sinks and the goose mourns. Kayan's eyes brightened, and she repeated it twice to herself. The moon hides and flowers shame. The fish sinks and the goose mourns. Brother, is Yinner really like this in your heart? Lu Zhang laughed heartily, nodding continuously. Yinner's beauty is hard to find in the world. Truly, a smile can topple a city, and another smile can topple a nation. Kayan was very happy but still shyly lowered her head. Lu Zhang embraced Kayan again, simply holding her without making any further moves. Kayan did not struggle. She missed Lu Zhang too much. Yinner, I have made my intentions clear to my father. He agreed that after Uncle Kai returns, he will propose. Chapter 23. Father and son in conflict. After dinner, Lu Zhang went to the study to talk with Lu Yin. Standing at the door of the study, Lu Zhang felt a bit apprehensive. He did not know his father very well. Historically, after Lu Yin proposed to restore the position of provincial governor, he first thought of going to Jiaozhou. The reason was simple. He wanted to avoid disaster and leave the chaotic Central Plains. This indicated that Lu Yin had no ambition for supremacy. He just wanted a small piece of land to be a local emperor in peace. Later, Dong Fu told Lu Yin that Yizhou had the aura of an emperor. Without fear, Lu Yin went there. At that time, Yizhou was plagued by corrupt officials who extorted the people, causing public discontent, and there were the yellow turbans causing chaos, making the land of Yizhou a mess. Lu Yin resolutely went to Yizhou, and after pacifying it, he also committed many acts of usurpation. One must be careful and probe cautiously, Lu Zhang thought, and then knocked on the door of the study. Come in, came Lu Yan's voice from inside. Lu Zhang pushed the door open and strode in. Standing in front of the desk, he bowed to Lu Yin. Father. Lu Yin nodded, gesturing for him to sit beside him. In the Han Dynasty, people sat on their knees without chairs. A cushion was placed under the knees, and once in position, one sat on their own feet. Lu Zhang straightened his back, looking serious as he faced Lu Yin without speaking. He waited for Lu Yin to speak first as a sign of respect. Lu Yin looked at his youngest son, who had become somewhat unfamiliar to him. After 5 years, Lu Zhang had changed dramatically. Now over 7 feet tall, with a strong build, he had become quite robust. Having studied with Zheng Xian for 5 years, his demeanor had become more refined. You have grown excellently, Zhang, Lu Yin said. Thank you, father. Lu Zhang slightly lowered his head, then said, I came today to seek your guidance. Speak, Lu Yin said, knowing Lu Zhang must have something to say. How does father view the current Han Dynasty? Lu Zhang straightened himself and posed a sharp question. Lu Yin chuckled, stroking his beard with his right hand. The emperor is wise, virtuous ministers and famous generals are abundant in the court. The people live and work in peace, and the barbarians submit from all directions. Our Han can surely last for thousands of years. Ha ha! Seeing Lu Yan's proud demeanor, Lu Zhang felt a surge of anger. Why is he so hypocritical with his own son? With a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone, he said, Father, why deceive me? Are your words mere lies? Lu Yan's tone turned harsh, his face showing displeasure. Seeing his father unwilling to open his heart, Lu Zhang decided to provoke him a bit. He stood up, walking and speaking. The court is corrupt, the emperor is foolish, treacherous officials are in power, and eunuchs wield authority. The Western Chang have rebelled for years, and the Xianbei and Wuan frequently raid. With constant border wars, the national strength is rapidly waning. Now, facing a nationwide drought, the people are left with nothing. The state does not seek to save the commoners, but instead increases taxes. Such a Han dynasty, not to mention lasting thousands of years, may struggle to survive for just a few more. In my view, ruin is imminent. Bold! Lu Yin slammed the table, standing up to point at Lu Zhang and scold him. Ignorant child, how dare you speak such nonsense? In these 5 years, this is what you have learned. Lu Zhang met Lu Yan's furious gaze, refusing to back down. Father, this is known by all. Why deceive yourself? You. Seeing Lu Zhang's persistence, Lu Yan couldn't help but sigh, calming his mood. Who taught you such remarks? They should be killed at once. Lu Zhang felt a bit disappointed and shook his head at his father. This is what I have witnessed and experienced firsthand. Does father truly not know the truth of the court? Lu Yin slowly sat down, looking at Lu Zhang and waving his hand, signaling him to sit down as well. The court is somewhat chaotic now, but it's not that serious. I know the grain harvest is poor, but this is a natural disaster, which cannot be changed by human power. Liu Yin partially acknowledged Liu Zhang's words, but did not want to admit it. He was merely deceiving himself. Father, it is common knowledge that the emperor is foolish. He seeks pleasure, indulges in wine and women, appoints butchers and eunuchs, and the party strife has harmed many loyal subjects. The border has been in turmoil for years. Taxes have increased year after year, and with the natural disasters, the people are suffering. Is this something I have fabricated? Liu Zhang's words were sharp and his tone passionate, leaving Liu Yin with no way to refute him, only shaking his head in despair. Liu Zhang had simply pierced the veil of his self-deception. Even so, I am powerless. Though I'm a relative of the Han royal family and a high-ranking official, it is merely a title. I have no power or influence. What can I do? Not to mention He Jin. Even the eunuchs, I dare not provoke. Seeing Liu Yin sigh and look dejected, Liu Zhang understood. The current Liu Yin also had a heart to support the Han dynasty. But the expansion of power had made him forget his original intentions. Power truly can change a person. Chapter 24 Nighttime Confidential Talks. Father. As descendants of the Gaozu and the Han royal family, we must be loyal to our country and not follow the tide. Liu Zhang looked at the dejected Liu Yin and felt a twinge of pain. Liu Yin did not react to the few words, but furrowed his brow and shook his head slightly. How I wish to eliminate the treacherous and restore the court's order. But my voice is weak. What can I do? Sigh. Seeing his father sighing continuously, Liu Zhang suddenly realized. It seems that recalling him to Luoyang was not his father's intention. Previously, as the governor, he benefited the people of Fuzhou. Now that he has been promoted, it is merely a title, devoid of actual power. Does father know about the Taiping Dao? Liu Yin was surprised that Liu Zhang suddenly mentioned the Taiping Dao, but nodded nonetheless. Previously in Jizhou, there were already many followers of Taiping Dao, not just a few. But now the followers of Taiping Dao are spread across various states and counties, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Among them are landlords, powerful gentry, and even officials. As far as I know, there are also followers of Taiping Dao within the palace. Liu Yin looked at Liu Zhang's excited expression and momentarily did not know how to respond. It must be controlled. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Liu Yin stopped in his tracks, his right fist striking his left palm. It's already too late. The rebellion of the Taiping Dao is imminent. Liu Zhang stepped in front of Liu Yin and exclaimed urgently. Liu Yin was taken aback and asked, "How do you know?" "I learned about it by chance while searching for Zhuge Gui in Taishan County. The followers from Jingzhou and Yangzhou have all arrived in Jizhou, and there are insiders in Luoyang as well. It's already the end of the year. Soon after the new year, they will definitely rise up." Liu Yin still found it hard to believe. For someone who had enjoyed peace for decades, rebellion felt too distant. "Are you sure about this? If it's not true, there will be severe consequences." Seeing Liu Yin's skeptical expression, Liu Zhang nodded heavily. How could I dare to speak carelessly about such a significant matter? In that case, I must quickly report to His Majesty. Liu Yin, seeing Liu Zhang's certainty, also dared not delay and was about to enter the palace to meet the emperor. Liu Zhang hurriedly stopped him and advised, "Father, slow down. This matter cannot be rushed." Liu Yin tried to push Liu Zhang aside, but after several attempts, Liu Zhang remained unmoved, causing Liu Yin to sweat in anxiety. How can such a major matter not be urgent? Quickly step aside. Liu Zhang was robust, and Liu Yin could not push him. Seeing Liu Yin sweating with anxiety, he explained, "Father, you must not act rashly. I just mentioned that there are insiders among the eunuchs. If they learn of this and make arrangements, how will you handle it? We need to use this opportunity to plan for ourselves." Liu Yin looked around and calmed down. Just now, in a fit of excitement, he was eager to see the emperor. "Zhang'er, how should we proceed?" At this moment, he was in a state of confusion and didn't know what to do. "We need to find an opportunity to meet His Majesty privately, then seek a position to lead troops in battle." Liu Zhang stated two requirements. He wanted to take this opportunity to enter officialdom. Meeting privately might not be easy. Liu Yin furrowed his brow in thought and suddenly stomped his foot. The new year is coming soon. During that time, His Majesty will need to pay respects to the ancestors. As the head of the clan, I will definitely be involved in the ancestral temple affairs. You can accompany me, and perhaps there will be an opportunity. Good. Let it be as you say, father. Liu Zhang nodded in agreement. This matter cannot be rushed directly to the palace. We do not know what chaos may ensue. The most important thing is to seek an opportunity to lead troops at the right time. With this in mind, Liu Zhang remembered the 100 archers he had previously asked Huang Zhong to train. Father, are the guards trained by Huang Zhong still at the residence? Liu Yan nodded. The 100 guards are all in the residence. That's good. There is no need to rush this matter. Father should rest early. Seeing that it was getting late, Liu Zhang stood up to take his leave. Watching Liu Zhang's departing figure, Liu Yan felt unsettled for a long time. The next day, Liu Zhang woke up early. After greeting his parents, he went directly to find Taisher Ci and Dian Wei. Taisher Ci was with his mother, and Liu Zhang also greeted Taisher Ci's mother. The three then headed to the backyard together. The Liu family's backyard was spacious, with 100 people standing inside, feeling no crowding at all. At the forefront of the crowd, one person stood out prominently. Dressed in a black fitted outfit, his features were sharp, as if carved from stone. This person was Huang Zhong. Liu Zhang, accompanied by the two, walked up to Huang Zhong and first bowed in greeting. Han Feng. Huang Zhong, seeing Liu Zhang arrive, stepped forward to return the greeting. Young master, it's been 5 years since we last met, and your changes are astonishing. Liu Zhang chuckled and said modestly, although my body has improved over the years, my martial skills are still nothing to be proud of. Huang Zhong also gave a bitter smile. He had long known that Liu Zhang did not have a talent for martial arts. Han Sheng, this is Taisher Ci. Courtesy name Zi, and Dian Wei, courtesy name Alai. Both possess extraordinary courage. Zi is an expert archer, and Dian Wei has immense strength. They are both my trusted subordinates. He then looked at the two and pointed to Huang Zhong, saying, Zi Alai, this person is the one I mentioned before. His surname is Huang, given name Zhong, courtesy name Han Sheng, and he is a powerful warrior, hard to find an opponent in the world. His archery skills can hit a target 100 paces away, capable of drawing a 4-stone strong bow. My martial arts are taught by Han Sheng, but I have only managed to learn a fraction of it. Liu Zhang felt a bit embarrassed. He really was not cut out for martial arts. Fortunately, he had developed a strong physique. The young master is being modest. Your physique far surpasses that of ordinary people. With diligent practice in the future, you will surely make great strides. Huang Zhong complimented him, and the three exchanged greetings, thus getting acquainted. Chapter 25, The Confrontation of Lifelong Rivals in the Previous Life. Han Sheng, is this the army you trained? Liu Zhang looked at the 100 men in front of him, all holding bows and arrows, with quivers on their backs, standing in neat rows. They were clearly well-trained. Not bad. Huang Zhong nodded. According to the young master's orders, all the personnel are single and without family. They have been practicing archery for 4 years and can all use a 1-stone bow. Taisher Ci and Dian Wei exchanged glances, both surprised to see the astonishment in each other's eyes. It turned out that the young master had been preparing for this 5 years ago. Very good. Can you demonstrate a bit? Yes. The team quickly split into 2 parts, 50 on each side, arranged in 5 rows of 10. At Huang Zhong's command, all bows were drawn. Please give the order, young master. Fire! Liu Zhang shouted loudly. As the voice fell, the first row shot out 20 arrows in response, and then the first row immediately crouched down. At the same time the first row crouched, the second row had already released their arrows. Then came the third row, fourth row, and fifth row. After the fifth row shot their arrows, the first row stood up immediately, continuing the cycle. 100 men shot 100 arrows in just a few breaths. Good, good, good. Liu Zhang shouted excitedly. Huang Zhong was able to train 100 men to be so elite, and in the future, 1,000 or 10,000 would surely be no problem. Huang Zhong also felt proud watching his soldiers excel. This formation could sustain 10 rounds of continuous shooting. Within 40 paces, the power was immense. Huang Zhong meant that these men's stamina could support each of them shooting 10 arrows, and each arrow would have the same power. After all, maintaining such a high shooting speed requires extremely high explosive power. Han Sheng, you have worked hard. Liu Zhang nodded in satisfaction. After the soldiers finished their practice, they began to pack up the bows and arrows. Liu Yin was no longer the inspector of Jizhou. Every bow and arrow must be reused, as they were limited. Tai Shirtzi and Dian Wei also praised Huang Zhong's trained soldiers, especially Tai Shirtzi, who came from a government background. But for some reason, he always wanted to compete with Huang Zhong. Brother Huang's military training is indeed impressive. I admire it greatly. According to the young master, Brother Huang can draw a 4-stone strong bow and hit the bullseye from 100 paces. I would like to ask Brother Huang for some guidance. Tai Shirtzi admired Huang Zhong's military training ability, but did not believe Liu Zhang's claim of being invincible in the world, sparking the thought of a competition. Huang Zhong looked at Liu Zhang. He did not dare to agree hastily, not out of fear of losing, but because he did not want to cause trouble for Liu Zhang. Liu Zhang smiled and nodded, thinking to himself that it was no surprise they were lifelong rivals in their previous life, wanting to determine a winner as soon as they met. All right, how shall we compete? Huang Zhong, seeing Liu Zhang nod, no longer hesitated. Tai Shirtzi looked around and ultimately decided on the method, pointing ahead. The distance to the tree is about 120 paces. Hitting the center, the deeper the arrowhead, the winner. What do you think? Huang Zhong smiled and agreed. Archery was child's play for him. Why not add a wager? This is a precious sculpted bow, a 3-stone bow. I will wager this. Tai Shirtzi insisted on making a wager as well. A 3-stone bow was already considered a precious bow, with extremely high requirements for material hardness and toughness, often found to be valuable yet unavailable. Huang Zhong was not afraid, taking out the bow he carried. This is a tiger sinew bow, also a 3-stone bow. Let's make it a wager. Good. Tai Shirtzi shouted excitedly, then drew the bowstring, aimed slightly, and with a thud, the arrow was embedded deep into the tree. Tai Shirtzi looked at the arrow he shot, nodding in satisfaction, and provocatively looked at Huang Zhong. Brother Huang, please. Huang Zhong also drew the bowstring fully and shot directly, as if he had not aimed at all. His speed was faster than Tai Shirtzi's. More exaggeratedly, the arrow pierced through the wood, drawing the bow, shooting the arrow, and embedding it in the wood, all in one smooth motion. The outcome was already decided. Tai Shirtzi was left dumbfounded. He asked himself if he could achieve such a level. Reluctantly glancing at his precious bow, he gritted his teeth and handed it to Huang Zhong. Brother Huang, you are a godly archer. I admire you. I accept my loss. This bow now belongs to Brother Huang. Huang Zhong appreciated Tai Shirtzi with a glance, smiling as he accepted the precious sculpted bow. Dian Wei, seeing that Tai Shirtzi had lost his beloved precious bow, couldn't stand it and wanted to speak up for him. After all, they were considered life and death friends. Brother Huang, your archery is unmatched. I cannot compare. I have heard that your swordsmanship is outstanding. Could you grant me some guidance? However, I must state beforehand, if I lose, I will return the bow to Zi. If Brother Huang wins, I will gift you this great halberd. Liu Zhang looked at Dian Wei in surprise. How thick-skinned could this person be? Who would want that broken iron stick of yours, rusted to such a degree? However, Huang Zhong did not mind and nodded in agreement. The two walked to the center, staring at each other, neither making the first move, as if time had stopped. Huang Zhong held a large knife, while Dian Wei held a great halberd, standing face to face. Dian Wei was over 9 feet tall, much taller than Huang Zhong. Finally, Huang Zhong took the initiative, raising his large knife and swinging it at Dian Wei. Dian Wei grinned. He was extremely confident in his strength, fearing only that Huang Zhong would dodge and not confront him head-on. He then raised his great halberd, striking at Huang Zhong's knife. There was a loud clang, and both men stepped back simultaneously. Liu Zhang looked at the two. Dian Wei's hands were actually trembling slightly, and his expression grew serious. Huang Zhong was also breathing heavily. They were evenly matched. After a moment, Dian Wei charged again, sweeping his halberd toward Huang Zhong. This time, Huang Zhong did not take it head-on. The tip of his knife angled slightly, and Dian Wei's great halberd was successfully deflected downwards, losing most of its force. Then, he turned the handle of the knife and swung it at Dian Wei. Dian Wei shouted, flipping his body and meeting the large knife with one hand holding the halberd. Thus, they exchanged blows for over 100 rounds, with no clear winner. However, Liu Zhang noticed that as time passed, Wei gradually began to show signs of decline. Relying on strength, without much technique, after over 100 rounds of strikes, his power was gradually diminishing. Huang Zhong, though his stamina was also greatly consumed, excelled in swordsmanship, often overcoming strength with skill. In fact, Wei was at a disadvantage because he wielded two halberds. Having lost one earlier would definitely affect his combat power. Finally, after another 50 exchanges, Huang Zhong flicked Wei's great halberd away. The outcome was clear. Seeing Wei fall, Tai Shirtzi admired Huang Zhong even more. Wei, realizing he had lost, did not put on airs. He clasped his hands in salute to Huang Zhong. "Brother Huang, your martial arts are exceptional. I concede." He then looked at Tai Shirtzi with some apology. Liu Zhang laughed and shook his head, truly losing both the lady and the soldiers. Chapter 26, Meeting Liu Hong. Huang Zhong picked up the large halberd that had been knocked away and took over Tai Shirtzi's treasured bow with a smile. Walking towards the two men, "A gentleman does not take away what others cherish. That was just a playful remark. I have great admiration for both of your martial skills." The two exchanged glances, took their weapons, and then cupped their hands in gratitude to Huang Zhong, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Brother Huang is indeed a true gentleman." Liu Zhang laughed heartily at this and stepped forward, taking the hands of the three and placing them together. "You're all my arms and legs." The three laughed together, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Days passed, and Liu Zhang accompanied Kai Yin every day, happily spending a gentle year together. Finally, the day of the sacrificial rites arrived. Liu Yin arranged for Liu Zhang to follow him, looking for an opportunity to meet Emperor Ling alone. Sacrificial rites in ancient times were very complex, divided into more than 20 steps, each step further divided into several smaller actions. Accumulated, it took more than half a day. With so many tasks, it was impossible for the emperor to handle everything, which required many accompanying personnel, including ministers, guards, eunuchs, and others. There were several hundred people, making it very grand. Liu Zhang was not interested in these matters. The attendees were all high officials and nobles whom he did not know. The sacrificial rites were very solemn, and he could not run around to avoid causing trouble. So he waited patiently. After 3 hours, the sacrificial rites finally came to a close. Emperor Ling Liu Hong was exhausted and hurried to the temporary resting hall. Liu Yin quickly followed him, and seeing that no one was around, said to Liu Hong, "Your Majesty, I have something important to report." "Is it Liu Zongjing? Let's discuss it in the room later." Liu Hong glanced at Liu Yin, somewhat displeased. What urgent matter could a Zongjing have that can't wait? However, he still gave him this face. Yes. Liu Yin followed Liu Hong into the room. But it wasn't just these two who entered. There was also the chief eunuch Zhang Rang, a favorite attendant of Liu Hong. Liu Hong leaned back on the couch, while Zhang Rang served him tea, and Liu Yin stood respectfully by the side, bowing his head and remaining silent. "Rang, you should rest for a bit. If there's something, I'll call for you." Liu Hong noticed that Liu Yin was also silent and knew he wanted to talk to him alone, so he sent Zhang Rang away. "Yes." Zhang Rang slowly retreated, casting a deep glance at Liu Yin as he left. Once the room was empty, Liu Yin bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, my son Liu Zhang has aspired to serve the country since childhood and went alone to Beihai 4 years ago to study under the great Confucian Zhengxian. He has returned now and wishes to personally report something important to your Majesty." Liu Hong became even less pleased upon hearing this, thinking to himself that Liu Yin could just say it himself. His tone was already very stern. "Liu Zongjing, don't you see I'm tired? If you have something to say it quickly. If not, get out." Liu Yin, seeing Liu Hong angry, was so frightened that he quickly knelt down, pressing his hands to his head. "Your Majesty, if it weren't a matter concerning the survival of the state, I wouldn't dare disturb you." "What? The survival of the state? What nonsense are you talking about?" Liu Hong became even angrier, standing up and pointing at Liu Yin to scold him. "Your Majesty, how could I dare to speak recklessly? Please allow me to see my son." Liu Yin was now so frightened that cold sweat poured down his back, his forehead pressed to the ground, not daring to raise his head. "All right, summon him. But I must say this in advance. If nothing comes of it, think carefully about the consequences." Seeing his insistence, Liu Hong was also worried that there was indeed something important, So he agreed, but warned Liu Yan. After receiving the summons to meet Lu Hong, Lu Zhang hurriedly ran over, keeping his head down as he entered the room, kneeling before Lu Hong and bowing his head. I, Lu Zhang, pay my respects to your majesty. Long live your majesty. Oh, long live, very good, haha. Lu Zongjing, I really like your son, haha. You may rise. Lu Zhang's little flattery immediately brought joy to Lu Hong, and he no longer blamed Liu Yan. Liu Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that Lu Hong would refuse to see Lu Zhang and directly punish him. Lu Zhang slowly got up and raised his head to look at Lu Hong. This Lu Hong, with a fat head and big ears, a greasy face, leaning back on the couch, could be said to be as disgraceful as one could be, lacking any imperial demeanor. If placed in the 21st century, he would definitely be considered a loser. Yet now he was the emperor, a ruler whose words could determine life and death for thousands. I, a commoner, wish for your majesty to live long, long live. May our Han dynasty also live long. Lu Zhang stood up and bowed again. Lu Hong thoroughly enjoyed this flattery and forgot that Lu Zhang had something to report, only laughing heartily. But now there are those who wish to destroy the foundation of my Han dynasty that has lasted for hundreds of years. Lu Zhang could not care less about Lu Hong's laughter and directly threw out the issue. What? Who is so bold? Upon hearing this, Lu Hong immediately stopped laughing and became furious. Your Majesty, do you know about the way of peace? Lu Hong frowned slightly and shook his head. He only cared about enjoyment every day. How would he know about the way of peace? Lu Zhang said, the way of peace was created by Zhang Jiao, who is very good at deceiving the people, using the guise of healing to offer charms and water to save people. He first questions the patients about their faults and gets them to sincerely repent. If it's just a minor illness, they will recover without treatment. And drinking this charm water will naturally cause no issues. For those with serious illnesses, drinking the charm water is also useless, and they will inevitably die. Zhang Jiao then claims that those who die did not sincerely repent. After years of development, there are now hundreds of thousands of followers spread across various states and counties. Lu Hong was slightly surprised, but still did not take it seriously. The Han dynasty has a population of over 50 million. What can a mere hundreds of thousands do? Not only that, but Zhang Jiao has gathered people from Jingzhou and Yangzhou to prepare to rebel in Jizhou. There are also insiders in Luoyang. What? How do you know this? Who was the insider? Upon hearing the word rebellion, Lu Hong stood up directly, his tone trembling slightly. There are hundreds of thousands of followers, and I can ignore that. But if hundreds of thousands are rebelling, I must take it seriously. How many troops does Luoyang have now? I learned this on my way back from Beihai. Lu Zhang looked at the panicked Lu Hong and said, the insider is a man named Ma Yuani, a disciple of Zhang Jiao. Lu Hong looked at Lu Zhang with a cold gaze and said, why didn't you report this earlier? Lu Zhang was also startled and knelt down, feeling wronged. Your Majesty, it is not that I did not report it, but it involves many officials, even those close to your Majesty. Lu Hong nodded, allowing Lu Zhang to rise, then called for Zhang Rang. Hong, quickly notify the order in Luoyang to arrest Ma Yuani and interrogate him strictly. Be sure to find out about the way of peace. Lu Hong thought for a moment and added, you must handle this personally. Do not entrust it to others. Yes, seeing Lu Hong so anxious, Zhang Rang did not dare to delay and hurried away. Your Majesty, I have practiced martial arts since childhood, determined to serve you. If the way of peace starts a rebellion, I am willing to go to suppress it. Lu Zhang saw that the timing was right and volunteered. Lu Hong looked at Lu Zhang, nodded, but did not agree, only chuckling. No wonder you are a descendant of Gaozu, a fine son of the Han family. A mere commoner cannot make a significant impact. You may go back for now. Once it is clarified, there will be rewards. Lu Zhang initially thought that with such a great achievement, he would surely get what he wished for, but unexpectedly, Lu Hong directly refused. Lu Yan saw that Lu Zhang was still trying to plead for a command, quickly stopped him, and after taking leave from Emperor Ling, led Lu Zhang out. Chapter 27. The desired official position in the Zhongzong mansion. Lu Yan and Lu Zhang sat in the study. Zhang now that His Majesty has appointed He Jin as the Grand General, and Huangfu Song, Zhu Jun, and Lu Ji as the Zhonglong generals, each leading an army to quell the rebellion, Lu Yan said. Liu Zhang sneered and contemptuously replied, His Majesty is truly desperate. He Jin is nothing more than a butcher with no virtue. How can he be worthy of the title of Grand General? Liu Yin sighed at He Jin's appointment as Grand General. Although He Jin lacked talent, fortunately, Huang Fusong and the others were renowned generals capable of resisting the Yellow Turbans. However, while Huang Fusong and the others were indeed famous generals, the soldiers of the Shiyuan had long been out of battle practice and were few in number. The Yellow Turbans were a rabble, but they numbered in the hundreds of thousands. How could they fight with a small force against such a multitude? Liu Zhang knew that the imperial army had suffered continuous defeats, and Zhu Jun had even been heavily defeated by Bo Kai. Father, should we go and see His Majesty now? Liu Yin felt the timing was right and took Liu Zhang to the imperial palace. In the side hall of the palace, Liu Hong took a short rest. After arranging matters regarding the rebellion, he felt much better. He and T slept all night after reading reports of defeats from various regions. With nothing else to do, Liu Hong thought about going to the Shiyuan for some enjoyment. Your Majesty, Lord Liu, the Zongjing, has brought his son Zhang to request an audience. Liu Hong suddenly remembered that Liu Zhang had exposed the rebellion of the Taiping Dao, and he had yet to reward him. Let them in. He had to put down his seat and meet this meritorious minister. After Liu Yin and his son entered the hall, they immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, Long live the Emperor! Long live, and long live. Liu Yin also imitated his son and praised Liu Hong. This praise hit the mark, and Liu Hong was quite pleased, his eyes narrowing into slits. Rise, my minister. The matter of the Taiping sect owes much to my virtuous nephew. Without him, the Han would be in grave danger. Liu Zhang did not dare to take credit, but humbly replied, This is the duty of the Liu family descendants. Liu Hong was very fond of the humble Liu Zhang and did not grant a direct reward, but instead inquired, Well, speak, what reward do you wish? Although Liu Hong, as the emperor, was very fond of wealth, he personally bought and sold official positions in the Shiyuan, publicly bidding for them, with the highest bidder receiving the position. Later, the situation worsened, and those who already held positions had to pay 1/3 of their official fees, which many officials could not afford, forcing them to abandon their posts. Liu Hong despised others asking him for money. Previously, when Huang Fusong had him take out private funds to reward the soldiers, it had already made him very unhappy. Liu Zhang could not guess Liu Hong's thoughts, nor would he ask Liu Hong for financial rewards. As a descendant of the Liu family, I cannot bear to see the Han dynasty ravaged by others. I asked to lead a campaign against the enemy for your Majesty. Upon hearing that Liu Zhang did not want money, Liu Hong felt relieved. However, leading troops in a battle was no trivial matter, and he could not agree casually. My virtuous nephew, your intentions please me greatly. However, you are still young, and the battlefield is extremely dangerous. It is better not to go. Liu Hong's words were kind, as Liu Zhang had indeed made great contributions, and sending him directly to the battlefield would be risky if he were to die. Your Majesty, I have practiced both literature and martial arts since childhood and have long desired to serve you. Now that the Yellow Turbans are in rebellion, inflicting harm on the Han dynasty, how can I sit idly in Luoyang? If your Majesty does not agree, I will go alone. I will fight the Yellow Turbans to the death. Liu Hong looked at Liu Zhang's resolute eyes and sneered inwardly. Fine, if you wish to die. I will not stop you. After all, granting a military position is a small matter. Thus, I appoint you as the Pao Bei Xiaowei, to seek out Grand General He Jin and lead a battalion of troops to Yingshan to assist Huang Fusong and others in defeating the enemy. Thank you, your Majesty. I will not disappoint your expectations. Liu Zhang was overjoyed. He had finally achieved his wish. Although the Pao Bei Xiaowei was only a minor official position, far less powerful than a formal Xiaowei, Liu Zhang had officially begun his career. Watching Liu Yin and his son leave, Liu Hong couldn't help but shake his head. He felt that Liu Zhang was simply caught up in a moment and would definitely regret going to the battlefield. After leaving the palace, Liu Zhang could not wait to head to the Grand General's mansion to request troops from He Jin. Father, why are you stopping me? Liu Zhang asked Liu Yin, who was blocking him, with confusion. Why are you so anxious? Great matters require patience. Although His Majesty has conferred upon you the title of Xiaowei, It still needs to be approved by the Shangshitai, and at the earliest, it will be tomorrow. I see. Seeing Liu Zhang's ashamed expression, Liu Yan continued to educate him. When you go to the Grand General's mansion, you must not go empty-handed. He comes from a butcher's background and is surely a person who seeks small profits. Father's words are very true. The two returned directly to their residence, where Liu Zhang called for Huang Zhong and the others. Hancheng, Zi, Eli, I have important news to share. Liu Zhang looked at the three of them. Excitement written all over his face, his tone very animated. What joyful news do you have, young master? Huang Zhong and the others were very curious about what made Liu Zhang so happy. His Majesty has appointed me as the Paobei Xiaowei to lead a battalion of troops to Yingshan to confront the Taiping Dao rebels. Congratulations, young master. Liu Zhang's ability to lead troops in a battle proved that they had the opportunity to achieve merit. Success was just around the corner. Looking at the three fierce generals, Liu Zhang knew it was time to lay his cards on the table. He had to let them make a choice. My strength alone is ultimately limited. You're all brave and skilled in battle. Will you assist me? Huang Zhong and the others exchanged glances, then nodded to each other. The three of them knelt on one knee and bowed to Liu Zhang. With the Lord's grace, we are willing to offer our service. After acknowledging Liu Zhang as their leader, Huang Zhong and the others became Liu Zhang's subordinates and would only follow his orders in the future. Good. Today is truly a day of double happiness. Liu Zhang was even more excited. You three shall first serve as my military officers. There are currently 2,000 troops in a battalion, with Zi and Eli each leading 700 men, and Hansheng leading 600, plus 100 guards and archers from the mansion. Tomorrow, after I pay my respects to the Grand General, we will go to the training grounds to review the troops. Yes, everyone was extremely excited. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Chapter 28, He Jin's think tank the next morning. Liu Zhang prepared gifts and went to visit General He Jin. Inside the general's residence, He Jin was discussing matters with his aides. A servant approached and whispered a few words in He Jin's ear, causing the corners of He Jin's mouth to gradually rise. Please come in. Before long, the servant led someone in, and everyone in the room looked over. The newcomer was over 7 feet tall, with a physique far superior to that of ordinary men, broad-shouldered and strong, though his face appeared youthful. It was Liu Zhang. Liu Zhang scanned the 4 individuals and bowed respectfully to the plump man at the front. The rebel lieutenant, Liu Zhang, pays his respects to the general. He Jin looked at the imposing Liu Zhang with great admiration. Lieutenant Liu is only 15 years old, and yet possesses such a heroic demeanor. I already know your intentions. I will send someone to relay my message shortly. Thank you. General. Liu Zhang did not expect things to go so smoothly. It seemed the money had not been spent in vain. Indeed, at all times, wealth is necessary. He Jin pointed at Liu Zhang and said to the 3 aides, this time, the Taiping Dao rebellion was fortunate to be discovered in time by Lieutenant Liu. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Come, let me introduce you. He then pointed to a slightly plump scholar. This is Su Yu, Su Ziyuan. Liu Zhang was slightly surprised. It turned out to be the one who reversed the situation at the Battle of Guandu. He hurriedly cupped his hands in salute, and Su Yu also returned the gesture. He then extended his hand toward the person behind Su Yu. This is Chen Lin, Chen Kongzhang. So it was one of the 7 scholars of Jianan. Liu Zhang sighed inwardly and cupped his hands toward Chen Lin, who nodded in response. This is Sun Yu, Sun Gongda. He Jin pointed to the person on his right. Liu Zhang's pupils constricted as he looked at Sun Yu with fiery eyes. Some may not be very familiar with Sun Yu, but everyone knows Sun Yu. Sun Yu is Sun Yu's uncle. Although they are from the same clan, their statuses are vastly different. Sun Yu's father, Sun Yi, and Sun Yu are cousins, sharing the same great-grandfather, so the blood relation is somewhat distant. Sun Yi only held a minor position and died young, providing little help to Sun Yu. Sun Yu, on the other hand, had a father, Sun Guan, who was one of the 8 dragons of the Sun family. It can be said that Sun Yu is the direct descendant of the prominent Sun family in Yingchuan, while Sun Yu can only be considered a collateral branch. Historically, the assassination of Dong Zhuo truly occurred, but the protagonist was not Cao Cao, but the frail scholar Sun Yu. Unfortunately, before it could be carried out, he was arrested due to a leak. After Dong Zhuo was killed by Wang Yun, Sun Yu was released. The court once appointed Sun Yu as the governor of Rincheng, but he did not go. Instead, he self-recommended as the governor of Shujun. Unfortunately, due to Zhang Lu occupying Hanzhong, the roads were cut off, and he could not take office. He later served Cao Cao and became a strategist. If Sun Yu had truly stayed in Shu, who knows how history would have been rewritten? Sun Yu is undoubtedly one of the top strategists of the late Eastern Han period. He was involved in the slaying of Yan Liang, the execution of Wen Chou, and the pacification of Hebei. All these events featured his presence. Cao Cao praised Sun Yu for his brilliant strategies and flawless calculations. Sun Yu and Sun Yu have different temperaments. Sun Yu is a royalist, while Sun Yu belongs to the pragmatic faction. Sun Yu did not oppose Cao Cao's titles of duke and king. If Liu Zhang's favorite strategist is Zhuge Liang, then the next is Sun Yu. Although Sun Yu is a collateral branch, he is still a member of the Yingchuan Sun family. Otherwise, Cao Cao would not have summoned him back from afar with just a letter. Liu Zhang could not figure out whether Sun Yu would prioritize the interests of his family. Sun Yu had once requested to serve as the governor of Shujun, and Liu Zhang held a glimmer of hope. The name of Lord Sun is like thunder, and I am fortunate to meet you today. Liu Zhang was very excited, but he regretted it immediately after speaking. Earlier, he had only exchanged simple greetings with Su Yu, but now he was praising Sun Yu so highly. He silently scolded himself and resolved to control his emotions in the future, not to show his feelings so openly. Not at all, Sun Yu said, somewhat confused. He was merely a minor yellow gate attendant with no significant reputation. Humph. Su Yu snorted heavily, inwardly cursing Liu Zhang. Sun Yu is famous, while I, Su Ziyuan, am just a nameless nobody. Oh no, I forgot that Su Yu is a petty person. Liu Zhang deeply regretted his impulsiveness. Su Yu looked at Liu Zhang with a hostile gaze and asked, Lieutenant Liu, how many days do you think our Han army can defeat the yellow turban rebels? Liu Zhang looked at Su Yu and felt amused. He had been unsure how to leave a good impression on Su Yu, and now he was being helped. Currently, the yellow turbans are numerous and powerful. Although our Han army is brave and good at fighting, we are outnumbered. We must proceed with caution and not underestimate the enemy. You ignorant child, Su Yu thought with a sneer to himself, then said sarcastically, although the yellow turbans are numerous, they are ultimately composed of rabble, lacking weapons, logistical support, and competent leadership. In my view, when the heavenly soldiers arrive, the rebel troops will surely surrender. After saying that, he laughed heartily. Liu Zhang did not respond, but secretly glanced at Su Yu, who slightly shook his head. I hope so. Liu Zhang was too lazy to engage in a verbal spar with Su Yu. It was better to keep such petty people at a distance. He bowed to everyone and took his leave. Liu Zhang exited the general's residence and approached Huang Zhong and the others. You all go to the training ground to muster the troops. There are no issues with Yijin. I will wait here for someone. Huang Zhong and the others did not ask further and went directly to the training ground as Liu Zhang instructed. Liu Zhang waited alone outside the door, and he waited for 2 hours. As noon approached, the person Liu Zhang was waiting for finally emerged from the residence. It was Sun Yu. Lord Sun, please stay. Seeing Sun Yu come out of the general's residence, Liu Zhang quickly walked toward him. Lieutenant Liu? Indeed, it is I. Earlier, Liu Zhang's flattery inside had raised Su Yu's vigilance. Su Yu looked at Liu Zhang with an unchanging expression, feeling very cautious. Did Lieutenant Liu come to find the general? No, I came here specifically to wait for Lord Sun after leaving the general's residence. What business do you have with me? Su Yu looked at Liu Zhang with great confusion, wondering why he, a mere yellow gate attendant, was receiving such attention. Lord Sun, have you had breakfast this morning? Liu Zhang did not directly state his purpose. He needed to find a place to chat with Su Yu slowly. The general summoned me urgently, and I didn't have time to eat. Great. This is truly a fortuitous opportunity. Liu Zhang felt a surge of joy in his heart. I haven't eaten yet either. May I invite Lord Sun to join me? Liu Zhang was afraid Su Yu would refuse, so he sincerely requested again. Please don't decline, Lord Sun. Su Yu originally intended to refuse, but upon seeing Liu Zhang's flushed face and sincere invitation, he found it hard to turn him down. Respect cannot be better than compliance. Lieutenant Liu, please. Lord Sun, please. Chapter 29. Liu Zhang invites Sun Yu to dinner. Liu Zhang found a luxurious tavern, showing his respect for Sun Yu. After the dishes were served, Liu Zhang raised his cup in a toast to Sun Yu. Thank you, Lord Sun, for gracing us with your presence. Lieutenant Liu should be the one to be grateful for the meal, Sun Yu replied, also raising his cup, and the two drank it down in one go. I feel like I've known Lord Sun for ages. If you don't mind, shall we call each other brothers? Liu Zhang said, while pouring more wine for Sun Yu. But this made Sun Yu even more vigilant. Sun Yu smiled and politely declined. Lieutenant Liu is remarkably talented. He composed 7 character poems at the age of 3 and has been praised as a prodigy by Su Xiao. Later, he studied under the great Confucian Zheng Xian, who has also spoken highly of you. As a member of the Han royal family, you have held the position of lieutenant at such a young age. Your future is limitless. I am just a minor yellow gate attendant. How could I dare to aspire to such heights? Sun Yu's words almost reflected the public's opinion of Liu Zhang, but he himself could not agree. What Liu Zhang relied upon was merely nearly 2,000 years of historical experience. His eloquence was simply a matter of being a historian-esque laborer. As for talent, he had more self-awareness. At most, he was just an ordinary person, not to mention being compared to Zhuge Liang. Even among ordinary strategists, he would surely fall short. Fortunately, years of hard study allowed him to gradually integrate historical experience and knowledge. Does Lord Sun look down on me? Liu Zhang's hand froze in midair as he looked at Sun Yu with a dejected expression. What exactly attracted him? Sun Yu was greatly puzzled. In terms of background, Liu Zhang was a member of the Han royal family, and his father was one of the 9 ministers of the current dynasty. In terms of education, Liu Zhang was a disciple of the great Confucian Zheng Xian, who held him in very high regard. In terms of talent, Liu Zhang composed 7 character poems at the age of 3 and is now able to articulate beautifully. Although Sun Yu was from a prominent family in Yingchuan, his status within the clan was not high enough to be compared with Liu Zhang. Since Lieutenant Liu does not mind, let us call each other brothers from now on. Please, my dear brother. Sun Yu nodded at Liu Zhang. Liu Zhang was so enthusiastic that he could not refuse to give face. Please, brother Sun. Liu Zhang then burst into hearty laughter, and the two drank again, with Liu Zhang continuing to pour wine for Sun Yu. My younger brother will soon go to war in Yingchuan. I wonder what advice you have for me. Such military matters, how could I, a foolish elder brother, dare to speak recklessly? Sun Yu's answer did not surprise Liu Zhang at all. Sun Yu was foolish on the outside, but wise on the inside. He never actively revealed his talents. Brother Sun, your wisdom is exceptional. I hope you will generously impart your teachings. Liu Zhang's expression was respectful, appearing eager to learn. Sun Yu, feeling a bit shy about refusing, asked, What do you think about the 3 armies of the court? Liu Zhang picked up his cup and drank it down, then slowly said, Although Huang Fusang and the other 2 are famous generals of our time, the soldiers of the Shiyuan have long been out of practice in battle. From what I know, the 3 lieutenant generals command less than 10,000 troops. The Yellow Turban Army, although made up of commoners, has been planned by Zhang Jiao for many years. Even if they rise in rebellion hastily, they should not be underestimated. The Yellow Turban Army has at least hundreds of thousands, while the official army has less than 10,000. How can a few thousand righteous soldiers defeat hundreds of thousands of brutal foes? In my humble opinion, the outcome is hard to predict. Sun Yu looked at Liu Zhang with approval. It seemed that Liu Zhang truly had real talent and knowledge. Since you know it's difficult to defeat them, why do you still want to throw yourself into the net? Liu Zhang poured himself another cup of wine and drank it down. Alas, although I, Liu Zhang, am not talented, as a descendant of the Han royal family, how can I sit idly by and watch the bandits ravage the Han dynasty's land? Even if the way ahead is fraught with danger, I must resolutely charge forward. Your high ideals are commendable. You truly embody the responsibility of the imperial family. Liu Zhang's words moved Sun Yu greatly. This was the responsibility of a member of the Han royal family. Liu Zhang noticed that Sun Yu's gaze towards him had changed and quickly sought his advice. I know you have great talent, so you must have guidance for me. Sun Yu raised his cup and drank it down, nodding at Liu Zhang. I dare not claim to have great talent. I do have some humble insights. Brother, please speak. Seeing Sun Yu smile, Liu Zhang hurriedly urged him. The Yellow Turban Army is powerful, but there are many flaws. The court's army is weak, but they can ultimately defeat the Yellow Turbans for 3 reasons. First, the yellow turbans were exposed by me and rose in rebellion hastily, so their preparations are surely insufficient. Second, the yellow turban army only knows how to burn official offices, plunder treasury, and take common people captive. This is no different from being robbers. The yellow turbans are numerous, but their daily consumption of food and resources is enormous. Plundering treasury can only sustain them for a short time, and they will ultimately have to rob innocent people, gradually losing the hearts of the people. Third, although the court's army is small, they occupy the main roads. Reinforcements can be gathered nationwide, and supplies can be provided locally. The local gentry and powerful clans will not allow the yellow turbans to plunder. They will surely rise up in resistance. Thus, the yellow turban army has no advantage in timing, location, or support from the people. How can they avoid defeat? In my humble opinion, it will take at most a year to quell them. Sun Yu calmly elaborated on the fate of the yellow turbans. While Liu Zhang's heart surged with waves of emotion, Liu Zhang was truly impressed. He naturally knew the outcome of the yellow turbans because he understood the course of history. But what about Sun Yu? He was not a time traveler. These were all his own insights. The yellow turban army had only just rebelled a month ago, and their momentum was still strong. Yet Sun Yu clearly foresaw their demise. He truly had a sharp eye and a comprehensive strategy. He was worthy of the title of strategist. Do you not agree with what I said? Seeing Liu Zhang's mixed expression, Sun Yu thought Liu Zhang did not agree with his view. Liu Zhang shook his head vigorously, repeatedly saying no. Listening to your words is better than reading for 10 years. What you said has enlightened me. As the saying goes, even if you pierce 1,000 times, flattery never fails. There is always a flatterer. Sun Yu's face flushed slightly from the praise, and a smile played at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he was pleased. If Liu Bei can weep out a kingdom, why can't I flatter it out? Liu Zhang's mind wandered again. My dear brother, you flatter me. How should I act? I hope Brother Sun will guide me. Seeing that Sun Yu was in a good mood, Liu Zhang continued to inquire. Currently, the yellow turbans are gaining momentum. We cannot confront them head-on. We only need to hold them back. Over time, they will inevitably reveal their flaws. If there is no opportunity, we can merge with the army and hold our ground without engaging. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Sun. Liu Zhang was grateful that he had waited for 2 hours to meet Sun Yu, gaining a deeper understanding of strategists. The two continued their discussion from military affairs to court politics, from court politics to history, and from history to literature. Time flew by, and it was soon time apart. Liu Zhang was the first to clasp his hands in thanks, looking sincerely at Sun Yu. Thank you for your teachings today. Elder brother, I will remember them. My dear brother, you are too polite. When leading troops into battle, remember not to be hasty. You must proceed cautiously. I will wait for your triumphant return in Luoyang. Rest assured, brother, I will not disappoint your expectations. The two exchanged hearty laughter, though their acquaintance was short. They had already become kindred spirits over wine. 5 days later, Liu Zhang set off, reluctantly leaving Cayenne behind. Cayenne was only worried about Liu Zhang's expedition and did not try to stop him at all. She knew Liu Zhang had great ambitions, and this was a heavenly opportunity. Chapter 30. The remnant troops of Liu Zhang on the official road of Yenzhou. Liu Zhang was leading a group of 2,100 men towards Yingchuan. Remembering the encounters from 3 days ago, Liu Zhang felt a deep resentment. Huang Zhong and others selected soldiers and went to collect military horses and equipment. But the armory personnel informed them that the armory was currently empty and could not provide so much equipment, with not a single horse to be found. Was there really none? Of course not. Even in a depleted armory, it was impossible to fall short of equipping a force of 2,000 men. It was all because of Su Yu's interference. Liu Zhang was well aware and went to confront He Jin. He Jin lamented that the 3 armies had emptied the armory during their expedition, and even the Imperial Guard's weapons were severely insufficient. Liu Zhang knew this was nonsense. The Imperial Guard's equipment was all newly replaced, and anyone who wasn't blind could see that. Liu Zhang resorted to both soft and hard tactics, ultimately obtaining some shabby equipment and 50 inferior horses. The weapons of these 2,000 official troops were a hodgepodge. Some wielded knives, others swords, halberds, and spears, with some even carrying wooden sticks. The armor was in tatters. If one claimed this was the regular army of the court, absolutely no one would believe it. If they wrapped their heads in yellow scarves and claimed to be yellow turban rebels, no one would doubt it. What infuriated Liu Zhang the most was that he was only given a little over 100 broken bows, and when he tried one, it broke. There were only a few hundred arrows. Sighing, Liu Zhang traveled while lamenting. The grand vision of leading a formidable campaign and defeating the rebels was impossible to realize. If it weren't for Huang Zhong and the others leading the troops well and maintaining decent morale, this contingent might not even reach Yingchuan before falling apart. Fortunately, Liu Zhang and his 3 companions were fully equipped, and everything was provided by Liu Yin without relying on He Jin. The 4 of them donned their armor and looked formidable, especially Dian Wei, who, clad in black armor, resembled an iron tower. 2 great halberds hung from his horse. Liu Zhang had already had a pair of iron halberds remade for Dian Wei and Wei. Huang Zhong wore yellow armor that shone brightly in the sunlight, with the Zhuri bow hanging from his horse, its thick bowstring dizzying to behold. This was a 4-stone-strong bow that Liu Yin had purchased at great expense while in Jizhou. Taisher Ci had once tested it and found it capable of shooting arrows, but the effectiveness was not as great as that of a 3-stone bow, evidently due to insufficient strength. Taisher Ci, dressed in silver robes and silver armor, held a long spear, exuding heroism. The most dazzling of all was Liu Zhang, clad in golden armor, exceptionally eye-catching. Liu Zhang did not wish to be so ostentatious, but he could not refuse Liu Yin. Liu Yin claimed this was ancestral armor, very sturdy, so Liu Zhang had no choice but to agree. He was already tall and muscular, and wearing the golden armor made him even more imposing. The horses for the 4 were also purchased by Liu Yin. Although they were not exceptional steeds, they were the best war horses available in Luoyang. The 4 horses and 3 sets of armor nearly drained Liu Yan's resources. Whenever night approached, Liu Zhang ordered a camp and never marched at night. As a first-time commander, Liu Zhang was extremely cautious. He never marched rapidly, maintaining a pace of 40 miles a day. The soldiers were hastily assembled, and coupled with their poor equipment, morale was understandably low. Over 2,000 men were but a drop in the bucket in the current Yingchuan battlefield, especially considering these remnant troops. If Liu Zhang were to rush in front of Huang Fusong, he would likely be looked down upon. After setting up camp, everyone gathered in Liu Zhang's tent. Han Sheng, if we encounter the yellow turbans, do we have the strength to fight? My lord, if we encounter a small group of yellow turbans, we will fight to the death, or at least put up a fight. But if we face a large force, Huang Zhong looked helpless, not finishing his sentence, believing everyone understood. Liu Zhang knew Huang Zhong was saying nice things. If it weren't for the generals leading the troops being brave men, they would have no combat capability at all. That damned Su Yu and the ignorant He Jin. My lord, at this point, cursing Su Yu won't help, Taisher Ci said, seeing Liu Zhang's dejected expression. My lord, we might as well hasten our march to General Huang Fu's army. Liu Zhang shook his head, rejecting Taisher Ci's suggestion. These remnant troops, mixed into the main army, will surely drag down morale. Huang Fusong would not accept them. We must find a way ourselves. My lord, there's no need to worry. If we encounter the yellow turbans, I will charge into them myself, Dian Wei vowed. Liu Zhang looked at the earnest Dian Wei and felt somewhat relieved. I know you are brave, but one person's strength is ultimately limited. Liu Zhang pondered for a moment and then addressed the group. We need not rush to the main battlefield. First, our morale is insufficient, and our troops lack fighting spirit. Second, the timing is not right. Liu Zhang was familiar with history. The key to the Battle of Yingchuan lay in Zhu Jun's defeat, which led to Bo being besieged in Changxi. Han Sheng, select 50 capable men from the guards, distribute horses, with 15 going to Nanyang for reconnaissance, another 15 to Yingchuan, and the remaining 20 to scout the Yellow Turban situation along our march. Understood. The Yellow Turban army was everywhere now. Liu Zhang planned to fight while marching. Training the soldiers. Our soldiers might decrease in number. Quality is more important than quantity. Although the Yellow Turbans are many, they are a rabble. If we can train 1,000 elite soldiers this time, no one will dare to underestimate us. Understood. Seeing that Liu Zhang had made up his mind, everyone ceased their discussions and chose to carry out the orders. Liu Zhang had his own motives. He had never been on the battlefield, and in 2 lifetimes, he had never taken a life on his own. Although he had killed a tiger in this life, it was still with Tai Shi's help. Liu Zhang could no longer imagine the hellish scenes of severed limbs and broken bodies. The pressure of being in a military camp had already begun to weigh on him. The battlefield was definitely not as he had imagined, but truly a matter of life and death. Thus, Liu Zhang and his companions slowed their pace even further, often diverting to other paths. Liu Zhang had begun his battlefield career. Chapter 31. The shameful Liu Zhang. Liu Zhang's first battle was, in the eyes of others, a disgrace. It betrayed all the glory he had accumulated over the years. From the beginning of the attack until the end of the fighting, Liu Zhang remained motionless. It was Huang Zhong who issued the orders for the attack. It wasn't that he didn't need to fight or command. Rather, Liu Zhang's body was unresponsive, and his mind was blank. The brutal clashes and the horrific deaths played out before his eyes. He trembled in fear, too scared to open his eyes and look directly at the battlefield. This was cowardice. From an idealistic perspective, it could be considered normal. After all, Liu Zhang was only 15 years old, and it was his first time on the battlefield. But he couldn't comfort himself this way. He had grand ambitions. And how could he hold himself to the standards of an ordinary person? Liu Zhang forced his eyes open, staring at the gruesome battlefield. The sight of severed limbs and blood-soaked scenes finally broke him. He began to vomit violently, tears streaming down his face, completely humiliating himself. Can I really handle this kind of scene? If it weren't for Huang Zhong and the others, perhaps I would have already been killed. Maybe I don't need to go to the battlefield myself. Yinner, how I miss you. Liu Zhang's heart was filled with despair. The visual shock had completely shattered him. The combat was merely against a small group of yellow-turbaned soldiers, and under the bravery of Huang Zhong and the others, the battle quickly came to an end. Dian Wei was overly excited, holding up the severed head to claim credit in front of Liu Zhang. But to his surprise, Liu Zhang was crying, his voice hoarse and heart-wrenching, causing the soldiers to forget about cleaning up the battlefield. Huang Zhong suppressed the impulse to comfort him. Watching Liu Zhang with tears in his eyes, Liu Zhang had not only done him a great favor, but had also grown up before his eyes. The two shared a deep bond. Perhaps this was indeed too cruel for a teenager. But who told you to be Liu Zhang? Your aspirations are destined to be built upon a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. There is no escaping it. This is a hurdle you must overcome. Keep going. You must find your own way out. The cries gradually subsided as Liu Zhang cried himself out, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Without the fighting, he felt more fatigued than Dian Wei and the others who had just been through a bloody battle. Liu Zhang envied Huang Zhong and the others, admiring their ease on the battlefield, disregarding life and death. He hated himself, loathed his own cowardice and weakness. He could only cry and tremble like a woman, acting like a little girl. If Cayenne saw him like this, she would surely be very disappointed. The central plains were filled with yellow-turbaned soldiers, and Liu Zhang soon faced his second battle. Of course, he was still unprepared, but the battlefield is like that. It's not a game, and there is no option to pause. Liu Zhang did not perform well, still terrified as he watched the brutal combat scene. This time, he did not vomit or scream. He was just as stiff as always, trembling all over. Perhaps I will gradually get used to it. Yes, just give me some more time, and I will definitely adapt to the battlefield. Liu Zhang took a deep breath, comforting his weak self and giving himself some encouragement. My lord, Huang Zhong's voice interrupted Liu Zhang's thoughts, and he turned to look at Huang Zhong. He saw Huang Zhong bringing a captured yellow-turbaned soldier before him, then kicking him hard. My lord, this man is the leader of the yellow-turbaned rebels. Please, my lord, slay him yourself. This. Liu Zhang looked at Huang Zhong with some difficulty, his heart in chaos. No, how can I do it? I haven't even gotten used to you killing people, and now you want me to kill someone. Seeing Liu Zhang unmoved, Tai Shi stepped forward decisively. My lord, have you forgotten what I told you? Liu Zhang looked at Tai Shi, whose face was covered in blood, and the scene of slaying a fierce tiger flashed in his mind. Young master, kill it quickly, and you won't be afraid anymore. The voice of Tai Shi's teaching echoed in his mind. Liu Zhang's expression twisted, his teeth clenched, and he raised the blade with determination, fiercely swinging it toward the yellow-turban leader. The expectant gazes of the crowd turned to disappointment as Liu Zhang's large blade stopped just above the leader's neck. MMM, MMM, MMM. The bound yellow turban leader struggled desperately, repeatedly bowing his head and begging for mercy. Liu Zhang gripped the blade with all his might, but his hand trembled in the air. He lowered his head, tightly closing his eyes, but he could not convince himself no matter what. Oh, why? Why can't I do it? Why am I so weak and useless? What have I worked for over the past 10 years? What can I use to fight on the battlefield? What can I use to subdue famous figures? What can I use to contend for the world? What can I use to protect the one I love? Looking at the pleading yellow turban leader, Liu Zhang's heart softened again, and he still could not bring himself to lower the blade. My lord, Huang Zhong's voice caught Liu Zhang's attention, and he saw disappointment in everyone's eyes. Liu Zhang felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, suddenly awakening. The three people in front of him were his greatest support. Without their help, Liu Zhang would never dare to lead troops alone. Kill! Liu Zhang summoned courage from somewhere, suddenly swinging the blade down, and the large knife instantly struck the yellow turban leader's neck. For some unknown reason, the blade did not sever the head, but got stuck in the middle of the neck. Blood splattered all over Liu Zhang's face, accompanied by his own scream. Ah! Liu Zhang was so frightened that he let go of the knife, sitting down on the ground and continuously retreating. The scene before him struck Liu Zhang's mind again, causing him to tremble on the ground. Ugh! A wave of gut-wrenching vomiting began, followed by heart-wrenching cries. The others still did not step forward to comfort him, but their gazes all carried a sense of approval. Liu Zhang finally overcame his fear and bravely took his first step. Chapter 32. The sudden enemy army. As the battles continued, Liu Zhang gradually adapted to the battlefield. Although he still observed the battles from distance, he no longer felt any discomfort. Under the brave performance of Huang Zhong and others, the Imperial Army achieved victory time and again. The morale of the Imperial Army was high, no longer resembling the remnants of a newly deployed force. At the same time, they began to underestimate the yellow turbans. The yellow turbans were nothing special after all. This sentiment filled Liu Zhang's army. It was not just the soldiers. Even Huang Zhong and others shared this feeling. Most frighteningly, Liu Zhang himself felt this way. He even recalled the Three Kingdoms games from his previous life, where the Yellow Turban army was similarly weak. Overconfident soldiers are a true reflection of Liu Zhang's army. The art of war states that an arrogant army will surely be defeated. The real crisis soon followed. Liu Zhang's army was engaged in battle with over 1,000 yellow turbans. With the bravery of Huang Zhong and others, the yellow turbans were being driven back in defeat. If nothing unexpected happened, the battle would be over in at most an hour. Liu Zhang was in high spirits observing the battle. It seemed that today's fight would hold no surprises. He couldn't understand how Zhu Jun historically lost to Bo Kai. My 2,000 men are like a hot knife through butter. I am gradually adapting to the battlefield environment. Next time, I will definitely join the fight. Thinking about how he had overcome the fear of slaughter, he envisioned a future where his fame would soar. A slight smile crept onto Liu Zhang's lips, and a look of pride was written all over his face. Kill! Suddenly, a shout of killing came from the rear, startling Liu Zhang. He turned around sharply, and a sea of yellow turbans appeared on the mountains. The reinforcements from the yellow turbans were numerous, and the shouts of killing spread across the battlefield in an instant. Kill! Roar! Roar! While Liu Zhang was in a daze, a dense wave of people wrapped in yellow turbans charged forward. These people were well-armed and wore uniforms, unlike the scattered yellow turbans they had previously eliminated. At the forefront was a man in black armor, riding a black horse, wielding a large axe, commanding the yellow turbans to charge forward. The already weakened yellow turbans, upon seeing reinforcements arrive, were instantly invigorated. Brothers, reinforcements have arrived. The Imperial soldiers are now surrounded. Kill! The suppressed yellow turbans, upon hearing the word reinforcements, were instantly filled with fighting spirit and began to counterattack fiercely. Oh no! Tai Shirtzi was alarmed when he saw many yellow turbans coming from behind Liu Zhang. Evil one, protect the Lord! Dian Wei abandoned the yellow turbans in front of him and immediately rushed towards Liu Zhang with his soldiers. Dian Wei's retreat instantly shattered the encirclement, and a large number of yellow turbans surged out through the gap he left. The morale of the yellow turbans surged as if they had been injected with adrenaline, putting immense pressure on Tai Shirzi and Huang Zhong. Liu Zhang's troops had been used to fighting with the wind at their backs, and when surrounded, they immediately began to panic. Now, being attacked from both front and back, they were trending towards encirclement, and their morale plummeted. Fortunately, Huang Zhong shouted desperately to boost morale. Even so, there was already a tendency for them to scatter. Huang Zhong and Tai Shirzi, fearing for Liu Zhang's safety, slowly moved their soldiers closer to him. With the imperial army taking a step back, the yellow turbans advanced 2 steps, and the situation grew increasingly dire. The heavens have died, the yellow sky shall rise. In the year of the Jiazi, the world will be great. The black-armored general of the yellow turbans was shouting their battle cry, rallying the troops. Upon hearing this, the yellow turbans became even more frenzied, with more and more soldiers shouting loudly. The shouts from all directions became the last straw that broke the imperial army's back. They began to scatter, and more people fled. Liu Zhang was still frozen in place, unsure what to do. As the yellow turbans were about to reach him, and Dian Wei and the others were still desperately trying to return. What to do? What to do? Liu Zhang felt a surge of panic in his heart, and cold sweat poured down his body. At that moment, dozens of people gathered around Liu Zhang, forming 2 formations. These are the private troops trained by Huang Zhong. Years of training had made these private soldiers exceptionally elite. They quickly formed ranks and launched a volley of arrows. In just a few breaths, hundreds of arrows were shot out, causing the yellow turbans to fall into chaos. Their advance slowed significantly. The black-armored yellow turban commander was furious and commanded the entire army to press forward. Liu Zhang's private troops numbered less than 100, while the yellow turbans had thousands. Before long, their quivers were emptied. The yellow turbans had already charged to the front of Liu Zhang, and the private soldiers discarded their bows to fight in close combat, desperately defending against the yellow turbans to prevent them from reaching Liu Zhang. But even the most elite private soldiers were of little use. The disparity in numbers was too great, and people kept falling. Evil One, Z, quickly take the lord away, I will hold them back. Huang Zhong, seeing the situation was critical and difficult to reverse, decided to personally hold the rear to allow Liu Zhang to escape. Tai Shirzi and Dian Wei were also sweating profusely, entangled with several people, making it hard for them to break free. Dian Wei's face was fierce, and he wildly wielded his twin halberds. All of this was witnessed by Liu Zhang. But now, Liu Zhang's mind was blank, his body shaking violently, as if he had been scared stupid. His body was out of control, and he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. The large knife in his hand felt incredibly heavy, as if it might slip from his grasp at any moment. Was this the end? Chapter 33. The life and death pressure of Liu Zhang. Is it over? Has it come to this? My private soldiers are falling one by one, and the imperial army is fleeing in all directions, while Huang Zhong and the others are still fighting desperately. Liu Zhang felt a deep sense of despair in his heart, completely unwilling to accept it. More than 10 years of hard work, over 4,000 days and nights. Am I truly so incompetent? Even if I miraculously escape death, what is left for me? How will the world view me? How will Zheng Xian see me? How will Sun Yu view me? How will Gu Yuan and Sun Qian regard me? What will Huang Zhong, Dian Wei, and Tai Shirzi think of me? And what about Yenoshi? If even the yellow turban thieves can do nothing, how will I face Cao Cao and Liu Bei in the future? How laughable it is for me to have uttered various grandiose words. A genius? A great talent? Eloquence? In the end, it all comes down to empty talk. I am nothing but a joke. Buzz. A ringing filled Liu Zhang's ears, and the pain made him tightly close his eyes. He wanted to touch his forehead with his hand, but found himself unable to control his body. At this moment, Liu Zhang could no longer hear the sounds of battle. All he could hear was the thumping of his own heart, thud, thud, thud. Dressed in golden armor, Liu Zhang shone brightly, and every move he made was watched by the black-armored yellow turban generals. Ha ha ha! The leader of the imperial army has been scared silly. Watch me take his head. The black-armored general laughed loudly and charged at Liu Zhang with an axe. Dianwei saw the yellow turban general rushing towards Liu Zhang and immediately panicked. Get out of the way. In an instant, he killed several enemies. But the enemy numbers were overwhelming, surging like a tide. No, no, no. It cannot end like this. My ambitions have yet to be realized, and my life has just begun. The beautiful face of Kai Yin flashed through Liu Zhang's mind, her smile inspiring his courage. Gritting his teeth, Liu Zhang suddenly drew his sword and stabbed it into his palm. The intense pain stimulated Liu Zhang's brain, and everything returned to him in an instant. Sound, sensation, even strength. He felt the immense power within his body. Years of physical training culminated in this moment. IXX. Liu Zhang tightened his grip on the big knife and roared. I am Liu Zhang, a member of the Han royal family and a general who fights against rebels. You shall die, enemy general. Liu Zhang charged at the enemy general, gripping the big knife tightly, putting all his strength into it, and looking at the enemy general's axe. Just as he spoke, the two weapons clashed with a loud clang. The black-armored general felt a pressure like Mount Tai coming from Liu Zhang and was directly sent flying by Liu Zhang's strike. Coincidentally, he landed at Dianwei's feet. Dianwei glared and swiftly beheaded the enemy general. The enemy general is dead. The soldiers from both sides were stunned, and the battlefield fell silent. The death of the general had a significant impact on morale. Many yellow-turban soldiers stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Liu Zhang's fierce gaze swept around, and then he shouted, Today, I will fight alongside you all to the death. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his knife and began to kill everywhere. Fierce and invincible. Kill, kill, kill. Dianwei was the bravest, wielding dual halberds. Countless yellow-turban soldiers fell under his blades. The imperial army, which was on the verge of collapse, was reinvigorated by Liu Zhang's leadership, roaring as they charged at the yellow turban army. The morale of the imperial army soared, while the morale of the yellow turban army plummeted. The death of their general had shaken the army's spirit, and combined with the sudden resurgence of the imperial army, the yellow turban forces began to scatter. Pushing and trampling each other, cries and curses echoed all around. The yellow turban soldiers began to flee desperately, wishing they had two more legs. The Han army was like a raging tide, relentlessly pursuing. The battle lasted for 2 hours, chasing over 20 miles. Finally, Liu Zhang ordered the troops to regroup and tally the casualties. Tai Shirtzi looked at Liu Zhang and congratulated him, saying, My lord, your bravery is unmatched. You have slain the enemy general, or else we would be in grave danger. Huang Zhong and Dianwei also looked at Liu Zhang with smiles, nodding in agreement. This victory is thanks to the valiant efforts of all the generals and the soldiers fighting desperately. It is not solely my achievement. Liu Zhang did not arrogantly think it was all his doing. Although they had defeated the enemy, he still felt lingering fear. How are you all injured? Huang Zhong and the others fought valiantly, and they must have sustained injuries of varying degrees. Their injuries would affect future battles. We are fine. Fortunately, they only had superficial wounds. Most of Dianwei's blood was from the enemy. What about the casualties? Liu Zhang's tone was somewhat heavy. There was bound to be some loss this time. We lost more than 600 men, over 50 seriously injured, and more than 100 lightly injured. The guards and archers suffered over 50 casualties. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The losses were severe, especially the guards and archers. There were only 100 in total, and losing one means losing one. They had never suffered casualties before. Sigh, if it weren't for the guards trained by Han Sheng, I fear I would not have survived today. Liu Zhang looked at Huang Zhong with some regret. Years of effort had resulted in more than half of them being injured or killed. My lord, they have no families and are all alone. I believe they willingly sacrificed themselves for you. Liu Zhang looked at Huang Zhong gratefully, knowing that Huang Zhong must feel even more heartbroken than he did. Han Sheng, record all their names. In the future, we must hold a special memorial for them. Thank you, my lord. After several battles, they had already lost over 200 men, and now they had lost nearly 800. The remaining combatants were just over 1,000. Although our army suffered many casualties, we killed over 4,000 yellow turban soldiers and captured more than 500, completely annihilating the enemy forces. Dianwei nodded at Tai Shirtzi, agreeing. Thus, We have slain over 6,000 Yellow Turban rebels. 2,000 Imperial soldiers killed more than 6,000 Yellow Turban troops, even if they were not the main force. It is still a remarkable achievement. The loss of over 6,000 lives, combined with the life-and-death crisis, awakened Liu Zhang. Upon hearing the battle report, Liu Zhang felt slightly relieved. But were there any captives? These Yellow Turban soldiers are clearly different from those we encountered before. Where did they come from? Upon interrogation, it was reported that this was Xiao Yanyu, a subordinate commander under the Yellow Turban leader Bo Kai. The middle general Zhu Jun was defeated by Bo Kai, and now he is stationed at Changshi with Huang Fusang. Currently, Bo Kai has surrounded Changshi completely, and Xiao Yanyu came from Dongjun to assist, only to encounter us in battle. Liu Zhang shook his head, secretly cursing his bad luck. What about the scouts? Why didn't they report? Liu Zhang was most puzzled by the sudden appearance of the enemy. Theoretically, scouts would have given early warnings when the enemy approached. Huang Zhong sighed and shook his head, then knelt before Liu Zhang to apologize. It is all my fault. I recalled the scouts. I saw that the enemy forces were numerous, and all scouts were replaced by guards who are strong in combat. Just in case, I let the scouts join the battle. Please punish me, my lord. Liu Zhang helped Huang Zhong up, nodded at him, and said, this was also a forced decision. We must learn from this lesson. In the future, we must never be without scouts. Thank you, my lord. Huang Zhong's oversight directly led to the deaths and injuries of many longtime brothers and almost cost Liu Zhang his life. It was precisely because of this lesson that Huang Zhong escaped death. Of course, that is a story for another time. Chapter 34. Zhu Jun defeated. Now that Zhu Jun has been defeated and Huang Fusang is trapped in Changsha, we cannot sit idly by. Hearing Liu Zhang's words, Huang Zhong and the others furrowed their brows, deep in thought about countermeasures. Tai Shirzi shook his head slightly, looking helpless. The army of Bo Kai is too strong, gathering over 100,000 men, while we have only over 1,000. What can we do? Indeed, 1,000 men thrown into 100,000 troops cannot stir a ripple, let alone break the siege. Even the usually optimistic Dian Wei wore a worried expression. The vast disparity in forces left everyone feeling powerless. In contrast to the worried expressions of Huang Zhong and the others, Liu Zhang appeared much more composed, having already formulated a plan to defeat the enemy. Historically, without Liu Zhang's arrival, Bo Kai would have suffered a disastrous defeat and met his demise anyway. Liu Zhang only needs to follow the established strategy. He chuckled lightly, confidently looking at the three. Bo Kai's strength is undeniable, but he is not without flaws. Although the Yellow Turban army has over 100,000, many are old or young, and the number of capable soldiers is at most 40 to 50,000. There are still over 10,000 Imperial troops within Changsha. If we seize the opportunity and work together from the inside and out, we can certainly win the battle. Huang Zhong looked at Liu Zhang in astonishment. This life-and-death friend had grown so much, regardless of the outcome. To dare to face 100,000 with 1,000 is a rare courage that commands respect. The Lord's boldness is astonishing, and we admire it, but we must also act cautiously. Tai Shirzi reminded Liu Zhang not to act rashly. Courage is commendable, but one must also act within their means. Liu Zhang smiled and nodded, then directly said 4 words, steal the beams and change the pillars. Huang Zhong's eyes lit up as he looked in the direction Liu Zhang pointed. The Lord intends to infiltrate the Yellow Turban army? Indeed, the Yellow Turban army is mixed, and this can be confirmed by Xiao Yinyu's arrival from Dongjun. We can mix into Bo Kai's army and act accordingly. Huang Zhong furrowed his brows, still somewhat worried. My lord, if we are discovered, we will certainly have no place to bury our bodies. Liu Zhang stood up, waving his hand. How can one catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? This battle must make the Yellow Turbans dare not look us in the eyes. Han Sheng, gather Yellow Turban clothing and execute all captives. We must not let any news leak. Huang Zhong did not hesitate at all and went with Jian Wei to carry out the orders. My lord, the Yellow Turban soldiers were originally common people. What I am doing now is precisely to save more common people. Liu Zhang interrupted Tai Shirzi. He too had no choice. If the news leaks, Liu Zhang would surely be unable to escape. Tai Shirzi sighed and shook his head, saying nothing more. Liu Zhang ordered 1,000 soldiers to change into yellow turban clothing and head to Changsha. The remaining soldiers were to escort the wounded to nearby counties for treatment. In Changsha City, Gongwei, are you all right? Huang Fusang looked at Zhu Jun with concern, relieved to see him safe. After hearing that Zhu Jun had been defeated by Bo Kai, Huang Fusang had been worried. Alas, Zhu Jun shook his head and sighed, feeling that this defeat was a great humiliation. Zhu Jun, truly do not deserve to be called a famous general, having been defeated by Bo Kai in open battle. Poor my 10,000 soldiers, perhaps only half of them remain with me. Zhu Jun, disheveled, had completely lost his former demeanor, surely having gone through a significant defeat. Gongwei, victory and defeat are common matters in war. Do not worry too much. You stay with me stationed in Changsha. Wait for Bo Kai to arrive, and we will seek an opportunity to defeat the enemy. Huang Fusang continued to comfort Zhu Jun, knowing well of his capabilities. If this defeat were to crush him, it would undoubtedly be a loss for the Han dynasty. It can only be this way. Gongwei, you should rest for a while, regain your strength, and we will discuss strategies to defeat the enemy. Then I will entrust this place to Yijin. Gongwei, don't worry. At this moment, Bo Kai was leading his army towards Changsha. Boss, that Zhu Jun claims to be a famous general, yet he was defeated and fled in disarray. Yes. In my opinion, once boss arrives, the imperial army will surely surrender at the first sight. Ha. Boss, your strategies are brilliant. Who can compete with the imperial army under your command? The one to first attack Luoyang will surely be boss. Listening to the flattery from his subordinate generals, Bo Kai kept nodding and smiling. Having defeated Zhu Jun in open battle this time, he truly made a name for himself. In the future, who would dare to underestimate him? The great leader of the Yellow Turbans. Boss, I think there's no need to attack Yingchuan. Let's march directly into Luoyang and kill the old emperor. This battle has shattered Zhu Jun. These Yellow Turban soldiers now believe themselves invincible and hold no one in regard. Bo Kai nodded heavily, then sighed. Alas, I have the same intention, but the General of Heaven has commanded that we first occupy Yingchuan. And once he crosses the Yellow River, we will advance. Not only did his subordinate generals think this way, but even Bo Kai himself felt that the imperial troops were no match for them, wanting to charge straight into Luoyang. Great leader, this is clearly the General of Heaven fearing that you will take the credit. In my opinion, do not speak carelessly. We are all under the leadership of the General of Heaven. Bo Kai glared at his subordinate, reminding him that such words should only be thought, not spoken aloud. Yes, great leader. I am also speaking out for the great leader. All right, let's advance to Changsha first, and once we defeat Huang Fusang, the land of Yuzhou will be in our grasp. The great leader is wise. Bo Kai looked ahead, his eyes shining with excitement, a smile on his lips. It seemed as if everything was already within his grasp. Chapter 35, Liu Zhang's Strategy Waste. He Jin shouted while venting his anger by smashing things. The recent defeat of Zhu Jun had greatly disappointed Liu Hong, and the eunuchs like Zhang Rang were also taking the opportunity to strike. General, what is making you so angry? Several people rushed in due to the commotion inside the room. He Jin looked up and saw a handsome man, gradually calming his troubled heart. Binshu, come sit down. Mungda Gongda, you sit too. The ones who arrived were Yuan Xiao, Chao Chao, and Sun Yu. He Jin, disregarding his posture, plopped down on the mat, still fuming. General, what has made you so furious? He Jin slammed the table and angrily said, This Zhu Jun is indeed a false famous general. He was utterly defeated by Bo Kai. He made me lose face before the emperor. Even more hateful is that the eunuchs took the chance to kick me while I'm down. It's infuriating. Yuan Shao looked puzzled and asked, General, Zhu Jun is a seasoned general on the battlefield. How could he lose so quickly to Bo Kai? Chao Chao and Sun Yu also looked at He Jin with confusion. This matter was too shocking. He Jin was too lazy to explain and threw the battle report at them. Yuan Shao and the others quickly skimmed through it to understand the gist of the situation. This Zhu Zhonglong was careless. He actually confronted 10 times the enemy. Chao Chao couldn't help but exclaim. In his view, Zhu Jun was too arrogant. Seeing Chao Chao speak, He Jin's expression became even more displeased. General, don't be anxious. Now Zhu Zhonglong and Huangfu Zhonglong have merged. They must have some strategy. Yuan Shao's words immediately eased He Jin's worries, and his expression softened considerably. Historical records describe Cao Cao as short and dark-skinned. Simply put, he was both short and black. Cao Cao was a descendant of eunuchs, and his appearance and background made him very unpopular with He Jin. Yuan Shao, on the other hand, came from a prestigious family of the Weiren clan, and he was handsome and tall, which made him highly regarded by He Jin. What do you all think we should do? This was what worried He Jin the most. If Huang Fusang were to be defeated by Bo Kai again, his position as general would come to an end. General, I am willing to lead troops to assist the two Lords Zhonglong in breaking the enemy. Oh, seeing Cao Cao volunteer, He Jin was overjoyed. Although he did not favor Cao Cao, he recognized his talents. Good. Mengde, I appoint you as the captain of the cavalry, leading 3,000 cavalry to go to Yingchuan and break the enemy. Yes. Outside the Yellow Turban camp at Changsha, Tai Shirtzi and the others were extremely tense since entering the camp, while Lu Zhang remained confident. Ever since Bo Kai's great defeat of Zhu Jun and the siege of Changsha, many people had come to defect daily. Lu Zhang's 1,000 men were insignificant, casually placed under a small leader's command. Lu Zhang spent a fortune bribing the small leader to be assigned to a patrol duty, which was a trivial task. Several times, Dian Wei wanted to enter the central command tent to deal with Bo Kai, but was stopped by Lu Zhang. Killing Bo Kai was easy, but getting out alive would be difficult. The Yellow Turban Army had attacked the city dozens of times without any progress, relying on Huang Fusang and Zhu Jun to hold the fort. My lord, we've been here for over a month, and the Yellow Turban soldiers are gathering more and more. There are now about 150,000 to 160,000. Tai Shirtzi spoke with urgency. In just over a month, the Yellow Turbans had increased their numbers by half. Don't panic. It's better that they gather, so we don't have to go out hunting. Lu Zhang said confidently. I already have a plan to break the enemy. Now we just need the right timing. Lu Zhang's confidence did not completely put Tai Shirtzi at ease. The huge gap in numbers could not be made up. My lord, what clever strategy do you have? Although the Yellow Turbans are numerous, their leadership knows nothing of military tactics. They are as foolish as pigs. After saying this, he stomped his foot and pointed to the ground, sneering. The Yellow Turbans are encamped according to the grass. This is a major military taboo. We just need to wait for the wind to rise and set fire to them. The enemy will collapse without a fight, and then we can capture Bo Kai. I see. Everyone's eyes brightened, and they all suddenly understood. My lord, what a clever plan. Lu Zhang's face flushed slightly, and he repeatedly apologized to Huang Fusang not far away. Previously, he had been composing poetry from hundreds of years later, but now his strategy for breaking the enemy was directly imitating Huang Fusang inside Changsha. The weather has been hot for several days. I anticipate there will be a strong wind in a few days. You all go prepare. When the wind rises, we will set fire. Huang Fusang was a famous general of the time. If he saw the fire, he would definitely not sit idly by. We just need to wave our flags and shout to create chaos and wait for the opportunity to kill Bo Kai. Yes, the three of them replied with joy. No wonder Lu Zhang always seemed to have a plan. When the fire breaks out, even if the Yellow Turban Army is numerous, it will be useless. Lu Zhang walked out of the tent and looked around, feeling somewhat sad. If the fire breaks out, who knows how many people will perish in the flames? Alas, compassion cannot command an army. The path I have chosen is destined to have mountains of corpses and seas of blood beneath my feet. This will be my first step to dominance, and my life is destined to burn brighter like this fire. For the sake of the people of the world, I cannot hesitate. Having thought this through, countless flames seemed to spring up in Lu Zhang's eyes, roaring and spreading. As Lu Zhang anticipated, that night at the hour of Z, a strong wind suddenly arose. Inside Lu Zhang's tent, Huang Zhong and the others were fully armed. Now that the wind had risen, the opportunity to break the enemy had come. Lu Zhang began issuing orders. Han Sheng, you lead your 400 men to set fire to the south. Z, you lead 400 men to set fire to the north. Remember, after the fire starts, shout that the officials and soldiers are attacking to create chaos. Tonight, with the strong wind, Once the fire starts, there will be no chance of extinguishing it. The Yellow Turban Army is a rabble. Once the fire starts, they will definitely be thrown into chaos and rush to escape. Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun will definitely take the opportunity to advance when they see the Yellow Turban camp on fire. The remaining Yellow Turban soldiers can be left to them. Our target is Bo Kai. Seeing that the situation is lost, Bo Kai will definitely head for Nanyang. After setting the fire, you two go ambush in the woods southwest of the main camp. I will personally go find Bo Kai, pretending to escort him to Nanyang, coordinating from within and without. We must not let Bo Kai escape. Yes, the three of them clasped their fists in response. Liu Zhang thought carefully again. The first plan must not have any mistakes. After leaving the main camp, they should remove their yellow turban headbands to avoid confusion and mutual slaughter. Avilai, hurry and gather the remaining soldiers, hiding them in nearby tents. When the chaos starts, come with me to protect Bo Kai. Dianwei knew the urgency of the matter and wasted no time. He hurriedly went down to prepare. Chapter 36, The Great Fire Recorded in History. Main tent of the Yellow Turban Army. Bo Kai lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Since the day began, he had been restless, with his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. The wind outside the tent howled in his ears, making him even more irritable. Ugh, so annoying. This damned wind. Already troubled, Bo Kai felt a headache coming on as he thought about the recent situation. Over 100,000 men had been besieging the city for nearly 2 months with no progress. Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun were truly cowardly turtles, unwilling to come out and fight. With more than 100,000 men under his command, the daily consumption of resources was enormous. If they couldn't capture Changsha soon, they might have to retreat. However, thinking about how he had defeated Zhu Jun and the rapid momentum of the Yellow Turbans in various regions eased his mood considerably. The Han Dynasty was nothing special. Perhaps he, Bo Kai, could be the first to invade Luoyang and rewrite history. Imagining the glorious scene made Bo Kai smile. Just then, commotion erupted outside, and his irritation returned. "Commander, there's a great fire outside." His personal guard rushed into the tent, shouting loudly. Bo Kai was furious. "You idiots. Go put out the fire." Before he finished speaking, cries erupted in the camp. "The enemy is attacking at night. The enemy is coming. Run, the fire is too big." It was too chaotic outside for Bo Kai to hear what was being shouted. "Commander, the camp is in chaos with reports of an enemy night attack." "What?" Bo Kai kicked the personal guard kneeling on the ground aside and rushed outside. What he saw left him completely stunned. It was the middle of the night, yet outside was as bright as day. Flames leaped several meters high, roaring and spreading in the wind. The Yellow Turban Army was already in disarray, with soldiers caught on fire running around in panic. Many Yellow Turban soldiers trampled each other in their desperate escape, even drawing their swords against one another. It was a scene of hell on earth. "Calm down. I am Commander Bo Kai. Listen to my orders. Don't panic." Bo Kai's desperate shouts were drowned out by the wind and chaos. No one paid attention to their commander. "It's over. Everything is over. How did the fire start? How did the Imperial Army silently infiltrate the camp?" Bo Kai was filled with questions. It was too bizarre that the entire camp was on fire. "Commander!" Amid the noise, he heard someone calling for him and looked around to see over 100 people running towards him. To his surprise, it was a young boy. Bo Kai was somewhat astonished. The boy had a youthful face, but a strong build. However, the people beside the boy looked fierce and menacing, like demons amidst the raging flames. It was Liu Zhang and Dianwei. "Commander, there's fire everywhere, and the enemy troops are attacking from all sides. Please, you must escape quickly. We will fight to protect you." Liu Zhang urged Bo Kai anxiously. Bo Kai was deeply moved and asked, "Little brother, who are you?" "Commander, I am under General Deng. I have admired you for a long time. Now that a great fire has erupted in the army and the enemy is attacking amidst the chaos, I fear for your safety and took the initiative to come protect you." Bo Kai nodded repeatedly, feeling greatly touched. He had done nothing for this young man, yet in such a perilous moment, he had risked his life to protect him. It was truly loyal. "If I come out of this unscathed, you will be my top subordinate." "Thank you, Commander." Liu Zhang expressed his gratitude, yet inwardly he was smirking coldly. "Commander, we must escape quickly." Bo Kai narrowed his eyes and shook his head slightly. "First, gather my personal guards, Then we will head to Zhang Mancheng in Nanyang. Understood. Liu Zhang nodded in agreement, knowing that Bo Kai did not fully trust him and could not act too strangely. At Changsha City, Yijin, how did the Yellow Turban camp suddenly catch fire? Zhu Jun looked at the towering flames outside the city with a puzzled expression directed at Huang Fusong. At this moment, Huang Fusong wore a similarly bewildered expression, his confusion no less than Zhu Jun's. Could it be divine fire from heaven? They exchanged glances, but there was no hint of a smile. Only divine fire could explain this. Regardless, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. Indeed, the Yellow Turbans must be panicking now. They are a disorganized mob, and with this fire, they will surely be in chaos. If we send troops now, we can decisively defeat the Yellow Turbans and avenge our previous shame. Having said that, the two men rallied their troops, and the gates of Changsha opened wide. Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun each led 5,000 men along two routes to attack the Yellow Turban camp. The fire had already engulfed the entire Yellow Turban encampment, with the old and young covering their faces in tears, sitting and waiting for death. Young soldiers scrambled to escape, trampling each other and fighting amongst themselves. The fire ignited their survival instincts, and Yellow Turban soldiers were fleeing in all directions. Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun had been besieged for over a month, and they were filled with pent-up frustration. Especially Zhu Jun, who had recently been defeated by Bo Kai and felt humiliated. Seizing the opportunity, they cut down anyone they encountered, leaving no prisoners, no survivors, just to vent their anger. At this point, Bo Kai had already escaped the camp, gathering over 1,000 personal guards and merging with Liu Zhang's 200 men, making their way to Nanyang. Bo Kai's personal guards caught Liu Zhang's attention. These men were not like ordinary soldiers. They were all strong and well-equipped. With such formidable personal guards, why worry about the Imperial Army? Bo Kai gritted his teeth in anger and cursed. These are Yellow Turban strongmen, the greatest fighting force of our Yellow Turban army. I originally had 5,000 Yellow Turban warriors, which was the foundation for my foothold in Yingchuan. Now I have only brought out a little over 1,000. I still can't understand how the Imperial Army silently infiltrated the camp and set fires everywhere. Truly despicable, these treacherous scoundrels. Liu Zhang smirked coldly in his heart. You'll never know even in death. Nonetheless, he offered some comforting words. Commander, there is no need to worry. Now our Yellow Turbans are like a hot knife through butter. Once we reach Nanyang and unite with General Zhang, we can surely make a comeback. Bo Kai sighed, thinking that was all he could hope for. He then looked at Liu Zhang with some gratitude. Fortunately, I have such a loyal person as you. When we reach Nanyang, there will be great rewards. Liu Zhang expressed his endless thanks, pointing to a small path on the left. Commander, the Imperial soldiers are pursuing closely. We should take the small road and reach Nanyang quickly. Good. With over 1,000 personal guards beside him, Bo Kai felt much more confident. He waved his hand, and the troops entered the woods. After a restless night, dawn began to break. Liu Zhang started to worry, hoping nothing would go wrong. Their success depended on this moment. The leaves were rustling in the wind, making a noise that made Bo Kai feel very uneasy as he looked around, sensing danger. Little brother, how long until we can get out? Before he could finish, a huge bang sounded, and cries of battle came from all directions. Chapter 37, Slaying Bosiai kill him. Capture Bosiai alive. Don't let Bo Kai escape. The shouts of killing rose up as the officials and soldiers charged from both sides. The two leading generals were none other than Huang Zhong and Tai Shirzi. Bo Kai trembled in fear, not expecting that there were ambushing troops here. Huang Zhong and Tai Shirzi did not hesitate and directly led their troops to charge at Bo Kai. The Yellow Turban warriors were different from ordinary Yellow Turban soldiers. They were not flustered by the ambush and immediately engaged in fierce combat with the official army. Quickly protect General Bo. Liu Zhang shouted to protect Bo Kai, secretly signaling Dian Wei to come closer to him. Dian Wei understood the hint and hurriedly moved his soldiers toward Liu Zhang and Bo Kai. Bo Kai glanced at Liu Zhang gratefully, his eyes filled with tears. Just as he was about to praise him, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw Liu Zhang's sword had already pierced into his stomach. You ugh! Bo Kai's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Liu Zhang. Struggling to shout, but his mouth was firmly blocked by Liu Zhang. The scene was chaotic. Bo Kai's personal guards had no idea what was happening and were still fighting fiercely against the official army. Rest in peace, great general. This is just the beginning of the downfall of the Yellow Turbans. Your death will promote peace. Liu Zhang's cold laughter echoed in Bo Kai's ears, and then he felt the long sword stirring inside his belly. Bo Kai glared at Liu Zhang. If looks could kill, Liu Zhang would have died 1,000 times. He never expected that he, a prominent Yellow Turban leader with over 100,000 followers, would fall victim to a treacherous plot. Bo Kai felt unwilling and filled with regret. He sensed his strength gradually fading, his eyelids growing heavier, and finally, he could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Who are you? Liu Zhang ignored the dying Bo Kai and directly severed his head with one stroke of the sword, lifting it into the air. I am Liu Zhang, the officer who breaks bandits. Bo Kai is dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. Liu Zhang held Bo Kai's head on the sword, intending to use it to demoralize the Yellow Turban warriors. Dian Wei led his men to attack the backs of the Yellow Turban warriors. The Yellow Turban warriors were thrown into disarray by the sudden betrayal of Liu Zhang and others, and the battlefield was filled with cries that Bo Kai was dead. Great general, he is a spy for the official army. Brothers, kill him. Avenge the great general. Bo Kai's head appeared in the eyes of the Yellow Turban warriors, but it did not have the effect Liu Zhang had anticipated. Instead of demoralizing them, it enraged them. Hundreds of warriors abandoned Huang Zhong in front and charged at Liu Zhang with bloodshot eyes. If it had been before, Liu Zhang would have been terrified, but after parting for just 3 days, he had transformed. Liu Zhang picked up a large knife and charged into the crowd. Dian Wei and others protected Liu Zhang on both sides, while Huang Zhong and Tai Shirzi took the opportunity to press forward desperately. Although the Yellow Turban warriors fought bravely, their numbers dwindled as they were besieged by the official army from both sides, like turtles in a jar. They disregarded Huang Zhong and the others behind them, roaring as they charged at Liu Zhang, determined to avenge Bo Kai. Liu Zhang swung the large knife with no particular technique. Every strike was executed with all his strength, sending some flying. He had grown to love the feeling of battle, becoming braver with each fight. An hour later, over 1,000 Yellow Turban warriors were slaughtered. Liu Zhang tossed aside his knife and lay down on the ground. He was truly exhausted, the soreness in his arms causing him immense pain. He could no longer remember how many times he had swung his weapon or how many Yellow Turbans he had killed, but this feeling excited him, driving him to complete the battle. The official army also suffered heavy losses, with over 200 casualties in this battle, mainly among the soldiers led by Dian Wei. The Yellow Turban warriors charged at Liu Zhang without regard for their lives, most of them stopped by Dian Wei and his men. My lord, Dian Wei, seeing Liu Zhang lying on the ground, hurriedly asked in fear. Don't worry, I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Hearing Liu Zhang's somewhat weak but relaxed tone, everyone felt relieved. My lord is invincible, completely different from before. Haha, after parting for 3 days, I see you in a new light. With your help, how could I not move forward? Liu Zhang accepted Tai Shirzi's praise without modesty this time. The soldiers began to clean up the battlefield and collect their weapons. Liu Zhang took Bo Kai's head and headed toward Changsha. In the county governor's office in Changsha, Yingchuan Prefecture, a victory celebration was underway. Ha, delightful, delightful. This time we have dealt a heavy blow to the Yellow Turbans in Yingchuan, almost annihilating them, which truly raises the morale of our troops. Zhu Jun was grinning from ear to ear. After Bo Kai's defeat, he had been harboring a grudge in his heart. Huang Fusang also wore a smile. While other official armies faced difficulties, theirs had achieved a great victory and would be praised by the world. After this battle, the Yellow Turbans had no fighting power left in Yingchuan. In this battle, our army killed more than 50,000 Yellow Turbans and captured over 80,000. This was the greatest achievement of the Han army since the Yellow Turban Rebellion began. This victory was entirely thanks to the general's strategic planning, which led to such a great success. Facing the praise from the various generals, Zhu Jun and Huang Fusang accepted it all, regardless of whether it was their merit. At least the Yellow Turbans had been defeated. However, the two knew that these figures were inflated. Bo Kai's army numbered a total of 150,000. among which the old and weak accounted for 80 to 90,000. The truly combat-ready soldiers were at most 60,000. The Yellow Turban camp was in chaos. Over 10,000 had been burned to death, mostly the old and weak. Many died from trampling and infighting while fleeing. The most the official army could claim to have killed during the chaos was just over 20,000. The 80,000 captured were mostly old and weak, who could not escape and were simply captured. The remaining 20,000 or so who escaped were almost all young and strong. These 20,000 young and strong soldiers still posed a significant threat. Now, a report of a great victory must be sent to the court. After all, the battle report only needed to state how many were killed and how many were captured. Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun were acutely aware that the battlefield in Yingchuan could be counterattacked at any time. Bo Kai had escaped. As long as he raised his arm to call, those 20,000 would gather again. There would be another fierce battle. The current Han dynasty desperately needed a great victory. The three routes of the official army. Zhu Jun had suffered defeat, Huang Fusong was besieged, and Liu Ji had made little progress due to a lack of troops. This victory held significant meaning. It would not only inspire the official army soldiers, but also strike at the arrogant spirit of the Yellow Turbans in various regions. But what was the cause of this fire? Could it really be divine fire falling from the sky? Chapter 38, Liu Zhang prepares to make a name for himself in the minds of Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun. There are doubts. Why did the Yellow Turban Army's camp suddenly catch fire? Especially during the most deadly windy weather. Without the strong wind, this fire wouldn't have been so devastating. The most puzzling thing is that after the fire broke out, there was immediate chaos, with no semblance of order. When the two attacked the Yellow Turban Army, they almost encountered no resistance. From leaving the city to reaching the Yellow Turban camp, there was no opposition. The Yellow Turban soldiers only knew to flee, and the two have been pursuing them from the start until the end. Zhu Jun is even more confused. He had led an army straight to Nanyang from Luoyang and had once been defeated by Bo Kai in a field battle, which had become a source of shame for him. In his understanding, although Bo Kai may not have extraordinary talent, he would not be completely inept after a fire breaks out. It's too strange. They can only think of the reason being divine fire from the heavens. Generals, although we have achieved a great victory this time, the bandit leader, Bo Kai, has escaped amid the chaos. We must not be too complacent. As a famous general, Huang Fusong naturally understands that overconfident soldiers are bound to fail, and it is at this moment that he needs to remind everyone. Report, General. The bandit sub-lieutenant Liu Zhang is waiting outside the city gate with the head of the bandit leader Bo Kai. What? Bo Kai's head? The celebration banquet instantly fell silent. Huang Fusong had just mentioned that Bo Kai had not been captured, and someone has already brought good news, and it's Bo Kai's head. Bandit sub-lieutenant? Gong Wei. Do you know who this bandit sub-lieutenant is? Huang Fusong looked at Zhu Jun with confusion. Zhu Jun shook his head, indicating he did not know, and then looked at the crowd below. Does anyone know? Everyone shook their heads, indicating they were unaware. Gong Wei. I remember that the person who exposed the Yellow Turban rebels was named Liu Zhang. However, this person is only about 14 or 15 years old and is still unproven. It can't be him. Can a 14 or 15-year-old go to battle? Zhu Jun firmly denied it. In his view, a 14 or 15-year-old is still wet behind the ears. Please let him in first and see if it is indeed Bo Kai's head. Huang Fusong also did not believe that these two Liu Zhangs were the same person. Liu Zhang settled the soldiers outside the city and brought Huang Zhong and the others into the city. The official army is much stricter than the Yellow Turbans. Generally, unknown persons are not allowed to bring troops into the city. If they were enemy spies, the city would be in danger. Led by the soldiers, Liu Zhang and the others quickly arrived at the governor's mansion. At this time, the banquet had already stopped, and everyone was waiting to see who had slain the Yellow Turban commander Bo Kai, who had been a headache for both Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun. Liu Zhang and the three walked in with their heads held high. What appeared before everyone were 4 burly men. These 4 were incredibly strong. Liu Zhang, who stood over 7 feet tall, was actually the shortest among them. Due to his age, Liu Zhang had not yet fully grown. In terms of physique, Liu Zhang was even more robust than Huang Zhong and Tai Shirtzi. The most terrifying was Dian Wei, who stood over 9 feet tall, clad in black battle armor. with a terrifying appearance that would make anyone gasp in fear upon seeing him. The atmosphere in the room became very subtle as everyone involuntarily swallowed their saliva. Some even wondered if these four men suddenly turn against them. Could the people in the room withstand it? Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun were also momentarily stunned by the appearance of these four men and did not know what to say. In the end, it was Liu Zhang who first bowed and saluted. Bandit Sub-Lieutenant Liu Zhang, greetings to all the generals. Huang Zhong and the three followed Liu Zhang in bowing. Oh. Huang Fusong came back to his senses and nodded at Liu Zhang. What is your background, Liu Xiaowei? I am Liu Zhang, the son of Liu Yan, a member of the Han royal family and currently the bandit sub-lieutenant. Is this the same Liu Zhang who exposed the yellow turban rebels? That is indeed me. Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise in each other's eyes. This is the head of the rebel leader Bo Kai. Liu Zhang took a wooden box from Dian Wei's hand. Bring it here. Zhu Jun called out impatiently. He harbored great hatred for Bo Kai, who had tarnished his lifelong reputation. A guard beside him took the wooden box, opened it to confirm there were no issues, and placed it before Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun. Ha 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 ha. It really is Bo Kai. I once confronted him directly. I would never be mistaken. Zhu Jun stood up excitedly and laughed heartily. Huang Fusong, seeing the confirmation, also smiled and stroked his beard, nodding. Now that Bo Kai is dead, there is no more worry in Yingchuan. Liu Xiaowei, could you tell us about your journey here? Liu Zhang organized his thoughts and recounted his experiences from Luoyang. I led the army here from Luoyang, but we were severely short on weapons, armor, and horses, and what was even more challenging was the low morale. Over 2,000 men are but a drop in the bucket for the Yingchuan battlefield. So, we had to train the soldiers while marching and fighting along the way. The process went quite smoothly. However, one cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. I was careless and was caught in a pincer attack by the yellow turban rebels. At this point, everyone held their breath. 2,000 soldiers with mixed equipment and low morale were surrounded by 6,000 elite yellow turbans. Even if anyone in the room were to lead, they would likely find it hard to escape destruction. Liu Zhang's storytelling was passionate and vivid. Many had clenched their fists, lightly sweating. Alas, the soldiers were in chaos. And under siege, we were on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, our military strategist gave orders. Liu Zhang pointed at Huang Zhong and the other three, continuing his animated tale. The soldiers fought bravely. The enemy commander saw that I was the leader and charged at me on horseback. Unfortunately, this person was slightly lacking in martial skills and was knocked away by my blade. Dian Wei seized the opportunity and directly beheaded him. After all, the yellow turbans were a rabble. The death of their leader threw them into disarray. We took advantage of this to defeat the bandits, and in this battle, we killed over 5,000 yellow turbans. Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun nodded repeatedly. Their eyes filled not only with approval, but also admiration. Liu Zhang sighed and spoke with a hint of dejection. Although this battle was a great victory, we only have 1,000 combat-worthy soldiers left, and we also suffered heavy casualties. How did you manage to kill Bo Kai with just 1,000 men? Liu Xiaowei. Zhu Jun, unable to wait any longer, quickly asked. Chapter 39. Liu Zhang's strategy. Liu Zhang smiled as he looked at Zhu Jun and nodded slightly. From the captives, he learned that the two generals were surrounded by over 100,000 troops led by Bo Kai and Changsha. I only have 1,000 soldiers who can fight. Even if Xiang Yu were to return, it would be difficult to resist the 100,000 yellow turbans. Therefore, I can only rely on strategy and cannot attack directly. I had the remaining soldiers change into yellow turban uniforms and armor, intending to infiltrate Bo Kai's camp. Many defectors came to join the yellow turbans every day, numbering in the thousands. We were able to sneak in successfully. Upon entering the camp, I discovered a way to break the enemy. After all, Bo Kai came from humble beginnings and actually built his camp out of grass, which is a path to destruction. I waited for the right moment, took advantage of the wind to set fires, and created chaos. Liu Zhang spoke with a calm demeanor, but it was clear that the one who first used this tactic was the present Huang Fusong, yet he spoke passionately. So that is how it is. Everyone in the room finally understood that it wasn't divine fire from the heavens, but rather Liu Zhang had infiltrated the enemy camp and set the fires. Captain Liu, with only 1,000 men, dared to penetrate the enemy camp. We admire you. Captain Liu's martial prowess and wisdom are unparalleled. Liu Zhang smiled and waved his hand, quickly saying he didn't dare to take credit. After waiting for more than a month, we finally welcomed a strong wind. That night, our army split into 3 parts. 2 parts set fires to create chaos, making the bandits think the Imperial Army was launching a surprise attack. I personally led 1 part to follow Bo Kai to prevent his escape. I predicted that Bo Kai would head to Nanyang, seeing that the situation was dire. So I had the other 2 parts set fires and then lay an ambush on his likely route. How ridiculous that Bo Kai thought I was going to protect him. As the ambushers sprang into action, the enemy army was thrown into disarray, and I took advantage of the chaos to kill Bo Kai. Liu Zhang's final remarks were delivered lightly, but everyone in the room listened with their hearts racing. From infiltration, setting a plan, waiting, the wind rising, setting fires, to ambush and surprise attack, it was all done in one go. Could a mere teenager really accomplish this? Huang Fusong and the others exchanged glances, seeing shock and doubt in each other's eyes. Captain Liu is truly capable of both literary and military prowess, defeating Bo Kai's 100,000 troops with just over 1,000 men and personally beheading Bo Kai. We, with our 10,000 troops, can only be trapped in this city. It is truly an act of arrogance for us to consider ourselves great generals. How shameful! Huang Fusong had no achievements because he was outnumbered. Defending the city and preventing Bo Kai from advancing even an inch is already a great achievement. Zhu Jun was different. He was defeated head-on and truly felt ashamed. If it weren't for the 2 generals holding back Bo Kai here, allowing me this opportunity, how could I have succeeded? Liu Zhang did not dare to take credit in front of these 2 and continued to be humble. This victory was indeed due to luck. The 2 generals' ability to hold back Bo Kai was indispensable. Captain Liu need not be humble. I will report to His Majesty the truth of this battle. I will request merit for Captain Liu. Huang Fusong firmly shook his head, speaking candidly. Liu Zhang hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun are both honorable gentlemen and would never hide their achievements. Zhu Jun instructed his servant to bring another table and placed it next to him, inviting Liu Zhang to sit down. Captain Liu, please take a seat. Regardless, the Yellow Turbans have suffered a great defeat, and the bandit leader, Bo Kai, has been executed. We should celebrate. Liu Zhang did not want to sit in such a prominent position, feeling it was too conspicuous. However, he could not decline and had to comply. Huang Zhong and others casually found their places to sit. Liu Zhang poured himself a cup of wine, stood up, and said loudly, "I first toast to the soldiers who died on the battlefield." After saying this, he drank it all in one go, and everyone raised their cups in response. Generals die in battle, and heroes return after 10 years. Liu Zhang's tone was emotional, and tears glistened in his eyes. Thinking of the soldiers he had been with for so long, now dead one by one, he couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Generalsty in Bete, and heroes return after 10 years. Huang Fusong repeated this, looking at Liu Zhang with even more admiration. It is said that Captain Liu has been called a prodigy since childhood, having created 7 character poems and has the ability to speak eloquently. Seeing him today, it is indeed well-deserved. Liu Zhang looked at Huang Fusong with some embarrassment and thanked him. It seems that the reputation of the scholar general will have to give way to him. Ha ha ha. Zhu Jun took the opportunity to joke, scaring Liu Zhang into hurriedly waving his hand. I wouldn't dare. Master Liu is a great talent. How could I compare? Liu Zhang's modesty made everyone present admire him greatly, and they all began to offer him comfort. Liu Zhang no longer felt sad, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. The room was filled with generals who had fought on the battlefield, speaking very casually, and soon everyone was mingling together. The banquet continued late into the night before dispersing, and Liu Zhang and the others were carried back to their resting place. Back in the room, Liu Zhang, Huang Zhong, and Tai Shirzi shook off their drunkenness. But only Jianwei was truly drunk. Han Sheng, I have written a letter. You quickly send a trusted person to deliver it to my father. Yes. Z, please trouble you to check on the wounded in the camp. Huang Fusong has sent someone to take care of them, but I am a bit worried. Yes. After arranging everything, Liu Zhang felt sleepiness creeping in. He had been too tired during this time and had not had a good night's sleep. although he spoke lightly. Being in the enemy camp had been difficult and fraught with challenges. The hardships he faced were probably known only to him. However, it was all worth it. From now on, Liu Zhang's name will spread across the land, with 1,000 men defeating over 100,000 yellow turbans and personally beheading Bo Kai. His bravery and strategic foresight will replace the title of prodigy and become Liu Zhang's label. Thinking of these things, Liu Zhang smiled slightly and gradually fell into a dream. Thus, Liu Zhang rested in Huangfu Song's camp for 10 days. Feeling that it was about time, Liu Zhang prepared to bid farewell to Huangfu Song. He did not want to delay any longer. Liu Zhang entered the governor's office and saw Huangfu Song and Zhu Jun receiving a man. This person had a broad forehead, a tiger's body, and a bear's waist, with an extraordinary appearance. He was probably in his 30s, even more robust than Tai Shirtzi, and must be a formidable warrior. Liu Zhang was secretly surprised. When did such a figure appear in Huangfu Song's army? Chapter 40. The Fierce Tiger of Jiangdong. Here comes Colonel Liu. When Huangfu Song saw Liu Zhang walk in, he greeted him warmly. Colonel Liu, let me introduce you to Sun Jian, also known as Sun Wentai. Wentai is known as the Fierce Tiger of Jiangdong and has come to join the righteous army. He has already been appointed as my assistant general. After introducing Liu Zhang, he turned to Sun Jian and pointed at Liu Zhang, saying, Wentai, this is Liu Zhang, who defeated the Yellow Turbans and killed Bo Kai. He is a member of the Han royal family, only 15 years old, and possesses both literary and martial talents. He has been known as a child prodigy since childhood and is an indispensable talent for our Han dynasty. Thank you for your praise, General. Liu Zhang is just lucky this time, Liu Zhang said, feeling a bit shy from the compliments and waving his hands repeatedly. However, his gaze lingered on Sun Jian. So this is the founder of the Sun family in Jiangdong, the Fierce Tiger of Jiangdong, Sun Wentai. He truly has an impressive demeanor and presence. Liu Zhang had long known of Sun Jian's great reputation, and it was indeed well-deserved. Sun Jian returned Liu Zhang's greeting with respect in his eyes. Colonel Liu is too modest. Such a small name hardly deserves your attention. Colonel Liu has penetrated enemy lines and killed Bo Kai. I greatly admire that. Sun Jian was known for his military prowess, bravery, and decisiveness, and he was a very straightforward person. Such individuals speak their minds without ambiguity. When they say they admire someone, they truly mean it. Liu Zhang genuinely admired Sun Jian as well. Historically, he had killed Hua Xiong and was the first to enter Luoyang. Chen Shou praised Sun Jian for his bravery and decisiveness, and even Dong Zhuo, who was not afraid of the warlords from the east, was very wary of Sun Jian. All right, you two are both pillars of the state. No need to be overly modest, Zhu Jun praised, observing the mutual respect between the two. Huangfu Song said currently, over 40,000 warriors are being recruited from various states and counties. They have come from Changsha. I intend to lead you to Runan to defeat the Yellow Turbans and clear out Yuzhou. Zhu Jun looked at Liu Zhang and asked, the situation in Hunan is very favorable, but Liu Zhonglong is still locked in a stalemate with Zhang Jiao in Hebei. Can Colonel Liu go to provide support? I and Yijin are willing to assist you with troops and equipment. Liu Zhang was overjoyed. He had long wanted to go to Hebei, and unexpectedly, he was being sent there with support for troops. I am willing to go to Hebei to assist Liu Zhonglong in defeating the enemy. Good. Huangfu Song was delighted. He knew Liu Zhang's abilities well, and having him go would definitely change the situation. How many soldiers do you need? Quality is more important than quantity in soldiers. I would trouble the general to gather 2,000 men for me, but I need 2,000 war horses as well. That. Huangfu Song hesitated for a moment and did not agree. Soldiers were not an issue. Even if Liu Zhang needed more, he could provide them. But war horses were a different story. Huangfu Song's army only had a little over 5,000 horses in total, so losing that many at once would be quite challenging. Seeing that Huangfu Song was reluctant to give, Liu Zhang pressed on, General Huangfu. The reason the stalemate in Hebei persists is that Jizhou is the birthplace of the Taiping Dao, with many followers. Second, the bandit leader Zhang Jiao is personally commanding. This person has strong persuasive abilities, and many are willing to go to their deaths. Third, the court's military strength is too disparate compared to the Yellow Turbans. And if we engage head-on, it would be unwise. Once I arrive in Jizhou, I must not concentrate our forces in one place. Otherwise, thousands of men would be no different than water entering the sea. Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun nodded slightly. They agreed with Liu Zhang's reasoning. No matter the battlefield, the disparity in troops was always a major issue. Otherwise, they would not have been besieged by Bo Kai and Changsha previously. Liu Zhang was determined to obtain the war horses and would not give up easily. Once we go to Jizhou, I intend to either launch surprise attacks, intercept supplies, or set ambushes. We must avoid direct confrontation at all costs. The Yellow Turbans have many troops and consume vast amounts of supplies daily. They cannot sustain themselves for long. Once they show a flaw, we must seize the opportunity to fight and win. Liu Zhang's strategy could be described as an open strategy. Just one word, delay, to hold back the Yellow Turban army. The Yellow Turban forces were currently strong and would surely try to take advantage of their momentum to destroy the Han dynasty. Over time, logistical issues would arise. The official army could be supplied from all over the country, and their combat strength would inevitably grow. Huang Fusong fully agreed with Liu Zhang. When he first left Luoyang, he only had 10,000 men, and just over a month later, he had replenished over 40,000. War horses, however, were different. They were too scarce. He could continuously replenish troops, but could not do the same for war horses. Cavalry, in terms of mobility and combat strength, were several times stronger than infantry. If 5,000 cavalry charged on the battlefield, their destructive power would be terrifying. This pursuit of Bo Kai's army would not have been so glorious without war horses. Yijin, Colonel Liu's words are reasonable. Now that we have a great victory on the Yingchuan battlefield and Bo Kai is dead, coupled with Sun Sima and over 40,000 soldiers joining, I believe the Yuzhou battlefield can be settled smoothly. However, if Zigan faces Zhang Jiao's 3 brothers alone and is defeated, the Yellow Turbans may cross the Yellow River and threaten Luoyang, which will be troublesome. Zhu Jun thought for a moment and spoke a good word for Liu Zhang. Sun Jian looked at Huang Fusong and also analyzed. Generals, the terrain in Runan is mountainous, which is not conducive to large-scale cavalry charges. Now that the troops are elite and brave, even if we lack these 2,000 war horses, it won't matter much. Huang Fusong saw that both Zhu Jun and Sun Jian were speaking for Liu Zhang and decided to agree. Since you all say so, very well. Colonel Liu, I agree to your request, but you must act cautiously. A great victory outside Changsha is not necessary. As long as you can hold back Zhang Jiao, it will also be a significant achievement. Once I and Gong Wei have settled the Yellow Turbans in Yuzhou, I will go to Hebei to assist you. Liu Zhang was overjoyed to get the war horses and assured Huang Fusong earnestly, General Huang Fu, rest assured, I will be very careful. Generals, Sun Sima, speed is of the essence in military affairs. I will gather my troops immediately and head to Hebei. I hope you all take care. Farewell. The 3 of them cupped their hands toward Liu Zhang, saying, take care. 2 hours later, Liu Zhang and the 4 of them, with 2,000 cavalry, rushed towards the Yellow River crossing. Chapter 41 Liu Hong is a bit proud, the main hall of the Imperial Palace in Luoyang City. Now Emperor Ling, Liu Hong, has also begun to attend morning court. Before the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the ministers wouldn't even dare to think about it. Liu Hong lazily sat on the dragon throne, looking at the ministers below, and felt quite good. The momentum of the Yellow Turbans in various regions had already been contained, and regardless of when they would be pacified, at least Luoyang City could rest easy. Your Majesty, the General Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun have come to report that they have recently defeated the Yellow Turban bandits in Yingchuan, killing their leader Bo Kai, whose head has now been sent to Luoyang. The 2 have now gone to Runan, and it won't be long before the Yellow Turbans in Yuzhou can be wiped out. The fat and big-eared Jin stepped forward, proudly recounting the achievements. Good, as expected of a general appointed by the Grand General. Liu Hong was overjoyed to hear about Bo Kai from Yingchuan. Now Luoyang was even more at ease. Zhang Hang sneered, looking at Jin with a sarcastic tone. Grand General, as far as I know, Zhu Jun was defeated by Bo Kai in Yingchuan, and then he and Huang Fusong were trapped by Bo Kai in Changsha. Jin, now promoted to Grand General, no longer took the 10 regular attendants seriously and seemed to have the momentum to eliminate them. Zhang Rang and others were not kind either, and both sides were already on edge. Grand General, is there such a thing? Liu Hong raised his eyelids, frowning at Jin. How did that damned eunuch find out? He Jin cursed inwardly, then bowed to Lu Hong. Your Majesty, although Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun were previously defeated by the Yellow Turbans, this time it can be considered a great victory and a redemption of their sins. He Jin glared fiercely at Zhang Rang, warning him not to meddle. Zhang Rang chuckled twice and said to He Jin, Grand General, how unfair. The victory in Yingchuan is indeed true, but is it the credit of Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun? Lu Hong's face grew increasingly gloomy, looking confused at the two. What exactly is going on? Seeing Lu Hong pressing for answers, He Jin broke out in a sweat. He originally wanted to take the credit for himself, but unexpectedly that damned eunuch was making things difficult. This. He Jin stammered and couldn't say anything. Seeing that He Jin couldn't respond after a long time, Zhang Rang took the initiative to speak. Your Majesty, this great victory is the credit of the bandit-slaying officer Lu Zhang. Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun only did their jobs by pursuing the Yellow Turban Army. Lu Zhang. Haha, interesting. Lu Hong muttered to himself, recalling that self-destructive youth. He first glanced at Lu Yin in the crowd, then turned his gaze to Zhang Rang. Please elaborate. Zhang Rang detailed how Lu Zhang was initially made to face difficulties by He Jin, then practiced with the troops while being besieged by the Yellow Turbans, infiltrated the enemy camp, set fires, and killed Bo Kai, painting a vivid picture as if he were there. The prominent ministers in the hall were stunned. Even He Jin was dumbfounded. How did Zhang Rang know so clearly? The lengthy battle report sent by Huang Fusong had not been thoroughly read by him. He merely glanced at the conclusion. Huang Fusong also mentioned that Lu Zhang was the one who made the greatest contribution, but He Jin didn't take it seriously at all. Seeing the ministers below staring blankly, Lu Hong felt a sense of pride since Lu Zhang was personally promoted by him. Lu Hong's mood improved, and his complexion became rosy. Lu Zhang is the son of Lu Zongjing, and he is the bandit-slaying officer personally appointed by me. It is also I who sent him to battle against the Yellow Turban rebels. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers, being shrewd, knew Lu Hong was looking for praise. Ha. As expected of the grandson of Gaozu, the Lu family's sons. Lu Zongjing, you have a good son. Lu Yin, seeing Lu Hong laughing heartily, quickly stepped forward and bowed. It is entirely thanks to your Majesty's wisdom that my son achieved this. Lu Hong nodded with satisfaction, then turned to look at He Jin with an unhappy expression. Grand General, how dare you make things difficult for the bandit-slaying officer I personally appointed? He Jin was frightened and quickly knelt down, knocking his head in confession. Your Majesty, it is not that I do not allocate, but at that time, the troops had just set out, and the armory was indeed empty. Please see clearly, Your Majesty. Get up. Where is Lu Zhang now? Lu Hong was merely giving He Jin a warning. He still needed to rely on him. Currently, Officer Lu has borrowed 2,000 troops from Huang Fusong and is heading to Jizhou. Lu Hong looked at the ministers below, feeling furious. Thinking what use are these useless people? They are not as good as a 15-year-old child. My nephew is truly a natural-born general. Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun are truly wasted as famous generals. Not only can they not fight the rebels head-on, but they were also besieged in Changsha. If it weren't for my nephew, will my Han dynasty be in danger? With 1,000 remnants defeating 100,000, even if Han Xin were resurrected, it would be no better than this. Ha. The ministers hurriedly knelt down, shouting, Heaven bless the Han. Heaven bless your Majesty. Get up. Since Lu Zhang is leading cavalry to Jizhou, I will promote Lu Zhang to the position of cavalry officer. Let him achieve more for the Han dynasty. The ministers were in an uproar. Lu Zhang was only 15 years old and was already promoted to cavalry officer. The cavalry officer and the bandit-slaying officer are not on the same level. Although both are officers, one has only 400 stones, while the other has 2,000 stones. The bandit-slaying officer can only accompany the army into battle, while the cavalry officer can fight independently, and the troops they command are increased several times. All right, let it be. Lu Hong saw that no one opposed, and then got up to leave. Court dismissed. With a loud shout from the eunuch, the ministers slowly retreated. As Zhang Rang passed by Lu Yin, he paused for a moment and nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Yin also smiled and nodded. Zhang Rang's support for Lu Zhang was not solely because he opposed He Jin. It was also because he had received generous gifts from Lu Yin. In a letter Liu Zhang sent to Liu Yin, he emphasized the importance of taking care of Zhang Rang. With both money to be received and a way to deal with Yi Jin, this was likely the happiest thing for Zhang Rang. Chapter 42. The name of Liu Zhang, the general's mansion, was filled with the sounds of clattering and smashing. Yi Jin, filled with resentment, returned to the mansion and could only vent his frustrations by breaking things. Before long, all of Yi Jin's advisors arrived. Why is the general so angry? Yi Jin looked up, suppressed his anger, and forced a smile. Ah, it's you, Binshu, come and sit. This person was tall and imposing, walking with authority. Handsome and robust, Yuan Shao, the direct descendant of a Yuan family, which had produced 3 generations of officials. Yi Jin needed the support of the Yuan family, so he valued Yuan Shao highly. Not long ago, Mengda had led troops to assist Huang Fusong and others in defeating the enemy, but unexpectedly, Mengda hadn't arrived yet. The yellow turbans in Yingchuan had already been thrown into disarray by Liu Zhang, and even their leader, Bo Kai, had been killed. Oh, how come we didn't know about this? Liu Zhang is actually that formidable? Yuan Shao exclaimed in surprise at Liu Zhang's strong military capability. How old could Liu Zhang be? Alas, this battle report was sent last night. This morning, I intended to credit Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun for the victory, but Zhang Rang, that eunuch dog, also knows the details, which put me in a very passive position. Such military reports must first go through the general's hands. How could eunuchs know about them? Yi Jin turned to see Su Yu asking, and his anger flared even more. Today, His Majesty even reproached me, saying I didn't provide Liu Zhang with military horses and weapons. Saying this, he glared at Su Yu. Su Yu immediately understood that Yi Jin was blaming him and hurriedly apologized. Yi Jin waved his hand, and the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. General, how did Liu Zhang defeat Bo Kai? As far as I know, he only has 2,000 men and his military equipment is very poor, Su Yu asked. Yi Jin turned toward the voice and saw Sun Yu asking. He dared not offend the Sun family from Yingchuan too much and recounted Liu Zhang's journey from Luoyang to the killing of Bo Kai. Although Liu Zhang is not my subordinate, he is indeed a capable general. Even Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun have praised him highly. Yi Jin's words left everyone in silence. This was a solid achievement that was beyond reproach. Throughout history, there have been many instances of the few defeating the many. But this series of strategies was seamless and flawless. Just the courage to infiltrate an army of over 100,000 with 1,000 men was admirable. Even Su Yu, who had a strong dislike for Liu Zhang, frowned and remained silent. Sun Yu appeared worried on the surface, but internally he was very pleased. Liu Zhang actually possessed such talent, which he had never expected. Seeing the atmosphere becoming somewhat subtle, Yuan Shao spoke to comfort them. General, now that all the prominent families and wealthy landlords are resisting the yellow turbans, our Han officials will surely fight more and more. It won't be long before the yellow turbans can be suppressed. At that time, it won't be too late to deal with these eunuchs. Everyone nodded in agreement. Ever since the ban on the parties was lifted, the response from the gentry had been growing stronger. It can only be this way. Yuan, in order to undermine the morale of the yellow turbans and motivate the officials and soldiers to resist, spread Liu Zhang's story far and wide, and for a time, the whole world knew. In Qingzhou, Beihai County, 2 scholars were drinking. Z and I didn't expect Liu Zhang's words to come true. The Taiping Dao has really rebelled. Alas, the court is corrupt, and the people are struggling to survive. Even without the yellow turbans, there would be the red turbans and the blue turbans. What my brother Liu said is not wrong. The current Han dynasty is indeed at a critical juncture of life and death. These two were Liu Zhang's friends, Sun Qian and Gui Yuan. Sun Qian raised an eyebrow and asked, Zianai, have you heard? Liu brother defeated over 100,000 yellow turbans with just over 1,000 men and personally beheaded Bo Kai. Gui Yuan nodded with a smile at this moment. Who in the world doesn't know? That's right, it is now known throughout the world. I didn't expect Liu brother's expedition was not just a momentary impulse. I've heard he has now gone to Hebei to confront the rebel Zhang Jiao. It's a pity that my strength doesn't lie in military affairs. Otherwise, I want to follow him now. Liu brother is someone who can achieve great things. I have a premonition that the Yellow Turban Rebellion is just his starting point. Sun Qian nodded heavily. Both of them now had the intention to join him, but unfortunately, there was no appropriate opportunity. However, Gui Yuan always felt that after the Yellow Turbans were defeated, true chaos would truly descend. In Jizhou, at the Yellow River crossing, Lu Zhang, accompanied by Huang Zhong, Dian Wei, and Tai Shirzi along with 2,000 cavalry, finally set foot on the land of Jizhou after half a month of travel. My lord, according to the scouts, Lu Zhonglong is currently in Jiulu confronting the Yellow Turban rebel Zhang Jiao. What should we do? Huang Zhong, having learned from previous lessons, was particularly serious about intelligence gathering. They had already set foot on the land of Jizhou and could not travel recklessly. They had to plan accordingly. Lu Zhong pondered for a moment and said solemnly, "Now we are all cavalry, and we must maximize our advantages." Lu Ji is different from Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun. Lu Ji not only commands well, but is also a great Confucian of this era, a true Confucian general. Since he came to Hebei, the momentum of the Yellow Turbans has been curbed. Lu Zhong remembered that, historically, Lu Ji had defeated Zhang Jiao's tens of thousands of troops several times with only a few thousand soldiers, and it was an open battle. This demonstrated how strong Lu Ji's commanding ability was. Lu Zhong was very clear that this time coming to Jizhou, he only needed to provide a boost to Lu Ji, not to provide help in times of trouble. After all, without Lu Zhong, Lu Ji could still defeat Zhang Jiao. Lu Zhong came to Jizhou mainly for his 5 tiger generals. In his mind, he was only missing one person. There could be absolutely no mistakes. The light in Lu Zhang's eyes shone brightly. Chapter 43. Lu Ji battles Zhang Jiao with words, "All right, Lu Zhong has arrived in Hebei, and you'll meet him soon." Lu Zhong can defeat an army of 100,000 with just 1,000 men. Now that our army has 40,000, how can we not defeat Zhang Jiao? Lu Ji stopped the discussion about Lu Zhong. After all, the most important thing for them was to discuss how to defeat Zhang Jiao. "General, isn't our army less than 10,000? A junior officer's question made Lu Ji laugh heartily, nodding with pride. "The new warriors recruited in Yi City have all arrived yesterday. This time, I have secretly increased our troops without anyone knowing, not even you. Zhang Jiao is definitely in the dark about this. Next time the Yellow Turbans attack the city, we must give Zhang Jiao a lesson. The Yellow Turban bandits think our army is small and dare not fight. When they come to attack the city again and exhaust their strength, we will suddenly strike out and achieve a great victory." Just as Lu Ji was discussing the counterattack plan, a soldier came to report. "Report, General. The leader of the Yellow Turbans, Zhang Jiao, is personally leading his army and is now less than 10 miles away." "Oh, Zhang Jiao is coming in person?" Lu Ji's eyes brightened as he looked at the messenger. "Yes, General. Good. All commanders, listen to my orders." The officers below perked up, knowing Lu Ji's military orders were very strict. Any mistake would surely lead to punishment under military law. The cavalry and the light cavalry will now leave the city and circle around to wait behind the Yellow Turbans. We will wait for the main army inside the city to charge out and harass the enemy. Remember, you only need to hold back the bandit army and must not engage in direct combat." "Understood." The 2 officers received their orders and left. The Yellow Turban army always attacks the west gate. The infantry and long-range archers will split to the east gate, south gate, and north gate. I will personally lead the main army to the west gate. Each division must take turns guarding the city to conserve strength. When the Yellow Turban army retreats, we will charge out from all 4 gates simultaneously and must deal a heavy blow to the enemy. Lu Ji's voice was powerful and resolute, leaving no room for rebuttal. "Understood." The generals responded in unison. At the west gate of Pingxiang City, Zhang Jiao had already led the Yellow Turban army to the city walls. This time, all 40,000 troops were personally led by Zhang Jiao to attack the west gate. Zhang Jiao stepped forward slightly, moving to a place where arrows could not reach, and called out, "I am General Zhang Jiao of the Heavenly Public. Please respond, General Liu." At this moment, Lu Ji had already set up defenses at the west gate. Hearing Zhang Jiao calling him, he was slightly taken aback. He had never seen Zhang Jiao and was quite curious about this rebel leader. "I am a North Zhonglong general, Lu Ji." Zhang Jiao slightly cupped his hands and bowed to Lu Ji on the city wall. "I have long heard of your great name. Today, I am fortunate to meet you. The times have changed, the divine weapons have shifted, and only those virtuous can return to power. This is the natural order. Today, the world is in turmoil, the emperor is foolish, and treacherous officials are in power, leaving the people in despair. The common folk have no way out. It is not that I, Zhang Jiao, am determined to rebel, but I cannot bear to see the people suffer in such dire straits. Since I rose up, the people have flocked to my cause, and the righteous armies across the land are like a hot knife through butter. This is the will of heaven. You are a great Confucian of this era. Why do you insist on going against the natural order and the feelings of the people? Have you not heard what the ancients said? Those who follow heaven prosper, and those who go against it perish. I hope you can prioritize the welfare of the people and join me in punishing the foolish monarch, returning a bright world to the common folk. After making this speech, Zhang Jiao looked at Liu Ji with some pride, confident that Liu Ji would have nothing to counter him. He even hoped that if Liu Ji could switch sides and join him, perhaps they could seize Luoyang in one fell swoop. Ha 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 ha! Liu Ji did not respond, as Zhang Jiao expected. Instead, he laughed loudly. Zhang Jiao, I once thought that you could gather hundreds of thousands to follow you. So you must possess some brilliance. Now it seems I have overestimated you. The times have changed, and the divine weapons have shifted. Do you consider yourself a virtuous person? Why is the world in chaos? It is all because of you rebels who are selfishly trying to usurp the divine weapons. Natural disasters and man-made calamities cannot be changed by human effort. How can you blame it all on His Majesty? You only know of your own hardships, but are unaware that the borders are in constant danger, with foreign tribes never forgetting to invade us. Although the people's lives are hard, they can still survive. How many innocent people have been harmed since your rebellion began? Zhang Jiao, your Zhang family once received the Han's official salary, but does not think of being loyal to the emperor and serving the country, yet you dare to plot rebellion. Do you not know how your ancestors would feel knowing that a traitor like you exists among the Zhang family? Cough, 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 cough. Zhang Jiao stared at Liu Ji, coughing violently from anger. Liu Ji, I respect you as a great Confucian of this era. How dare you insult me like this? Seeing Zhang Jiao struggling to catch his breath, Liu Ji sneered. Why should I respect you, a treacherous rebel? You yellow turbans only know how to burn, kill, and plunder, harming the common people. Do you know that the yellow turbans in Yingchuan have already been wiped out, and hundreds of thousands have died because of you? If you had any conscience, you would disband the Yellow Turban Army and let them return to their homes. You should commit suicide to atone for your sins to the world. Liu Ji, you old thief. Shut up. Liu Ji shouted, you shameless rebel. Do you not know that the people of the world would eagerly feast on your flesh? How dare you wag your tongue here? Quickly retreat. I fear that killing you would dirty my treasured sword. Zhang Jiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, shouting as he fell off his horse. The Yellow Turban generals hurriedly rushed forward to support Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao is dead. The soldiers on the city wall shouted loudly upon seeing Zhang Jiao spit blood and faint. Liu Ji's eyes brightened, secretly admiring the timing of the shout. The Yellow Turban Army became restless and started to panic. General, now that the bandit leader Zhang Jiao is unaware of his situation, and the bandit army is in a state of panic, this is an excellent opportunity. Many junior officers echoed, requesting to charge at the Yellow Turban Army immediately. Liu Ji observed the Yellow Turban Army's reaction carefully, not daring to be careless, fearing it might be Zhang Jiao's scheme. The chaos in the Yellow Turban camp was visible to the naked eye, especially in the front line, which was at a loss upon hearing that Zhang Jiao was dead. Quick, the entire army charge. We must seize Zhang Jiao's corpse. Liu Ji's expression was anxious, his tone urging. The rear of the Yellow Turban Army was transforming into the front and had already begun to retreat. Chapter 44. The temptation of Zhang Jiao's corpse. Just as the Yellow Turbans were retreating in panic, the gates of Pingxiang City swung wide open. The sound of drums shook the heavens, and the calls of the officers resonated through the earth. The Imperial Army surged out of the city gate like a tidal wave, roaring as they charged towards the Yellow Turban Army. Quick, pursue the enemy. Do not let Zhang Jiao escape. The one who retrieves Zhang Jiao's corpse shall be rewarded with 10,000 gold. Upon hearing Liu Ji's bounty, the imperial soldiers charged forward, as if the treasure of gold and silver lay ahead, fearing they would miss out if they were late. Liu Ji, clad in armor and protected by his guards, also pursued the Yellow Turbans. There was a reason for Liu Bei to take personal command in the chase. The imperial army had now grown to 30,000 men. Even if the Yellow Turbans had laid an ambush, with Liu Bei directing from the center, they could still fight. General, there are already lieutenants leading troops ahead to pursue. You should not put yourself in danger, his guards urged. Liu Bei was a Confucian general, skilled in strategy and command, rather than in direct combat. He laughed heartily, unconcerned. Though I'm not a valorous warrior who can fight thousands, I do not fear these few rebels. The death of Zhang Jiao was suspicious, and he always felt there was a trick involved. If the Yellow Turbans had set an ambush, the closest would be at the Maowei forest, 15 miles away. Now, the Yellow Turbans were in disarray, already fleeing in panic. Ahead, cavalry were slowing the retreat of the Yellow Turbans, while the main army pursued with full force. By the time they reached Maowei forest, they could eliminate at least 10,000 enemies. By then, even if we do not enter Maowei forest, Zhang Jiao, even if he is not dead, will likely die of anger. If there are other ambushes, I will command from the center, with the morale of the army soaring. How can we not win? Liu Bei stroked his beard, looking quite pleased with himself. He was very confident in his command abilities. No matter how fierce the Yellow Turbans were, in his eyes, they were merely a rabble. The current state of the Yellow Turban army could be summed up in one word: chaos. The 10,000 enemy soldiers Liu Bei spoke of were a conservative estimate. Zhang Jiao's 40,000 troops had already scattered like birds and beasts, each fleeing for their lives. The siege had not even begun before Zhang Jiao was killed. For the Yellow Turban soldiers, it was akin to the sky collapsing. The leaders of the Yellow Turbans hurriedly scolded the rumors, having just quelled some unrest. But the forward troops hastily began to retreat. As the front line retreated, the formation of the center was thrown into chaos, and the already panicked rear troops became uncontrollable. Zhang Jiao is dead. The General of Heaven has fallen. This news quickly spread throughout the Yellow Turban army, and a mass escape began. If we talk about fighting strength, the Yellow Turbans were unmatched. But when it came to fleeing for their lives, the Imperial army could not catch up. Once the ranks broke, everyone began to disregard everything else, focused solely on escaping. This chaos was fully displayed under the leadership of the leaders and minor commanders. They pushed and shoved each other, cursing as if their companions were enemies. Soon after, they began to trample each other and draw blades. Before the Imperial army could catch up, the Yellow Turbans had already suffered heavy casualties. This is the flaw of an army formed from rabble, without military discipline or leadership from generals. The Imperial army's drumbeats intensified as they poured out of the city to pursue, and the Yellow Turbans fled like startled birds, desperately trying to run back. Zhang Jiao had instructed to retreat to Maowei forest after a defeat, but he never anticipated things would turn out this way. The situation was too chaotic. It could no longer be described merely as defeat. The Yellow Turban soldiers fled in a fan shape, crazily escaping in every direction. They didn't care about the orders given. Weapons, battle flags, and armor were discarded everywhere. All they could think was run fast, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. The cavalry and the light cavalry at the rear of the Yellow Turbans were also bewildered. How could they have lost without even attacking the city? This was no ordinary defeat, but a crushing rout with no ability to fight back. Could it be a feigned defeat? The lieutenant of the cavalry looked at the lieutenant of the light cavalry with a puzzled expression. Having fought the Yellow Turbans several times, this was unprecedented. The light cavalry lieutenant was also confused. The cost of a feigned defeat was too great. How many had died from trampling and mutual slaughter? Even if the Yellow Turbans had numbers, they could not withstand such turmoil. Could they? Forget it. General Liu ordered us to hold back the Yellow Turban thieves. Military orders must not be disobeyed. We must quickly attack and disrupt their escape. The light cavalry lieutenant nodded, and the 2 men led their cavalry to launch harassment from both ends against the Yellow Turban army. Once the cavalry entered the fray, the effect was remarkable. The Yellow Turbans, who should have been fleeing wildly, slowed their pace. The sight of thousands of cavalry charging was too shocking, causing many Yellow Turban soldiers to fall to the ground in fear. The Yellow Turban soldiers behind disregarded everything and trampled over their fallen comrades. While the cavalry slowed the Yellow Turbans, Liu Bei's imperial army had already caught up, having been forced to defend the city for so long. They were now venting all their pent-up anger on the fleeing Yellow Turbans. This scene seemed familiar, as if it had happened not long ago. Yes, it was just like when Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun pursued the Boizhai army. Zhang Jiao is dead. Zhang Jiao is dead. Surrenderers will not be killed. The one who retrieves Zhang Jiao's corpse shall be rewarded with 10,000 gold. Originally, the cavalry and light cavalry were not to engage the Yellow Turbans directly, only to harass from the flanks. The two lieutenants were very rational. They understood that charging the cavalry into the crowd could easily cause casualties. However, upon hearing that Zhang Jiao was dead and his corpse was amidst the chaos, their greedy desires quickly overcame their reason. The temptation was too great. If they could seize Zhang Jiao's corpse, they would surely be granted titles and positions. Why did they risk their lives in battle? Was it not for the chance to be granted titles and secure fortunes for their descendants? Forget it. The whole army charged into the Yellow Turban ranks to seize Zhang Jiao's corpse. The two lieutenants threw Liu Bei's orders aside and commanded their forces to rush into the enemy ranks to grab the corpse. Thousands of cavalry plunged into the crowd of tens of thousands, causing massive casualties, but the momentum was soon curbed. Once the cavalry lost their speed and got mired in the battlefield, they were hardly different from infantry. The Yellow Turban soldiers, seeing they could not escape, began to engage in close combat with the cavalry. Without the cavalry's harassment, the speed of the troops' retreat improved significantly. The Yellow Turban army, focused solely on fleeing, maintained a standoff distance with the Imperial army, one escaping while the other pursued. Some exhausted Yellow Turban soldiers collapsed to the ground. The Imperial army did not take prisoners, executing them on the spot, further spurring the Yellow Turban's flight. The 15-mile distance, under normal circumstances, would take quite some time to traverse. But under the stimulus of life and death, they covered it in less than an hour. The Yellow Turban army rushed into Mawei Forest, and the Imperial officers cared little for anything else, following in to seize Zhang Jiao's corpse. By the time Liu Bei arrived at Mawei Forest, the troops had already lost control and were surging into the forest in a frenzy. This is bad. Liu Bei felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Chapter 45. Liu Bei enters the forest. I repeatedly emphasized that we should only harass the retreating Yellow Turban soldiers and avoid direct confrontation. These two have such audacity to openly defy military orders. Liu Bei shouted angrily in front of the Mawei Forest as the self-righteous cavalry lieutenant completely disrupted his plans. He had initially planned to stop the battle at the edge of the Mawei Forest and never into the woods. Now, however, most of the troops had gone in, and it was beyond his control. General, calm down. The two generals also want to seize Zhang Jiao's corpse. Oof. Liu Bei snorted heavily and shouted sternly. If the cavalry had followed orders, Zhang Jiao would have been captured long ago. Now that the army has entered the forest, are they not safe and sound? The personal guard glanced into the forest. The trees in Mawei Forest were sparse, and the visibility was relatively open, making it seem not like an ambush site. General, the Yellow Turban bandits are in such disarray. It doesn't seem like a feigned defeat. Liu Bei looked at the Mawei Forest with a worried expression, gritting his teeth in anger. I hope that is the case. Let us go. The main army has already entered halfway. I fear there may be unexpected events. A battle that could have been resolved at the edge of the Mawei Forest had to be decided on their own. With a sigh, Liu Bei no longer hesitated and led the rear army into the Mawei Forest. Deep in the Mawei Forest report, a messenger with a yellow scarf wrapped around his head ran forward and knelt on the ground. Report to General Tiangong. Liu Bei has already led the rear army into the woods and is coming this way, but their marching speed is slow, seemingly gathering soldiers. Understood. A slender, handsome-looking man nodded. It was Zhang Jiao. At this moment, he looked pale and extremely weak. His earlier fainting at the city was a ruse to deceive Liu Bei. However, the blood he coughed up was real. He had been coughing blood for several days. General, our feigned defeat this time has resulted in heavy losses. We now have only over 20,000 soldiers gathered. Zhang Jiao said nothing, his eyes filled with sorrow. He had never imagined the losses would be so great. In his mind, the losses would be at most a few thousand, but now the dead and injured had approached 20,000. This kind of casualty was also a serious blow to Zhang Jiao. If this battle could not capture Liu Ji and deal a heavy blow to the imperial army, how would it end? He looked at Zhang Jiao, whose expression was fluctuating, and spoke to comfort him. Master, Liu Ji has been lured into the Maowei forest. As long as we can kill Liu Ji, the losses will be worth it. Hearing this, Zhang Jiao's expression eased a bit as he nodded at his disciple. Notify the ambushed troops on both flanks to prepare to encircle Liu Ji. You all come with me to welcome Liu Zhonglong. Yes, the generals responded to the order, and Zhang Jiao led the yellow turban generals and the gathered 20,000 soldiers to meet Liu Ji. As Liu Ji delved deeper into the Maowei forest, he was gathering soldiers. The imperial army was overly excited, each pursuing and killing within the woods, leading to a severe dispersion. After an hour of gathering, over 30,000 soldiers were finally assembled. Hiss! Upon entering the Maowei forest, Liu Ji gasped in surprise. He was increasingly astonished. The trees here were sparse, and the terrain was uneven. From the outside, he had thought the view in the forest would be very open, but it was completely the opposite deep within. Quickly notify the troops to retreat, change the rear troops to the front, and slowly exit the Maowei forest. We must hurry. The general is overthinking it. The yellow turban army is like a headless chicken. How dare they ambush our army? Seeing it was the cavalry lieutenant, Liu Ji was even more enraged. What do you know? If it weren't for your two defying military orders, how would the army have fallen into such a perilous situation? General, we also intended to seize Zhang Jiao's corpse. We had no choice. Where is Zhang Jiao's corpse? Where is it? Liu Ji snorted heavily and shouted loudly. He truly wanted to execute these two on the spot. Seeing that the two dared not defy him again, Liu Ji ordered the army to quickly retreat. The terrain here is treacherous. Quickly withdraw the troops. Change the rear troops to the front and exit the Maowei forest in order. Before Liu Ji's words fell, a hoarse voice came from ahead. Liu Zhonglong, where are you rushing to? Don't you want my head? I have brought it to you. Liu Ji looked ahead and saw Zhang Jiao appearing on a small hillside with a yellow turban army. This is bad, Liu Ji secretly exclaimed, already knowing he was trapped in a tight encirclement. The yellow turban soldiers, who had lost their helmets and armor, dared to appear openly, indicating there must be an ambush. You escaped death earlier, yet you dare to show up again. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Liu Ji maintained a calm expression and a nonchalant tone, showing no signs of panic. Zhang is right here, waiting for Liu Zhonglong to come and take my head. As he spoke, a burst of laughter erupted from the yellow turban camp. Thief, don't be arrogant. Watch me take your head. The cavalry lieutenant was furious and was about to rush forward to kill Zhang Jiao. Don't act rashly. Liu Ji raised his hand to stop the cavalry lieutenant, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. Liu General, I truly admire you. What I said earlier at the city was from heart. If you come to surrender, I will certainly treat you well. Otherwise, this time next year will be your death anniversary. Zhang Jiao once again tried to persuade Liu Ji to surrender, hoping for a bloodless victory. Stop dreaming. I, Liu Ji, am a dignified general of the Han Dynasty. How could I kneel before a rebel? Zhang Jiao's gaze hardened as he raised his hand, signaling to launch the ambush. A series of sounds echoed in the air, followed by shouts of battle from both sides. Soldiers, Zhang Jiao is bluffing. He is now at his wit's end. The bandit leader is within reach. Whoever kills Zhang Jiao will be rewarded with wealth and titles. Kill. Upon hearing the signal, Liu Ji knew that retreating unscathed was no longer possible. He could only seize the gap before the yellow turban army fully encircled them and lead his troops forward to capture Zhang Jiao. With a command from Liu Ji, the generals and soldiers rushed towards Zhang Jiao. The morale of the imperial army was high, and with a heavy bounty offered, they swiftly reached Zhang Jiao's side. The sudden situation caught Zhang Jiao off guard. The imperial soldiers had arrived at his feet, and he was momentarily stunned. Quick! Don't let them get close to General Tiangong. He was the first to react, hurriedly arranging the yellow turban soldiers to resist. Upon hearing Yi's shout, the yellow turban soldiers finally reacted and rushed to the front to engage in battle. As soon as the two sides made contact, many yellow turban soldiers were cut down. The soldiers beside Zhang Jiao had just regrouped after a previous rout, their morale low and completely lacking combat strength. Many were filled with fear upon seeing the imperial soldiers. If it weren't for Zhang Jiao being present, they would have long since scattered in panic. In a moment, the imperial army had led their troops to Zhang Jiao's front. Liu Bei was overjoyed. As long as he captured Zhang Jiao, everything would be resolved. Zhang Jiao was greatly startled, never expecting Liu Bei to cut off his escape route. And he saw himself about to be captured. Chapter 46, Trapped in Desperation. Kill the one who kills Zhang Jiao, and reward him with 10,000 gold and a marquee title. Liu Bei promised loudly, not caring whether he could truly confer a title, but using heavy rewards to stimulate the soldiers. Liu Bei knew that his verbal promise meant nothing, but the soldiers thought differently. Liu Bei was their direct superior, and his words represented a commitment. Upon hearing such a heavy reward, the soldiers' eyes turned red, and they charged forward with even more vigor. Zhang Jiao, sweating profusely, thought he was in a secure position, but unexpectedly, Liu Bei had pulled the rug from under him. Zhang Jiao stood atop a high place, commanding his subordinates to wave the Commander-S flag, shouting at the top of his lungs, "People of the Yellow Heaven, I, Zhang Jiao, am with you. The official army is already surrounded by us. They are now just trapped beasts. They are exhausted. Kill them all. The heavens have died. The Yellow Heaven shall be established. The year is the Jiazi, and the world shall be auspicious." These 4 slogans acted like a stimulant for the Yellow Turban Army, especially when shouted by Zhang Jiao. It ignited boundless strength. The repressed Yellow Turban Army immediately roared and rose up in resistance. The one-sided trend was suddenly halted. Countless Yellow Turban soldiers, red-eyed, surged forward. The momentum of the official army's attack significantly diminished. As misfortune would have it, while the Yellow Turban Army was fighting desperately ahead, the encircling Yellow Turban soldiers behind them were already visible to the naked eye. This is bad, Liu Bei thought, realizing that capturing Zhang Jiao seemed impossible now. At this moment, Liu Bei had no other choice but to charge forward to break through the Yellow Turban positions and capture Zhang Jiao. The soldiers were instructed to press forward and capture or kill Zhang Jiao. The rebel army would scatter. Seeing the official army's momentum restrained and the ambush troops arriving from behind, Zhang Jiao felt a sense of relief. Reinforcements had arrived. The official army had been encircled by his forces. Kill Liu Bei, and you will be rewarded with 10,000 gold. The situation reversed too quickly for both sides to react. Weren't we pursuing the enemy? Why have we been surrounded in such a short time? No matter how elite the soldiers were, being surrounded would instill fear in their hearts. It is human nature. Liu Bei's army consisted of 30,000 new soldiers, and in the pursuit, the situation had seemed favorable, with the entire army pressing forward. The new soldiers shouted and charged ahead with even more courage than the veterans. Now, with the situation critical and surrounded by the enemy, their fear of death became apparent, leading to chaos. The army, made up of 30,000 new soldiers and 10,000 veterans, would suffer in combat capability if the new soldiers became disordered. The initially high-spirited and aggressive army was now hindered in their attack, and morale plummeted due to the new soldiers' panic. This is bad. We can't capture Zhang Jiao now. Liu Bei was well aware of the army's situation. Having missed the opportunity before, it was now impossible to capture Zhang Jiao. He quickly separated the new and veteran soldiers, ensuring the new soldiers did not affect the veterans' combat effectiveness. The elite soldiers were assigned to fend off the ambushing troops, allowing the new soldiers to continue attacking Zhang Jiao's forces without worry. The crisis of being caught in a pincer was temporarily averted, and Liu Bei, being a renowned general, managed to stabilize the official army for the time being. However, Liu Bei knew in his heart that the calm was only temporary, and the balance would inevitably be broken. He had no idea how many ambushers were behind. For every soldier lost, the official army would weaken, and they would eventually collapse. "General, you must leave quickly. We will protect your escape." Liu Bei's personal guards urged him to leave now that the situation was temporarily stabilized. "No, I cannot leave." Liu Bei calmly shook his head. While he was here, the army could still maintain its fighting strength. If he fled, the army would lose its backbone, and that would truly be the end. He only had two paths left: either retreat with the troops or die in battle. What good would it do to run? All the troops from Jizhou were here. If they lost, Jizhou would surely fall. At that time, the court would also take his head. He could only hope to break through Zhang Jiao's main formation. Liu Bei fixed his gaze on the battlefield ahead, praying for a miracle to occur. As the battle continued, the miracle did not happen. Instead, the scales of victory gradually tilted towards Zhang Jiao. The 10,000 official troops faced 40,000 ambushing yellow turbans and were being pushed back repeatedly, struggling to resist. The morale of the official troops was low, further suppressed by Zhang Jiao's yellow turban forces. Is this where it ends? Liu Bei felt a wave of despair. With countless strategies in his chest, he had no plan left to counter the enemy at this moment. He, a scholarly general, was actually facing such a tragic end. It was laughable that he had mocked Zhu Jun, and retribution came so swiftly. As low as Liu Bei's mood was, Zhang Jiao's joy was equally high. With a smile he could no longer suppress at the corners of his mouth. After this battle, the land of Hebei would be firmly in his grasp. He had already begun to fantasize about occupying Jizhou, attacking Luoyang, and even the scene of ascending to the throne. Kill. The official army can no longer hold out. Brothers, kill them, and nothing will stop us anymore. Long live the Yellow Turban Army. Long live General Tiangong. The heavens have died. The yellow heaven shall be established. The year is the Jiazi, and the world shall be auspicious. The cries of the Yellow Turban Army echoed across the battlefield, and their morale had reached its peak. Unless something unexpected occurred, the official army would surely collapse, and the situation was set. However, the battlefield is fraught with uncertainties. Liu Bei thought Zhang Jiao's blood-spitting was a feigned defeat, but he never expected that sacrificing over 10,000 lives was a lure. He could anticipate that Zhang Jiao would arrange ambushes, but he did not foresee there would be as many as 40,000. Zhang Jiao also did not expect that nearly 20,000 would be lost in the pursuit, nor that he would almost capture Liu Bei directly while surrounding the official army. At this moment, a sudden event struck, catching both Liu Bei and Zhang Jiao off guard. Kill! 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 The cries of slaughter came from outside the forest, and a large cloud of dust rose at the forest's edge, revealing an unknown number of soldiers. Chapter 47. The gaze of the venomous snake. Zhang Jiao and Liu Bei both tensed up and quickly looked towards the mouth of the forest. Liu Bei had already begun to pray silently in his heart, thinking that even if it wasn't reinforcements, it must not be the yellow turbans. Liu Bei started to deceive himself, believing that if there were an army, it would surely be one faction's troops. How could there be a third party? Zhang Jiao was even more agitated, certain that he had not arranged for any soldiers and fervently hoping that it would not be the imperial troops. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Liu Bei and Zhang Jiao stared intently at the distance. It appeared. Imperial uniforms. What came into everyone's view were the imperial troops, flags fluttering, with the characters Liu, Guan, and Zhang written on them. Dust rose in the rear as the imperial troops charged towards the hidden yellow turban soldiers. The yellow turbans, who had originally surrounded the imperial forces, were suddenly caught in a counter-encirclement, instantly turning the tide of the battle. Liu Bei was overjoyed. Although he did not know where the reinforcements had come from, they had pulled him from the depths of despair. Soldiers, the reinforcements have arrived. Kill! The drums of the imperial troops sounded, and the battle cries shook the heavens, instantly boosting morale. The reinforcements had engaged the yellow turbans in fierce combat. Led by 3 formidable warriors, wherever they went, blood and flesh were flying. One had ears hanging to his shoulders, hands down to his knees, a fair complexion, and a dignified appearance. He wielded dual swords, slashing left and right. Another had a beard 2 feet long, a face like a heavy jujube, lips like painted vermilion, phoenix eyes, and catkins eyebrows, looking imposing and majestic, holding a large blade. The third had a face like black coal, with a leopard head and ringed eyes, a tiger beard, a voice like thunder, and a momentum like a galloping horse, wielding a long spear. The 3 charged left and right unstoppable. They were Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. Throughout the history of the late Han dynasty, Only two were known as the enemy of 10,000 men, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Many fierce generals existed in the late Han, such as Huang Zhong, Dian Wei, and Tai Shizi under Liu Zhang, each capable of taking on 100 men. However, only these two were recorded in history and recognized as enemies of 10,000 men. The bravery of a single warrior might not change the outcome of a war, but it can absolutely influence the course of the battle and inspire the courage of the soldiers. When two enemies of 10,000 men charged into the enemy ranks, it could only be described with four characters: wolves entering a sheepfold. Each swing of Guan Yu's large blade not only killed one person, but even sent several others flying. His speed was incredibly fast, and soon enough, the area around him became a vacuum. Each thrust of Zhang Fei's spear pierced through bodies, and then he would lift and smash down. Although his killing speed was not as fast as Guan Yu's, his voice was as loud as thunder, shaking the ground, leaving the yellow turbans within several meters deafened and stunned until they were killed. Liu Bei, while not as fierce as Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, was still extraordinary. He wielded dual swords with both hands, making him hard to resist. The yellow turbans were constantly pushed back by the three of them, and the imperial troops, who had been suppressed at the rear, seized the opportunity to rise up. The ambushed yellow turbans were squeezed from both sides and started to crowd towards the center, even trampling over each other. The morale of the yellow turbans plummeted, and the entire formation fell into chaos. Liu Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief. The yellow turbans were unlike the imperial troops. Their chaos would be hard to quell. After all, they were composed of commoners, not refined soldiers. Liu Bei looked disdainfully towards the front, his eyes no longer filled with panic. Zhang Jiao, standing on high ground, also saw the situation of the ambushed troops and became extremely anxious. The duck that was already cooked was about to fly away, and it might bite off a big piece of his flesh at any moment. Zhang Jiao's mood soured to the extreme, as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. He was unwilling to accept this and clenched his fists tightly. If he failed this time, it would truly be a failure, with no chance for a comeback. Zhang Jiao shouted madly, ordering his troops to charge forward. As long as they could break through Liu Bei's front lines and join forces with the yellow turbans behind, the outcome was still uncertain. Often, when you think you're facing the worst situation, even worse changes are waiting for you. Because a venomous snake was watching Zhang Jiao. Indeed, it was Liu Zhang. Liu Zhang led Dian Wei and Tai Shizi, along with 1,000 cavalry, lurking behind Zhang Jiao. The yellow turbans were completely unaware. If it were a regular battle, there would surely be scouts. But now both sides were red-eyed, fighting for their lives, unable to care for much, and had committed all their forces to the battlefield. When Zhang Jiao left the city for Pingxiang, he had been scouted by Liu Zhang's cavalry. At that time, the imperial troops were pursuing the yellow turbans, and the generals wanted to chase, but Liu Zhang persuaded them to hold back. He felt something was off, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. It wasn't until scouts reported that tens of thousands had emerged from Jilu City and entered the Mawei forest without any movement that Liu Zhang understood everything. At that moment, it was too late. The imperial troops had become bloodthirsty. He could only lay in ambush behind Zhang Jiao, waiting for the right moment to act based on the battlefield situation. Several times, Liu Zhang had been unable to contain himself and wanted to rescue Liu Bei. But he had ambitions, wanting to replicate the achievements outside Changxi City. If he could kill Zhang Jiao, not only would he be granted a title, but he could also make a name for himself across the land. At this moment, he had only 1,000 cavalry with him. If he rashly led his troops to charge at Zhang Jiao, the effect would surely be minimal, and he might even put himself in danger. Thinking positively, he could save Liu Bei. Thinking negatively, he might end up losing his entire army. So Liu Zhang waiting for an opportunity, a chance to strike. But he did not expect that Liu Bei still had a backup plan. He grew even more patient, waiting. Finally, the opportunity came. The ambushed yellow turbans were surrounded and in dire straits. Zhang Jiao had pressed all his troops forward to break through Liu Bei's front lines, leaving only a few hundred personal guards by his side. All generals, heed my command, Liu Zhang shouted. Then, 1,000 men mounted their horses in unison. Liu Zhonglong has already surrounded the bandit army. Zhang Jiao is right ahead. Charge towards the enemy lines and kill Zhang Jiao. Kill Zhang Jiao! Kill Zhang Jiao! Charge, charge, charge! Kill, 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 charge! With Liu Zhang's order, 1,000 horses thundered forward towards Zhang Jiao. The cavalry's charge could not be concealed. The ground trembled. Zhang Jiao had already heard the noise and stared back with wide eyes, his expression tense to the extreme. He could not believe that Liu Ji still had a backup plan and could lie in ambush behind him. He hoped desperately. Wearing the yellow turban, it must be reinforcements. It must be the yellow turbans. What came into his view were the uniformly dressed imperial troops, all cavalry, with a flag in the center bearing the character Liu. The leading general wore golden armor and held a large blade, exuding an extraordinary might. Zhang Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. His personal guards hurried to help him up. Why does heaven not assist me? Zhang Jiao looked weakly at the battlefield, his eyes red, and cried out in anguish. Kill! Kill Zhang Jiao! The cries of killing had already reached them, and the cavalry was about to arrive. Quick, take General away quickly. He, beside Zhang Jiao, was about to burst with rage. He could not understand why there were still imperial cavalry behind them. You quickly take the general away. I will hold off the enemy. The personal guards helped Zhang Jiao onto a horse, protecting him as they fled into the distance. He drew out his long sword, ready to face the approaching enemy. He was prepared to fight to the death against the imperial troops. Chapter 48, Can You Out-Talk Me? He, as a direct disciple of Zhang Jiao, resolutely decided to sacrifice himself to let Zhang Jiao escape in a time of crisis. Brothers, General Tiangong is the hope of the people of the world. Now that the general is in danger, what should we do? He calmly scanned the crowd and asked in a deep voice. Fight to the death to protect General Tiangong. Fight to the death to protect General Tiangong. Fight to the death to protect General Tiangong. Hundreds of people shouted in unison, their eyes showing not a trace of fear. Good. No wonder you are the children of Huang Tian. We fight for the people of the world, and we have no regrets, even in death. He nodded in satisfaction. With such high morale, they would surely be able to strike a heavy blow against the enemy. Kill, kill, kill. After all, they were Zhang Jiao's personal guards, not the ordinary yellow turban army. In the face of despair, they erupted with an invincible momentum. Before long, Liu Zhang led his cavalry to He Yi's front. He Yi and the others stared angrily at the enemy, prepared for a fight to the death. Liu Zhang did not charge in, as he expected, but stopped in front of He Yi. The yellow turban guards, inspired by He Yi, were all determined to die together with the enemy. Holding back their rage, they were just waiting to strike Liu Zhang hard and show their loyalty to Zhang Jiao. But would Liu Zhang allow this? Of course not. He Yi was in a high position, and as the cavalry approached, they lost their speed for a charge. Facing an enemy of equal numbers, they had no advantage. Liu Zhang had seen everything from Zhang Jiao's escape to He Yi's morale-boosting speech. He already knew that it was impossible to chase Zhang Jiao anymore. The dense trees and uneven terrain of the horsetail forest were not conducive to cavalry charges. He led Zhang Jiao's personal guards to block Liu Zhang, and everyone was filled with the will to die, which would surely make them formidable in battle. Liu Zhang had only 1,000 cavalry by his side, which was his lifeline, and he would never clash head-on with He. Liu Zhang stood with his sword in hand, looking at the yellow turban army with a smile. He knew very well the strengths and weaknesses of both sides and had already devised a strategy in his mind. Liu Zhang only needed to delay, avoiding a fight with the yellow turban army. After all, Zhang Jiao could not be caught anymore, so there was no need to rush into an attack. The military strategy states, one charge builds momentum, the second weakens, and the third exhausts. He Yi's personal guards, driven by He Yi's encouragement, were hot-headed and wanted to die in exchange for Zhang Jiao's escape. Liu Zhang's army stood still, not attacking, which left He Yi and the others feeling extremely uncomfortable. With no outlet for their anger, it would gradually dissipate. The heated minds would eventually cool down, and fear would surely arise. Liu Zhang understood this point, which is why he faced off against the yellow turban army without attacking. Who are you to block my way? Liu Zhang looked at He Yi with disdain, his tone very flippant. He Yi, determined to die, directly cursed Liu Zhang. Dog thief, my grandfather is He Yi, a direct disciple of General Tiangong. If you want to take my grandfather's head, come at me. You, a nameless nobody, dare to make me take action personally? Any of my subordinates can take your life as easily as reaching into a pocket. Liu Zhang laughed heartily, his tone full of contempt. You, dog thief, don't think you can win with just words. If you have the ability, come at me. He did not want to waste more words with Liu Zhang and continued to insult him in an attempt to provoke Liu Zhang. Ha! Liu Zhang raised his big knife, pointing at He with great disdain. Were you? And what about Bo Kai from Yingchuan? Didn't I still chop off his head? With my 100,000 troops, a little ploy could wipe them out completely. Now, you mere hundreds are not even enough to fill my teeth. You are Liu Zhang? He trembled all over, a wave of emotions surging within him. He did not expect the person who broke Bo Kai to be so young. Indeed, knowing my name, yet you do not surrender? Bah! He spat, feeling disgusted by Liu Zhang's arrogant demeanor. You slaughtered my yellow, turbaned soldiers. And today, I will kill you to comfort their spirits in heaven. Liu Zhang laughed directly, his tone even more dismissive. You think your little tricks can kill me? I can do it with one hand. He had no way to deal with Liu Zhang's provocation and was so furious that his face turned red. He did not dare to fight Liu Zhang one-on-one. Just looking at Liu Zhang's figure made him dizzy. Thus, He and Liu Zhang remained in a stalemate, both sides watching their commanders argue. Liu Zhang was unconcerned. After being influenced by the 21st century, cursing was a piece of cake for him. He even felt he could curse He to death, but it would be too damaging to his image. He was so disgusted by Liu Zhang that he felt like vomiting. He couldn't out-curse him, nor did he dare to fight. He was completely unaware that he had fallen into Liu Zhang's trap, only thinking about himself and completely forgetting his personal guards behind him. Under He's provocation, the personal guards became hot-headed and wanted to fight the enemy desperately. As time went on, their heated minds gradually calmed down. Seeing Liu Zhang, who had slaughtered the yellow turbans of Yingchuan and the even more exaggerated black armor general, they couldn't help but feel fear. The earlier momentum was gone, and many even showed signs of fear. Liu Zhang smiled, having successfully toyed with He, effectively deflating the morale of the yellow turban guards. The time for attack had come. Fearful rats, I doubt you dare to come forward. All generals, follow my orders, charge. Liu Zhang led the way towards He, with Jian Wei and Taisher Ci leading 1,000 cavalry behind him. In the charge of 1,000 cavalry, let alone these fearful personal guards, even He was stunned. He was originally a strategist, with mediocre martial skills. If it weren't for his determination to die, he wouldn't even dare to step forward and fight. After Liu Zhang's delay, that momentum had long dissipated. Watching Liu Zhang come close, He's legs trembled, his whole body shook, completely becoming a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Liu Zhang did not care about his reaction, rushing forward, raising his big knife. Ah! He screamed in fear as he watched the swinging big knife. But it was too late. Liu Zhang's knife fell, splitting He in half. Liu Zhang did not stop at all, continuing to charge towards the yellow turban soldiers. It was as if he had just killed a wild chicken. To Liu Zhang, He was nothing, but to the personal guards, he was a pillar of support. The guards were already filled with fear, and seeing He cut in half, bloodied and gruesome, further stimulated the minds of the yellow turban guards. In that moment of distraction, the official army's cavalry had already arrived. Jian Wei transformed into a machine of slaughter, using the momentum of the horse's charge to directly split the yellow turban army apart. In one wave of charge, hundreds were cut down. The remaining personal guards fled in panic, and not a single person under Liu Zhang was injured. Chapter 49. Liu Ji's Heaven and Hell, my lord. Should we pursue Zhang Jiao? Taisherzi asked Liu Zhang, unsure of where Zhang Jiao had escaped to. No need. Zhang Jiao's fate is not yet sealed. We should head to the main battlefield first, Liu Zhang replied. It seemed that our Liu Zhonglong was once again caught in a tough battle. Following Liu Zhang's gaze, Taisherzi looked and saw that, as Liu Zhang had said, the main battlefield had become increasingly pressured with the addition of Zhang Jiao's main forces. What should have been a smooth situation was now shrouded in uncertainty. Previously, the surprise attack by Liu, Guan, and Zhang had thrown the yellow turban army's rear into chaos, leading Liu Ji to believe that they would soon collapse. However, events did not unfold as Liu Ji had anticipated. Instead, a stalemate gradually formed. Liu Bei's forces were too few, only numbering over 2,000, which took everyone by surprise. The Yellow Turban Army, seeing the dust rising from the forest, thought the Imperial Army was launching a major attack and fell into panic. As the fighting continued, the Yellow Turbans noticed that the dust was still thick, and there were no reinforcements from the Imperial Army. It's a ruse. The Yellow Turbans may be a disorganized rabble, but they are not fools. They can tell the numbers. We are not surrounded. The Imperial Army is bluffing. We cannot sit idly by. Compared to the Imperial Army, the Yellow Turban soldiers valued their lives more. If they could survive, who would want to rebel? With hope for survival, the Yellow Turban Army changed their previous despondency and fought back fiercely. The battlefield was no longer one-sided and had formed a stalemate. Even if Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were hailed as invincible warriors, could one person really cut down 10,000 foes? That would make them living deities. No matter how valiant Liu, Guan, and Zhang were, their stamina was gradually wearing thin. With 30 to 40,000 Yellow Turbans, they could not be completely eliminated. They could only charge for a while and then rest. Liu Bei's troops were just ordinary soldiers, nowhere near the combat effectiveness of Guan and Zhang. With Liu, Guan, and Zhang already exhausted, one could only imagine the state of their soldiers. Liu Ji was also having a hard time. With the addition of Zhang Jiao's main forces, the newly formed Imperial Army was being suppressed again. Sigh. Liu Ji sighed heavily, feeling his mood plummet to the depths once more. In less than an hour, he had gone from despair to joy, and now back to despair again. The Maui Forest, once an unremarkable grove, had now become a focal point. Liu Bei's 2,000 soldiers and Liu Ji's 10,000 were besieging over 30,000 Yellow Turban ambushers. The cries of battle, wails, and screams were ceaseless. The sounds of weapons clashing filled the entire grove. Severed limbs and broken arms were everywhere, resembling a hell on earth. The balance of war would never remain even. It would eventually tip to one side. After several hours of fighting, both sides were on the verge of exhaustion. The Yellow Turban Army outnumbered the Imperial forces 2-1, yet their casualties were far greater than those of the Imperial Army. Liu Ji continued to rally morale, offering rewards to his soldiers, his voice already hoarse. Hold on, my lads. The enemy is out of strength. Today is our chance to achieve greatness. Liu Ji's heart-wrenching cries could only be heard by those within a few meters of him. The Yellow Turban leaders were also working hard to motivate their troops. They only needed to shout one phrase. Brothers, the Imperial Army takes no prisoners. If captured, it's a dead end. This statement was devastating, directly igniting the Yellow Turban Army's will to survive. Both sides found themselves in a desperate situation, yet the Yellow Turban Army erupted with astonishing fighting spirit. Liu Ji's cold sweat was visibly pouring down. He no longer had the composure of before. What to do? The Imperial Army's decline was as obvious as lice on a bald head. Liu Ji's mind raced, his eyes scanning for any weaknesses in the enemy. Hiss! Where is Zhang Jiao? As his gaze swept over Zhang Jiao's high ground, he suddenly realized it was empty. Zhang Jiao was gone. Could it be that Zhang Jiao had a backup plan? Both sides were now taut with tension, and even the slightest ripple could be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Boom! The sound of hooves thundered, shaking the earth. Liu Ji's eyes widened. He was too nervous to breathe deeply. Cavalry. It was cavalry. Zhang Jiao still had cavalry? Liu Ji felt as if his heart might burst. If Zhang Jiao's cavalry appeared before him, he might as well take his own life. A golden-armored warrior reflected in Liu Ji's eyes, dazzling under the sunlight. The unified Imperial Army uniform bore the character Liu on the banner. It was reinforcements. Liu Ji shouted in excitement. He could finally relax. The outcome was decided. These cavalry were the mountain that would crush the Yellow Turban Army. Zhang Jiao is dead. I am the bandit-slaying Lieutenant Liu Zhang. Anyone who stands in my way will die. In a flash, 1,000 cavalry, led by Liu Zhang, charged directly into the enemy lines. The Yellow Turban Army, engaged in battle with the Imperial forces, was caught off guard by the cavalry attack, thrown into disarray. The cavalry, riding with momentum, was unstoppable, continually breaking through the Yellow Turban formations. Liu Zhang was exceptionally brave, wielding his great blade like the scythe of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Yellow Turbans. It's Liu Zhang. What a fine lad. Liu Ji rejoiced in his heart, realizing Liu Zhang had arrived. He quickly patted his nearby guards. Quick, rally the troops. Shout that reinforcements have arrived, that Zhang Jiao is dead. Hurry, hurry. The guards immediately raised their voices to shout. Reinforcements have arrived. Zhang Jiao is dead. Reinforcements have arrived. Zhang Jiao is dead. Reinforcements have arrived. Zhang Jiao is dead. The message spread rapidly, these 8 words soon echoing across the entire battlefield. The yellow-turbaned soldiers looked up the mountain, realizing that Zhang Jiao was indeed gone. Even the general's banner had been cut down. Zhang Jiao is dead? General Tiangong has been killed? The imperial army has reinforcements? These were the questions on every yellow-turbaned soldier's mind. Liu Zhang's arrival directly shattered the will of the yellow-turban army. With General Tiangong fallen, who could contend with the imperial army? Morale plummeted sharply, and countless yellow-turban leaders scrambled to escape. Seeing their leaders fleeing, the soldiers no longer resisted. The yellow-turban soldiers completely abandoned the thought of continuing the fight. Their minds focused on just one word: escape. Chapter 50. Liu Shaowei is truly the pillar of the nation. Liu Bei and his 2 companions had lost their initial bravery and were now caught in a bitter battle. Under the command of the yellow-turban leader Sun Zhong, Liu Bei's troops were surrounded. Aren't you 3 fierce? Let's see how long you can hold out. I have the numbers. I'll bury you alive. Sun Zhong looked coldly at Liu Bei and his companions, sneering inwardly. The sudden attack by Liu Bei's trio had caught Sun Zhong off guard. Not only did his own troops nearly collapse, but even the imperial army regained its fighting spirit. Thinking about the trouble these 3 had caused him, Sun Zhong's teeth ground in anger. He was already contemplating how to torture them after capturing them. To vent his pent-up rage, "Boss, it's bad. The General of Heaven has been killed by Liu Zhang, and now he's broken through our rear forces and is coming for us." A flurry of urgent voices interrupted Sun Zhong's thoughts, and he looked at his subordinate with irritation. "What nonsense? Who's in trouble?" "Your whole family is in trouble. Boss, the General of Heaven has been killed, and the enemy cavalry is coming." The yellow-turbaned soldiers around them trembled and turned nervously to Sun Zhong. Zhang Jiao is the soul of the yellow-turban army. If the soul is lost, can the body survive? The General of Heaven has been killed? Liu Zhang, isn't he in Yuzhou? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sun Zhong stood at a high point and quickly looked into the distance. This person is spreading rumors and confusing our troops. I've already dealt with him. With a loud shout, Sun Zhong drew his sword and stabbed the man to death. "Brothers, the imperial army is exhausted. Let's kill them all." Sun Zhong's thunderous methods intimidated the soldiers, and no one dared to move, continuing their attack. Boom! The sound of hooves pounding the ground drew the attention of the yellow-turban army. At this moment, Liu Zhang had already broken through Zhang Jiao's main camp and was now at the front of the yellow-turban ambush. "Boss, it's bad. The enemy cavalry is coming." "Huh? Where's the boss?" "Boss, where are you?" "Oh no, the boss has run away. Let's save ourselves." There was no trace of Sun Zhong, and even his personal guards had disappeared. When Sun Zhong had looked into the distance earlier, he had already seen Liu Zhang coming, and to facilitate his escape, he had falsely claimed that the soldiers were in disarray. As he saw the soldiers re-enter the battlefield, Sun Zhong quickly slipped away. If the commander has fled, what are the soldiers fighting for? The morale of the yellow-turban army completely collapsed, and they scattered and fled. When one side's morale crumbles, the outcome is no longer in doubt. The battlefield instantly transformed from a stalemate to a pursuit, with tens of thousands of yellow-turban soldiers launching a massive retreat. The scene was even more spectacular than at Pingxiang, with thousands crying out for their parents and fleeing in panic. Liu Zhang paid no attention to Sun Zhong's escape. He wouldn't even concern himself with this nameless figure. Yet it was precisely this nameless figure who would indirectly help him recruit a great general soon after. Liu Zhang had a strong aversion to slaughter. He merely symbolically pursued for a while before returning to the Mawei forest. The bandit captain Liu Zhang, greeting Liu Zhonglong. Liu Ji hurried forward and helped Liu Zhang up with both hands. If it weren't for Captain Liu's divine intervention, I would surely have been unable to escape my punishment. Please allow me to pay my respects to you, Captain Liu. Liu Ji's tone was very excited, and he directly clasped his hands and bowed to Liu Zhang. Liu Zhang was startled. He was still underage and did not dare accept such a grand gesture from Liu Ji. Lu Zhonglong, please rise quickly. I cannot accept such respect. Saying this, he bent at a 90-degree angle and bowed to Liu Ji. Liu Ji looked at Lu Zhong with a complex expression, nodding repeatedly. Gong Wei. The righteous words of Captain Liu are truly remarkable in both civil and military affairs. At first, I had some doubts, but seeing you today, it is indeed, as the rumors say, impressive. Truly a hero among youths. Lu Zhong was helped up by Liu Ji and revealed a harmless smile. Lu Zhonglong mustn't overpraise me. I am but a humble person, unworthy of such accolades. Lu Zhang's modesty made Liu Ji even more fond of him, and he praised him again. Just as the two were exchanging compliments, an unharmonious voice interrupted. Only Lu Zhong has merit. We ought to sacrifice our lives and fight. If it weren't for the three of us scaring the Yellow Turban Army, would you have lived to wait for Lu Zhong? Lu Zhong looked in surprise at the speaker, admiring his boldness. Liu Ji was very strict in his military discipline, yet someone had directly confronted him. What came into Lu Zhang's view was a robust man. This man was over 8 feet tall, with a leopard head and round eyes, a swallow jaw and tiger whiskers, his voice loud like thunder, shaking the hearts of those around him. Ida, do not speak recklessly. The person reprimanding drew Lu Zhang's attention. This man had a fair complexion, ears that hung to his shoulders, and hands that reached past his knees, looking very imposing. There was another person who attracted Lu Zhong even more. He had a beard 2 feet long, a face like a heavy jujube, lips like they were painted, phoenix eyes, and worm eyebrow, looking very dignified, wielding a large knife and exuding an imposing aura. Upon seeing the red-faced, long-bearded man, Lu Zhong already knew the identities of these three. Liu Bei, Guanyu, Zhang Fei. It turned out that Liu Bei, Guanyu, and Zhang Fei really did look so distinctive. Lu Zhong was secretly astonished. In his previous life, he particularly admired the Shu Han camp and held these three in high regard. Liu Ji cast a cold glance at Zhang Fei, who he had always hated for being a brash person, and he instantly became furious. Chapter 51. The Ugly Ghost and the Black Brute Fool. Aren't you afraid the wind will make you stick out your tongue? Liu Ji's anger made Liu Bei tremble all over, and he hurriedly stepped forward to plead for forgiveness. Teacher, please calm down. Lu Zhong looked at Liu Bei in shock, surprised that Liu Bei was indeed Liu Ji's disciple. It's true that birds of a feather flock together. Such a general, such subordinates. Liu Ji was not impressed and expressed his disdain for Liu Bei in his words. You scoundrel. Zhang Fei, like a raging fire, instantly became furious. Liu Bei quickly stopped him. Ida, be quiet. Do not be disrespectful to the teacher. Logically speaking, Liu Bei had contributed to the rescue, so Liu Ji should not have treated him this way. Lu Zhong gradually recalled the records about Liu Bei in the records of the Three Kingdoms and began to understand Liu Ji's perspective. Liu Bei came from a poor family and made a living by weaving mats and selling shoes. It was not easy for him to become Liu Ji's disciple in his youth, but he learned nothing. Historical records state that Liu Bei loved dogs, horses, music, and fine clothes. These are all traits of a wealthy, extravagant young master. How could someone who weaves mats and sells shoes afford such things? Even more absurdly, Liu Bei never completed his studies and dropped out halfway to become a bodyguard. No wonder Liu Ji looked down on him so much. Liu Bei paid no mind to Liu Ji's humiliation and turned to Lu Zhong to bow respectfully. I am Liu Bei, the descendant of Prince Jing of Zhongshan. And this is Guanyu, styled Yinchong, and Zhang Fei, styled Ida. Just now, Zhang Fei was joking, asking Liu Xiaowei not to take offense. Before Lu Zhong could respond, Zhang Fei directly yelled, I wasn't joking. If it weren't for us fighting to the death, how could he have so easily defeated Zhang Xiao's main force? Ida, be quiet. Liu Bei's expression changed dramatically as he glared at Zhang Fei. Dian Wei, unable to tolerate Zhang Fei's provocation any longer, walked straight up to him and scolded. You black brute really don't know what's good for you. If it weren't for my lord's strategic planning, you'd have been dead long ago. How dare you complain here? I see you're looking for a fight. After saying that, he clenched his fists, ready to teach Zhang Fei a lesson. Dian Wei's physique was much more imposing than Zhang Fei's. Zhang Fei was taken aback, but showed no fear. Ugly ghost, how dare you teach your grandfather a lesson? You ugly ghost dare to call me black? You should take a look in the mirror first. Want to fight? Come on. Do you think your grandfather is afraid of you? Dianwei was so angered that blood rushed to his head, and he threw a punch. Seeing this, Zhang Fei also roared and punched back. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a loud sound, and then both retreated a few steps to stop. They were evenly matched. Dianwei and Zhang Fei stopped provoking each other and stare at one another. How dare you be so reckless in front of Liu Zhonglong? Withdraw immediately. Liu Zhong scolded Dianwei and signaled to Tai Shirzi, who understood and pulled Dianwei back. Liu Bei hurriedly had Guan Yu pull Zhang Fei back, interrupting what could have been a clash. Liu Zhong was not concerned about Zhang Fei's frequent provocations. Instead, he smiled warmly. What this warrior said is correct. If it weren't for the crisis below the mountain, Zhang Jiao wouldn't have sent all his soldiers up. This time, my luck allowed for a successful surprise attack. The three of you are indeed indispensable. That's more like it. Zhang Fei was satisfied with Liu Zhang's response and stopped looking for trouble. I've heard that Liu Xiaowei is broad-minded and elegant. Now that I've seen him today, he truly lives up to his reputation. Liu Ji looked at Liu Zhang with approval, praising him as a pillar of the Han dynasty. He glanced at Liu Bei and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The gap between them, both being royal relatives of the Han, was so vast. With this great victory, the Yellow Turban army is severely weakened. I expect it will be pacified in no time, defeating Zhang Jiao's main force. This is a definite great victory, even more significant than killing Bo Kai. Liu Ji did not want Liu Bei's presence to ruin his good mood, so he no longer made things difficult for him. Liu Zhang sighed and apologized to Liu Ji. Liu Zhonglong, it's all my fault for being careless and letting Zhang Jiao escape. Liu Ji waved his hand, showing no blame towards Liu Zhang. Liu Xiaowei, do not say that. Zhang Jiao is, after all, the leader of the Yellow Turbans, surrounded by many loyal bodyguards. How could he be easily captured? It is fortunate that we won this battle. After resting for a few days, we will attack Jiulu. We can certainly capture Zhang Jiao. Liu Zhang chuckled and made a surprising statement. Liu Zhonglong, I've already sent someone to take Jiulu City. Oh, really? Liu Zhang nodded at the surprised Liu Ji. Jiulu City is high and difficult to capture. A strong assault would surely result in heavy casualties. This time, Zhang Jiao sent all his forces to deal with Liu Zhonglong. I sent someone to impersonate the Yellow Turbans and trick them into opening the city gates, seizing the city in the process. Liu Ji stroked his beard and laughed heartily, praising Liu Zhang again. Ha ha! Liu Xiaowei is extraordinarily brave and resourceful. Now that I see you today, you are indeed remarkable. Liu Zhang humbly replied. I dare not claim such praise. Liu Ji and Liu Zhang were enjoying their conversation, while Liu Bei felt slightly awkward. He was dissatisfied internally. If he hadn't rescued them at a critical moment, Liu Ji might not have been able to hold on. However, he always kept his emotions hidden. No matter how unhappy he was, it would not show on his face. Teacher, the three armies have been fighting for a long time. Should we not withdraw and return to the city? Liu Ji looked at Liu Bei, his smile fading as he nodded slightly. The soldiers of the three armies are already exhausted. Send orders to gather the troops and head to Jiulu City. Just as Liu Ji finished speaking, a captain spoke up to dissuade him. General, it is still unknown whether Jiulu City has been captured. It may be unwise to rush there. Indeed, our soldiers are weary. If we encounter the Yellow Turbans again, wouldn't we be captured? Liu Bei also wanted to dampen Liu Zhang's spirit and raised an opposing opinion. Liu Ji remained silent and looked at Liu Zhang. Liu Xiaowei, what do you think? Chapter 52. Does Liu Bei want to sell Guan Yu? I dare bet my life that Jiulu City has already been captured. Liu Zhang looked down on Liu Bei's doubts and spoke with great confidence. Jiulu is a strong city, tall and easy to defend, hard to attack. Although I sent people to raid it, I only have 1,000 men. If the Yellow Turbans react, and their army surrounds the city, it will surely fall. Liu Zhang looked at Liu Bei with some disappointment, not expecting him to be so selfish. Although this battle has defeated Zhang Jiao, the main forces of the Yellow Turbans still have Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang. The military and civilian population still numbers in the hundreds of thousands. I suspect Zhang Jiao will surely flee to Guangzhou. If they attack Jizhou from Guangzhou, they must occupy Jiulu. Liu Zhang looked at everyone, feeling that there was no need to explain further. If Liu Ji cannot understand this point, he is unworthy of the title of Confucian general. Now that Liu Zhang has taken a strong city, whether Liu Ji wants it or not, Liu Zhang cannot decide. If Liu Ji doesn't want it, Liu Zhang certainly won't want it either. He took his cavalry corps to Jilu City, meeting up with Huang Zhong, and abandoned the city. Captain Liu's words resonate with me. Jilu is a key point in Jizhou. How can we sit idly by and watch the strong city fall again? Liu Ji said firmly, leaving no room for rebuttal, while also casting a disappointed glance at Liu Bei. Foolish. My mind is made up. The entire army will head to Jilu City. Yes, Liu Ji issued the order, and no one raised any further objections. Liu Zhang and others combined their forces and headed towards Jilu. However, he did not remain idle on the way, resuming his old profession of flattery. Brother Yun, your bravery on the battlefield just now is truly admirable. I am really in awe. Liu Zhang kept circling around Guan Yu, flattering him and showing his intent to undermine Liu Bei. It was not that Liu Zhang had no shame, but that Guan Yu was too outstanding. Guan Yu had talent in foot combat, cavalry combat, and naval combat. He was a true commander of the three armies. His martial arts were exceptional, earning him the title of a one-man army. Moreover, Guan Yu cared for his soldiers, who were willing to die for him. How could Liu Zhang bear to let such talent slip away? Guan Yu's face was already flushed, and with Liu Zhang's praise, he beamed even more, smiling and stroking his beautiful beard. General Liu's bravery is no less than that of Guan. The great victory over Bokai and Yingchuan is something I greatly admire. Brother Yun is being modest. My little skills cannot be compared with Brother Yun. How did Brother Yun and Brother Xuan meet? Liu Zhang disregarded the furious gaze of Liu Bei behind him and began to probe the relationship between the three. The oath of brotherhood in the Peach Garden is a fabrication in the historical narrative. In reality, there was no such thing. Recently, the Lord recruited brave men in Zhuojuan to fight against the Yellow Turbans, and that was when I joined. It had only been a few months at most. There should still be a chance. Liu Zhang was overjoyed. Are Brother Yun and Brother Xuan sworn brothers? No. Guan Yu shook his head, but said firmly, the Lord treats me and Zhang Fei better than brothers. Liu Zhang nodded with some frustration. He had thought there was a chance. But this sentence plunged him into despair. Guan Yu was incredibly loyal. Once he acknowledged Liu Bei, it would be hard to sway him. Seeing Liu Zhang and Guan Yu chatting and laughing, Liu Bei could no longer hold back and rode up. Yin Chang, what were you talking about with Captain Liu? So happy? My lord, General Liu asked if I am sworn brothers with you. Liu Bei looked at Liu Zhang, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Captain Liu, although Yin Chang and I have not sworn brotherhood, our feelings surpass those of brothers. He's my own kin. Liu Bei's meaning was clear, signaling him to stop trying to undermine him. It wouldn't work. Brother Xuanda is a member of the Han royal family? Liu Zhang was not angry. Instead, he brought up Liu Bei's background. Exactly. Liu Bei straightened his back and clasped his hands, saying, I'm a descendant of Liu Sheng, the prince of Zhongshan from the Western Han. I heard that Captain Liu is a descendant of Liu Yu, the prince of Liu from the Western Han. If so, we should be brothers. Cough, cough. Liu Zhang did not expect Liu Bei to go along with him, turning it into a large-scale family reunion. Can Brother Xuanda be included in the family tree? If he is not included in the family tree, he will not be officially recognized, making it a fabricated identity. His family has fallen, and the genealogy has long been lost. Seeing Liu Bei shaking his head sadly, Liu Zhang sneered inwardly. The prince of Zhongshan, Liu Sheng, had over 100 children. Without the family tree, it would be hard to be recognized. After hearing this, Liu Bei cast a meaningful glance at Liu Zhang, but only sighed repeatedly without speaking. My father, Liu Yin, currently holds the title of the minister of the royal clan, specifically responsible for the genealogy of the royal family. What? Liu Bei's eyes brightened, excitedly looking at Liu Zhang. He prided himself on being a member of the Han royal family, but lacked official recognition. Outsiders thought he was fake. If he could gain the recognition of the royal genealogist, then his identity would be solidified. Could my dear brother ask your father to help me enter the family tree? Liu Zhang was overjoyed. Liu Bei had already taken a bait, but he still wore a troubled expression. Although my father manages the genealogy, if Brother Xuanda has no family tree, it might be difficult. Liu Bei cursed Liu Zhang in his heart. It was clearly a matter of just one word from your father. Yet you made it sound so difficult. If my dear brother can help me enter the family tree, I will never forget your great kindness in this life. Seeing Liu Bei's excited expression and urgent tone, Liu Zhang felt it was about time. Brother Xuanda, don't worry. This matter is not without a way. But I have one thing to ask of you. If Brother Xuanda agrees, I will take care of the family tree matter. What is it? This matter is very simple. It only requires one word from Liu Brother. If Liu Brother agrees, I will not only help Liu Brother enter the family tree and announce it to the world, but I will also ask my father to work in the capital to recommend Liu Brother for the position of a county governor. Dear brother, speak quickly. Liu Bei's eyes turned red. These two matters were too important to him. It was like being reborn to him. He had been saying everywhere that he was a descendant of the Han royal family, but no one believed him, because there was no record in the family tree, and Liu Bei had no family genealogy. What troubled Liu Bei the most was that he was a nobody, without an official position. Now that the Yellow Turbans were causing chaos, he could lead troops to fight against them. After the Yellow Turbans were eliminated, would he still be able to lead troops? If fortune smiled upon him, he might get a minor official title. If luck was against him, and with no one in the court, he would probably have to return to Zhuojuan to weave mats and sell shoes, resuming his old trade. Liu Zhang had firmly grasped Liu Bei's soft spot. For Liu Bei, this was like a long-awaited rain after a drought. He was confident that Liu Bei could not resist such temptation. In this battle against the Yellow Turbans, I deeply feel that there is no one in the army to use. Brother Yun is skilled in martial arts. I wish to recruit him as the military strategist to lead a part of the troops. I wonder if Brother Xuanda could part with him? Liu Bei's eyes flickered, clearly pondering the pros and cons. This scene made Liu Zhang's heart leap with joy. Chapter 53. Zerfolisch Liu Bei's Indiziv in es Delicatet Liu Zhang Imensili. Guan Yu was too exceptional. Such an all-around general was rare. Brother Liu, no matter where Brother Yunchang is, he is serving our Han dynasty. Moreover, sacrificing one person to gain a title and position, why not? Guan Yu squinted his eyes, and even he felt Liu Zhang's words made sense. This temptation was indeed too great. Who could resist it? Just when Liu Zhang thought he had it all wrapped up, Liu Bei took action to tell him, I can. Dear brother, I just said that Yunchang is my brother. Can a brother be severed at will? As you said, I have neither title nor position. I cannot bear to delay Yunchang's future. This time, I will leave the decision to Yunchang. If he is willing to follow you, I will not stop him, nor do I need the title and position you mentioned. Liu Bei was well aware of Guan Yu's capabilities. He had no confidence in keeping Guan Yu. The conditions Liu Zhang offered were too generous. Battling on the battlefield, gaining fame and fortune. This is what all heroes aspire to. And what could Liu Bei offer Guan Yu? Only a position as a horse archer. People strive to rise, and water flows downward. Even ordinary people strive for advancement, let alone an exceptional talent like Guan Yu. He left the choice to Guan Yu. If Guan Yu left, he could gain a noble identity and the position of a governor. The world would also say Liu Bei was wise. If Guan Yu stayed, he would surely be utterly loyal in the future. Liu Bei would gain a top general's loyalty. Oh no, this backfired. Liu Zhang was shocked. Liu Bei was uncertain how Guan Yu would choose, but Liu Zhang was very clear. Guan Yu prioritized loyalty and righteousness. After Liu Bei's few words, Guan Yu would definitely not leave him. One stone, two birds. Liu Bei's scheme astonished Liu Zhang into silence. He truly underestimated this humble trader. Liu Zhang looked at Liu Bei with some anger, cursing himself for being foolish in his heart. Could Liu Bei agree to this? Today he sold Guan Yu. Tomorrow he could sell Zhang Fei. Who would dare to follow him in the future? Brother Yun Chang, under heaven, all land is the king's. You have long enjoyed the benefits of the Han. You should share the worries of the country. After pacifying the Yellow Turbans, I intend to go to Liangzhou to quell the Western Chang rebellion. I wonder if you would be willing to join me in achieving great deeds? Liu Zhang was still making a final struggle. After all, Guan Yu had not known Liu Bei for long. Guan Yu showed no hesitation and directly thanked Liu Zhang with a salute. Thank you, General, for your affection. Guan Yu prioritizes loyalty and righteousness. My lord treats me as a brother. How could I leave him? Even as a mere foot soldier, I have no complaints. Guan Yu's gaze was resolute, and his tone was firm. He was completely unmoved by the temptation. It's over. It's impossible to recruit Guan Yu now. Not only did Liu Zhang fail to recruit Guan Yu, but he also made him utterly loyal to Liu Bei. Liu Zhang watched the two with a wry smile, nodding repeatedly. He ultimately underestimated this person. He had no need to stay here any longer and bowed to the two before taking his leave. My lord, why do you look so grim? Tai Shirtzi noticed Liu Zhang's dark expression, constantly exhaling. I underestimated that Liu Bei. Liu Zhang recounted the process of recruiting Guan Yu and Liu Bei's cunning. Dian Wei snorted angrily and cursed. This traitor dares to act like this. Let me go teach him a lesson and vent for my lord. Forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. One cannot force it. Liu Zhang waved his hand, stopping Dian Wei's rashness. Now he was wise and could not provoke rumors because of Liu Bei. That Liu Bei looks kind and benevolent, yet he has such deep schemes. Tai Shirtzi frowned, sounding quite disappointed. Liu Bei had given Tai Shirtzi a good impression with his honest appearance, but he didn't expect him to be so cunning. Dian Wei was even more enraged, muttering profanities. I knew he wasn't a good person the first time I saw him, and that Zhang Fei. I'll deal with him sooner or later. Liu Bei was not an ordinary person, and Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were both formidable warriors not to be underestimated. Liu Zhang looked at Dian Wei seriously. Zhang Fei could fight Liu Bu for over 100 bouts. Was that just a name? Dian Wei said nothing, clenching his fists slightly. He had previously sparred with Zhang Fei and had gained an understanding of Zhang Fei's martial arts. After several hours of marching, Liu Ji and the others finally arrived at the foot of Jilu City. The Colonel Liu Ji led his troops here and quickly opened the city gate. A person poked their head out from the city wall. Liu Zhang recognized it was Huang Zhong. Han Sheng quickly opened the city gate. Huang Zhong confirmed and ordered the gate to be opened, personally descending to welcome them. The city gate slowly opened, and Huang Zhong quickly walked out, saluting Liu Zhang. My lord. Liu Zhang nodded with satisfaction. Huang Zhong indeed did not disappoint him. Han Sheng, this is Colonel Liu. Huang Zhong turned and bowed to Liu Ji. Captain Huang Zhong of the anti-thief cavalry pays respects to Colonel Liu. Liu Ji looked at the impressive Huang Zhong, secretly astonished. Where did so many fierce generals come from beside Liu Zhang? First Tai Shirtzi and Dian Wei, now Huang Zhong. Captain Huang, how did you capture Jilu City? Huang Zhong exchanged a questioning glance with Liu Zhang, who nodded. Previously, my lord led us to ambush near Jilu City, and we thoroughly investigated Zhang Jiao's movements. Zhang Jiao sent his entire force out to defeat Colonel Liu. My lord instructed that after 3 hours, over 100 soldiers disguised themselves as yellow-turbaned soldiers to lure open the city gate. I then led the cavalry to charge and occupy the city. Was it really that simple? Liu Ji thought it would be a fierce contest, but it turned out to be so easy. When I charged into the city, I found that the Yellow Turban rebels had less than 1,000 combatants, most of whom were old and weak. I feel grateful to have escaped with my life. I must thank Liu Zhang. Colonel Liu, you exaggerate. Liu Zhang remained humble as always, never taking credit for himself. You saved me. I fought desperately with the three of us, yet you say nothing. An unpleasant voice came from the side. Zhang Fei was complaining again. Ida, you're talking nonsense again. Zhang Fei was reprimanded by Liu Bei and stopped speaking, only looking at Liu Zhang with resentment. In Zhang Fei's view, without Liu Zhang, they would never have received such treatment. But he also didn't consider that without Liu Zhang's divine intervention, would they have been able to defeat Zhang Jiao? I thank you all. Liu Ji didn't even glance at them, leading the troops directly into the city. Liu Zhang smirked slightly, also walking into the city. Liu Bei and the others stood frozen in place, feeling a bit awkward. Chapter 54. It's a disgrace to have a disciple like you. In the evening, Liu Ji held a banquet to celebrate the victory and reward the soldiers. Liu Zhang brought along Huang Zhong and 2 others, while Liu Bei was accompanied by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Liu Ji sat at the head of the table and invited Liu Zhang to sit at a lower position. Liu Zhang repeatedly declined, but Liu Ji insisted, leaving Liu Zhang no choice but to take a seat. Liu Ji's subordinate officers took their places one by one, and by the time Liu Bei sat down, he was already in a relatively remote position. This greatly displeased Zhang Fei. If it weren't for Liu Bei's repeated warnings, there would have been an uproar again. Liu Bei raised his wine cup and said loudly, "Generals, this time we have successfully defeated the Yellow Turban leader Zhang Jiao, and the contributions of all the soldiers cannot be overlooked. I would like to propose a toast to all of you. Cheers! This battle relies entirely on the general's strategic planning. How can we dare to take credit for it? To the general, cheers!" Liu Bei smiled broadly, thoroughly enjoying the praise from his subordinates. The reason flattery is loved at all times is that no one can refuse the compliments of a sycophant. Liu Bei was no exception. As a great scholar, he deep down felt he deserved to be praised. This battle was fraught with twists and dangers, but the rewards were equally immense. In this battle, our army killed more than 40,000 yellow turbans. The yellow turbans fled in panic, with more than 10,000 trampling and killing each other. Liu Bei proudly recounted the battle achievements. Regardless of the process, the outcome was a great victory. Good. Ha ha. It is not in vain that we fought so hard. Thanks to the general's personal risk-taking, we achieved this great victory. Liu Bei stroked his beard with one hand, looking very pleased. This battle has severely injured the morale of the Yellow Turban army. The Yellow Turbans in Jizhou could be pacified soon. The general has made great contributions. With the general's strategies, the bandit leader Zhang Jiao will surely meet his end. With the general's competent command, how can we worry about the Yellow Turbans not being eliminated? Ha ha ha. The compliments from all sides made Liu Bei's face glow with joy, and he couldn't stop drinking with the other generals. After 3 rounds of wine, the atmosphere of the banquet reached its peak, with smiles on everyone's faces. Of course, there was one exception. Liu Bei lightly coughed, and the room gradually quieted down as everyone looked forward. "Lieutenant Liu, with your intelligence, how do you think our army should proceed?" Liu Zhang showed a thoughtful expression, but before he could speak, a deafening shout came from afar. "What is there to think about? Now that Zhang Jiao is frightened, we should all push forward. Do the Yellow Turbans dare to resist?" Zhang Fei, with a flushed face, unsteadily stood up, not knowing how much wine he had consumed. Liu Bei was furious and slammed the table, pointing at Zhang Fei and scolding loudly. "We generals are discussing major military matters. How dare you, wild man, be so reckless here?" Liu Bei was genuinely angry this time. Zhang Fei had provoked Liu Zhang repeatedly and showed no respect for him as a middle-ranking officer. Liu Bei hurriedly stood up and walked to the center, kneeling down. "Master, please calm your anger. Ida has drunk too much. Please do not blame him." Zhang Fei, startled awake by Liu Bei's shout, stood there and dared not speak again. "What master? It is a disgrace to have a disciple like you. If it weren't for the 3 of you saving the day, how could you sit here? You can't even discipline your subordinates properly, yet you think of leading troops in a battle?" Liu Bei's face turned pale and red, feeling very awkward. "The middle-ranking lord speaks correctly. I will certainly discipline them strictly in the future." Seeing Liu Bei's respectful attitude, Liu Bei refrained from further insults. "Then what do you think?" Liu Bei, seeing Liu Bei testing him, felt a surge of joy. This was an opportunity to show himself. However, after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with anything. "I agree with Ida's words." Liu Bei, disappointed, waved his hand to indicate Liu Bei to sit down. He then turned to Liu Zhang. Liu Zhang smiled slightly at Liu Bei and stood up. Now that the Yellow Turbans have just suffered defeat and their morale is low, it is reasonable to take advantage of the situation to advance. "Ha ha!" Zhang Fei laughed loudly, looking at Liu Zhang with disdain. "I thought you had some strategy. Aren't you just like me?" With a loud bang, Dian Wei slammed the table and glared at Zhang Fei. "You scoundrel! You have insulted my lord several times. Do you really think I want to kill you?" Zhang Fei also stood up suddenly, unsteadily walking to the center, pointing at Dian Wei and cursing. "You ugly monster! I'm not afraid of you." Tai Shirtzi and Guan Yu hurriedly stood up to hold the 2 back. Liu Bei had reached his limit, his eyes filled with anger. "Everyone, please calm down." Liu Zhang chuckled, easing the atmosphere. "I haven't finished what I just said. Is common sense always feasible? Although the Yellow Turbans have just been defeated, the bandit leader Zhang Jiao is still alive, and Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang are still nearby. The 3 of them have formed a pincer attack. Zhang Jiao is currently hiding in Guangzhou City, which has hundreds of thousands of troops and civilians with an abundant supply of food. Guangzhou is a tall city, easy to defend, and hard to attack. Our army only has over 30,000 men. If we forcibly attack the city and fail, the consequences would be unimaginable. As soon as Liu Zhang finished speaking, the hall fell silent. Zhang Fei's face turned beet red, wanting to refute Liu Zhang, but finding no words. Liu Ji's subordinates were intoxicated by victory, thinking that when the army arrived, the Yellow Turbans would naturally surrender, completely unaware of the consequences of a military defeat. Liu Zhang's words were like a splash of cold water, waking everyone up. Liu Ji nodded in satisfaction. He would have said this himself had Liu Zhang not done so. Lieutenant Liu, do you have a strategy? Liu Zhang stroked his chin in thought for a moment. After a while, he smiled and looked at Liu Ji. I have no schemes, but I do have a straightforward plan. I wonder if the middle-ranking lord would be willing to hear it? Quickly tell us. Chapter 55. Conspiracies are often difficult to unravel. Liu Zhang scanned the crowd and began to share his understanding of the Taiping Dao. The origin of the Taiping Dao is in Jizhou, where most of the elite of the Yellow Turbans are gathered under the command of the three brothers Zhang Jiao. The military and civilian population under their command numbers in the hundreds of thousands, and most of the plundered supplies are hoarded in Guangzhou City. I wonder if you have noticed that when Zhang Jiao personally mobilizes, the combat power of the Yellow Turban army is terrifying. The generals all nodded slightly, as they had fought against them several times and felt deeply about it. The combat power of the Yellow Turban army this time is significantly stronger than before. Our army's disadvantage lies in its small numbers, even less than a fraction of the Yellow Turbans. Moreover, there are currently no reinforcements. A chorus of sighs erupted from the crowd, their hearts heavy with frustration. In terms of combat power, the Yellow Turbans are far inferior to the official army. However, due to the vast difference in numbers, we can only rely on the city for defense. Everyone understands this logic, otherwise, we wouldn't have been in a stalemate with the Yellow Turbans for months. What Captain Liu said is well known. Liu Bei expressed disdain in his tone. As he also understood this, Liu Zhang waved his hand at him, signaling him to be patient. Do you know our army's advantages? Liu Bei smirked and quickly answered. Our soldiers are elite. Each of them can take on 100. All the generals turned their gazes toward Liu Bei with expressions of contempt. This merchant really dares to say such things. If they could truly take on 100, wouldn't the Yellow Turbans have been eliminated long ago? Although everyone looked down on the Yellow Turbans, they would never dare to be so arrogant. Liu Ji didn't even glance at Liu Bei. In Liu Ji's mind, Liu Bei was hardly worth consideration. Captain Liu, you don't need to mind the idle talk. Please continue, Liu Ji said. As soon as these words were spoken, Liu Bei's face turned crimson, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Liu Zhang admired Liu Bei for his thick skin, surprised that he still had the face to stay there. Our army's advantage lies in our vast territory, a large population, and continuous supplies of soldiers and grain. In the short term, we may not be able to compare to the Yellow Turbans, but over time, we will undoubtedly have the upper hand. As soon as Liu Zhang finished speaking, Liu Bei felt as if he had been enlightened. Yes, why didn't I think of that? The others also seemed to awaken from a dream, their eyes brightening as they nodded in agreement. Although the Yellow Turbans are numerous, their military and civilian populations are all here. For each one that dies, there's one less. With hundreds of thousands of mouths to feed, no matter how much food there is, it cannot withstand such consumption and will eventually run out. If our army attacks urgently, the Yellow Turbans will surely unite against us and resist fiercely. If we only besiege without attacking, over time, the Yellow Turbans will inevitably fall into chaos. At that time, our army will be well-rested and can't fail to win. Liu Zhang was extremely confident in his strategy. Historically, Liu Ji had devoured Zhang Jiao in this manner. Unfortunately, Liu Ji offended the eunuchs and was sent back to the capital, nearly losing his life. Otherwise, the Yellow Turbans would have been pacified months ago. Our army has 30,000 men. How can we besiege Guangzhou, which is hundreds of thousands? What if the enemy attacks? Zhang Fei thought Liu Zhang was talking nonsense. How could fewer surround more? Now that the Yellow Turbans have just suffered a defeat and their morale is low, if we advance now, they will surely not dare to come out of the city to fight our army. Our army is 3 short of 1, building defensive works widely. Even if the Yellow Turbans come out for a field battle, they cannot win. The 4 provinces of Hebei we'll have a continuous supply of reinforcements. With this ebb and flow, how can we not win? Zhang Fei still would not give up and asked, 3 short of 1? What if the yellow turbans escape through a gate? Lu Zhang looked at Zhang Fei as if he were an idiot, filled with disdain. Have you killed too many pigs and turned into a pig brain? Ha ha ha. Zhang Fei glared at Lu Zhang, ready to curse. Step back. Liu Bei pulled Zhang Fei aside and quietly explained to him. Most of the yellow turban supplies are hoarded in Guangzhou. Abandoning the city to flee is tantamount to seeking death. Lu Ji looked at Lu Zhang with newfound respect, realizing that they were in agreement. Captain Liu's words resonate with me. Tomorrow, the generals will count the soldiers, and in 3 days we will head to Guangzhou, where we will dig trenches and besiege Zhangjiao. Seeing that Lu Ji had made a decision, Lu Zhang revealed another significant piece of news. You may not know, but Zhangjiao is already gravely ill, and his death is imminent. What? As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Even Lu Ji widened his eyes, staring at Lu Zhang. Is this true? Zhang Jiao's life and death are crucial. He is the spiritual pillar of the Yellow Turbans. If he dies, it will surely cause a huge uproar. Lu Zhang nodded heavily, giving Lu Ji an affirmative look. In as short as a month, or as long as several months, Zhang Jiao will surely die. Lu Ji suddenly realized, recalling the scene of Zhang Jiao spitting blood onto the city. No wonder he could deceive me at Pingxiang. Zhang Jiao is indeed suffering from a serious illness. If Zhang Jiao dies, Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang will not be a concern. If these 3 die, the Yellow Turbans will surely be pacified, and the world will be at peace. Lu Zhang looked at the naive Lu Ji, secretly amused. The Yellow Turban Rebellion is just the beginning. You are still too much of a scholar. However, he dared not speak recklessly and expressed full agreement. Indeed, we cannot rush for quick results. We just need to besiege Guangzhou and wait for Zhang Jiao to die suddenly. Lu Ji picked up his cup and praised Lu Zhang again. Captain Lu is far-sighted. I cannot compare. Lu Zhonglong, please don't belittle me. I am merely conveying the plans of Lord Zhonglong. Ha ha. Captain Lu is truly a talent of our Han dynasty. I dare not take such flattery. Under Lu Ji's request, Lu Zhang recounted the events from leading troops from Luoyang to beheading Bo Kai, which made the generals admire this young general even more. The banquet continued until late at night, until Lu Zhang was completely drunk. This time, he truly was intoxicated. The next day at noon, Lu Zhang slowly woke up. Oh, my head hurts so much. I can't drink this much in the future. Come in. 2 servants entered to assist Lu Zhang in washing up and getting dressed. At that moment, Tai Shirtzi walked in. My lord, Lu Zhonglong wants you to wake up and find him. Oh, it's Z. Just right. Go call Han Sheng and Eli to join me. Yes. Lu Zhang took the 3 of them to find Lu Ji, as he needed to say goodbye to Lu Ji. After all, there were more important matters to attend to. Greetings, Lu Zhonglong. Lu Zhang bowed to Lu Ji. Captain Lu need not be so formal. Lu Zhang saw that Liu Bei and the others were also present and greeted them. Brother Liu, Brother Guan, Brother Zhang. Liu Bei and Guan Yu returned the greeting, while only Zhang Fei snorted. Just as Lu Ji was about to speak, a soldier suddenly entered to report. Report, General. The envoy has arrived in the city and is now waiting outside the residence. Oh, Chapter 56, Rise. Lu Ji receives the imperial edict. A sharp voice shouted from the eunuch, and Lu Ji and the others quickly knelt down. I, Lu Ji, receive the edict. The edict commands Lu Ji to swiftly mobilize troops, defeat the rebel army, and capture the rebel leader, Zhang Jiao. Thus it is decreed. Lu Ji raised both hands to take the imperial edict. I, Lu Ji, accept the edict. Eunuch Zhao Yin placed the edict in Lu Ji's hands and then asked, Lord Lu, is Colonel Lu Zhang here? Yes. This person is Colonel Lu Zhang. Lu Ji stood up and pointed at Lu Zhang. Zhao Yin looked at Lu Zhang and shouted, Colonel Lu, receive the edict. Lu Zhang had just stood up when he hurriedly knelt down again. I, Lu Zhang, receive the edict. Lu Zhang has defeated the Yellow Turbans in Yingchuan and beheaded their leader, which brings me great comfort. I appoint Lu Zhang as the cavalry commander, in charge of the cavalry, to assist Lu Ji in pacifying the Yellow Turbans in Jizhou. Thus it is decreed. I, Lu Zhang, accept the edict with gratitude. Lu Zhang raised his hands to take the imperial edict feeling overjoyed in his heart. He never expected to be directly promoted to cavalry commander. From 600 stones to 2,000 stones, the imperial envoy has worked hard. Bring the envoy to the inn to rest. Zhao Yan did not leave, but instead rubbed his fingers together, looking at Liu Ji with a smile. The intention was clear. He was asking for a reward. Liu Ji narrowed his eyes, his gaze unfriendly. He despised these greedy eunuchs the most. How could he give them a good face? The army is suffering, and the envoy has no business here, so please take your leave. You. Zhao Yan glared at Liu Ji without speaking, showing no intention of leaving. Liu Ji snorted heavily, ignored him, and turned to leave. Zhao Yan's expression turned fierce, and he cursed Liu Ji's ancestors in his heart. Hey, is there an imperial edict to reward Liu Xuanda? Thunder suddenly roared in his ears, startling Zhao Yan and nearly causing him to fall to the ground, immediately filling him with rage. What is Liu Xuanda? Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei immediately became furious, stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Yan by the collar, and raised his massive fist. Stop! Liu Zhang shouted loudly, seizing Zhang Fei's swinging iron fist at a critical moment. Zhang Fei saw it was Liu Zhang, and his teeth gnashed in anger. His expression was exceptionally fierce, clearly showing he would not hold back. Liu Zhang did not yield either. His veins bulged as he resisted with all his strength. The two faced off, glaring at each other. You rebel, do not act recklessly. Huang Zhong, Dian Wei, and Tai Shizi shouted in unison, stepping forward to restrain Zhang Fei. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Fei was distracted, Liu Zhang suddenly kicked towards Zhang Fei's abdomen. Ouch! Zhang Fei bent over and cried out in pain, clearly injured in a vital area. I will kill you. Just based on you? Liu Zhang disregarded Zhang Fei's threat, showing a face of disdain. Zhang Fei had lost his rationality and charged directly at Liu Zhang. But Dian Wei had already reached Liu Zhang's side, throwing a punch that collided directly with Zhang Fei's fist. It was unclear whether Zhang Fei did not notice Dian Wei or if he did not use his full strength due to the pain. But he was knocked back by Dian Wei's punch and fainted on the ground. Ida! Liu Bei hurriedly ran to Zhang Fei's side, checking all around. Liu Zhang, do not go too far. Seeing that Zhang Fei had only fainted and was not seriously injured, he felt slightly relieved and glared at Liu Zhang. Liu Zhang curled his lip, giving Liu Bei a contemptuous look. Were you? You dare to call me by my name? You are just a dealer of mats and shoes, only pretending to be a member of the Han family. You. Liu Bei's face turned red with anger, breathing heavily. What? You dare impersonate a member of the Han family? Zhao Yan, still shaken by Zhang Fei's intimidation, finally regained his composure and sharply questioned Liu Bei. I am a descendant of the Jing King of Zhongshan, no fake. You say so, so it is? Do you have any proof? Liu Bei was rendered speechless, having no evidence at all. Let's go. Liu Bei knew it was no longer feasible to stay here, so he hurriedly led Guan Yu and the unconscious Zhang Fei away. Zhao Yan glared at Liu Bei as he left, already sentencing him to death in his heart. Thank you, Colonel Liu, for your help. I did not expect such barbaric people in the army. Truly detestable. Liu Zhang smiled, shaking his head slightly to indicate no need for politeness. He then pointed at the departing Liu Bei and said, This person's surname is Liu, named Bei. Courtesy named Xuanda, often boasting as a member of the Han family, truly shameless. By the way, he previously claimed to be a disciple of Lord Liu and was reprimanded by Lord Liu multiple times. Liu Zhang's words were very meaningful, and looking at Zhao Yan's squinted eyes, he couldn't help but smile. He then took out a bag from his bosom and secretly handed it to the eunuch. Zhang thanks the Lord for traveling a great distance to deliver the imperial edict. The Lord should rest early. Zhao Yan squeezed the bag in his hand, instantly beaming with joy. Colonel Liu is a sensible person. No wonder he has been promoted at such a young age. Liu Zhang sent Zhao Yan away and walked into the hall. He did not want to sit and wait here, preparing to take his leave from Liu Ji. Such a sycophant. Why does Colonel Liu act like this? Liu Ji looked at Liu Zhang with disappointment. He was most averse to bribing eunuchs. Liu Zhang did not speak, maintaining a blank expression as he looked at Liu Ji, feeling pity for him in his heart. Stubbornness. In extraordinary times, one must take extraordinary actions. How can there be no flexibility? If Liu Ji had not offended the eunuchs, he would not have ended up in such a miserable situation. What are your plans after Colonel Liu? Are you going to besiege Zhang Jiao here with me? Liu Zhang shook his head slightly. Liu Ji had already formed an opinion of him, and it was better not to be a nuisance. Lord Liu, my troops are all cavalry. If we besiege the city here, wouldn't it waste military strength? His Majesty has now promoted me to cavalry commander. I should go and fight on the battlefield in Hebei, eliminating the various rebel armies. Liu Ji felt a slight sense of relief. He found Liu Zhang's bribery of a eunuch very distasteful and couldn't wait for him to leave. It was inconvenient for him to ask him to leave, but now that he had brought it up himself, it couldn't be better. In that case, I will not keep you any longer. Lord Liu, take care. Liu Zhang cupped his hands in salute and took his leave from Liu Ji. Take care, Colonel Liu. Watching Liu Zhang gradually move away, Liu Ji couldn't help but sneer inwardly. In his view, a sycophant like Liu Zhang would never achieve anything significant. Chapter 57, General Liu. The young hero has an unlimited future. My lord, it seems that Liu Zhonglong is trying to drive us away. Liu Ji's intentions were too obvious, causing dissatisfaction among Tai Shirtzi and others. Indeed, I gave Zhao Yan money, and he found out. Liu Zhang chuckled lightly, showing no signs of displeasure. Dian Wei snorted heavily, indignant on behalf of Liu Zhang. Without the Lord's surprise attack on Zhang Jiao, he would have long been buried without a grave. How dare they treat the Lord this way? Hey! Liu Zhang stopped in his tracks and advised the furious Dian Wei. Our army first killed Bo Kai and Ningchuan, rescuing Huangfu Song and Zhu Jun. Then we launched a surprise attack on Zhang Jiao and rescued Liu Ji. All three famous generals were saved by me alone. The three heroes of the Han must be feeling deeply ashamed and unable to show their faces. Bah! Dian Wei spat loudly. 3 heroes of the Han? They can't even defeat a few yellow turban bandits. Liu Zhang glared at him, warning Dian Wei not to speak recklessly. The significance of Liu Ji and the other 3 in the Han dynasty could not be compared to a mere Liu Zhang. Huangfu Song, Zhu Jun, and Liu Ji were all renowned generals at that time, without a doubt, though they had their character flaws. Take Liu Ji, for instance. Upon seeing me bribing the eunuchs, he became disgusted with me, being overly proud. Now that the emperor favors the eunuchs, even if we do not seek to please them, we must not offend them. I suspect Liu Ji will not only fail to pacify the yellow turbans, but will also fall victim to the eunuch schemes. Dian Wei was still quite indignant, angrily stating, even so, he shouldn't drive the Lord away. Liu Zhang patted Dian Wei on the shoulder. All right, rather than being implicated by Liu Ji here, it's better to leave early. Besides, I have important matters to attend to. Seeing Liu Zhang say this, Dian Wei stopped complaining. Sigh. Huang Zhong also felt very sad, having achieved great merit but being driven away. Even if Zhang Jiao did not rebel, there would be Wang Jiao and Zhao Jiao rebelling. In this world, how could there be no rebellion? Liu Zhang frowned and nodded. This court was already rotten to the core. It was time for it to perish. In extraordinary times, extraordinary actions must be taken. Only by becoming strong enough can one create a true prosperous era. The 3 trusted Liu Zhang completely. This lord was not petty, had deep foresight, and there must be reasons behind his actions. Han Sheng, Eli, you 2 go gather the troops and prepare some soldiers. We will leave today. Yes. Zi, you accompany me to visit a great talent. Yes. Liu Zhang and the 2 arrived in front of courtyard, which was not large and rather old. Tai Shirtzi stepped forward to knock on the door, and after a while, a young servant came out. Who are you looking for? Tai Shirtzi said in a deep voice. Lord Liu Zhang, the cavalry commander, is here to visit Mr. Tian. The servant glanced at the 2 and said, please wait, before turning back into the house. After a while, the door opened, and a young man in his 20s walked out. I did not expect General Liu to come. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Liu Zhang hurriedly looked over. This Tianfeng had thick eyebrows and big eyes, a square face, and exuded righteousness. Truly extraordinary. Liu Zhang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I have long heard of Mr. Tian's great talent. I apologize for my abrupt visit. My intelligence is shallow, and I do not deserve such praise from the general. Tianfeng returned the salute, stepping aside. Please, General, come inside. Please. Lu Zhang followed Tian Feng into the house, instructing Tai Shirtzi to wait outside. The two took their seats as host and guest, and a servant brought in tea. Tian Feng picked up the teacup and raised it as a toast to Lu Zhang. The general broke the yellow turbans in Yingchuan and killed Bo Kai, then launched a surprise attack on Zhang Jiao, defeating tens of thousands of troops. I'm greatly impressed. Lu Zhang also raised his teacup in return. It's just a minor achievement, not worth mentioning. Tian Feng laughed heartily and sighed. The yellow turbans have forced the three heroes of the Han to defend their cities. Yet wherever the general goes, he makes the yellow turbans flee in panic. If this is a minor achievement, what could be considered a major one? Lu Zhang quickly waved his hand. He understood that one must be humble in front of capable people and not take credit for oneself. Mr. Tian, you overpraise me. I heard that you once served as a palace attendant. Why did you resign? Tian Feng was taken aback, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it all. Sigh. The court is in chaos, and the position of palace attendant is merely nominal. I am dissatisfied with the eunuchs in power and the harm done to virtuous ministers, which is why I resigned. He truly was a very upright person, Lu Zhang thought to himself, quickly putting away his smile. Since Emperor Huan's time, treacherous ministers have been in power, virtuous ministers have been harmed. The court has been waging wars everywhere, and the taxes and corvée labor have made the common people suffer immensely. In recent years, there have been constant natural disasters with earthquakes, floods, and droughts occurring in various places. Many commoners have harvested nothing, and not to mention paying taxes. Even basic sustenance is difficult. Tian Feng nodded in agreement, and then shook his head helplessly. How can the people not rebel when they are starving? Lu Zhang said, now the yellow turbans are rampant, and the world is in turmoil. The state is in imminent danger, and the lives of the common people hang in the balance. As Lu Zhang, a descendant of the Han royal family, I am unable to control the eunuchs above and cannot pacify the yellow turbans below. I truly feel ashamed in front of my ancestors. Tian Feng looked at Lu Zhang with great admiration. There were too few people with such lofty aspirations today. How old is General Liu? Tian Feng was very curious about Lu Zhang's age. How could such a heroic figure have been unknown before? I am currently 15. 15? Could it be that you are the son of Liu Yin, the former governor of Jizhou? Tian Feng looked at Lu Zhang in shock, hardly believing his ears. That is indeed me. So it turns out I am in the presence of a prodigy. I heard that the general could articulate at the age of 3 and created 7-character poems. Such talent is rare in the world. I did not expect the general's bravery to be equally extraordinary. You have defeated the yellow turbans multiple times and personally killed Bo Kai. In the past, Hua Zubing also set out to battle the Xiongnu at 18. With such youth, the general's future is boundless. Lu Zhang felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. His face flushed as he repeatedly waved his hands. In ancient times, Gan Luo was appointed as prime minister at 12. I have wasted over 10 years without any achievements for the state. I feel very ashamed. The general must not belittle himself. The current Han dynasty still needs generals like you to turn the tide. Lu Zhang smiled and nodded, feeling slightly surprised. Historical records describe Tian Feng as upright. Why is he praising me so much? Could it be that I have already become so outstanding that people think so highly of me? Thinking of this, Lu Zhang felt sweet in his heart, like having honey. Chapter 58. The first strategist of Hebei, General Liu? Tian Feng saw Lu Zhang staring blankly with a silly smile and couldn't help but ask, ahem. Lu Zhang returned to his senses from his reverie, lightly coughing to mask his embarrassment. Mr. Tian, I have heard that you are from a prominent family in Jilu. Why do you live in such a humble place? Lu Zhang had long known that the Tian family was a famous gentry in Jilu and should not be living in such conditions. Indeed, the Tian family is a prominent family in Jilu, but Feng is a collateral branch. My father and grandfather both passed away early, so our family is impoverished. Tian Feng spoke about his situation without any shame, instead appearing quite natural. The integrity of ancient people was extraordinary. They never regarded poverty as shameful. Previously, when Zhang Jiao occupied the city, did he make things difficult for your family? If it weren't for Lu Zhang's arrival, Jilu City would still be under the control of the Yellow Turbans. I have long sent my mother away, and I'm the only one left here. Tian Feng, who had quite a reputation for his virtue, had a poor family background. The Yellow Turbans did not put too much pressure on him. Lu Zhang nodded. It seemed Zhang Jiao had some discernment, knowing not to commit too many atrocities. Zhang Jiao restrained his subordinates well, but his Yellow Turban leaders did not follow such rules. When I was in Yingchuan, I personally witnessed the Yellow Turbans burning, killing, and looting, committing all kinds of evil. Tian Feng's expression turned gloomy as he shook his head gently. Zhang Jiao's uprising can be said to be in accordance with the will of heaven, but alas, his subordinates commit such evils, leading to a complete loss of the people's hearts. How can they avoid defeat? From what you say, do you still have some approval of Zhang Jiao's uprising? Are you not afraid of being punished by the court? Tian Feng looked at Lu Zhang, whose tone had suddenly changed, showing no fear but instead laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, there are no others here. What I say will go into the ears of the general. Will the general punish me? Even if the general punishes me, I will not admit it. Tian Feng surprisingly acted like a rogue, which Lu Zhang had never expected. Rumors in the market said that Tian Yuanhao was serious and difficult to get along with. It seemed those words were untrue. Tian Feng put away his smile, his expression becoming serious, instantly exuding the air of a refined gentleman. I am indeed like this, but only towards others. General Liu is a young hero. I greatly admire you. Lu Zhang felt delighted in his heart. Tian Feng had such a good impression of him, and being a collateral branch of the Tian family, there was definitely hope for recruitment. Mr. Tian, now that the Yellow Turbans have risen, the 8 provinces of the world are responding, and hundreds of thousands of people are eager to follow. In your opinion, can the Yellow Turbans shake the foundation of the Han dynasty? As the saying goes, the minister chooses his lord, and the lord also chooses his minister. Lu Zhang also wanted to see what talents Tian Feng truly possessed. Tian Feng saw through Lu Zhang's thoughts at a glance. He had long wanted to showcase his talents. At the beginning of the Yellow Turban uprising, 8 provinces responded. Dozens of counties were attacked, and people rushed to join. The situation seemed very promising, but I already know they will certainly be defeated. Oh, please enlighten me. Lu Zhang looked at Tian Feng with some surprise. This was something Sun Yu had also said to him. Tian Feng nodded slightly and pointed at Lu Zhang with his right hand. The ultimate reason for the failure of the Yellow Turbans lies with you, General. Lu Zhang felt a bit disappointed. Could it be that Tian Feng was just flattering him because of his military achievements? Tian Feng should not be that kind of person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to admonish Yuan Shao to his death. If it weren't for the general exposing the uprising of the Taiping Dao, and if Zhang Jiao had enough preparations to capture Luoyang in one fell swoop, then the Han dynasty would be in grave danger. Lu Zhang frowned slightly. This was not the answer he wanted. Even without my exposure, could Zhang Jiao really capture Luoyang? Tian Feng smiled slightly, first nodding and then shaking his head. If the Yellow Turbans want to overthrow the Han court, they can only do so by quickly capturing Luoyang. No matter how grand the momentum is, at its core, is composed of farmers. There is no organization, no discipline, and no unified command. The tendency to burn, kill, and loot is a common problem of peasant uprisings. Over time, they will fight independently, and even logistical support will be hard to maintain. On the other hand, the court's army is recruiting soldiers from all over the country. The longer it drags on, the more passive the Yellow Turbans become. Now, the Yellow Turbans in Yingchuan and Zhang Jiao himself have been heavily injured by the general, and the morale of the imperial army is soaring. The Yellow Turbans can only shrink back and cannot emerge. This will only delay their demise, not change the outcome. Lu Zhang nodded in satisfaction, his eyes shining. This is the answer I wanted. The first strategist of Hebei is indeed extraordinary. It seems that any famous strategist in the records of the 3 kingdoms is not a trivial person. Since you know the Yellow Turbans will certainly be defeated, will the world be stable after the Yellow Turbans? Does the general hope for stability or instability? Tian Feng did not answer, but instead looked at Lu Zhang with a teasing tone. Lu Zhang's body trembled, and he broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed Tian Feng could see through him. You jest, sir. I'm a member of the Han royal family, and of course I hope for stability in the world. a solid foundation for the country and for the people to live and work in peace. Tianfeng glanced at Liu Zhang with some depth and did not scare him further. Although the Yellow Turbans will certainly be defeated, it will not be easy to pacify them. Now, the Yellow Turbans have leaders in various places, mostly gathering under their leaders. The Imperial Army can only advance in 3 directions. Once the main force of the Yellow Turbans is defeated, the Yellow Turbans in various places will scatter. And how can the court spare any strength to send troops to eliminate them? Currently, the Emperor has ordered each region to recruit soldiers on their own to resist the invasion of the Yellow Turbans. The crux of the issue lies here. Tianfeng's tone became a bit agitated. The self-recruitment of soldiers in various places seems clever, but in reality, it is a path to disaster. Smart. Liu Zhang admired Tianfeng even more in his heart. His insights were truly sharp. Liu Zhang certainly knew that this method was a path to disaster. Without this decree, the local lords would not be so easily able to raise troops. Now, the court lacks money and grain to eliminate the Yellow Turbans. They can only let the states and counties resolve it themselves. This is also a matter of necessity. Liu Zhang pretended not to know and threw the question back to Tianfeng. Tianfeng sighed, his face full of worry. He knew where the problem lay, but had no way to remedy it. It was like Liu Zhang's open strategy. You know you are falling into a trap, but cannot solve it, only waiting helplessly for death. I also know this is a matter of helplessness. But acting this way will inevitably cause local powers to grow rapidly. When local powers become strong and central powers weak, it is a very dangerous signal. In the past, the Zhou Emperor was weak, and the lords did not respect the decree, ultimately leading to the situation where the emperor was used to command the lords. If the court can work diligently and employ talented individuals, perhaps there would still be a chance for change. If there are changes in the court, the events of the spring and autumn and warring states periods are about to reappear. Chapter 59, coming with great expectations. Leaving with disappointment, Liu Zhang looked at Tianfeng with shock, his heart stirred by turbulent waves of anger. It wasn't that he was convinced by Tianfeng's words. After all, he was well aware of the course of history. He was instead impressed by Tianfeng's judgment on the development of the situation. Tianfeng's insight was surprisingly sharp. He could see the direction of the situation 10, 20, or even 30 years ahead. If Yuan Shao had heeded Tianfeng's advice, there might still be significant variables regarding the fate of the Central Plains. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Liu Zhang quickly stood up, bowed deeply, and spoke sincerely. Your words, sir, are like a sudden enlightenment, allowing me to see clearly. I, Zhang, am unworthy, but I take the revival of the Han Dynasty as my responsibility. Your deep foresight commands my utmost admiration. I implore you to assist me and teach me day and night. Liu Zhang's heart raced. This was his first attempt to recruit a top strategist from the late Han period. Through conversations with Sun Yu and Tianfeng, he had come to understand the importance of strategists. Vision, planning for power development, designing and strategizing battle situations. These were all areas where Liu Zhang fell short. The course of history was bound to change because of Liu Zhang, and he urgently needed the help of someone as sensitive to the situation as Tianfeng. Liu Zhang had already shown the utmost sincerity and humility. He was very confident that he could recruit Tianfeng. Tianfeng had a very good impression of him. With such sincerity, how could Tianfeng refuse? Faced with Liu Zhang's hopeful gaze, Tianfeng did not immediately bow in acceptance, but instead returned a respectful gesture. Thank you for your kindness, General. I am just a simple countryman with limited knowledge. I cannot afford to delay your plans. Tianfeng's refusal left Liu Zhang slightly taken aback. Was it a characteristic of strategists that they needed to be invited multiple times? Liu Zhang bowed deeply again, having already decided that even if he had to visit Tianfeng 3 times, he would certainly recruit him. You possess the talent to change the heavens and the earth. How can you say your knowledge is limited? I sincerely invite you to come out of retirement, and I hope you will think of the common people. Tianfeng looked at Liu Zhang with a complex expression, but still did not agree. Thank you for your great kindness, General, but I truly cannot accept your invitation. Why? Liu Zhang was very anxious, his tone becoming somewhat urgent. Tianfeng's expression also changed, clearly struggling with his decision. My father passed away early, and my mother raised me alone. Now that my mother is older, how can I leave her? Liu Zhang breathed a slight sigh of relief. He felt that this could be resolved. You are a devoted son, and I admire that. If your mother does not mind, we can go to Luoyang together. I will support you, and in the future, your mother will be as my own. How does that sound? Liu Zhang's words deeply moved Tianfeng, and he was also quite fond of Liu Zhang, recognizing the rarity of encountering a wise ruler in life. However, he still politely declined. Thank you for your kindness, General, but my mother has lived here all her life, and she would never agree to leave home. Could it be that I truly have no fate with you, sir? Liu Zhang felt a chill in his heart, as if falling from heaven to hell. He had a sense that even if he visited Tianfeng 10 times, it would be impossible for Tianfeng to follow him. Just a moment ago, he thought he was almost assured of success, but now he faced a cruel rejection. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Tianfeng bowed deeply to Liu Zhang, expressing his gratitude. General, I deeply appreciate your feelings. If you later take office in Jizhou, I will definitely come to serve you. Tianfeng was not heartless. With Liu Zhang's sincerity, he made a promise. However, he did not know that this promise would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens for Liu Zhang. Liu Zhang's face showed reluctance. He could not possibly go to Jizhou. Was it only in Jizhou that he could receive the help of a strategist? Tianfeng nodded without hesitation. Although I am a branch of the Tian family, I have received the family's kindness since childhood. The previous appointment to the position of Xiao Lian was also greatly aided by the clan leader of the Tian family. I owe my upbringing to my clan. How could I forget their kindness? It seemed that no matter how much he pleaded, Tianfeng would not go with him. After all, historically, Tianfeng was a person of single-mindedness. Once he had made up his mind, even 8 horses could not pull him back. Liu Zhang never expected that Tianfeng was such a family-oriented person. If even a side branch of the family prioritized their clan, how could he recruit even a single strategist in the future? The most tragic part was that without Tianfeng's assistance, Liu Zhang would never be able to conquer Hebei before the Battle of Guandu. In other words, Tianfeng was destined to die. A deep sense of helplessness washed over him. He knew Tianfeng's fate, but felt powerless to change it. Liu Zhang suddenly felt somewhat disheartened. It seemed that the road to competing for power was still long and arduous, and he could not afford to be the slightest bit negligent. Forget it. He couldn't possibly drag Tianfeng away. He would just consider it fate that he and Tianfeng were not meant to be. A great talent like you should not be confined to a region. A man born in chaotic times should be loyal to his ruler and serve the country, benefiting the people. One must understand that the Tian family is a small clan, while the world is a larger one. If Jizhou lacks a wise ruler, would you not be wasting your talents? Liu Zhang was still making one last effort, hoping to persuade Tianfeng with the greater good of the country. Listening to Liu Zhang's impassioned rhetoric, Tianfeng frowned, remaining silent. I know you have a heart of stone and cannot be moved by words, but what I say comes from the heart. I hope you will think it over. Tianfeng lowered his head and did not speak, instead sighing continuously. Liu Zhang realized that recruiting him was hopeless and did not linger any longer. He stood up to take his leave. Sir, I will be heading north to quell the rebellion today. Please take care and farewell. Tianfeng returned the gesture. Your words, General, I will remember in my heart. Please take care. After leaving Tian's residence, Liu Zhang headed to the military camp with Tai Shirtzi, preparing to set off north immediately. Did Tianfeng really not want to follow his lord? Liu Zhang wore a gloomy expression as he emerged alone. Tai Shirtzi knew that the recruitment had certainly failed. Sigh. Liu Zhang sighed heavily, his words filled with reluctance. Tianfeng possesses the talent to change the world, but unfortunately, he cannot be of use to me. Tai Shirtzi was also surprised by Tianfeng's refusal. Liu Zhang's future was limitless. Who in the world did not know of it? The Lord is not yet 20, and he has already been appointed as a cavalry commander. He has defeated the Yellow Turbans and is known for his martial prowess. Why would Tianfeng refuse the Lord? Tianfeng is burdened by his family. After saying this, he recounted Tianfeng's situation to Tai Shirtzi. No wonder the Lord is so saddened. This is truly helpless. Tai Shirtzi was not bound by family ties. He had brought his mother to join Liu Zhang. But Tianfeng could not do the same. The Tian family had deep roots in Hebei. This was neither Liu Zhang's lack of excellence nor Tian Feng's disregard for Liu Zhang. Everything was fate. It was like two loving people whose families disapproved. They could only regret for a lifetime. Liu Zhang could not go to Jizhou to develop, and Tian Feng could not disregard his family. Liu Zhang took a deep breath and slowly recited 2 lines of poetry. What is meant to be will always be. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. Chapter 60 Butterfly Effect General. We have been running for a day and a night. The Imperial Army definitely won't catch up. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to die? But Liu Zhang is elusive. Who knows where he will appear? General, where are we running to? Sun Zhong's eyes flickered as he stood frozen, not speaking. Liu Zhang's sudden appearance disrupted Zhang Jiao's plans, causing the encirclement of Liu Ji to fail. Sun Zhong sacrificed his soldiers and hurriedly fled with 1,000 personal guards. After running for a whole day and night, they were already over 100 miles outside of Jilu City. General, we only have a few hundred men left now. Many brothers have scattered. Sun Zhong looked at the disordered troops, feeling a sense of sadness. He used to be a commander of tens of thousands, but now only a few hundred remnants remained. We'll head north, away from that butcher, Liu Zhang. In Sun Zhong's view, Liu Zhang would definitely head to Guangzhou to confront Zhang Jiao in a decisive battle. As long as they ran north, they would surely distance themselves from this calamity. We'll first head to Changshan County to gather the followers of the Taiping Dao. If things are feasible, we'll occupy the prefectures. If not, we'll retreat into the mountains. I don't believe Liu Zhang can follow us into the mountains. However, Sun Zhong could never have imagined that Liu Zhang's thoughts were not on Guangzhou at all. A month later, in Jizhou, Zhao State. Kill. Charge. A golden-armored general was leading cavalry to launch an assault on the Yellow Turbans. V-shaped formation pierced through the enemy. Roar. 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 2,000 cavalry quickly changed formation during the charge, forming a cone shape, like a sharp blade, slashing towards the Yellow Turbans. The cavalry charged, shaking the ground. Their sounds like thunder, their invincible momentum fully displayed. The golden-armored general was none other than Liu Zhang, holding a large knife. Liu Zhang led the charge into the enemy formation. The Yellow Turbans were terrified at the sight of the cavalry rushing in, their souls scattering, their hearts trembling. Before the battle even began, countless soldiers started to abandon their helmets and armor, fleeing in panic. Liu Zhang easily tore through the enemy lines, and the Yellow Turbans were pierced by the cavalry, resulting in countless deaths and injuries, scattering in all directions. With just one charge, the Yellow Turbans were completely defeated. The power of the cavalry was terrifying. Liu Zhang did not order a pursuit. He only had 2,000 men and could not spread them too thin. My lord, over the past month, our army has defeated the Yellow Turban rebels dozens of times, rescuing countless counties. Ha! Dian Wei shouted loudly, his face filled with pride. Indeed, Jizhou was the stronghold of the Yellow Turbans, yet we have driven them to flee in panic. After leaving Jilu, Liu Zhang took a detour through Yi City and then headed north. Along the way, there were many Yellow Turbans, but not in large numbers. At most only a few thousand. Most were just commoners and bandits, flying the Yellow Turban flag, committing all sorts of atrocities. With just one charge, Liu Zhang could basically determine the outcome of the battle. He was not one to slaughter indiscriminately. Usually, after executing the rebel leader, he would not pursue further. During this time, he encountered attacks on villages and sieges of county towns, which Liu Zhang resolved one by one. Soon, Liu Zhang's name spread throughout Jizhou. Many Yellow Turban soldiers fled in terror at the sight of cavalry, and even children dared not cry upon hearing Liu Zhang's name. Liu Zhang also earned the title of Divine Might General. After dozens of battles, this cavalry unit became increasingly elite. In battle, no one hesitated, all charging forth. If retreating, no one lingered, obeying orders without question. The entire army worshipped Liu Zhang, who possessed numerous virtues and exceptional martial skills. Liu Zhang often led by example, charging first into enemy lines. Ha ha ha, my lord. The emperor should bestow upon you the title of Grand General, commanding all the troops of the world. The Yellow Turban rebels will surely flee in fear. Ha! Dian Wei had repeated this more than once, every time they defeated the Yellow Turbans. He had to praise Liu Zhang. Liu Zhang still shot him a glare, feeling helpless towards this big fool. "Don't spout nonsense, you black rascal." Dian Wei was not afraid. He knew Liu Zhang's temperament well and understood that such jokes would never be held against him. "My lord, our army's reputation is now widespread. The yellow turban rebels tremble in fear. Why not head to the main battlefield?" Tai Shirtzi suggested to Liu Zhang. He was not in full agreement with such thankless efforts. They were sweeping away the yellow turbans in Jizhou, and although the results were significant, it wouldn't earn them any merit with the court. It was far less tangible than killing a major yellow turban general. Zhang Jiao is close to death, but not at this moment. Moreover, Liu Ji is about to meet his end. What? Liu Zhonglong is going to be defeated by Zhang Jiao? Didn't he follow my lord's strategy to advance? Tai Shirtzi's face was full of worry. Liu Ji was acting according to Liu Zhang's strategy, and if he were to be defeated, it would surely affect Liu Zhang. Liu Zhang shook his head slightly, revealing a smile. He will not fall to the yellow turbans, but to the eunuchs. Liu Ji prides himself on being noble and looks down on the eunuchs. Little does he know that even he, Jin, could do nothing against them. The eunuchs are greedy. If he doesn't give them money, that's one thing, but he also speaks harshly to them. Could Zhang Rang and others just sit by and watch him achieve merit? Eunuchs. Always the eunuchs. Dian Wei snorted angrily, saying, "As long as these eunuchs are not eliminated, there will be no peace in the land." Liu Zhang gazed ahead, not speaking. The decline of the Han dynasty was not due to any single force or group, but a result of numerous problems accumulating and exploding. Removing the eunuchs would allow the external relatives to dominate. Removing the external relatives would lead to the rise of the gentry. How to change this? Liu Zhang did not know, but he understood that he could never become enemies with the gentry of the world. Just as Liu Zhang was lost in thought, he heard Huang Zhong's voice. "My lord, ahead is Changshan County. After marching hundreds of miles, we have finally arrived." Oh, Liu Zhang's heart jolted, and he couldn't help but sigh internally. Finally arrived. "Zilong, I am coming." His admiration for Zhao Yun stemmed entirely from later generations. Zhao Yun was a very perfect person, but how capable he truly was is a subject of great debate in later generations. However, one thing is certain. Zhao Yun was not from a gentry family. He was genuinely of peasant origin, residing in Zhao family village, Zendingshan County. Zhao Yun can be summarized in 4 words: loyalty, righteousness, filial piety, and courage. Zhao Yun had an older brother and a younger sister. His parents died early, and his brother raised the 2 of them. Historically, Zhao Yun observed mourning for his elder brother, leaving Liu Bei for several years. Some say this is the reason Zhao Yun held a low position in Shuhan. There is no need to elaborate on his loyalty and righteousness. Ever since following Liu Bei, Zhao Yun has remained wholeheartedly devoted. His bravery is also extraordinary. He once followed Gong Sunzan as part of the White Horse Idong, fighting in various campaigns, later praised by Liu Bei as being full of courage. Liu Zhang had long admired Zhao Yun, and one could say his purpose for coming to Hebei was for Zhao Yun. The failure to recruit Tianfeng was like a wake-up call for Liu Zhang. He understood very clearly that he must cherish every talent without a background. Family ties were the biggest stumbling block in his recruitment of talents. He had even made the worst plans, fearing he wouldn't be able to recruit a single strategist. Even Tianfeng, a side branch of the Tian family, who had long been fond of Liu Zhang, had rejected him without hesitation. How could he expect to recruit other talents? Liu Zhang was not entirely confident in Zhao Yun either, as Zhao Yun's filial piety became Liu Zhang's greatest challenge. Although Zhao Yun had no family ties, his elder brother would soon pass away. If he mourned for 3 years, Liu Zhang might have already gone to Yizhou. Would Zhao Yun travel thousands of miles to find Liu Zhang? This was the greatest problem Liu Zhang needed to overcome. Report. Just as Liu Zhang was lost in thought, an urgent report came from the scouts. Report, General. Xilu County ahead is being attacked by thousands of yellow turbans. The city is in imminent danger. Chapter 61. What is Liu Zhang? Huolu County was surrounded by the yellow turban army and could be attacked at any time. County Magistrate. The bandits are attacking the city again. Our defenders are down to just over 200 men. We might not be able to hold. The county captain was covered in blood, looking exceptionally worn out. He had been holding the city walls for several days. The county magistrate, Zhu Shou. looked outside the city without a trace of panic in his eyes. Quickly rally the citizens in the city to assist in defending. Tell them, if the yellow turbans breach the city, not a single one will be spared. The county captain cupped his hands in acknowledgement and hurriedly ran into the city. Looking down at the aggressive yellow turban army, Zhu Shou felt little worry. Although the yellow turbans had thousands of men, they looked like a rabble. Most of them were even unarmed, relying only on 3 makeshift ladders to attack the city. If they were truly a regular yellow turban army, this small town would have been breached long ago after days of assault. The yellow turban leader looked at the low earthen wall, feeling extremely furious. He had several times the manpower of the official army, yet could not break through. After several days, his side had suffered heavy casualties instead. This county magistrate was truly despicable. Not only did he not abandon the city and flee, but he continued to resist. The time given by the commander was getting shorter and shorter. The county must be taken quickly, or his life would be at stake. Listen up. Quickly open the gates and surrender. My yellow turban army of tens of thousands has already captured Zhengding County and is coming this way. If you do not surrender now, once the army arrives, not a single one of you will be spared. What? As soon as these words were spoken, chaos erupted among the soldiers on the wall, who began to whisper among themselves. The yellow turbans actually have reinforcements? Tens of thousands? We only have over 200 men left. How can we resist? If it really comes to it, we might as well. Zhu Shou saw the soldiers were frightened and quickly stepped forward, shouting at the yellow turban leader. You scoundrel, don't spread lies. Not to mention the yellow turbans of Zhengding County. Even if Zhang Jiao himself comes, this county magistrate will not be afraid. The yellow turban leader was furious. If it weren't for the person in front of him, this small town would have been taken long ago. You damn dog official. If I do not take this city today, I vow not to withdraw my troops. Once I catch you, I will skin you alive, leaving you without a place to be buried. Ha ha ha. Zhu Shou laughed loudly, not taking the threat seriously at all. Rebel, do you think I, Zhu Shou, am easily scared? Let me tell you the truth. The valiant cavalry officer Lu Zhang has already arrived in Changshan. The name Lu Zhang sent the yellow turban army into a state of panic. What? The demon has come. The name Lu Zhang was like that of a devil in the hearts of the yellow turbans. He had first cut down Bo Kai, then defeated Zhang Jiao. Many yellow turban soldiers lost their fighting spirit upon hearing Lu Zhang's name. The yellow turban leader trembled upon hearing Lu Zhang's name and looked around anxiously. What is Lu Zhang? He just hasn't encountered me. If he dares to come here, I will personally slay him. As the commander, he could not be intimidated by a mere name and had to muster his courage to boast. However, his voice grew smaller and smaller until only he could hear it. Zhu Shou laughed again. He had achieved his goal, and the yellow turban army before him had been intimidated. Ha, good. You just wait here. General Liu will be here soon. After saying that, he ignored the yellow turban leader and turned to leave. At that moment, the county captain who had rallied the citizens returned, just in time to hear Zhu Shou mention Lu Zhang, and felt overjoyed. County magistrate, will General Liu really come? Zhu Shou smiled slightly, but inwardly cursed. This county captain really has a pig's brain. How could I know if Lu Zhang will come or not? How did the rallying of the citizens go? Several hundred are already on their way to the city. Quickly arrange them. We must not let the yellow turbans ascend the city walls. Yes, after the county captain arranged for the citizens to defend the city, the yellow turban army was still in disarray. Although the yellow turban army seemed to have thousands of men, they were all hastily gathered, with young and old mixed together. They were looting while forcibly conscripting others. This was also a characteristic of the yellow turbans. Commander, will Lu Zhang really come? After a yellow turban soldier asked this question, all the soldiers stared at their leader. If the leader nodded, perhaps these thousands of men would scatter in a rush. The leader glared at him, thinking, what an inappropriate question. He could only pretend to be unafraid. Lu Zhang is a man, and we are also men. Lu Zhang has arms and legs. And so do we. Lu Zhang has a big sword, and I also have a big sword. As he spoke, he shook the small knife in his hand, feeling that its shape was somewhat different, causing the leader's face to flush slightly. In any case, you need not panic if Lu Zhang dares to come here. I will personally chop off his head. Upon hearing this boastful declaration, the yellow turban soldiers' fear gradually faded away. They had never seen Lu Zhang, only heard rumors. The bravado of their leader gradually dispelled their fear. The yellow turban leader looked at his subordinates, who were no longer panicking, with a smug expression. It seemed that he also had the demeanor of a great general. With just a few words, he had calmed the soldiers' emotions. Brothers, just charge forward, breach the city, and loot at will. If Liu Zhang dares to come here, I will hold him off myself. Roar, roar, roar. The soldiers responded to the order and began their assault. The yellow turban leader shouted confidently to his soldiers, aiming to ignite their fighting spirit and scale the city walls in one battle. The land of Jizhou is so vast. I don't believe I'll be so unlucky as to encounter Liu Zhang. Chapter 62. Zhu Shou only wishes to stay in his small plot of land, whether believed or not. What is meant to come will still come. Just as the order for the yellow turban army to attack was issued, smoke and dust began to rise not far away. The ground started to tremble, and countless black dots rushed in quickly. In no time, they were upon them, banners fluttering, with the words "Brave Cavalry Commander Liu." The leading general wore golden armor and wielded a large sword. Who else could it be but Liu Zhang? The yellow turban soldiers were all stunned, their recently calmed fears igniting once again. The sight of the cavalry charge was too shocking, and the trembling ground made the feet of the yellow turban soldiers quiver. The yellow turban leader was already frightened silly, staring wide-eyed at the approaching cavalry. Is this real? Am I really this unlucky? I didn't expect that right after boasting, Liu Zhang would actually come. Run! Someone shouted, awakening the dazed yellow turban soldiers. Quick, escape! The devil is coming. If we don't run now, it will be too late. In an instant, the entire yellow turban army was in chaos. Thousands of soldiers discarded their helmets and armor, scattering in all directions, leaving only their leader standing dazed in place. Liu Zhang did not pursue. He had no courage to engage in battle, and he could not muster any desire to fight. Why aren't you running? Liu Zhang looked at the yellow turban leader with a smile that was not quite a smile, somewhat admiring his courage. The yellow turban leader's legs trembled, and soon a foul smell wafted through the air. Hey, I thought you were some kind of hero. Turns out you wet your pants from fear. Dian Wei glanced at him with disdain, his face full of contempt. Liu Zhang covered his nose with his hand, speechless. He had thought he might encounter a notable figure from the yellow turbans, but it turned out to be a false alarm. At this moment, a voice from the city rang out. It was Zhu Shou, the yellow turban commander, declaring that he wished to personally slay General Liu, hence he awaited here. Oh! Liu Zhang was amused. He had not encountered something so interesting all day. The soldiers had all fled, and he had stayed behind to duel with the commander. What courage! In that case, I shall give you this opportunity. Come, my lord, no. Both Huang Zhong and Tai Shirzi simultaneously intervened. Although the man before them was in a pitiful state, his behavior was too abnormal, requiring caution in response. Dian Wei stepped forward, raising his halberd. My lord cannot take risks. Leave this petty thief to me. If three of us cannot take him down, let my lord decide what to do. Seeing that everyone disagreed, Liu Zhang did not force the issue. He cast a questioning glance at the yellow turban leader, hoping that he would agree to a one-on-one duel with Dian Wei. That would be ideal. The yellow turban leader looked confused at Liu Zhang, then at the towering Dian Wei, and was so scared that he trembled and fell to the ground. General, spare me. I was just talking nonsense. While saying this, he slapped his own face hard. Slap, 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 slap. All right, all right. Liu Zhang stopped him. He had no interest in such a coward. Are you the commander here? The yellow turban leader wailed, tears and snot flowing, looking utterly miserable. I'm not. General, I'm just a small leader. Woo-woo. Enough. Stop crying. With your cowardly appearance, how dare you rebel? Liu Zhang scolded. The small leader hurriedly stopped crying, looking at Liu Zhang with a face full of grievance. At this moment, the city gate opened, and the county magistrate came out with people. Thank you, General. Yusu. Liu Zhang's pupils widened in surprise as he looked at the newcomer. That's me. Zhu Shou was taken aback. Liu Zhang's reaction puzzled him greatly. Liu Zhang dismounted and approached Zhu Shou, cupping his hands in salute. I have long heard of Mr. Zhu's great name. I did not expect to meet you here today. Such a small name. How could it enter the general's ears? Your eloquence is rare in the world. Your bravery is known throughout the land. Zhu Shou smiled at Liu Zhang, but inside he had a big question mark. How could he, who was only slightly wise in Jizhou, receive such attention from Liu Zhang? Among the strategists of Liu Bei, none were more famous than Tian Feng and Zhu Shou. Tian Feng was stubborn and often contradicted his lord, having a lower emotional intelligence. Generally, those with less open-mindedness could not accept Tian Feng. Zhu Shou, on the other hand, dedicated himself to the decisions of his lord. If Yuan Shao had used Zhu Shou's strategies, he would not have suffered defeat at Guandu. Even Cao Cao lamented that Zhu Shou was a rare find. The world had little to worry about. Is Mr. Zhu the county magistrate here? Liu Zhang smiled. He greatly admired such talent. I was transferred here as county magistrate a few months ago, but unexpectedly, the Taiping Dao rebelled. Zhu Shou sighed, feeling helpless. He had just taken office and had not done anything when the Taiping Dao revolted. Previously, I passed through Guangping. Do you know the Zhu family of Guangping? Zhu Shou smiled slightly and nodded. I am from the Guangping Zhu family. The county governor of Guangping is my father. No wonder. You are so young, yet already a county head. It seems there is no hope of recruiting you. Liu Zhang felt a deep sense of disappointment. He guessed it would be futile to recruit him. This Yellow Turban Rebellion is most severe in Jizhou, while Jingzhou and Yizhou are relatively stable. If you are willing, I would be happy to assist you. Liu Zhang didn't give up on his intention to recruit Zhu Shou, but did not directly offer it. After all, Zhu Shou was a county head, and Liu Zhang had nothing to offer him, so he could only test whether he was willing to leave Jizhou. Zhu Shou cupped his hands in thanks and politely declined Liu Zhang's offer. Thank you for your kindness, General. My Zhu family has lived in Jizhou for generations, and I wish to benefit my hometown. Liu Zhang nodded, not pursuing the matter further. It was clear that Zhu Shou could not be recruited, not to mention that he was just a captain. Even if he were the governor of Yizhou, it would be pointless. Zhu Shou pointed at the yellow turban leader and said, General, this thief just said that Zhengding County has been breached. Would you like to go rescue it? Liu Zhang grabbed him by the collar, clearly venting his anger on him. Tell me everything you know, or I'll let you see my big knife. General, spare me. I'll tell you. The small leader trembled all over, having wet his pants again. A month ago, a disciple of the Heavenly Duke General named Sun Zhong came, and we followed his orders. I heard that General Liu defeated the Heavenly Duke General. Oh no, defeated Zhang Jiao and fled. There were originally only a few hundred men, but soon they gathered tens of thousands. Sun Zhong split the troops into two, ordering me to attack Hualu County while he personally attacked Zhengding County. However, he took it yesterday, and today Sun Zhong plans to sweep through the surrounding villages before coming to Hualu. Liu Zhang looked at Zhu Shou and asked, Mr. Zhu, do you know Zhao Jia village in Zhengding County? Zhu Shou shook his head and looked at the county lieutenant. You're a local, do you know? The county lieutenant nodded and replied, Zhao Jia village is on the border between Hualu and Zhengding. If you go north from here, you will reach it. If Sun Zhong comes to Hualu, he will definitely pass through Zhao Jia village. What does the general want to do at Zhao Jia village? To find someone. Liu Zhang had a bad premonition. He didn't expect that because of his own actions, Sun Zhong had come to Changshan. The yellow turban leader suddenly exclaimed. What are you shouting about? Dian Wei kicked him. Sun Zhong is extremely ruthless. If things go slightly wrong, he will massacre the village. Liu Zhang's eyes widened as he quickly mounted his horse, looking anxiously at Zhu Shou. Mr. Zhu, this scoundrel is left to you. Before Zhu Shou could respond, he issued the command. All generals, follow my orders and rush to Zhao Jia village. Chapter 63. There are no survivors in Zhao family village. At this moment, Zhao family village, just as Liu Zhang had predicted, was filled with corpses resembling hell. The yellow turban army was burning, killing, and looting everywhere, indiscriminately slaughtering men, women, and children. All of this was due to the resistance of two individuals. Sun Zhong looked at the weeping villagers around him, a sinister smile on his lips. This is the outcome for those who disobey the orders of General Tiangong. He turned to his subordinate and asked, have those two been killed? General, those two are extremely brave. They have already killed dozens of my men. What? Sun Zhong's face changed dramatically. How could those two still not be dealt with after all this time? You stay here. Not a single survivor must be left. then set this place on fire. Yes, my lord. Sun Zhong, along with his guards, walked to the outskirts of the village, watching as the two surrounded individuals continued to resist fiercely. And he couldn't help but feel anger rise within him. Do you know? Because of you two, your entire village is doomed. A young man shouted angrily. What have you done to our villagers? Ha ha! Sun Zhong laughed loudly, a wicked smile on his face. No one will be spared, young or old. By the way, there was a woman named Zhao Yu. She had some looks. I had my fun with her earlier, haha. But she was ungrateful and actually committed suicide. You, sister. Sister. The man's eyes were bloodshot, gripping his spear tightly, trembling. If I don't tear you apart, then I, Zhao Yun, am not a man. Zhao Yun's eyes turned red, and with a roar, he charged at Sun Zhong with his spear. Stop. Don't kill him. I want to torture him slowly. Sun Zhong showed no fear. He had thousands of men with him, along with his elite guards. The nearly 2,000 soldiers surrounding Zhao Yun and the other person meant that even if he were the reincarnation of Xiang Yu, he would still face death. Zilong, don't be impulsive. Zhao Yun ignored his companion's shout, his gaze fixed on Sun Zhong, not caring about the attacking yellow-turbaned soldiers. Kill! Zhao Yun shouted in anger. He had completely lost his reason. His family had been humiliated, and his fellow villagers slaughtered. He had to seek justice with his own hands. Zhao Yun thrust his spear forward, instantly piercing one person. Then he pulled back the spear to sweep away incoming swords, turning the spear to slash the throats of several others. In an instant, Zhao Yun had already killed several men. The yellow-turbaned soldiers were frightened by Zhao Yun's bravery, and no one dared to approach. There's no need to take him alive. Whoever kills him will be my general and receive a reward of 100 gold. Seeing that Zhao Yun was so difficult to deal with, Sun Zhong quickly ordered his soldiers to fight with lethal intent, under the lure of great rewards. The yellow-turbaned soldiers directly closed in. Zhao Yun saw enemies surrounding him from all sides and felt no fear. He executed a sweeping strike, instantly killing several attackers. The spear in Zhao Yun's hand danced like a dragon and phoenix, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Every swing resulted in casualties. In a moment, the area was filled with the cries and screams of the yellow-turbaned soldiers. Zhao Yun stepped closer to Sun Zhong. Everyone go. Kill him and reward 1,000 gold. Sun Zhong was drenched in cold sweat, never expecting an individual's courage to reach such a level. Surrounding soldiers closed in, trapping him completely. Although Zhao Yun was exceptionally brave, his advance had already halted. The number of enemies around him was increasing. For everyone he killed, 2 more would take their place. Gradually, he could no longer see Sun Zhong. Zhao Yun had only one thought in his mind. Kill, 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 kill Sun Zhong. Avenge my sister and fellow villagers. Zhao Yun could no longer remember how many people he had killed. He only wanted revenge. He wanted to tear apart this shameless scoundrel. But alas, every person has their limits. No matter how brave Zhao Yun was, he was still human. At first, no one could stand within 5 steps of him. But as the battle continued, the yellow-turbaned soldiers kept pressing in. 4 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps. Finally, the yellow-turbaned soldiers surrounded Zhao Yun completely. Ha ha! Sun Zhong saw that the situation was settled and began to mock Zhao Yun. What can your bravery do? You can kill 10, 100, but I have thousands. Tens of thousands. With my thousands of brothers, even a spit from each will drown you. Go tear him apart. Under Sun Zhong's command, the yellow-turbaned soldiers swung their weapons, striking at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun hurriedly swung his spear to defend, but the spear felt less agile than before. Is this the end? Thinking of my defiled sister and my slaughtered fellow villagers. Ah! Zhao Yun unleashed an immense surge of power, roaring as he pushed the enemies back once more. Lu Zhang was racing towards Zhao family village with his troops, feeling increasingly uneasy, a very bad premonition gnawing at him. Historically, Lu Zhang did not defeat Zhang Jiao, and Sun Zhong died directly in Guangzhou. Now, thanks to him, Sun Zhong not only escaped, but also fled to Changshan, causing havoc in the area. If Zhao Yun were to die at Sun Zhong's hands, Lu Zhang would truly be at a loss for tears. Quick, speed up the march. Lu Zhang's urgency surprised Tai Shirtzi, as he rarely saw Lu Zhang so anxious. My lord, we are less than 10 miles from Zhao family village. We will arrive soon. Liu Zhang did not respond, as if he hadn't heard, continually urging his horse to go faster. You mustn't have any mishaps. Liu Zhang prayed incessantly in his heart. Huff, huff, huff. Zhao Yun continued to breathe heavily, gripping his spear tightly, supporting his already exhausted body. The ground was littered with corpses, various grisly deaths telling the story of this brutal battle. With one man's strength, he had matched thousands of yellow-turbaned soldiers, killing over 100. The yellow-turbaned soldiers had retreated to 10 steps away, their eyes filled with fear. So strong, so brave. Is this really human? Sun Zhong couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, regretting coming to Zhao family village, and even more regretting opposing this butcher. Bang! Zhao Yun released his grip on the spear and knelt on the ground. He was too tired, lacking even the strength to move a finger, only able to glare at Sun Zhong with rage. Ha 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 ha! Aren't you tough? Come on! Seeing Sun Zhong's smug expression, Zhao Yun's fury surged. He hated this scoundrel, hated himself, and hated this world even more. You villain, even if I become a ghost, I won't spare you. Sun Zhong scoffed at this threat, his lips curling into a cold smile. Then I'll make sure you can't even be a ghost. Go, tear him apart. Zhao Yun looked at the approaching yellow-turbaned soldiers, tears streaming down his face. Brother, sister, I'm sorry. I can't take revenge on the villain for you. Zhao Yun's tragic appearance only made Sun Zhong laugh loudly. This pleasure was indescribable. Boom, boom. At that moment, a sound echoed from afar, shaking the ground. Chapter 64, Who is Sun Zhong? The sound of heavy hoofbeats drew everyone's attention, and they simultaneously turned their gaze to the distance. Sun Zhong was the most anxious, as deep down inside him lurked an unusual fear of a person who had defeated the leader of the Taiping Dao. Zhao Yun, supported by his companions, stood up, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. Before long, the shining golden armor was reflected in everyone's eyes, dazzling under the sunlight. It was Liu Zhang who arrived just in time amidst the crisis. He held a rope in one hand and a sword in the other, exuding an impressive demeanor. The banner bore 5 large characters. Cavalry Colonel Liu. It was Liu Zhang. This is bad. We encountered this calamity. What to do? I don't want to die yet. Boo-hoo. Before Liu Zhang could approach, the Yellow Turban Army had already begun to panic, showing clear signs of wanting to flee. Shut up, all of you. Form up, form up. The soldiers' agitation infuriated Sun Zhong. These soldiers were too cowardly, merely seeing Liu Zhang's banner and crying for their mothers. In fact, Sun Zhong was not much better than these soldiers. He had fled to Changshan to escape Liu Zhang. Sun Zhong chose not to run. He had already seen all of Liu Zhang's cavalry. At most, there were over 2,000 of them, while he had nearly 10,000 warriors by his side. He did not dare to flee directly. Once he did, those 10,000 soldiers would surely scatter, and perhaps he wouldn't be so lucky to escape death again. Liu Zhang led his troops closer, but did not launch an immediate attack. Although the Yellow Turban Army outnumbered his own forces, Liu Zhang truly did not take them seriously. Who is Sun Zhong? Liu Zhang asked directly from atop his horse. I am Sun Zhong. Sun Zhong trembled nervously, even stuttering as he spoke. We're the people from Zhao's village. What have you done to them? This is bad. He came for Zhao's village. Hearing Liu Zhang mention Zhao's village, Sun Zhong knew things were not good. He had slaughtered Zhao's village, leaving only Zhao Yun and another person alive among the hundreds of people. Sun Zhong broke into a cold sweat, constantly swallowing hard. General, a weak voice called out from the crowd. Zhao Yun, supported by companions, stepped forward. With Liu Zhang present, no one dared to act recklessly with weapons. Zhao Yun pushed his companions away, trembling as he approached Liu Zhang, kneeling on both knees. General, these bandits slaughtered my Zhao's village. Please take revenge for us. Zhao Yun had cried all his tears, his body stained with blood, looking exceptionally tragic. What? They all died. Liu Zhang sat dejectedly on his horse, realizing he had arrived too late despite rushing. Seeing Liu Zhang in this state, Zhao Yun was greatly alarmed, continuously bowing and crying. General, please take charge for us. Zhao Yun is willing to serve you like an ox or horse in return. What? Who do you say you are? Lu Zhang stared wide-eyed, looking at the person before him in astonishment. I am the commoner Zhao Yun, styled Zilong. Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong. Zhao Yun actually survived. Great. Lu Zhang felt as if he had risen from hell to heaven. He dismounted and helped the kneeling Zhao Yun up. Zilong, how are you? Are you injured? Zhao Yun was bewildered by Lu Zhang's actions, not understanding why Lu Zhang was so excited. General, the commoner is fine. Please take charge for the wrongfully dead of Zhao's village. After saying this, Zhao Yun attempted to kneel again, but Lu Zhang quickly stopped him. Zilong, no need for excessive courtesy. What is the situation here? Lu Zhang then pointed to Zhao Yun's companions and asked, Who are you? Zhao Yun recounted Sun Zhong's deeds. And when he spoke of his sister being violated and his brother being killed, tears streamed down his face. Lu Zhang's face grew darker as he listened. This Sun Zhong was truly more beastly than a beast, committing such heinous acts. Scoundrel, you escaped with your life that day in the Mao forest. But you did not repent. Instead, you became even more wicked. If you're not killed today, how can we face the innocent people you have slaughtered? All troops, listen up. Lu Zhang mounted his horse again, raised his large sword, and roared. Roar, roar, roar. All the cavalry drew their weapons, awaiting Lu Zhang's command. The entire army charged into the Yellow Turban camp to capture Sun Zhong. Kill. Sun Zhong looked at Lu Zhang charging towards him, terrified to the core, hurriedly arranging his soldiers to resist. Quickly, form up, hurry. The Yellow Turban army was intimidated by the cavalry's momentum, moving slowly by the time Lu Zhang arrived. They had not yet formed a battle formation. The cavalry directly smashed through the soldiers in front, plunging into the Yellow Turban army. With Lu Zhang leading the charge towards Sun Zhong, Lu Zhang showed no mercy, swinging his sword mercilessly, reaping the lives of the Yellow Turban soldiers. Quickly block him. Sun Zhong ordered his men to resist while desperately running backward. He planned to slip away amidst the chaos, just as he had before. Last time he could escape unnoticed because the soldiers were still fighting fiercely. Now, his every word and action affected his subordinates, with their commander fleeing. The soldiers lost their will to resist and began to flee. Seeing the army in disarray, all scattering in flight, Sun Zhong felt a glimmer of joy. Great! It's so chaotic now. Who will care about me? Quickly, take the chance to escape. Sun Zhong's idea was correct. The more chaotic the situation, the better it was for his escape. Unfortunately, there was one person who did not want to let him slip away easily. For Zhao Yun. Sun Zhong was a deep-seated enemy. Lu Zhang wanted to gain Zhao Yun's loyalty, and Sun Zhong was the best gift. No matter how Sun Zhong tried to escape, there was always a pair of eyes watching him, never wavering even slightly, like a venomous snake fixated on him. In Lu Zhang's eyes, Sun Zhong was no longer a person, but an object that could be exchanged for Zhao Yun's treasure. Sun Zhong felt a sharp pain in his back and was knocked down to the ground. Caught! Lu Zhang placed his sword against Sun Zhong's neck, filled with joy. Now, bringing Zhao Yun under his command would be absolutely no problem. Chapter 65. A desperate pursuit. Zhao Yun did not participate in the battle against the Yellow Turbans with his companion Xiaolan, but chose to wait in place. Zilong, are you okay? Xiaolan looked at Zhao Yun with concern. The person before him had lost his former handsome appearance. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with fatigue. Zhao Yun did not speak, merely shaking his head weakly. He had no strength left to talk. The exhaustion of both body and spirit forced him to keep his eyes wide open with all his might. At the moment Lu Zhang launched his attack, Zhao Yun's nerves had already relaxed, and a wave of drowsiness overwhelmed him, making him unable to resist, on the verge of fainting. No, I cannot fall. I must take revenge. My brother and sister cannot have died in vain. I still need to wait for Sun Zhong. I will have him tortured to death. Zhao Yun shouted in his heart more than once, and whenever he thought of the tragic fate of his brother and sister, it felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. The pain was unbearable. This heart-wrenching agony continuously stimulated his nerves, forcing him to endure and wait despite his exhaustion. Boom! The sound of hooves thundered on the ground. Zhao Yun's entire body trembled. He struggled to stand up, his eyes wide open as he looked ahead. Before long, Lu Zhang returned to Zhao Yun's side and tossed the bound Sun Zhong in front of him. He is yours now. This was merely a trivial action for Liu Zhang, but for Zhao Yun, it felt like the return of life itself. Zhao Yun looked at Liu Zhang with gratitude, unsure how to express his thanks. Finally, he could take his revenge. Thief, did you ever think you would end up in my hands? Why? Why did you have to lay your hands on innocent people? Zhao Yun stared fiercely at Sun Zhong. His eyes filled with anger, hatred, and murderous intent. Sun Zhong now regretted his actions, not for killing Zhao Yun's siblings, but for not dying at Liu Zhang's hands. Now that he was in Zhao Yun's grip, he feared he would neither find a way to escape nor a way to die. Zhao Yun, I personally chopped off your brother's head, and your sister, I stripped her bare and made her sleep. Ha ha ha, that feeling. At that time, your brother was watching right beside me. Ha. His eyes were just like yours now. I directly chopped off his head. Ha ha, if you have the guts. You can chop too. Come on. Sun Zhong wanted to provoke Zhao Yun, hoping he would end his own life quickly to spare himself from suffering. Thief, come for your life. As expected, Zhao Yun was enraged, picking up the machete from the ground, ready to kill Sun Zhong. Sun Zhong, you had good plans. Wanting to die so easily? Liu Zhang's words startled Zhao Yun, bringing him back to his senses, and he stopped the knife at Sun Zhong's neck. Liu Zhang, you scoundrel. Do not bully me too much. Sun Zhong was furious upon seeing this. He had already provoked Zhao Yun, but Liu Zhang had ruined it. Liu Zhang couldn't be bothered to argue with Sun Zhong and merely sneered. I am bullying you. What can you do about it? You have done so much evil and still wish for a quick death? Sun Zhong realized that seeking death had become a luxury, and he turned to Zhao Yun, still hoping Zhao Yun would give him a quick end. Zhao Yun's eyes had lost their color. He threw down the machete in his hand and took the dagger that Liu Zhang handed to him. You. Sun Zhong immediately broke into a cold sweat, trembling as he looked at the approaching Zhao Yun. The screams echoed throughout Zhao's family village. From time to time, there were sounds of insults, wails, and pleas for mercy, continuing for over an hour. Liu Zhang did not witness how Zhao Yun dealt with Sun Zhong. He had already guessed that Sun Zhong must have been executed by slow slicing. Such a scene was still too bloody for him to accept at the moment. Soon, the troops pursuing the yellow turbans, led by Huang Zhong, returned one after another. Although the cavalry had chased hard, they had not managed to kill them all. There was nothing to be done. The yellow turbans had scattered too widely. Liu Zhang was still listening to Huang Zhong and the others report their achievements when he suddenly heard a thud. Covered in blood, Zhao Yun knelt before Liu Zhang. General's great kindness. Zhao Yun cannot repay, even if he dies 1,000 times. Zhao Yun heavily knocked his head on the ground and then fainted. Zilong. Liu Zhang was alarmed and hurried forward to check. Liu Zhang had traveled from Yingchuan to Jizhou, then to Changshan, covering thousands of miles, all for Zhao Yun alone. If he died, Liu Zhang would truly be left with nothing. Rest assured, my lord, Zhao Yun is not seriously injured. He must just be too tired. Huang Zhong carefully examined Zhao Yun and found that although he was covered in blood, there were no wounds on his body. General Liu, Zilong killed over 100 enemies. He has reached his limit, only waiting for the general to capture Sun Zhong, forcing himself not to faint. By the way, who are you? Liu Zhang looked at Zhao Yun's companion. Now only the two of them remained in Zhao's family village. Reporting to the general, I am the commoner Xiaolan. Just as Liu Zhang had guessed, Zhao Yun and Xiaolan were childhood friends from the same village. You stay with Zilong in my army. I will have the soldiers bury the villagers of Zhao's family. Thank you, General. Liu Zhang watched the two leave, then turned to look at the hundreds of corpses nearby, filled with excitement. Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong, truly extraordinary. It was worth my 1,000-mile pursuit. Now, by an unexpected turn of events, Sun Zhong accidentally killed Zhao Yun's entire family, and he no longer has any attachments. I truly do not know whether I should be happy or mournful for Zhao Yun. Chapter 66. The course of history. 2 days later, Zhao Yun slowly woke up. Zilong, you finally woke up. Xiaolan looked at the awakened Zhao Yun with great excitement. He had been in a coma for a full 2 days. Zijin, where is this? Zhao Yun struggled to sit up, but his body was very weak. Xiaolan stepped forward to help him up and said, This is General Liu's camp. You have been unconscious for 2 days. How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Zhao Yun shook his head and then touched his stomach. I'm just a bit hungry. Wait here, I'll get you something to eat. Xiaolan ran out, and soon returned with food. Eat quickly. Zhao Yun wasted no time and began to eat heartily. After a whirlwind of eating, Zhao Yun regained some strength and was able to stand up by himself. He looked at his friend, feeling deeply moved. Not only did I survive this calamity, but I can also take revenge, all thanks to General Liu. I really don't know how to repay him. You're really slow-witted. That General Liu clearly came for you. No way. Zhao Yun shook his head, completely not believing Xiahou Lan's words. I'm just a country bumpkin. How could I catch the general's eye? No matter what. I must go thank the general. Xiahou Lan blocked Zhao Yun, shaking his head at his appearance. Zilong, you should at least tidy yourself up a bit. It would be too rude to go like this. Zhao Yun touched his hair and fell a mess. Zijing is right. I'll clean up first. In Liu Zhang's main tent, Liu Zhang was discussing military affairs with Huang Zhong and others. As expected, that old Liu Ji was taken away in chains to Luoyang. Liu Ji being escorted back to the capital allowed Dian Wei to vent his anger. He still remembered being driven away by Liu Ji. Fortunately, the Lord has foresight. Otherwise, we would have been implicated by that old Liu Ji. He deserves it. Let him look down on us. Liu Zhang lightly coughed to stop Dian Wei's nonsense. Liu Ji is at least a great Confucian. We cannot insult him recklessly. All right, no more nonsense. Who is replacing Liu Zhonglong? Dong Zhuo, the East Zhonglong general, has taken over Liu Ji's position. Huang Zhong's answer relieved Liu Zhang. Thankfully, the course of history had not changed because of him. Dong Zhuo is a man who seeks quick success. This will definitely give Zhang Jiao an opportunity. We need to hurry back to Guangzhou to prevent the situation in Jizhou from deteriorating. In fact, Liu Zhang was not worried about the situation in Jizhou. Zhang Jiao wouldn't live long. Once Zhang Jiao died, the Yellow Turban Army would be leaderless, and their destruction would just be a matter of time. Even if Liu Zhang did nothing, things wouldn't get worse. However, the incident with Sun Zhong had to alert Liu Zhang. Although the wheels of history would not change because of small Liu Zhang, there might still be some deviations. Liu Zhang feared that Dong Zhuo might encounter unexpected events like Zhao Yun's family. If Dong Zhuo were to die, how would things develop thereafter? Liu Zhang would completely lose control over the situation. My lord, Zhao Yun is still unconscious. How can we advance? Liu Zhang fell in a deep thought. His troops were all cavalry, and it was impossible to carry an unconscious person. Zhao Yun certainly could not be abandoned. It took so much effort to create this situation. Just as Liu Zhang was in a dilemma, a soldier's voice came. Report, General, Zhao Yun and Xiahou Lan request an audience. Oh, quickly invite them in. Zhao Yun had woken up, and this solved the problem. Soon, Zhao Yun and Xiahou Lan walked in. Zhao Yun was already clean and dressed in neat clothes, his handsome appearance catching the eyes of Liu Zhang and the others. Zhao Yun was 8 feet tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, handsome and charming, with a fair face and a broad jaw, imposing and majestic. What a handsome young man. Xiahou Lan was also quite fair, but standing next to Zhao Yun, he seemed too ordinary. Zhao Yun was exceptionally handsome. If he were in the 21st century, he would definitely be a star-level look. However, there was a slight mismatch. Zhao Yun's strong physique did not quite match his handsome face. Seeing Liu Zhang and the others staring at him, Zhao Yun couldn't help but blush. After all, he was still a young man. Zilong, is your health all right? Liu Zhang's concern snapped Zhao Yun back to reality. Remembering that he had come specifically to thank Liu Zhang, he quickly bowed deeply. General, save my life and avenge the villagers of Zhao's village. I don't know how to thank the general. Zilong need not be so polite. This matter also has my responsibility. If I hadn't let Sun Zhong escape that day, Zhao's village wouldn't have suffered such a calamity. I hope Zilong won't blame me. Liu Zhang stepped forward to help Zhao Yun up, looking remorseful. Of course, he was only putting on an act. It was impossible to blame Liu Zhang for Sun Zhong escaping on a battlefield of over 100,000 people. The general must not say that. The general has traveled thousands of miles in Jizhou and saved countless innocent lives. Without the general, Zhao Yun would have surely died without a burial place. And the innocent people of Zhao's village. Thinking of the innocent villagers who had died tragically, Zhao Yun's eyes turned red again. All right, no need to say thank you. This is my duty. It's just a pity that no one from Zhao's village survived. I acted on my own and have already ordered the cremation of the bodies of the villagers. Thank you, General. Zhao Yun controlled his emotions and cupped his hands to thank Lu Zhang. Zilong, what are your plans for the future? Would you be willing to lend me a helping hand? Lu Zhang went straight to the point. Everything he had done earlier was to gain Zhao Yun's loyalty. Chapter 67, Lu Zhang's compromise strategy. Recruiting Zhao Yun is actually not difficult. Lu Zhang has great gratitude towards him, and Zhao Yun would certainly not refuse. The only issue is Zhao Yun's filial piety, as he must observe mourning for his brother. Zhao Yun's virtue has become Lu Zhang's greatest obstacle in recruiting him. When Zhao Yun heard Lu Zhang's invitation, he did not hesitate at all. It was a great honor for Zhao Yun that Lu Zhang took the initiative to recruit him. Zhao Yun is willing to serve him. Great! Lu Zhang was overjoyed, but soon had a cold splash of water thrown on him. However, Zhao Yun's brother has been harmed, and no one is observing mourning. Would the general allow Yun to mourn for 3 years? After 3 years, no matter where he is, Zhao Yun will definitely follow the general. Lu Zhang's excitement had not yet dissipated, and he forcefully swallowed it back. He felt greatly disappointed. Indeed, he was too happy too soon. Loyalty, righteousness, benevolence, and filial piety are the foundations of Zhao Yun's character. How should I refuse? I greatly admire Zilong's filial piety. Lu Zhang affirmed Zhao Yun's character, but it led to a misunderstanding on Zhao Yun's part. Thank you, General. Lu Zhang was slightly taken aback and quickly raised his hand to stop Zhao Yun. Zilong, I have not finished speaking. I should not say much about Zilong mourning for his brother, but I have one thing to say, and I hope Zilong will consider it. Please speak, General. Now that the world is in chaos, the common people are displaced. Internally, the yellow turbans are causing havoc, and externally, foreign tribes are disturbing the borders. This is a critical moment for the survival of the country. It is precisely the time when loyal and righteous individuals are needed to rise up, to turn the tide and support the crumbling foundation. Zilong should not be obstructed from mourning for his brother, but with Zilong's exceptional skills. How could he just sit idly by for 3 years? One must know how many 3 years one can afford to waste. Lu Zhang's impassioned persuasion caused Zhao Yun to slightly lose focus, murmuring Lu Zhang's 2 lines of poetry. To turn the tide and support the crumbling foundation. The general has great ambitions. I admire it. Lu Zhang shook his head with a serious expression, not pleased by Zhao Yun's praise. Although I have such ambitions, I'm unfortunately lacking in talent. I urgently need someone like you, a loyal and righteous person, to assist in creating great undertakings. Although I, Lu Zhang, am not talented, I take the common people as my responsibility and aim to revitalize the Han dynasty. I am very clear about Zilong's abilities. You are exactly the talent I need. Zhao Yun furrowed his brows tightly, struggling internally. Is it really impossible to fulfill both loyalty and filial piety? Lu Zhang has shown him great kindness in avenging and saving his life. Without Lu Zhang, Zhao Yun would not be alive, let alone think about revenge. Based on these 2 points, Zhao Yun cannot refuse Lu Zhang. But if he does not observe mourning for his brother, he will surely be ridiculed by the world. What can be said about loyalty, righteousness, benevolence, and filial piety then? Lu Zhang noticed Zhao Yun's struggle. He truly is the perfect warrior. Lu Zhang stepped forward and patted Zhao Yun's shoulder. Zilong, I have a method that may satisfy both sides. Please instruct me, General. Zhao Yun's tone was very urgent. He truly could not think of a way to satisfy both. Zilong can wrap white cloth around his arm and write the character for filial piety on it, observing all morning rituals for 3 years. This way, he would not have to sit idly for 3 years. The world will also praise Zilong for prioritizing loyalty and righteousness while not forgetting to mourn for his brother. What do you think? Lu Zhang's idea came from his past life, and he was unsure whether Zhao Yun would accept it. Zhao Yun indeed fell into deep thought. He was not entirely convinced by this method. If someone understood him, they would think this is a way to fulfill both loyalty and filial piety. But those who do not understand him would surely criticize him. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Zhao Yun's decision. Zilong. A call drew everyone's attention. It was Xiaolan. He looked at Zhao Yun and said firmly, Zilong, since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been difficult to fulfill simultaneously. General Liu's regard for you is a testament to heaven and earth. Do not be confused. Hiss. Xiahou Lan's words awakened Zhao Yun. Yes, I'm just a simple villager. Yet Liu Zhang holds me in such high regard. Liu Zhang must be my benefactor. If I miss this opportunity, I might regret it for a lifetime. Zhao Yun cast aside his thoughts, knelt on one knee, and looked at Liu Zhang with determination. I am willing to serve you. Ha ha ha. Great. Liu Zhang helped Zhao Yun up, his face filled with joy. He finally gained Zhao Yun's loyalty. Bring it in. The soldiers outside the tent brought in a piece of white cloth, with a character for filial piety written in the middle. Liu Zhang took the white cloth and personally tied it on Zhao Yun. Zilong, I have prepared this for you. Zhao Yun felt very fortunate about his decision. He had no achievements, yet received such treatment. I was just a rural farmer, yet I received such great kindness from the Lord. Even if I were to give my life, I could not repay it. Zilong. Liu Zhang held Zhao Yun's hand, extremely excited. This vow signifies that we will share life and death together. Chapter 68. 4 of the 5 tiger generals are present. Looking at the 4 great generals beside him, Liu Zhang couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Huang Zhong, Dian Wei, Zhao Yun, and Tai Shirzi. Except for Dian Wei, the other 3 could each lead an army. Han Sheng, Zi, Eli, and Zilong, I am truly honored to have your assistance. From now on, if we work together with one heart, how can we not achieve great things and restore the Han dynasty? These 4 generals filled Liu Zhang with confidence for the future. With 4 of the 5 tiger generals already present, the last one is also waiting in Yizhou. Liu Zhang even felt that as long as he stayed steady and grounded, he would definitely be able to end the chaos and create a new Han dynasty. I am willing to serve the Lord until death. The 4 men looked resolute, proud to receive Liu Zhang's esteem. The Lord chooses his ministers, and the ministers also choose their Lord. A ruler and his subordinates can only unleash great energy when they complement each other. An incompetent ruler, even if his subordinates possess extraordinary talents, will be of no use. For example, Tianfeng and Zhu Shou met unfortunate ends. A ruler with talent, but without capable assistants, will find it hard to achieve great things. Like Liu Bei in his early days, he had the territories, but could only hand them over. In history, the endings of these 4 generals were not very satisfactory. Huang Zhong, despite his talents, was only recognized by Liu Bei in his old age. Dian Wei died because of Cao Cao's lust. Tai Shirzi, after years of entanglement with Huang Zhong, was far from the political center of Eastern Wu. Some say Tai Shirzi was an old general of Sun Ce, who was feared by Sun Quan. In any case, Tai Shirzi died with resentment before the Battle of Chibi, shouting before his death about taking his 7-foot sword to ascend the throne. His unfulfilled ambitions were evident. Zhao Yun goes without saying, loyal and devoted. He always played the role of a bodyguard. When Liu Bei ascended to the position of Han Zhongwang, he only appointed the 4 tiger generals, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Ma Chao, and Huang Zhong, as the 4 generals on the front, back, left, and right, while Zhao Yun was only given the title of General of Miscellaneous Affairs. It should be noted that the turning point for Liu Bei's capture of Hanzhong was the Battle of Hanzhong commanded by Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun was bold and meticulous, repeatedly breaking into the enemy's formation to rescue several generals, then employing the empty fort strategy to defeat Cao Cao, inflicting heavy casualties on his army. At that time, Cao Cao was like a god of war. Later scholars often believe that Zhao Yun single-handedly led his troops to defeat Cao Cao, turning the tide of the Battle of Hanzhong. You 4 possess extraordinary talents. In this life, I will not let you live with regrets. Liu Zhang made up his mind and thought that perhaps in the future, the title of 10,000-man enemy would no longer belong solely to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Zilong, you will temporarily take the position of Army Sima and lead 500 cavalry. Zhao Yun had just joined and was deeply moved by Liu Zhang's heavy trust. My lord, Yun's abilities are limited. I fear I cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. Liu Zhang knew that Zhao Yun was being modest and lacked experience, being just a young man who had just reached adulthood. Zilong, I believe you will not disappoint me. Han Sheng and the others have fought dozens of battles with me. You can seek their advice, and I hope you will be able to stand alone in the future. Zhao Yun felt a surge of blood and was surprised that Liu Zhang had such high expectations of him. He then no longer refused. I will not fail the Lord's trust. He then bowed to Huang Zhong and the other three. I hope the three generals will guide me in the future. No need to be polite. Let's encourage each other. Huang Zhong and the others exchanged humble words with Zhao Yun. They were all open-minded gentlemen and quickly blended in. Seeing the scene of Liu Zhang and the five men valuing each other, Xiahou Lan felt a bit awkward, thinking he was too superfluous. My lord, Xiahou Lan has lived with me since childhood. My talents are also decent, so please take me in. Zhao Yun saw Xiahou Lan's situation and boldly requested Liu Zhang. Sorry, I was too excited and forgot you were here. Liu Zhang, overly excited, overlooked Xiahou Lan's presence and repeatedly apologized. Xiahou Lan was so startled that he waved his hands. He dared not let Liu Zhang apologize to him, as their statuses were worlds apart. General Liu, please do not say that. I am unworthy. Liu Zhang smiled and nodded, realizing that those who get along well with Zhao Yun must have good character. Do you have any relation to the Xiahou family from Chao County in Peihua? Liu Zhang wondered if Xiahou Lan, who had previously served Cao Cao, was related to the Xiahou family of Cao Cao. Xiahou Lan was slightly taken aback and quickly shook his head in denial. He did not even know there was a Xiahou family in Chao County. My ancestry is from Changshan, and I have no distant relatives. Are you willing to serve me? Liu Zhang extended an olive branch. Although Xiahou Lan did not possess extraordinary talents, he was still a recorded figure. Liu Zhang could not only recruit top-notch civil and military officials, he also needed many mid-level and even grassroots subordinates. In history, Xiahou Lan served Xiahou Dun and was appointed as a military commander after submitting to Liu Bei, proving he was also a capable person. Moreover, since Zhao Yun personally spoke up, Liu Zhang had to give him face. Xiahou Lan was overjoyed to hear this. Liu Zhang's proactive invitation had already given him enough face. I am willing to serve the Lord with all my strength. Liu Zhang stepped forward to help Xiahou Lan up, saying earnestly, You will initially serve as Zilong's deputy. Work hard, and you will surely be of great use in the future. Thank you, my lord. Currently, Xiahou Lan had no experience. His martial skills and courage were far inferior to Zhao Yun's. Naturally, he could not lead an army on his own. Liu Zhang arranged for him to train under Zhao Yun, hoping that one day he could be of great use. All right, now that Zilong has awakened, we need not delay any further. All the generals perked up their ears, waiting for Liu Zhang's orders. Now that Liu Ji has been demoted, his replacement is Dong Zhuo, who comes from a powerful family in Liangzhou. His strategies are far inferior to Liu Ji's, and he is overambitious, making it inevitable that he will be taken advantage of by Zhang Jiao. I intend for the entire army to rush to Guangzhou quickly. First, we can rescue Dong Zhuo to prevent the situation in Jizhou from deteriorating. Second, we can look for another opportunity to completely eliminate Zhang Jiao and his cohorts. Yes, Liu Zhang spoke forcefully, and no one questioned him. All the generals clasped their hands in agreement. The crowd responded, My lord, didn't you say Zhang Jiao was close to dying? Dian Wei's words startled Zhao Yun, who looked at Liu Zhang in disbelief. Liu Zhang nodded. According to the historical timeline, Zhang Jiao indeed had little time left. That's right. By the time we arrive in Guangzhou, he will be close to his end. Ha ha ha. Dian Wei laughed heartily, rolling up his sleeves, eager to take action. Then I shall be the first to charge into Guangzhou, behead Zhang Jiao, and let the Lord achieve unparalleled merit again. Dian Wei's words resonated with the other generals, their eyes shining with excitement, especially Zhao Yun, whose gaze was exceptionally determined, as if he had already reserved Zhang Jiao's head for himself. All right, hurry up and prepare the troops. Han Sheng, you go assign 500 soldiers to Zilong. We depart in 2 hours. Yes. Chapter 69, Liu Zhang's Longzhong strategy, taking advantage of the gap arranged by the generals. Liu Zhang leaned back on the bed to rest for a while. Next, they would head straight to Guangzhou, and there would be no time for rest in the short term. In such a pleasant leisure time, Liu Zhang's mind couldn't help but fantasize about a bright future. Now, for the 5 tiger generals were already in place, and there was no need to rush for the last one. After all, he was already waiting for himself in Yizhou, and with my abilities, it wouldn't be difficult to recruit him. Cao Cao defeated Yuan Shao to unify Hebei in 208. And now it was 184. So there was still more than 20 years. In more than 20 years, at the very least, I could cross the beneficial Liang and Yu provinces and occupy the Sanfa region. By then, relying on Hanga Pass, Wuguan, I could achieve the momentum of the early Qin. Even if Chao raised 1,000,000 troops, he could only gaze at the passes and sigh. Liu Zhang wasn't very interested in Jingzhou. Jingzhou was bordered to the north by Han River, had access to the South China Sea, connected to Wu and Hui to the east, and linked to Bashu to the west. This was an advantage, but also its greatest disadvantage. The main and tributary rivers of the Yangtze River ran through the entire Jingzhou, and the Xiang River could directly reach Lingling County. Without a strong navy, occupying Jingzhou was quite pressured. Most importantly, the defense of Jingzhou was very difficult. Xianyang and Fancheng were only separated by the Han River, and Cao Cao could cross the water at any time. Jiangxia County was connected to Cao Cao to the north and Sun Quan to the east. As for Jiangling and the 4 counties in Jingnan, they were also directly reachable by the navy, requiring a large number of soldiers to garrison. Elmeng had once easily captured the 3 counties of Changsha, Guiyang, and Lingling, forcing Liu Bei to lead troops from Chengdu for rescue. Liu Zhang's strategic thinking was to hold the 3 gorges entrance. No matter how many troops came from Jingzhou, they could not break through this natural barrier. By holding Hanga Pass, Wuguan, and Pujin Ferry, I could resist the heroes from the east. When the world changes, I would move eastward to seize the Central Plains and Hebei. This was also Liu Zhang's own improved Longzhong strategy. 10 days later, as Liu Zhang just arrived in Guangzhou, he received 2 urgent reports. 2 soldiers looked at each other. Both wanted to share their news first. Liu Zhang raised his hand and pointed to one, signaling him to speak first. Report, General. According to the news from the Jizhou Inspectorate, the Lieutenant General Huang Fusong recently achieved a great victory over the Yellow Turbans in Dongjun. Liu Zhang nodded. He wasn't surprised by this news. Then looked at the other person. You speak. Report, General. The Lieutenant General Dong Zhuo besieged Guangzhou but failed and went to attack Zaiqiang, only to be ambushed by Zhang Jiao and Zhang Bao, suffering a great defeat. What? Liu Zhang was slightly taken aback, trying hard to recall the history. Didn't Dong Zhuo get punished for failing to besiege Zaiqiang? There was no record of him being defeated during this time. Zhang Jiao was already seriously ill. How could he still lead troops to fight? Where's Dong Zhuo now? Liu Zhang's tone was somewhat anxious. It seemed that the development of the situation was becoming abnormal. 50 miles ahead, he is being pursued by Zhang Jiao's troops. The situation is very critical. Listen to orders. Liu Zhang did not hesitate and immediately decided to rescue Dong Zhuo. March at full speed to rescue Lieutenant Dong. Yes, under the guidance of the scouts. Liu Zhang led the cavalry forward rapidly. Zhang Jiao's actions indeed surprised Liu Zhang. However, he quickly felt delighted. If Zhang Jiao remained slow within the city, Liu Zhang would have no way but to wait for him to die. But if Zhang Jiao came out for a field battle, if he could defeat Zhang Jiao, that credit would be unmatched. 50 miles away, Zhang Jiao truly led his troops to pursue Dong Zhuo, just as Liu Zhang had imagined. Beside Zhang Jiao was General Zhang Bao. Brother, how are you? Zhang Bao looked at Zhang Jiao's pale face with great concern. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Jiao covered his mouth, unable to suppress a violent cough. Brother, you should quickly return to Guangzhou. I can personally pursue him. Zhang Bao said anxiously. The 3 brothers had relied on each other since childhood. The elder brother was like their parent. Zhang Jiao waved his hand repeatedly with one hand covering his mouth. No, cough, cough. We have finally defeated Dong Zhuo, and we must capture him to crush the government forces in Hebei. Cough, cough, cough. But Zhang Bao still wanted to speak. But Zhang Jiao shot him a fierce look. We have tens of thousands of followers, and now we have been besieged by the government forces for 2 months. Our supplies have long been exhausted. Cough, cough, cough. If we can't defeat the government forces this time, it won't be long before we starve to death. Cough, cough, cough. After saying this, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother. Zhang Jiao weakly waved his hand, looking at Zhang Bao with hopeful eyes. My body can't hold on much longer. Cough, cough, cough. This may be my last battle. After this, cough, 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 the Taiping Dao will be handed over to you. The surrounding guards, all of whom were Zhang Jiao's loyal followers, knew that Zhang Jiao had little time left, and their eyes moistened. Zhang Jiao rallied his spirits and shouted loudly, "The heavens have died, the yellow heaven shall rise, the year is Jiazi, and the world shall have great fortune. People of the yellow turbans, defeat the government forces ahead, and a prosperous era shall come. Kill, 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 kill." The yellow turban soldiers were inspired by Zhang Jiao, all roaring and striving forward. The distance to the government forces was continuously shrinking. Chapter 70. The bolder Dong Zhuo becomes, the smaller his courage at this moment. Dong Zhuo was leading his army in a desperate retreat, filled with extreme regret for having trusted the words of a villain, which led to this disastrous defeat. Watching the yellow turban army closing in behind him, he felt an unusual sense of despair. After finally replacing Liu Ji and preparing to showcase his talents, he never expected to end up in such a dire situation. Alas, it was his failure to heed the advice of his wise son-in-law that brought about this defeat. Dong Zhuo glanced apologetically at the young scholar beside him, his son-in-law. The young scholar shook his head, unwilling to blame Dong Zhuo. "My lord, this defeat has cost our army dearly. We must regroup our soldiers and stop the downward spiral. If we are surrounded and annihilated by the yellow turbans, we won't be able to explain ourselves to the court. Let's prioritize survival first." Dong Zhuo turned back to look at the pursuing enemy, his face showing helplessness. He had no heart left to care about the soldiers' lives. With 60,000 troops, who knew how many would be left? Suddenly, several hundred cavalry appeared ahead, blocking their path. Dong Zhuo was immediately alarmed. With ambushers in front and pursuers behind, it seemed heaven itself had abandoned him. His son-in-law looked forward with a serious expression. Unlike Dong Zhuo, he was not panicking, but was instead contemplating how to resolve the current predicament. What came into view was a general in golden armor, wielding a large blade, standing tall on horseback. Behind him, a great banner flew, inscribed with the name of Han's fierce cavalry Colonel Liu. "My lord father-in-law, it's not the enemy. It's the imperial army. It's Colonel Liu Zhang. We are saved." Upon hearing his son-in-law's words, Dong Zhuo was overjoyed, as if he had risen from hell to heaven. It was said that Liu Zhang was extremely brave, having defeated Bo Kai and Zhang Jiao, and the yellow turbans greatly feared him. The young scholar's face lit up with joy as he nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, my lord father-in-law, hurry to seek help. If we can get Colonel Liu's assistance, we might turn the tide." Before long, Dong Zhuo reached Liu Zhang and called out urgently, "But Colonel Liu? I am the Zhonglong General Dong Zhuo. It is I." Liu Zhang clasped his hands in salute and scrutinized Dong Zhuo closely. Dong Zhuo stood at 8 feet tall, with a sturdy physique, completely unlike what Liu Zhang had imagined. Why is General Zhonglong in such a predicament? Dong Zhuo sighed, his words filled with regret. "I was unfortunate to fall for the enemy's trick, leading to this defeat. I implore Colonel Liu for assistance." Who is leading the pursuit behind? Liu Zhang was most concerned about who was chasing Dong Zhuo. If it were Zhang Jiao, he would naturally confront him. If not, he just needed to protect Dong Zhuo's escape. Is the bandit leader Zhang Jiao and his brother Zhang Bao? Dong Zhuo gritted his teeth in response, already filled with hatred for the two. Upon hearing this, Liu Zhang immediately became energized. "General Dong, you gather your troops here. I will go to confront the bandits." With that, he led his cavalry to charge at the yellow turban army. The young scholar watched Liu Zhang rush forward and quickly shouted, "We will follow and provide support." Dong Zhuo, upon hearing this, became anxious. "We have barely escaped the jaws of the tiger. How can we enter another perilous place?" The young scholar stamped his foot, looking at Dong Zhuo with some reproach. "My lord father-in-law, the losses this time are severe, and the court will surely impose heavy penalties. Since death is inevitable, we might as well fight for a chance at survival." Dong Zhuo's face showed signs of struggle. He truly did not want to take another risk. "My lord father-in-law, in the past, when fighting against the Huchong, you led the charge. Wasn't that far more dangerous than now?" The son-in-law's words made Dong Zhuo's face flush. Indeed, when had he become so afraid of death? Dong Zhuo gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, resolutely making up his mind. Raise the general's banner and gather the troops." Before long, Dong Zhuo's banner was raised high, and the scattered soldiers, seeing their commander's flag, began to gather around. Zhang Jiao was just about to catch up to Dong Zhuo when suddenly a large number of cavalry charged in from ahead. "It's Liu Zhang," Zhang Jiao exclaimed, unable to forget the sight of that golden-armored general. The last time he surrounded Liu Ji, if it hadn't been for Liu Zhang's sudden emergence, the outcome would have been uncertain. And now, here he was again. Suddenly, Zhang Jiao remembered the child from over a decade ago. Why hadn't he killed him back then? What? Zhang Bao, upon hearing this, became furious. If you asked Zhang Bao who he wanted to kill the most, it would definitely be Liu Zhang. This villain had thwarted his plans time and again, and this time he would ensure Liu Zhang was torn to pieces. Don't be impulsive. Zhang Jiao quickly reached out to stop Zhang Bao, who was eager to charge forward. This Liu Zhang is not easy to deal with. He is very cautious. Every time he appears, it is at a crucial moment, and he never fights without certainty. Zhang Bao did not believe this at all, his words filled with disdain. "Brother, don't let him raise his morale and diminish our prestige. This Liu Zhang has only a few hundred men, while we have tens of thousands now. What is there to fear?" Ignoring Zhang Bao, Zhang Jiao ordered a halt to the pursuit and to form a defensive formation to meet the enemy. Liu Zhang, leading several hundred cavalrymen, arrived before Zhang Jiao's formation, riding forward with his sword drawn, loudly questioning Zhang Jiao. "Do you remember me, Liu Zhang?" Upon hearing Liu Zhang's name, the yellow-turbaned soldiers immediately stirred in chaos. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. Liu Zhang was seen among the yellow turbans as the embodiment of a demon. Whoever encountered him was doomed. "Calm down. Silence," Zhang Bao shouted around, and the chaos gradually subsided. Zhang Jiao was very curious about Liu Zhang. The last time he had been so close to him was over a decade ago. "General Liu, how old are you this year?" "This year I am 15, Liu Zhang replied. Zhang Jiao nodded slightly, further confirming Liu Zhang's identity. "General Liu, do you remember our encounter over a decade ago?" Chapter 71. Zhao Yun first shows his might. Liu Zhang did not expect Zhang Jiao still remembered him, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Remember, if it weren't for Uncle Kai Yang's kindness back then, pleading for you, how could you have lived to this day?" Zhang Jiao squinted his eyes, surprised by Liu Zhang's sharp tongue. "General Liu, if it weren't for Kai Yong back then, you probably wouldn't be alive today either." "Ha ha 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 ha." Liu Zhang laughed heartily, his eyes filled with disdain. "Zhang Jiao, aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue away? You dog thief." "I." Zhang Jiao stopped the furious Zhang Bao, still wearing a smile on his face. "General Liu, I now have an army of 50,000. With your few hundred men, isn't that like hitting a rock with an egg? I admire you greatly. If you can surrender to me, I am willing to take you as my disciple and pass on my legacy. What do you say?" Zhang Bao looked at his brother in shock, greatly puzzled. Zhang Jiao ignored Zhang Bao entirely and continued to smile at Liu Zhang. "Ha ha ha, don't dream. Zhang Jiao, listen, I'm a legitimate member of the Han royal family. To ask me to surrender to you is simply wishful thinking. Last time you led 80,000 troops and I defeated you, making you flee. Now, with just 50,000, you dare to speak wildly? Thief!" Zhang Bao could no longer hold back. Liu Zhang was truly asking for trouble. What a big mouth. Just 50,000 troops? Liu Zhang glanced at Zhang Bao, his expression like he was looking at an ant. "Who are you? Do you have a right to speak here? Listen, your grandfather is the Earth Public General Zhang Bao." "Oh, so you are the Earth Tortoise Zhang Bao?" Liu Zhang provocatively taunted, trying to provoke Zhang Bao into action. "Who will take this dog thief's head?" Zhang Bao could no longer tolerate it, pointing at Liu Zhang and cursing. "I'll go." A martial general from the Yellow Turban Army charged out, wielding a large knife and quite robust in stature. As this Yellow Turban leader rushed in, he shouted, "Liu Zhang, dog thief, come and take your life. How dare you challenge my lord? Watch me take you down." A young general on a white horse charged out from Liu Zhang's ranks. It was Zhao Yun. The two clashed, and in just one exchange, Zhao Yun pierced the Yellow Turban leader with his spear, killing him instantly. "Thief, don't run." Two more Yellow Turban soldiers charged out, one wielding a spear and the other an axe, attacking Zhao Yun simultaneously. Zhao Yun, unafraid, urged his horse forward, using his long spear to deflect the incoming weapons, and swiftly killed one of them. He then turned his horse to confront the other, and with another thrust, killed him as well. The battlefield erupted in chaos. Liu Zhang's men casually took down 3 major generals of the Yellow Turban Army in just 4 exchanges. The smug look on Liu Zhang's face grew more pronounced as he shamelessly insulted Zhang Bao. With such martial skills, you dare to take the field as a general? Ha 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 ha. In my view, the Yellow Turban Army is nothing but a bunch of drunks and gluttons. This infuriated Zhang Bao, his face turning red. He couldn't out-argue Liu Zhang, and now 3 of his generals had been killed. It seemed he could only step up himself to show Liu Zhang his martial prowess. Watch me take you down myself. Zhang Jiao again reached out to stop the advancing Zhang Bao. He knew Liu Zhang's intentions all too well and wouldn't let him succeed. Previously, you managed to sneak attack and succeed because you were in a hurry to defeat Liu Ji. Now, with an army of 50,000 here, how can your few hundred resist? Zhang Jiao also wanted to commit his entire army to charge forward and resolve Liu Zhang, but he felt something was off. Liu Zhang was too calm. His calmness was a bit strange. How could Liu Zhang dare to face his tens of thousands with just a few hundred men? Zhang Jiao had to be cautious. Liu Zhang's confident demeanor was not a facade. Although he had only a few hundred men, they were all cavalry. The Yellow Turban Army, despite their numbers, consisted entirely of infantry. Infantry chasing cavalry would never catch up, no matter how exhausted they became. If Liu Zhang wanted to escape, Zhang Jiao would absolutely not be able to stop him. This battle hadn't even started, and Liu Zhang was already in an unbeatable position. In the rear, Dong Zhuo had also stabilized his position and gathered his soldiers, ready to support Liu Zhang at any time. Zhang Jiao knew that retreating now was the best choice, but he was unwilling. This hard-won opportunity could not be wasted. Just as Zhang Jiao was determined to attack, Liu Zhang's voice rang out. How do you know I only have these few hundred men? Liu Zhang's words startled Zhang Jiao, and he suddenly realized. Liu Zhang had been stalling for time. He must have a scheme. Zhang Bao clearly did not think as much as Zhang Jiao did, and continued to mock Liu Zhang. You little thief. Are you still counting on that useless Dong Zhuo? Ha ha ha. Liu Zhang did not respond, only laughed continuously. You are stalling for time. Zhang Jiao glared angrily at Liu Zhang, questioning loudly. Liu Zhang's smile grew more intense as he extended his hand to draw a circle around Zhang Jiao. Look at your surroundings. Not good. I've fallen into a trap. Zhang Jiao was shocked, his eyes widening as he hurriedly looked around. He saw smoke and dust everywhere, and the sounds of battle rising. He didn't know how many troops were attacking. Chapter 72. Zhang Jiao's desperate decision, not good. I've fallen into a trap. Zhang Jiao shouted, and then, overwhelmed by anger, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Puff! Big brother. Zhang Bao was anxious and sweating profusely. Not only was he trapped in the encirclement of the imperial army, but his older brother Zhang Jiao was also on the brink of collapse. Zhang Jiao grasped Zhang Bao's hand, his lips moving continuously but unable to utter a word. Puff! Puff! Zhang Jiao spat out 2 more mouthfuls of blood and finally felt a little better in his heart. Big brother, how are you? Zhang Jiao looked weak and kept gasping for breath. You listen to me. Big brother, don't say anything. I will carry you away at all costs. Zhang Bao's eyes were filled with tears. He already knew in his heart that Zhang Jiao might not make it. Zhang Jiao shook his head vigorously, holding on to Zhang Bao's hand tightly. You take the brothers, leave. I will. Hold them back. Big brother, I want to leave. Go. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Jiao glared fiercely at Zhang Bao, blood faintly seeping from his eyes. Big brother is already done for. Take the brothers and leave. In the future, the great cause will be entrusted to you and... Sandy, go. Wiping the tears from his face, Zhang Bao looked at Liu Zhang again, his gaze sharp as a sword. Go. Zhang Bao no longer hesitated, roaring as he led the soldiers to retreat, leaving Zhang Jiao to lead hundreds of loyal guards to hold the rear. Watching Zhang Bao gradually move away, Zhang Jiao revealed a look of relief. At least he has left hope for the Yellow Turbans. This touching scene was witnessed by Liu Zhang, who was also slightly moved. It seems the bond between the Zhang brothers is very strong. What a pity. Why did they choose to rebel? Liu Zhang watched Zhang Bao lead his troops away without pursuing them, but kept his eyes fixed on Zhang Jiao. What? This time you're not escaping? Zhang Jiao cleared his throat heavily, forcing himself to gather his spirit. I am already a dying candle. My days are numbered. Exchanging my life for the hope of the Taiping Dao is worth it. Lu Zhang shook his head with a smile, feeling that Zhang Jiao was somewhat self-indulgent. You are too naive. Zhang Bao's ability is not equal to yours. How can he lead the Taiping Dao? Zhang Jiao fell silent. He knew very well what Zhang Bao was capable of, but he had no other choice. General Liu is indeed a person of great talent. I admire him greatly. Zhang Jiao changed the subject, beginning to praise Lu Zhang. I cannot enter the eyes of great virtuous teachers. You incite the hearts of men, gathering rebels, causing countless innocent people to be displaced and many happy families to be shattered. Lu Zhang obviously did not buy it, reprimanding Zhang Jiao for his actions. Do you know how many innocent people will die because of your selfish desires? Zhang Jiao forced out a smile. He felt not a shred of guilt. General Liu is a heroic figure. Do you not know that it is the officials who drive the people to revolt? The emperor is incompetent, and the treacherous are in power. The common people live worse than death. I, Zhang Jiao, am following the mandate of heaven, or am I going against it? Does the general not have judgment in his heart? Enough, enough. Your rhetoric does not work on me. Lu Zhang quickly interrupted Zhang Jiao. They were each arguing their own points and could not completely convince the other. You, cough, 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 cough. Lu Zhang showed no regard for reason, stifling all of Zhang Jiao's arguments, unable to express them. Zhang Jiao was enraged, blood surging in his veins, and began to cough violently. Lu Zhang had no choice. He knew very well that some of Zhang Jiao's points were not entirely wrong. The Han dynasty's rulers have been incompetent for more than 1 or 2 emperors. The power of the relatives and eunuchs had been going on for over 100 years. Zhang Jiao was doing what the common people wished to do, but dared not. Without Zhang Jiao, there would eventually be Wang Jiao. The Han dynasty had rotted to the core, making it hard to save. From another perspective, Zhang Jiao was indeed wrong. The common people were already living in great hardship. Many could barely survive. Zhang Jiao's rebellion unwittingly harmed many innocent people, making the already difficult lives of the people even worse. Now, with disasters occurring continuously, the common people were suffering. Yet you gathered a crowd to rebel for your own selfish desires. Do you know how many innocent people have died because of you? How many families have been torn apart because of you? Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Jiao was coughing violently and unable to speak, Lu Zhang hurriedly spoke his own principles. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. For the sake of the common people, sacrifice is inevitable. Zhang Jiao slightly calmed his breath and quickly retorted Lu Zhang. Ha! Lu Zhang spat heavily, looking at Zhang Jiao with great disdain. Are you doing this for the sake of the common people? You are doing this for your own selfish desires. In the end, you're just a selfish person. There is no point in saying more. Today you will surely die. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jiao ignored Lu Zhang's threat and instead felt very happy. I am suffering from a serious illness, and my time is near. Today, with this broken body of mine, I exchange the lives of my brother and tens of thousands of soldiers. I am already content. Ha ha ha. Fool. Lu Zhang let out a cold laugh and gave orders to the surrounding soldiers. Sound the horn. Chapter 73. I predicted your prediction. The messenger raised the horn, and the battlefield echoed with the sound of the horn. The smoke not far away gradually dispersed, and Huangzhong, Dianwei, and Taishirzi each led 500 cavalry from all directions. You! Zhang Jiao suddenly awoke in shock as he looked at the more than 1,000 cavalry closing in. No wonder Lu Zhang stood by and watched Zhang Bao escape, while he himself was engaged in this back and forth. You are truly treacherous. Lu Zhang's smile grew even wider. Zhang Jiao was now like fish on a chopping block. At his mercy. Zhang Jiao, do you think I can't see that you're stalling for time? To tell you the truth, I'm also stalling for time. Just to keep you here. When Lu Zhang arrived near the battlefield, he saw the yellow turban army, filled with morale, pursuing the panicked government troops. Even if Lu Zhang committed his entire army, it would be very difficult to save the situation, no matter how brave Huangzhong and the others were. Can one person, no matter how brave, really kill tens of thousands? Would these tens of thousands of soldiers start a flee simply because of Liu Zhang's name? The answer is no, especially when the leaders were Zhang Jiao and Zhang Bao. Liu Zhang ordered Huang Zhong, Tai Shirtzi, and Dian Wei to each lead 500 soldiers, splitting into 3 routes to encircle the rear of the Yellow Turban Army. He mimicked Liu Bei's strategy of supporting Liu Ji, using horsetails tied to branches, running back and forth while shouting loudly, but without approaching. This created a feeling of a large army closing in. If it were someone else, they might not fall for it. But the target was Zhang Jiao, who had suffered greatly at Liu Zhang's hands before. Knowing that time was short, Zhang Jiao thought about sacrificing his life to ensure Zhang Bao and the tens of thousands of troops survived. His preconceived notions gave Liu Zhang the opportunity to deceive him. Just then, Zhang Bao was engaged in battle with Liu Zhang and was killed by Zhao Yun 3 times, severely damaging morale. Zhang Jiao believed he understood Liu Zhang, but misjudged the situation. This was how he fell into Liu Zhang's scheme of false troops. Liu Zhang originally had little confidence in this tactic. It was a spur-of-the-moment idea. As long as he could slightly delay Zhang Jiao, it would be a victory. Even if Zhang Jiao didn't fall for the trick, it didn't matter. Liu Zhang's forces were all cavalry, coming and going freely. At worst, they could just retreat. His primary goal was to buy time for Dong Zhuo to escape, and only then to seek the opportunity to kill Zhang Jiao. Puff! Zhang Jiao spat out a large mouthful of blood and pointed at Liu Zhang, angrily cursing. You are so young, yet so treacherous. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Liu Zhang raised a large knife in his hand and pointed it at Zhang Jiao. Retribution? Even if it exists, you won't see it. But I am your retribution. In war, there is no room for deceit. Zhang Jiao, today is your death day. All troops, listen up, charge at Zhang Jiao. Kill. Liu Zhang no longer hesitated and launched an attack on Zhang Jiao. This time he was determined to cut off Zhang Jiao's head. It was a gift from the heavens. As the saying goes, if heaven gives you something and you do not take it, you will be burdened by it. Perhaps this is heaven's favor towards the time traveler. Huang Zhong and the others each led 500 cavalry to assault Zhang Jiao from all sides. Liu Zhang took the lead, charging straight at Zhang Jiao. In just a few breaths, Liu Zhang reached close to Zhang Jiao. Thief! Zhang Jiao was still cursing Liu Zhang in anger, knowing that he could hardly escape death today, and could only vent his anger through insults. The cavalry charged toward Zhang Jiao, but Huang Zhong and the others did not attack Zhang Jiao directly. Instead, they slaughtered the yellow, turbaned soldiers. Zhang Jiao was already a dried-up corpse in the grave. This great achievement would naturally be left for Liu Zhang. 2,000 cavalry against 2,000 infantry, especially under the leadership of 4 great generals. The result was predictable. Before long, the Yellow Turban Army was almost completely slaughtered. Only Zhang Jiao and a few others remained. Huang Zhong and the others stopped their attack and surrounded Zhang Jiao completely. Liu Zhang's large knife was still dripping with fresh blood, indicating he had made quite a few kills. You thief! How much blood have your slaughtering knives stained for my Yellow Turban brothers? Zhang Jiao's eyes turned red as he continued to curse Liu Zhang. Zhang Jiao, your blood will also be sacrificed on my blade, and you will definitely not be the last. Thief, villain, dog thief. Zhang Jiao kept cursing, and Liu Zhang was too lazy to argue with him, charging toward Zhang Jiao. Crack! Liu Zhang swung his knife down and directly severed Zhang Jiao's head. General Tian Gong, the several personal guard around saw Zhang Jiao beheaded and drew their swords to commit suicide. Sigh, they are also loyal and righteous men. Liu Zhang looked at the few who had committed suicide, feeling a bit sad. Congratulations, my lord, for achieving an unparalleled feat. Huang Zhong and the others stepped forward to congratulate him. Liu Zhang personally beheaded the leader of the Yellow Turbans, Zhang Jiao. This merit would surely be significant. Liu Zhang swept away the sadness in his heart and replaced it with a joyful expression. This time, being able to kill Zhang Jiao was all thanks to you all. My lord is too humble. With just a small tactic, you made the Yellow Turban leader flee in panic. Who in the world can match that? All right. This time Zhang Jiao fell for the trick, and luck played a big part. Liu Zhang dared not accept the title of being unmatched in the world. His image had always been that of humility and courtesy. Dian Wei laughed and praised. My lord is good at everything, just too humble. Liu Zhang glared at him, signaling him to be quiet. Dian Wei's mouth was too unguarded, saying whatever he wanted without caring about the consequences. Gather Zhang Jiao's body and prepare to send the head to Luoyang. Yes, let us go see Dong Zhonglong first. Chapter 74. Ambition and fear of death. At this moment, Dong Zhuo was still gathering his defeated troops, with nearly 30,000 returning to the ranks. The rest had likely scattered too far and would not be able to regroup anytime soon. Father-in-law, we already have over 20,000 soldiers. Let us hurry to support Liu Xiaowei. Dong Zhuo did not agree, instead showing a hesitant expression. He no longer wanted to support Liu Zhang. Son-in-law, we already have over 20,000 soldiers. Why don't we return to the main camp to regroup our morale and then fight Zhang Jiao again? Dong Zhuo's reasoning was simple. Although he had been defeated, tens of thousands of troops were still intact, and there was still room for negotiation with the court. If he went to support Liu Zhang, it was very likely they would be defeated again, leaving them with hardly any troops left. By then, if the court blamed him, it wouldn't be easily forgiven. He might even lose his head. The young scholar was anxious upon hearing this. How could Dong Zhuo change his mind at such a critical moment? Father-in-law, didn't you just agree? Liu Zhang has only 2,000 men. If we don't support him, he will surely be in great danger. I think it's wiser to recall the troops and return to the main camp. Dong Zhuo still insisted on his decision. At this moment, he didn't want to achieve merit. He was just thankful not to make any more mistakes. Dong Zhuo had learned from his past mistakes. If he hadn't been so eager to achieve merit before, how could he have fallen for Zhang Jiao's trick? Just as Dong Zhuo was about to give the order to return to camp, Liu Zhang rushed towards him with cavalry. Not good. Liu Zhang has been defeated. Quickly retreat. Dong Zhuo trembled in fear. Liu Zhang was coming towards him so quickly. He must have lost. The young scholar looked at Dong Zhuo with disappointment. Where had the iron-blooded man who bravely fought against foreign tribes gone? Now he was so fearful of death. Liu Zhang seems calm. He doesn't look like he returned from defeat. Father-in-law, do not panic. Under the strong insistence of his son-in-law, Dong Zhuo did not flee immediately. It turned out that not fleeing was the right decision. Liu Zhang returned victorious. Zhonglong, I have not failed my mission. I have slain Zhang Jiao. What? Dong Zhuo and the scholar were shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. What did you say? Who did you kill? Bring it up. Liu Zhang waved his hand, and soon Zhang Jiao's head was presented. It really was the head of Zhang Jiao. Dong Zhuo and the scholar exchanged glances, both seeing horror in each other's eyes. How did General Liu do it? Liu Zhang calmly recounted the events without embellishment. Dong Zhuo pinched his thigh hard. The intense pain reminded him that he was not dreaming. This young man, who had not yet reached adulthood, was indeed remarkable. Facing tens of thousands of enemy troops, he showed no fear. With just a little strategy, he had outsmarted Zhang Jiao and Zhang Bao, even personally beheading Zhang Jiao. It seemed that slaying the bandits and defeating the yellow turbans was not just luck. He was truly a young hero. Liu Zhang had grown accustomed to the astonished expressions of Dong Zhuo and the scholar. He had seen this kind of gaze too many times before, first from Zhu Jun and Huang Fusong, and later from Liu Ji. General Dong, why were you chased by the yellow turbans? Facing Liu Zhang's question, Dong Zhuo's face turned slightly red as he shook his head and sighed repeatedly. He commanded tens of thousands of troops, but was chased into a corner by Zhang Jiao, while Liu Zhang had only 2,000 men, yet managed to slay Zhang Jiao. The difference in achievements was indeed vast. If only I had listened to my son-in-law's advice. Oh, Liu Zhang was very curious about this son-in-law and pointed to the young man, asking, "Who is this?" The young scholar cupped his hands in salute and replied, "I am Li Ru, currently the military advisor to General Dong, and also his son-in-law." "So it's him, Li Ruteni." Liu Zhang couldn't help but scrutinize this frail young man again. This man had poisoned the young emperor and was a catalyst for the fall of the Han dynasty. Li Ru did not seem impressive. He was very thin, with a sharp chin and small eyes, indeed resembling a malicious person. "General, have you met me before?" Liu Zhang's gaze made Li Ru feel awkward. He was sure he did not know Liu Zhang. Liu Zhang regained his composure and smiled apologetically. "No, please go on." Military advisor Li. Li Ru nodded and recounted the events leading to Dong Zhuo's defeat. It turned out that Dong Zhuo had besieged Guangzhou City for over a month, repeatedly failing to make any progress. Thinking of Liu Ji's fate, Dong Zhuo planned to attack elsewhere. Just then, a scout captured a spy and learned that Guangzhou City was out of grain, and Zhang Jiao wanted to escape to his brother Zhang Bao. The route and time agreed upon by the two were discovered by Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo thought this was a golden opportunity to capture both of them and achieve unparalleled merit, proposing to ambush Zhang Jiao. Li Ru felt that the situation was too strange. It was surely Zhang Jiao's strategy, aimed at luring Dong Zhuo in. If Dong Zhuo went to ambush Zhang Jiao, he would undoubtedly fall into Zhang Jiao's trap. But Dong Zhuo would not listen, relying on his tens of thousands of troops and his own bravery. Refusing to heed Li Ru's earnest advice, insisting on ambushing Zhang Jiao. Initially, everything went smoothly. Dong Zhuo successfully waited for Zhang Jiao, and as the ambush troops emerged, the Yellow Turban army was thrown into chaos, prompting Zhang Jiao to flee. A cooked duck was not something Dong Zhuo would let fly away. He recklessly pursued, determined to capture Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao fought while retreating, continuously drawing Dong Zhuo into the chase. Unexpectedly, Zhang Bao was nearby with a large army, lying in wait to ambush Dong Zhuo. The outcome was predictable. Dong Zhuo, in a mad pursuit, suffered serious loss of troops and stamina. When Zhang Bao's ambush troops emerged, the official army was thrown into disarray. Dong Zhuo, unwilling to accept defeat, forced a confrontation with Zhang Bao. Before long, the Yellow Turbans attacked from all sides, and Dong Zhuo was caught in a pincer movement. Seeing that the situation was beyond saving, Dong Zhuo fled alone, no longer caring about the fate of his soldiers. Chapter 75. The exciting gains for Liu Zhang. After listening to Li Ru's account of the events, Liu Zhang was still quite convinced. Dong Zhuo came from a prominent family in Liangzhou, had practiced martial arts since childhood, and had fought bravely against the Chang people for many years as an adult. His robust physique clearly indicated that he was not an ordinary person. Compared to Liu Zhang, who had been training for years, Dong Zhuo was equally formidable. Confident in his strength and eager for glory, how could he resist claiming a great achievement now that he had soldiers and generals at his command? Seeing Dong Zhuo shaking his head and sighing repeatedly, Liu Zhang couldn't help but offer some words of comfort. Victory and defeat are common in warfare. General Dong need not be so disheartened. However, Dong Zhuo seemed not to hear Liu Zhang's words and continued to mourn on his own. Li Ru looked at Liu Zhang with a furrowed brow, his words laden with deep concern. The general may not know, but the court's supervising officials are here and will surely report the situation truthfully. Given the losses in troops and generals, my father-in-law is likely to face a death sentence. That can't be. You must not die. Liu Zhang was startled. He could not allow Dong Zhuo to perish. However, he suddenly remembered that historically, Dong Zhuo had besieged Zaiqiang for several months without suffering significant losses, only to return empty-handed and still face severe punishment. If it weren't for bribing the 10 attendants, his survival would have been uncertain. Now, with such severe losses, whether he would be executed was truly unpredictable. Liu Zhang felt deeply troubled. He did not want to share the credit for killing Zhang Jiao with Dong Zhuo. Now that the leader of the Yellow Turbans, Zhang Jiao, was dead, perhaps His Majesty would be pleased and spare him. Liu Zhang cautiously began to probe. After all, Dong Zhuo had connections in court, and as long as he was willing to spend money, he should be able to avoid the death penalty. Li Ru's small eyes darted around, looking at Liu Zhang with an expression full of hope. General, having achieved such a great merit, could you share a bit with my father-in-law? However, after Li Ru finished speaking, he himself turned red. Why should Liu Zhang share with Dong Zhuo? He had come to save him. Yet Li Ru wanted to abandon Liu Zhang and escape on his own. Liu Zhang shot him a glance, thinking this man had no shame to utter such words. He had almost lost his life when he abandoned his troops. Now that he had saved Li Ru, not only did Li Ru not express gratitude, but he also wanted to take credit for himself. Seeing Liu Zhang's expression, Li Ru felt a bit guilty, but he had no choice but to shamelessly plead with Liu Zhang. If the general does not save us, we will surely face death. Dong Zhuo also regained his composure and spoke sweetly to Liu Zhang. Yes, brother, as long as you can help me once, just say the word. I owe you a favor. Liu Zhang narrowed his eyes, clearly calculating the pros and cons. Dong Zhuo's favor would certainly be useful. as he would control the emperor for a while and could help Liu Zhang in the future. But would he honor it later? Dong Zhuo was no virtuous person. He was just a greedy little man. Suddenly, Liu Zhang's eyes lit up. He thought of someone and asked Li Ru, "I am willing to help General Dong, but there is something I need Mr. Li's assistance with." "Please, General, say on. As long as it is something I can do, I will not refuse." "Mr. Li need not be so humble. I just want to get to know someone, but I have no connections. I would like to ask Mr. Li to help introduce me." "Oh, who does General Liu wish to meet?" Li Ru was quite puzzled, as he only knew people from his hometown, and not all of them respected him. "This person is named Jia Su, courtesy name Wenhe, from Guzhong in Wuwei County. I believe Mr. Li is very familiar with him." Liu Zhang rested his chin on his hand, looking excitedly at Li Ru. Li Ru stared at Liu Zhang, his expression fluctuating, and did not respond. "Do you know this person?" Dong Zhuo was anxious. This person was related to his life and death. After a long while, Li Ru nodded. "Jia Su is a descendant of Jia Yi, and the Jia family has long resided in Wuwei. They are a prestigious Confucian family. However, Jia Su is a branch of the Jia family, and his family is poor. Now he is 37 years old, and he was once recommended as a filial candidate, but resigned due to illness. He is currently idle at home." Liu Zhang was overjoyed, his tone becoming somewhat excited. "Yes, that is the person. Could you introduce him on my behalf?" Dong Zhuo stared wide-eyed at Li Ru, fearing he would say no. "Sai, Li Ruteni siga vitarli." It seemed that not introducing him was not an option, as Dong Zhuo would not let that go. "General, you are indeed looking for the right person. Jia Su owed me a favor years ago. This person is exceptionally wise, and I initially planned to use this favor to recruit him for my father-in-law." Upon hearing this, Dong Zhuo became anxious. "With my life on the line, what are you recruiting talent for? I have a capable son-in-law. Just quickly introduce him to General Liu." "Well, since that's the case, I will write him a letter and let him come to find the general. However, whether the general can keep this person depends entirely on you." Good. Only Mr. Li can bring him here. I will be more than satisfied." Liu Zhang was overjoyed, not expecting such a great gain. Jia Su was not someone who acted easily, but once he did, he would surely strike at the heart of the matter. His military thinking was very similar to Liu Zhang's. Moreover, Jia Su was extremely adept at schemes, with his assistance. Anyone trying to plot against Liu Zhang would definitely not escape his eyes. If they could later also bring Zhuge Liang on board, with these two combined, who could compete in the world? Thinking of this, Liu Zhang's face beamed with joy. "Ahem." Dong Zhuo cleared his throat, reminding Liu Zhang that it was time to fulfill his promise. Yes. Liu Zhang came back to his senses and coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. "Leave General Dong's matters to me." Seeing Liu Zhang nod in agreement, Dong Zhuo finally felt relieved. "That's wonderful. Truly wonderful." Li Ru lowered his head, constantly lamenting that such a talent as Jia Su would be handed over to Liu Zhang. "General Liu, what do you think we should do about advancing our troops?" Liu Zhang did not answer Dong Zhuo, but pointed to Li Ru beside him. "Mr. Li is a man of wisdom. How could I dare to show off my abilities in front of him?" Li Ru hurriedly waved his hand. "I only have a little wisdom. I'm not skilled in military affairs, so please instruct me. General Liu." "All right, I will share my thoughts." Liu Zhang nodded to the two of them. "Our army has just suffered a defeat, and our soldiers have suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, Zhang Jiao is dead, and Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang will surely retreat to Zaiqiang. We can occupy Guangzhou, gather our soldiers, and wait for reinforcements." Dong Zhuo was somewhat dissatisfied. According to his idea, with Zhang Jiao slain, they should advance quickly. Why not attack Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang? Can't we determine victory in one battle? Fool! Liu Zhang cursed inwardly, but still explained to Dong Zhuo. With Zhang Jiao dead, the remaining yellow turbans will surely gather at Zaiqiang, and the troops available for battle are no less than 100,000. We have less than 30,000. How can we face them? Moreover, with Zhang Jiao dead, the yellow turban soldiers have become mournful soldiers, and we must know that mournful soldiers are bound to win. It would be extremely reckless for us to advance now. I have heard that General Huangfu has already defeated the yellow turbans in Dongjun and will soon come to Hebei to reinforce us. We only need to wait for General Huangfu, and then we can join forces and win in one battle. Dong Zhuo looked at Li Ru, his eyes filled with inquiry. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the court had not yet punished him to directly attack and eliminate the yellow turbans, thus balancing his merits and demerits. Li Ru slightly shook his head. What General Liu said is very reasonable. Advancing now would likely result in more defeats than victories. It seems we can only do it this way. Dong Zhuo nodded dejectedly. Chapter 76. General Dong Zhuo and Liu Zhang. Time flies, and over a month has passed. Dong Zhuo did not wait for reinforcements from Huangfu Song, but instead received a decree from the court. Middle General Dong Zhuo, greedy for merit and reckless, has caused the loss of troops. He should have been executed, but considering his contribution in assisting the cavalry captain in killing Zhang Jiao, his life has been spared for now. However, while the death penalty has been avoided, the living punishment cannot be escaped. Dong Zhuo is hereby removed from his position as Eastern Middle General and escorted back to the capital. I accept the decree with gratitude. Dong Zhuo wore a bitter expression. He had hoped to redeem himself through merit, but unexpectedly found it difficult to escape imprisonment. The little yellow gatekeeper took out the second decree and looked at Liu Zhang. Cavalry Captain Liu Zhang has fought in Jizhou, killing countless yellow turban rebels and demonstrating the might of our Han. Moreover, he has slain the leader of the yellow turbans, Zhang Jiao, which greatly pleases me. Therefore, I hereby promote Liu Zhang to the title of Marquis of Guanyi and temporarily appoint him as Eastern Middle General, waiting for Huangfu Song to head north and jointly eliminate the remaining yellow turbans. I accept the decree with gratitude. Liu Zhang raised an eyebrow, and his personal guards quickly took out a bag and handed it to the little yellow gatekeeper. The little yellow gatekeeper immediately beamed with joy and kept praising Liu Zhang. Liu Zhonglong, you truly are the pillar of the nation. No wonder Lord Zhang Rang speaks highly of you. Liu Zhang chuckled, being modest, and said, Then has already been arranged. Please go rest. Thank you, Liu Zhonglong. I will take my leave. Congratulations, Liu Zhonglong. Seeing that there was no one around, Dong Zhuo revealed a smile that was more painful than crying, congratulating Liu Zhang. General Dong, please do not be sad. You are an experienced general. You will surely regain your position in the future. Liu Zhang complimented Dong Zhuo, but inwardly he despised him. Dong Zhuo must feel that he did not try hard enough to plead for him. It's already good enough to be alive. Why show a sour face at me? If it weren't for needing you to create chaos in the court later, I wouldn't bother with you. Dong Zhuo accepted Liu Zhang's false praise and pretended to be magnanimous. Being able to live is already satisfactory. I dare not ask for more. Liu Zhonglong, take care. I will return to Luoyang to plead guilty. Li Ru found this outcome acceptable and clasped his hands in thanks to Liu Zhang. Thanks to Liu Zhonglong, I was fortunate enough to survive. By the way, I have sent a letter to Jia Su. He is a trustworthy person and will surely come to seek you. Thank you, Mr. Li. Liu Zhang also clasped his hands in return. As long as Jia Su can come to find him, this effort will not be in vain. That day, Dong Zhuo was escorted back to the capital, with only Li Ru and a few trusted aides following. The more than 30,000 soldiers in Guangzhou City now fell under Liu Zhang's command. Liu Zhang gathered the generals and publicly announced the court's appointment. The generals raised no objections and all expressed their obedience. Liu Zhang was originally a cavalry captain, brave and skilled in battle, with a far-reaching reputation. Liu Zhang did not promote his own people excessively. He knew that this middle general position would not last long, as he would have to give way once Huangfu Song arrived. Generals, I am only temporarily taking the position of middle general. When General Huangfu arrives, I will hand over the military affairs. The generals did not expect Liu Zhang to be so proper about the position, showing no signs of youthful arrogance. Liu Zhonglong is too modest. You have extensive battle experience and deep foresight. We look forward to you leading us to defeat the remaining yellow turbans and establish great merit. I must say, these officers have quite the skill in flattery. Once one person praised Liu Zhang, the others immediately followed suit, singing his praises. Report. A hurried shout interrupted everyone, and a soldier rushed in, looking very flustered. Report. Middle General. According to the latest reconnaissance, the yellow turban leaders Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang are leading an army of 200,000 towards Guangzhou. The bandit leader Zhang Bao loudly claims to flatten Guangzhou and capture. Liu Zhang raised an eyebrow and asked, "Capture what? Speak." The soldier looked up at Liu Zhang, stammering and afraid to say, "Speak. I will spare you. Capture Liu Zhang, skin him alive." "How dare you?" Dian Wei shouted, startling the soldier into a shiver. Liu Zhang chuckled, waving his hand at Dian Wei, signaling him not to make things difficult for their own people. This Zhang Bao really has no new words. Every time he wants to skin me alive. Ha ha ha. Middle General, do not underestimate the enemy. They have 200,000 troops, nearly 10 times our army. The generals who had just praised Liu Zhang fell silent upon hearing the number of 200,000 yellow turbans, their eyes revealing fear. Liu Zhang nodded. He certainly would not underestimate the yellow turbans. Zhang Bao must have emptied his nest to come out. This is good. I can deal with these two in one go and save myself the trouble of searching for them everywhere. Dian Wei was very excited. He was a born warrior. Lord, last time we let this guy escape. We cannot let him go this time. Huang Zhong, Zhao Yun, and Tai Shirtzi all requested orders from Liu Zhang. Please, my lord, give the order. We are willing to fight the yellow turbans. The other generals looked at them in surprise, aside from Liu Zhang's own generals. The enemy has 200,000 troops, and our army only has 30,000. Defending the city is already quite difficult, yet they are thinking of taking the initiative to attack. Liu Zhang remained silent, deep in thought. After all, it was 200,000 troops. Liu Zhang had never seen such a large army. He just pretended to be calm. If he showed fear, these generals would surely panic. Can Zhang Bao really have that many people? Liu Zhang did not believe that number. How many able-bodied men could the yellow turbans possibly have? When will Huangfu Zhonglong arrive in Guangzhou? Liu Zhang looked at Huang Zhong. If Huangfu Song could arrive on time, he would not feel so much pressure. Huangfu Zhonglong has not yet crossed the Yellow River. It will take at least 20 days. Liu Zhang frowned slightly. It seemed he could not rely on him. He then expressed his views on the yellow turbans. Although the yellow turbans claim to have 200,000, I estimate that there are at most 100,000 combat-ready soldiers. Although our army has less than 40,000, we are elite and courageous, and our morale is high. It is more than enough to fight 3-1. That said, the other generals still wore worried expressions. Liu Zhang looked at the cavalry captain. He needed to reorganize the existing forces. Our cavalry currently has more than 5,000 men. Let us consolidate them into one unit and form my direct cavalry battalion. Yes. Tai Shirtzi and Zhao Yun listened attentively. Liu Zhang needed to keep this strongest force under his control. I command you two to lead the cavalry unit, organize the horses, and ensure that we can form combat effectiveness in the shortest time. Understood. All gate captains, prepare defensive equipment immediately. We must hold Guangzhou firmly. Zhang Bao is coming out in full force and will surely seek a quick battle. If this drags on, we will definitely run out of provisions. At that time, we can strike and defeat the bandit troops in one go. Huang Zhong, Zhao Yun, Tai Shirtzi, and Dian Wei stayed behind, while the other generals quickly went to prepare. Understood. Chapter 77. Stubborn Zhang Bao. Liu Zhang instructed 4 men to sit down. All his plans depended on the strength of these 4 individuals. This time, Zhang Bao had mobilized his entire force. First, because he saw that Guangzhou was currently lacking in troops, and second, because the supplies in Xuyang must be running low. Indeed, we only need to hold our ground, and within a month, the bandits will surely retreat. Huang Zhong's idea was the most prudent, to hold the city and not make a move. Given Huang Zhong's understanding of the Yellow Turban Army, they mostly lacked siege equipment, so the risk of defending the city was minimal. As for the earlier challenge to the Yellow Turbans, that was merely for show. Tai Shirtzi looked at Liu Zhang and asked, "My lord, you want me and Zilong to organize the cavalry. Do you have any instructions?" "Indeed." Liu Zhang nodded at Tai Shirtzi, then turned to Huang Zhong and expressed his thoughts. "Holding the city can force Zhang Bao to retreat, but that is not my goal. We must decisively defeat the main force of the Yellow Turbans." This was easier said than done. Whether the Yellow Turban Army had 200,000 or 100,000, The official army was facing an enemy several times their number. In such a large-scale melee involving over 100,000 people, individual bravery would be minimized. They had previously defeated the Yellow Turbans multiple times, with even thousands or tens of thousands falling. But that was due to surprise attacks and creating chaos. They had never crushed the Yellow Turbans in a direct confrontation. Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang were leading their army towards Guangzhou, their forces stretching for miles. A truly spectacular sight. The Yellow Turban army claimed to have 200,000, but in reality, it was only 150,000, and these were all robust young men. Zhang Liang looked at his brother, who continued to give him reminders. Second brother, this time we must not underestimate the enemy and advance recklessly. If we fail this time, we will have no way out. Zhang Bao glanced at his younger brother, somewhat irritated. Zhang Liang, like Zhang Jiao, was particularly cautious. Third brother, you and the elder brother are always too afraid to take risks. There's no determination to fight to the death. If we had gathered our forces at the start and eliminated Liu Ji, how could we end up in such a passive situation today? Zhang Liang did not argue back, but patiently persuaded him. Second brother, it's not that the elder brother is cautious. We can't just capture a city and then abandon it. We must occupy the city to stand against the official army. Enough. Zhang Bao waved his hand forcefully, unable to listen any longer. Occupy the city? What good is it if elder brother turns Guangzhou into an iron fortress? If we do not occupy the city, with our gathered forces of hundreds of thousands, who in the world can stop us? Second brother, stop talking. This 150,000 troops is our last reliance as brothers. Liu Zhang has an irreconcilable feud with us. If we do not kill him this time, I swear I will not cease my campaign. Thinking of Liu Zhang, Zhang Bao couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, wishing he could immediately flay him alive and dismember him. Zhang Liang looked at his brother, whose eyes were blinded by hatred, feeling a wave of melancholy. He had a premonition that this time, they might truly be facing disaster. Liu Zhang stood on the city wall, looking into the distance, waiting for Zhang Bao's arrival. This might be his final battle against the Zhang Jiao brothers. In truth, the three Zhang brothers had never caught Liu Zhang's attention. He had never regarded them as true enemies. No matter how powerful Zhang Jiao's Yellow Turban army was, they were essentially just composed of farmers. In the future, Cao Cao's tiger and leopard cavalry, Elbu's mounted troops, and Liu Bei's elite soldiers will be thousands of times stronger than the Yellow Turbans. They were Liu Zhang's real opponents. The reason Liu Zhang dared to repeatedly take on a larger force was merely because he knew the Yellow Turbans did not understand military tactics and only relied on their numerical advantage. Small black dots kept appearing in Liu Zhang's eyes, and then there were more and more, as far as the eye could see. They are coming, Liu Zhang thought to himself, clenching his fists. Although Liu Zhang did not regard the Yellow Turban army highly, the pressure of over 100,000 approaching was indeed formidable. Before long, Zhang Bao had brought his troops to the foot of Guangzhou. Zhang Bao, I won't go to Xi'an to take you. Instead, you come to Guangzhou to deliver yourself to death. Everything can be lost, but we cannot lose our momentum. Liu Zhang took the initiative to strike at Zhang Bao's morale. Zhang Bao glared angrily at Liu Zhang. It was a case of enemies meeting, and their eyes were particularly fierce. You dog thief! Zhang Bao, personally lead 200,000 troops here, only to take your life. You killed my brother and ruined the great cause of the Taiping Dao. Today, I will settle both old and new grudges with you. Ha ha! Liu Zhang laughed heartily, not taking Zhang Bao's words to heart at all. Zhang Bao, aren't you afraid your tongue will get twisted in the wind? 200,000 troops? Do you need me to lend you another 100,000? You. Zhang Bao suddenly realized he couldn't out-argue Liu Zhang. If he continued, he would surely lose. Stop boasting. Quickly come down and accept your death. Liu Zhang wore a proud expression, shaking his finger repeatedly. I won't come down. If you have the ability, then attack me. At this moment, another person from the Yellow Turban army rode out, looking at Liu Zhang and mocking him. They say Liu Zhang is capable in battle and unmatched in bravery. I didn't expect you to be a cowardly turtle, truly living up to your reputation. Ha ha. Yes, just like that old Liu Ji, a cowardly turtle. Zhang Bao also laughed heartily, his intention clear, to provoke Liu Zhang into a decisive battle outside the city. And who are you? In response to Lu Zhang's question, this person wore a proud expression. Listen, your grandfather is the General Zhang Liang. Ha ha ha. Lu Zhang truly did not know where this person got his confidence. Only able to respond with a cold smile. I thought who it was. Today, a turtle has come, and now a human turtle has arrived. Zhang Bao realized he could no longer engage Lu Zhang in verbal sparring. Having over 100,000 people just standing around was pointless. If you are a man, come and fight to the death. To provoke me, you still have a long way to go. Lu Zhang turned and left, no longer paying attention to Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao was panting with rage, already consumed by anger. Attack the city. Chapter 78. Casualties too high to accept with a furious shout from Zhang Bao. The Yellow Turban Army divided into 4 groups and attacked the city from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Before long, they had surrounded Guangzhou City completely. The Yellow Turban Army appeared boundless as they surrounded the city. Ladders were set up against the city walls on all sides, and the Yellow Turban soldiers had advanced to the foot of the walls, scrambling to climb up. Lu Zhang watched all of this from below, but he showed no signs of anxiety. Although the Yellow Turban Army seemed numerous and fierce, they could only show off their strength at the foot of the city. Their only means of assault was the ladders. There were many ladders, but they were very rudely designed, clearly a product of Zhang Bao's hurried orders. Had it been an ordinary city, Lu Zhang would not have felt so at ease. Guangzhou City was previously the headquarters of Zhang Jiao, built to withstand Lu Ji's attacks. The city was fortified as if it were an iron barrel, with many defenses inside. Zhang Bao's panicked flight to Ziaquiying not only handed all of this over to Lu Zhang, but also set a significant obstacle for his own path of attack. The Yellow Turban Army seemed ferocious, but in reality, they relied solely on the ladders for their assault. Even if they truly had hundreds of thousands of troops, Lu Zhang remained unafraid. The Yellow Turban Army attacked from all sides. The sounds of shouting and killing echoed, and the roars of the Yellow Turban soldiers spread throughout Guangzhou City. None of this frightened the official army. Lu Zhang had made ample preparations. The city defense officers began to organize counterattacks in an orderly manner. Fire arrows. Don't let these rebels climb up. Push down the ladders. Is the hot oil ready? Bring it quickly. Pour the hot oil. Burn these thieves. Archers. Aim at the rebels below. Fire. Zhang Bao, who didn't understand military strategy, ordered the entire army to press forward, showing no understanding of alternating assaults. This led to an overwhelming number of Yellow Turban soldiers at the foot of the city, making it impossible for them to effectively climb the ladders. Thousands of people were piled up below, making the ladders feel crowded, causing most to be stuck beside the ladders, which gave the official army better conditions to counterattack. I've been hit by an arrow. Quickly save me. Wah, I'm being burned alive. It stinks. It's so hot. Quickly raise your shields. Raise your shields. The official army only needed to close their eyes and throw down whatever they had, be it arrows, hot oil, or molten metal. As long as they poured from the city walls, they would surely injure the Yellow Turban soldiers, causing heavy casualties. The Yellow Turban soldiers hit by arrows fell to the ground, wailing, only to be ruthlessly trampled by their comrades. Soldiers scalded by hot oil and molten metal fled in agony, some wildly swinging their weapons. In an instant, chaos erupted among the Yellow Turban Army, and before anyone could reach the city walls, countless had already died or been injured. Zhang Bao watched all this unfold, yet he remained unmoved. Second brother, this won't do. Zhang Liang could no longer bear to watch. Despite the dire situation, Zhang Bao remained indifferent. Zhang Bao turned to him and replied seriously, "What are you panicking about? We have 150,000 men. We are not afraid of casualties. How many defensive devices can Lu Zhang have?" Zhang Liang looked at Zhang Bao in disbelief, his heart filled with dread. How can one send soldiers to their deaths like this? But, enough, there's no but. In war, there are bound to be casualties. Zhang Bao ignored Zhang Liang and continued to command the soldiers to press forward. As Zhang Bao had anticipated as time passed, the defensive devices on the city began to dwindle, and the Yellow Turban Army was occasionally able to ascend the city walls and engage in close combat with the defenders. However, After more than 3 hours of assault, the morale of the Yellow Turban soldiers was extremely low, lacking the initial momentum. The Yellow Turban soldiers who climbed the walls could barely hold their ground, and before long, they were slaughtered by the defenders. The foot of the city was already piled high with the corpses of the Yellow Turban soldiers, which instilled fear in every soldier. Those who were scared acted hesitantly, and their already weak combat effectiveness dwindled to nearly nothing. At this moment, Zhang Bao's earlier calmness had vanished. He furrowed his brow in confusion. Why couldn't the Yellow Turban soldiers ascend the walls even after the official army's defensive devices were exhausted? And why was the assault becoming weaker? Everything was different from what he had anticipated. Zhang Bao's face darkened. He began to regret his earlier arrogance, but couldn't bring himself to admit it to Zhang Liang. Second brother, Zhang Liang noticed Zhang Bao's predicament and spoke up. This won't do. We've been attacking for 3 hours now, and the soldiers are extremely fatigued. Our army has come from afar without rest, and now their stamina has reached its limit. Continuing to attack is meaningless. Zhang Bao felt a sense of guilt. He regretted boasting earlier. Sai, what should we do? Let's withdraw the troops. We need to set up camp. Moreover, we only brought enough rations for 5 days and urgently need to send soldiers to clear the supply routes. All right, sound a retreat. Zhang Bao took a step back. He was reckless, but not foolish. He understood what Zhang Liang was saying very well. Clang, clang, clang. With the sound of retreat signaling from the battlefield, the Yellow Turban soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief and retreated like a tide. Commander's office, conference hall. Liu Zhang sat in the main seat, looking at his generals, and asked, Yang, how was the battle today? A man sitting straight reported to Liu Zhang, General Liu, today our army had 100 light injuries. No serious injuries or deaths. The Yellow Turban army suffered over 6,000 casualties. Liu Zhang waved his hand to signal him to sit down, then looked at the city defense officer. Today, the Yellow Turbans attacked without rest, and our army was well prepared and waited for them. Yet we still had over 100 injuries. The East Gate officer, Han Chi, stood up and said, General, I didn't expect the Yellow Turbans to be so reckless, attacking without setting up camp. I truly didn't expect Zhang Bao to assault for so long. Hence, our defensive preparations were slightly insufficient. Liu Zhang pondered for a moment, but did not blame Han Chi. Prepare more defensive devices for tomorrow to reduce our army's casualties. Han Chi showed a troubled expression and cautiously reminded Liu Zhang, My lord, if we use our defensive supplies indiscriminately, even if there are many in Guangzhou City, it may not hold out for long. Liu Zhang smiled slightly, confidently saying, You need not worry about that. Zhang Bao won't be able to act wildly for long. Seeing Liu Zhang so assured, Han Chi and the others felt they need not worry too much. Since the general was so confident, we will not let the Yellow Turbans climb the walls tomorrow. Liu Zhang nodded in satisfaction. This kind of obedience made it very comfortable for him to command. Good. Generals, rest early. Tomorrow will surely be a fierce battle. Yes. On the second day, at the hour of the tiger, the Yellow Turban army sounded the attack horn, simultaneously assaulting all 4 gates. However, the official army was already prepared, waiting for the Yellow Turban army's arrival. Today's attack from the Yellow Turban army was even fiercer than yesterday, but unfortunately, Liu Zhang had already issued orders not to conserve supplies. Another struggle where life was exchanged for resources ensued, with the Yellow Turban army attacking for 6 continuous hours, from dawn until dusk. The city defense officers repeatedly transported defensive supplies from within the city, pouring countless resources onto the Yellow Turban soldiers. The Yellow Turban army managed to climb the city walls and the gaps when the official army's defensive devices were exhausted, but they could not establish a foothold. Once the official army replenished their supplies, the Yellow Turban army's offensive was directly halted. The outcome was predictable. The Yellow Turban army still made no headway, while the official army continued to exchange minimal losses for a large number of Yellow Turban casualties. Zhang Bao ended the day with a heavy toll of casualties. The siege battle lasted 4 days, and even with over 100,000 troops, Zhang Bao could no longer bear it. Chapter 79. Liu Zhang plays tricks on Zhang Bao in Zhang Bao's main camp. He was furious. Useless. All of you are useless. In 4 days, we've lost over 30,000 men, and we haven't even held the city wall for a moment. Zhang Bao was completely enraged. At this rate, even if the Yellow Turban Army suffered heavy casualties, they wouldn't be able to break through Guangzhou. A rather stout little commander stood up and bowed to Zhang Bao. Great commander, our siege equipment is too singular. We have only the ladders and no other means. Another person also stood up angrily and said, yes, the Imperial Army relies on their defensive equipment, ruthlessly slaughtering our soldiers. It's truly infuriating. Zhang Bao glared at the stout little commander, seething with anger. Do I not know that we lack siege equipment? If everything were sufficient, what would I need you for? The little commander, reprimanded by Zhang Bao, retreated awkwardly. Great commander, given the difficulties of the assault, why not withdraw to Tsuyang and seek a better opportunity later? Zhang Bao slammed the table, pointing and cursing at the one who suggested retreat. Fool, we have put everything at stake. How can we speak of retreating lightly? Anyone who dares to mention retreat will be executed without mercy. The other commanders were frightened pale by Zhang Bao's fury and sat restlessly, not daring to speak out again. Just then, Zhang Liang walked in, quickly trying to ease the tension. All commanders, you have worked hard for days on the siege. It would be better to return and rest early. Upon hearing this, everyone felt relieved and hurriedly stood up to take their leave. Zhang Bao looked at Zhang Liang, somewhat angrily, and said, we haven't even discussed the attack yet. Why are you letting them leave? Second brother, let's not discuss the siege for now. The army has only enough rations for one more day. What? Zhang Bao's eyes widened in anger as he pointed at Zhang Liang. What are you doing? Zhang Liang felt quite wronged. He had been sending soldiers daily, but it was only today that he received the report. Second brother, I sent out grain transport teams starting the day after yesterday. Counting today, I've sent out 3 batches. Unfortunately, those in charge of the grain only told me today. How could this be? Have him executed. Zhang Bao shouted angrily, then sat down dejectedly, muttering to himself, without supplies, how can we fight? Zhang Liang also felt furious, knowing full well who was behind this. It must be Liu Zhang's doing. Second brother, we must withdraw our troops tomorrow. Zhang Bao kicked the table away, cursing Liu Zhang's family 1,000 times in his heart. Even if I'm foolish, I know it's Liu Zhang's trickery. But we cannot withdraw. Without food, how can we fight? First, give the order to reduce rations by half tomorrow, and also send someone to urge for more grain. But, no buts. Carry out the orders. Zhang Liang trembled all over. Zhang Bao was truly angry, and it seemed his repeated questioning had completely provoked his elder brother. Yes, I'll arrange it immediately. The next day, Zhang Bao did not plan another assault, but went to the front of the city, repeatedly shouting for Liu Zhang. Liu Zhang, come out. Liu Zhang, you cowardly turtle, come out and answer me. What are you shouting about? Liu Zhang approached the city wall, looking disdainfully at Zhang Bao. Little thief, what business do you have with me? Seeing Liu Zhang come out, Zhang Bao felt invigorated. Liu Zhang, you cowardly turtle, I ask you one last time. Do you dare to come out and fight me to the death? Liu Zhang ignored Zhang Bao and turned to leave. Stop. Zhang Bao was furious. Liu Zhang actually looked down on him. You stop right there, you treacherous scoundrel. Liu Zhang walked back to the city wall, shaking his head and looking at Zhang Bao with amusement. Zhang Bao, I told you on the first day, I'm waiting for you up here. Are you an idiot? Can't you understand what people say? You, what about me? Liu Zhang laughed heartily. Ha ha, I, Liu Zhang, am a high-ranking general of the Han. Why would I need the respect of a rebel? You. Zhang Bao's face turned red with anger, unable to speak for a long time. Do you have business or not? If not, I can leave. Zhang Bao suddenly remembered why he was looking for Liu Zhang and shouted, I tell you, if you do not fight, I will withdraw my troops tomorrow. Ha 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 ha. Liu Zhang's eyes lit up. Zhang Bao, your army must be out of grain. It turns out it was you, you treacherous scoundrel, only using schemes and tricks. Zhang Bao was even more certain that Liu Zhang had sent people to rob the supplies. Oof, you dare to underestimate me. Seeing Liu Zhang getting angry, Zhang Bao felt secretly pleased and quickly added fuel to the fire. I see you can only use schemes and tricks without any real ability. How could you still call yourself a general of the Han, yet not dare to fight me to the death? You rebel, you dare to speak such wild words. Liu Zhang was so furious he was panting. pointing at Zhang Bao and cursing. Tomorrow I will lead my troops out of the city and fight you to the death. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Good. Tomorrow at what time? I'll set up my formation and fight you for real. Zhang Bao's face was full of excitement. He had finally provoked Liu Zhang. Tomorrow at the hour of the dragon. After saying this, Liu Zhang turned and left, no longer paying attention to Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao was satisfied and returned to camp. Today's objective had been achieved. He had finally drawn Liu Zhang out and would seize the opportunity to completely destroy him tomorrow. Zhang Bao smiled at Zhang Liang, saying, "Third brother, let the soldiers have a hearty meal in the morning and prepare to fight Liu Zhang at the hour of the dragon." Good. As long as Liu Zhang dares to come out, we will definitely take Guangzhou. Zhang Liang was equally excited. He firmly believed that as long as Liu Zhang dared to leave the city, they could surely defeat him. At this time, inside Liu Zhang's residence, many generals were gathered. "General, do not engage with the Yellow Turban thieves." "General, after several days of fighting, the Yellow Turban army has suffered heavy losses, but it is thanks to the strength of the city." "Yes, General, the Yellow Turban thieves outnumber us several times. If we fight outside the city, the outcome is uncertain. Now that the Yellow Turban thieves are running out of supplies, it will be better to wait until they run out before pursuing them." All right. Liu Zhang stopped the others. He was tired of their advice. "My mind is made up. If we do not engage in battle, the Yellow Turban army will definitely retreat. This is not beneficial for quelling the rebellion. Tomorrow I will find a way to delay them for a day, and the day after, I will lead my troops out to fight the Yellow Turban army to the death. You all need not advise further. Just prepare the troops for battle." The generals exchanged glances, hesitating. Liu Zhang grew a bit angry. It seemed he had been too friendly with them lately. "In this battle, you must all exert your utmost effort. Anyone who disobeys orders will be executed." "Yes." The generals were startled by Liu Zhang's sudden outburst, and all bowed in response. The next day, Zhang Bao brought his troops to the front of the city, waiting for Liu Zhang, but as the hour of the dragon approached, Liu Zhang still did not come out. After waiting a long time and growing impatient, Zhang Bao stood at the foot of the city, cursing loudly. "Liu Zhang, you treacherous dog, dare to deceive your grandfather. You filthy thing, may you die a horrible death." He then turned to the Yellow Turban soldiers and shouted, "Curse him! All of you curse him, bring that dog thief out." Hearing their commander's orders, the Yellow Turban soldiers began to shout insults at Liu Zhang, cursing his ancestors. In an instant, foul language filled the battlefield, and even the soldiers defending the city looked furious. Meanwhile, Liu Zhang was hiding behind the city wall, secretly laughing, completely indifferent to the curses coming from below. Chapter 80, I trust you one last time. Liu Zhang leaned against the city wall with a smile, as if the insults were directed at someone else rather than him. The general is broad-minded. I admire you. The city defense officer admired Liu Zhang in his heart, thinking that such a mentality was rare in the world. If it were him, he would have exploded long ago. However, he did not know that this kind of insult was nothing more than child's play to Liu Zhang. Liu Zhang smiled and nodded at him, comfortably leaning against the city wall. In Liu Zhang's eyes, this little bit of cursing was simply not worth mentioning. If Liu Zhang were to curse back, these people probably wouldn't be able to retort. After half an hour, the insults gradually diminished. After cursing for so long, Zhang Bao and the others were already tired. Is Zhang Bao here? Seeing the insults stop, Liu Zhang leaned out from the city wall. As soon as Zhang Bao saw Liu Zhang appear, he suddenly gained strength and pointed at Liu Zhang, cursing loudly. "Liu Zhang, you shameless villain, you are untrustworthy, you." Liu Zhang hurriedly stopped him. All right. No more cursing. You can't out-curse me anyway. You." Zhang Bao was so furious that blood rushed to his head, making his head buzz. "But today I am in the wrong. After I got up this morning, I had severe stomach pain and felt weak all over." Liu Zhang looked apologetic, even feeling a bit embarrassed to speak. Zhang Bao said nothing, just stared at Liu Zhang. "How about this? Let me rest for a day. Tomorrow I will gather all the soldiers here, and you also gather your troops, and we will have a decisive battle at this north gate. How about that?" Liu Zhang pretended to be weak, his voice fluctuating. "How do I know you won't pull any tricks tomorrow?" Liu Zhang's words were like farting to Zhang Bao. "You are simply without integrity. Liu Zhang raised one hand to the sky and swore an oath. I, Liu Zhang, swear to heaven that if I do not have a decisive battle with Zhang Bao tomorrow, I will die a terrible death. Zhang Bao looked at Liu Zhang in surprise. In ancient times, oaths were extremely taboo, and the higher one's status, the more one cared about these. I will trust you one more time. If you don't show up tomorrow, I will return to Xuyang. All right, but I have a condition too. Liu Zhang nodded to Zhang Bao and put forth his request. Speak. Tomorrow you must bring all your troops here for me to see. Otherwise, if you sneak attack the city, I will have no troops to defend. Liu Zhang's request was too easy for Zhang Bao. Without any hesitation, he agreed. I accept. I, Zhang Bao, am a man of my word, unlike you who is untrustworthy. Then see you tomorrow. After saying this, Liu Zhang turned and left, ignoring Zhang Bao any further. Zhang Liang saw that Zhang Bao was going to prolong the matter for another day, and he felt something was amiss. Second brother, our army supplies have run out. How can we stay another day? Sigh. Zhang Bao looked helplessly at Zhang Liang. Now he had no choice but to take a risk. I have to gamble. If Liu Zhang really comes out tomorrow, we will definitely be able to defeat him. The supplies in Guangzhou City are as plentiful as mountains. By then. But if we lose then, we will not fail, and we cannot fail. Zhang Bao looked steadfastly at his brother, and then patted his shoulder. Gather the supplies again. Tomorrow morning, distribute them. Also, send a message to the whole army that after our victory tomorrow, Guangzhou can be plundered at will. Sigh. Zhang Liang watched Zhang Bao leave and kept shaking his head and sighing. At that moment, he had no better way, only to do his best to help Zhang Bao. He hoped that heaven would favor the Yellow Turbans and help them defeat Liu Zhang. In Guangzhou City, Liu Zhang had already gathered all the generals. Liu Zhang looked at everyone with a very serious expression. Gentlemen, tomorrow our army will have a decisive battle with the Yellow Turbans. After this battle, the Yellow Turbans in Jizhou will no longer be a threat. The officers were not tempted by the huge merits and still advised Liu Zhang to act cautiously. My lord, our army's strength is vastly inferior to that of the Yellow Turbans. Relying on the city to barely resist, how can we win in an open field battle? Yes. Please think carefully, my lord. All right, my mind is made up. No need to persuade me further. You all just need to follow orders. Liu Zhang's expression was displeased. It seemed he could not be too friendly with them. The generals did not say anything more. After all, Liu Zhang was the acting general, the highest commander here. Liu Zhang looked at Huang Zhong and sighed inwardly. At a critical moment, I still have to rely on my own people. Han Feng, send orders to Ziyi and Zilong. Tomorrow at the hour of the dragon, our army will launch a frontal attack on the Yellow Turbans. Let them detour to the rear and shout that Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang are dead, creating chaos to seize the opportunity to attack. Yes. Also send a messenger to Huang Fusong to inform him that our army will engage in battle tomorrow. If he can catch up, he can directly attack the Yellow Turbans. Yes. 4 gate defense officers. You 4 each lead 3,000 men. Tomorrow at the hour of the tiger, exit the city and ambush 5 miles from the north gate. You must not let the Yellow Turbans notice. As soon as you see smoke rising from the city, immediately lead your troops out and shout that Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang are dead during the attack. Understood. The remaining officers will fight the Yellow Turbans at the north gate tomorrow, while the other 3 gates will keep 500 soldiers in defense. Tomorrow's battle will surely go down in history. Everyone must charge forward bravely and earn merit. We will follow the general's orders. Notify the kitchen to slaughter pigs and cows today, so the soldiers can have a hearty meal. Tomorrow they can fight to their heart's content. Yes, all of you generals should make arrangements early and prepare your equipment. Tomorrow I will achieve merit together with you all. We will follow the general's orders. Watching the departing crowd, Liu Zhang gradually furrowed his brow. In front of the generals, he had to appear confident. If he lacked confidence, the soldiers would surely lose heart. At this moment, Liu Zhang was extremely nervous. This was his first time commanding a field battle, completely different from previous fights. The strategies in his mind were merely imitations of classic battles, with no practical experience. In a melee of over 100,000 people, the battlefield situation would surely change in an instant. A slight misstep could collapse the entire situation. He was gambling, betting on historical experience, betting on his own fate, betting on life and death. If he won, he would kill Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang, going down in history, and promotions and titles would be a matter of course. If he lost, perhaps there would be no chance for redemption. Chapter 81. Once again, falling for Liu Zhang's scheme in the early morning. A ray of sunlight illuminated the earth, and all things were just awakening. Two individuals were already invigorated, preparing for their final battle against each other. It was Liu Zhang and Zhang Bao. Compared to Liu Zhang, Zhang Bao was more anxious. This battle was crucial to the survival of the Yellow Turban Army, determining Zhang Bao's life or death and impacting the future landscape of the world. As long as Liu Zhang was dealt with, there would be nothing left to worry about. At least, that was how Zhang Bao thought. Third brother, how's the morale in the army? Zhang Bao's biggest concern at the moment was the issue of morale. With the food supplies exhausted, no matter how elite the army was, they would inevitably lose their fighting spirit. Second brother, there is no food left in the army. Yesterday, the soldiers didn't eat, and this morning they barely managed to have a meal. Zhang Liang hesitated. If it weren't for the belief in the Taiping Dao among the yellow turban soldiers, there might have been a mutiny already. Zhang Bao nodded, his face filled with worry. It was hard to force Liu Zhang out. They must rely on their superior numbers to defeat him. Zhang Liang forced a smile to reassure Zhang Bao. Second brother, I've already informed the brothers that after we take Guangzhou, they can loot freely, so morale is somewhat high. Zhang Bao responded with a smile. He knew his third brother was trying to comfort him, and he could only pretend not to know and accept it. Everything was for the great cause of the Yellow Turban Army. Let's go to Guangzhou and confront Liu Zhang. All right, let us fight to the death. Zhang Bao tightly grasped Zhang Liang's hand, which made the latter's eyes moisten. Zhang Liang was filled with excitement, as if he had returned to the time when the three brothers relied on each other for survival. How long has it been? Ever since the eldest brother left. The second brother has become cold and ruthless. Today, finally, the Yellow Turban Army will surely win. Within Guangzhou City, all the soldiers were ready. They had eaten and drunk their fill, just waiting for the Yellow Turbans to arrive for the final battle. Liu Zhang, clad in golden armor, shone brilliantly under the sunlight, exuding a majestic presence. He leaned against the city wall, exerting a little force to mask the tension in his heart. No matter how perfect the strategy was, it was ultimately a reference, and Liu Zhang was unsure of what kind of outcome it would yield. He had to take a gamble. The merit of pacifying the Yellow Turbans was too important for him. Master, they are coming. Dian Wei's voice came through, causing Liu Zhang to tremble slightly. He hurriedly looked out, and even though he was somewhat prepared, he was still very shocked. The weather was clear today, and the visibility was excellent. Standing at a high point allowed him to see very far. A long line of soldiers appeared in Liu Zhang's sight. The Yellow Turban Army was indeed very numerous, stretching endlessly. Before long, Zhang Bao led the army to the foot of the city, boldly challenging Liu Zhang. Liu Zhang, I have brought all my soldiers. Dare you come out of the city to fight me to the death? How many men do you have? Why can't I see the end of your army? Liu Zhang pretended to be nervous, wiping sweat off his brow. Ha ha! Zhang Bao rarely saw Liu Zhang in such a flustered state and burst into laughter. What's wrong? Afraid? If you're scared, just call me Grandpa Zhang Bao, and I will spare your life. Liu Zhang was immediately furious, pointing at Zhang Bao and cursing. Afraid? How could a dignified general of the Han dynasty be afraid of a rebel like you? Zhang Bao didn't want to engage in a war of words with Liu Zhang and directly asked, Do you dare to fight me to the death? Liu Zhang turned to Dian Wei, asking, How long until the hour of Chun? Less than half an hour. Liu Zhang nodded, thinking it was almost time. Then he looked at Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao, listen well. Today I will show you the might of my Han army. Good, then hurry down to fight. When Zhang Bao heard that Liu Zhang was coming out of the city, his heart leaped with joy, and he felt his heartbeat quicken. He was already excited. Finally, he could finally take Liu Zhang's life. Zhang Bao, confident for reasons he couldn't quite explain, thought that as long as Liu Zhang came out of the city, he could defeat him. Ultimately, this was the limitation of a peasant commander, believing that numbers determined everything. Liu Zhang did not come down immediately. Instead, he looked around and proposed a request to Zhang Bao. How can I fight you while you are at the foot of the city? Step back, and I will bring my army out of the city. Then we will fight. Zhang Bao was overjoyed upon hearing this. He had just worried that Liu Zhang was too close to the city. Once the battle began and things went poorly, he could retreat back inside. Could it be that heaven had opened its eyes and the world was returning to the yellow turbans? Thinking of this, Zhang Bao couldn't close his mouth and immediately arranged for the troops to retreat. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Fearing that the troops would retreat too slowly and Liu Zhang would change his mind, he urged them on. Hurry. Hurry to retreat. All of this was seen by Liu Zhang, and everything was developing according to his plan. Light the signal, Liu Zhang ordered, and the soldiers quickly lit the signal fire. A plume of black smoke slowly rising into the sky. Second brother, they lit the signal fire on the city. Zhang Liang felt something was off and quickly reminded Zhang Bao. Don't worry about that. Just retreat quickly. Hurry. Zhang Bao didn't care at all. He just wanted to clear space for Liu Zhang to come out. Under Zhang Bao's repeated urgings, the Yellow Turban Army desperately retreated, but the line was too long, and the soldiers at the back could not hear Zhang Bao's commands. Zhang Bao was only worried that Liu Zhang would change his mind and not come out, completely disregarding the chaos caused by the desperate retreat of the troops. The front line was pushing back desperately, while the soldiers at the back, fearing they would fall and be trampled, began to push forward. In this way, as they squeezed and pushed against each other, the line of troops, stretching for dozens of miles, suddenly fell into chaos. The rear troops were too far away to know what was happening in front. They only knew that the front was desperately retreating. Did you hear? The commander says to retreat quickly. I heard from the front that the battle is going poorly, and the front line is retreating. What? The front has lost the battle? No wonder we are being pushed back. Lost again? Liu Zhang is the nemesis of our Yellow Turban Army. If the commander has been defeated, we should run. The commander has been killed. Run. Thus, Zhang Bao's command to retreat became a rumor of defeat when it reached the rear troops. Truly, words can be terrifying. Zhang Bao could never have imagined that his urging would turn into a death knell for the lives of over 100,000 people. With a loud bang, the gates of Guangzhou opened. Liu Zhang assembled his troops, and along with Huang Zhong and Dian Wei, charged towards Zhang Bao. Kill, Gap Zhang Bao Ali, and take Zhang Liang. The Han army roared as they charged at the retreating Yellow Turban Army. Seeing Liu Zhang about to close in, Zhang Bao was caught off guard. Wasn't I supposed to leave a space for you to come out and then fight? Why has the battle started? Zhang Bao was still staring blankly ahead. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Quickly protect the commander. Zhang Liang was the first to react, shouting loudly and arranging soldiers to block the attack. He pulled Zhang Bao and desperately retreated. This isn't right. It shouldn't be like this. We were supposed to arrange ourselves before the battle. Zhang Bao kept muttering to himself, shaking his head repeatedly. Second brother, Zhang Liang desperately called out to Zhang Bao, but the latter did not respond and continued to mumble. Slap! Zhang Bao was jolted awake by a sudden pain, covering his face in surprise as he looked at Zhang Liang. Third brother, second brother, pull yourself together. We have fallen for Liu Zhang's scheme again. Why? Didn't he want me to retreat and wait for him to fight to the death? I haven't even left him enough space. Zhang Bao shouted frantically, unwilling to admit the reality before him. Second brother, you have fallen for Liu Zhang's cunning plan. Zhang Liang was in a cold sweat, realizing that if Zhang Bao didn't gather himself, they would have no way to fight this battle. Chapter 82. Zhang Bao's counterattack. An interesting situation arose in the Yellow Turban Army's formation. The front soldiers had charged forward, while those in the back were still pushing backward. The soldiers pushing back saw that the front soldiers had vanished and were puzzled until they noticed Zhang Liang dragging Zhang Bao away in a frantic escape. Defeated. Once again defeated. The Yellow Turban soldiers, seeing Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang fleeing, no longer cared about anything and desperately ran backward. While escaping for their lives, they shouted, Run! The commander has been defeated. Word spread quickly, and the sounds of defeat and flight filled the Yellow Turban formation. This is how a peasant uprising army operates. They can be very brave when they have the advantage, but once they are at a disadvantage, their morale can easily collapse. Under Zhang Liang's repeated provocations, Zhang Bao gradually realized that he had fallen into Liu Zhang's trap again. He pushed Zhang Liang away. He could not run anymore. What would the soldiers think if they saw him running? He could not retreat any further. The army was in chaos, and he needed to stay and organize a counterattack. Zhang Liang was anxious. The army is in such disarray. Staying behind means there's no way out. Brother, the morale is already in disarray, and Liu Zhang will be coming soon. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Zhang Bao calmly shook his head and made the most correct decision of his life. Don't panic. How many men does Liu Zhang have? We'll act separately. First, let us restore order in the ranks, then organize our attack. Although the troops at the back are chaotic, there are no casualties, and we still have a huge advantage in numbers. Hearing this, Zhang Liang suddenly realized, that's right, Liu Zhang has at most over 30,000 men. Why should I panic? Brother, I'll find a way to maintain morale. You be careful. All right, I'm counting on you. After Zhang Liang left, Zhang Bao picked up his large flag and began to shout loudly. Sons of the Yellow Sky, don't panic. Zhang Bao is here. Zhang Bao's personal guards gathered around and shouted in unison. Gradually, the soldiers around began to calm down and move closer to Zhang Bao. Taking the opportunity, Zhang Bao shouted slogans to boost morale. Heaven has died, the yellow sky shall rise. In the year of the Jiazi, the world shall be auspicious. Heaven has died, the yellow sky shall rise. In the year of the Jiazi, the world shall be auspicious. Heaven has died, the yellow sky shall rise. In the year of the Jiazi, the world shall be auspicious. Gradually, the Yellow Turban Army's slogans echoed across the battlefield. Although the army was still quite chaotic, it was beginning to stabilize. Great. Seeing that the troops had calmed down, Zhang Bao understood it was time to counterattack. People of the Yellow Sky, the Imperial Army has only a few thousand men. Kill them and occupy Guangzhou. Kill. Under Zhang Bao's encouragement, more and more Yellow Turban soldiers charged towards Liu Zhang's army, and the one-sided situation was beginning to shift. The previously unstoppable Liu Zhang and his men faced more and more resistance. My lord, that rascal Zhang Bao is rallying morale from behind. The Yellow Turban Army has stabilized. Huang Zhong, having killed 2 men, shouted towards Liu Zhang. Liu Zhang squinted his eyes, already feeling the pressure. It seems things aren't so simple. He swung his sword and killed 2 more, feigning calmness as he smiled. It's fine. The good show is yet to come. Soldiers kill. The morale of the Yellow Turbans has already collapsed. Today is the day to achieve great deeds. Kill. Dian Wei roared, regardless of the situation. He fought like a god of war, his dual halberds mercilessly reaping the lives of Yellow Turban soldiers. Kill. 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 As the general fought bravely, the soldiers' spirits soared. Liu Zhang and Huang Zhong were also very courageous, especially Huang Zhong, whose martial skills were outstanding. However, on the battlefield, the impact on the soldiers was undoubtedly the strongest from Dian Wei. He was like a ruthless harvesting machine, and the soldiers surged forward with him, their confidence and morale at an all-time high. Meanwhile, at a distance from the battlefield, the Yellow Turbans were filled with confusion. Why aren't they retreating? Didn't they lose? Although the Yellow Turban Army was made up of peasants, they were not all incompetent. The officers knew how to maintain order. Seizing the moment when the front no longer retreated, they hurriedly stabilized the soldiers and re-encouraged morale. But the good times didn't last long. A sudden cry of battle sent chills through the Yellow Turban Army again. Kill. The Yellow Turban officers, who were still trying to maintain order, were startled by the sudden battle cries. Where is that battle cry coming from? The young Yellow Turban commander shouted in terror. This place was still some distance from the main battlefield. How could there be battle cries? Just as he finished speaking, countless Imperial soldiers surged in from all directions, encircling the Yellow Turban Army. Not good, we're surrounded. They had just stopped shouting that they had lost in the front, and now they were shouting that they were surrounded. The Yellow Turban Army, still unsettled, became even more chaotic. Kill. Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang are dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. Kill. Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang are dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. Kill. Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang are dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. The encircling Imperial soldiers continuously shouted about Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang being dead. I told you they lost in the front. Otherwise, how could they have retreated so desperately? Defeated? Defeated. Even the commander is dead. I'm not fighting anymore. I want to go home. Wah. I haven't even had a full meal. I don't want to die. The Yellow Turban Army was suddenly thrown into chaos. Tens of thousands of soldiers began to discard their armor and flee in panic. Unfortunately, with Imperial soldiers on both sides, the only escape routes were forward or back. The Yellow Turban soldiers pushed and trampled each other, reenacting scenes of self-destruction due to their frantic flight. At this moment, the rear of the Yellow Turban Army was also in disarray. The news of the retreat at the front had just reached them. Hey, don't push. I've fallen down. Help me up. I've been trampled. Don't push back from the front. Slow down. Those in the back, retreat quickly, hurry. What on earth is happening? Did the front lose again? The Yellow Turban leaders could not stop the chaos. The soldiers in front were pushing backward desperately, and they had no time to react. Once someone fell, they would surely be trampled to death. What's going on at the front? Why is everyone pushing back? Even the leaders had such thoughts, let alone the soldiers. Boom! The earth began to tremble, and the sound of hooves thundered from the back. The soldiers in the rear tightened their nerves, forgetting about the crowding, and all looked towards the back. The Yellow Turban leaders held their breath, swallowing hard, their eyes fixed on the rear. No way, we're so far from the battlefield. They could not believe that Liu Zhang still had troops lying in ambush here. Chapter 83. The breakthrough depends on the cavalry, as the saying goes. Whether one believes or not, Liu Zhang dares to do it. Before long, two generals clad in silver armor appeared before the leader of the Yellow Turbans, followed by countless iron cavalry. It's over, there are official troops here, we are surrounded. The leader's face turned ashen, and he disregarded his soldiers, beginning to flee into the distance. He wanted to escape while the cavalry had not yet arrived. As the Yellow Turban soldiers were momentarily stunned, a commotion erupted ahead, this time pushing dozens of people to the ground. General, it's the official troops, cavalry of the official army. General, what should we do? The Yellow Turban Army hurriedly called for their leader, but he was nowhere to be found, having already vanished. The general is gone. The general has run away. The official cavalry is here. What do we do? I'm out. I don't care about food anymore. Brothers, run. We are surrounded. Get out of my way. Don't block the path. The leader of the Yellow Turban's escape became the last straw that broke the back of the Yellow Turban rear army. The Yellow Turban troops were already in chaos, morale plummeting. If the leader had been present to maintain morale, they could have held on for a while. But now that the leader had fled, how could the soldiers continue to fight? Food doesn't matter. The boss ran away first after the battle started. Not to mention the Yellow Turbans, even the most elite soldiers would surely lose their fighting spirit. Kill! The shouts of killing came, and the official troops had already arrived close by. The two generals were none other than Tai Shirtzi and Zhao Yun. The two charged ahead, directly breaking into the Yellow Turban camp. The rear army of the Yellow Turbans had already fragmented due to their flight, and the cavalry burst in, instantly scattering their formation. Soldiers dropped their helmets and armor, fleeing in all directions, and tens of thousands of rear troops were suddenly in disarray. It was a tragic sight, not from deaths and injuries, but from the chaos of fleeing. Tens of thousands were crushed by the charge of a few thousand. Tai Shirtzi and Zhao Yun did not pursue the fleeing Yellow Turbans, but charged straight ahead. Their orders were to rendezvous with Liu Zhang and encircle and kill Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang. At this moment, the Central Army did not collapse as Liu Zhang had anticipated. Although it had been chaotic before, under the organization of many leaders, it gradually began to resist. What motivated the Yellow Turban leaders to resist was the official army's bluff. The official army on both sides was too few. One side had only a few thousand. At first, the official army surprise attack made the Yellow Turbans mistakenly believe they were surrounded, coupled with rumors of Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang being killed, causing many soldiers to lose heart and flee. However, the Central Army's leader did not flee, but organized the soldiers to resist. Upon realizing the official army was outnumbered, they gained even more confidence. Brothers, the official army has only a few thousand. Don't be afraid. We have over 100,000 brothers. Kill, drive them back. The words of the Central Army leader boosted the morale of the soldiers, and many soldiers began to awaken from their panic. Yes, why are we running? We outnumber the official army by several times. Brothers, quickly pick up your weapons and take down these official soldiers. If it were a normal battle, the Yellow Turban Army would not be suppressed, but the battlefield was too chaotic. Even though many had returned to join the fight, the Yellow Turbans were still being suppressed. With a large number of Yellow Turbans, more soldiers were resisting the official army. And the Central Army leader realized the balance of victory was beginning to tilt in their favor. Brothers, the official army can't hold on any longer. Put in more effort. Kill them all. Just as the Central Army leader saw a glimmer of hope, a dark cloud was quietly approaching. Boom! The ground behind began to tremble, and cries and wails could be heard. Soldiers, reinforcements have arrived, kill. The ambushed officers on both sides of the official army knew the cavalry had arrived and immediately shouted loudly. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the morale of the official soldiers surged, desperately swinging their weapons to cut down the enemy. The Yellow Turban Army was caught off guard by the sudden surge of official troops and was instantly cut down in droves. As the saying goes, blessings do not come in pairs, and misfortunes do not come alone. The cavalry from behind had already arrived, forming a pincer attack. Zhao Yun and Tai Shirzi each led over 2,000 cavalry, charging to the sides. The cavalry charged through, having lost their speed advantage, but were still unstoppable. The silver armor of the two had been stained blood red, and blood dripped continuously from their long spears. The official army, attacking from both inside and outside, caused the Yellow Turban soldiers to be thrown into disarray, crying out for their parents. The Central Army of the Yellow Turbans completely collapsed, and countless Yellow Turban soldiers began to flee. No matter who was in front, as long as they blocked the way, they would swing their swords to cut down. Those unfortunate enough to fall to the ground could only be trampled to death. No need to pursue. Quickly head to the front army and encircle and kill Zhang Bao. Zhao Yun called to the 4 pursuing officers, as they had a more important task. The fleeing Yellow Turban soldiers heard Zhao Yun's call and were overjoyed, sprinting away as fast as they could. If they weren't being pursued, why stay here to die? Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang were completely unaware of the situation behind them, their faces still wearing smug expressions. Especially Zhang Bao, who was already ecstatic, finally able to settle old scores today. Because Liu Zhang's offensive had long been stalled, the Yellow Turbans were continuously assaulting the official army. The advantage in numbers was infinitely amplified. Zhang Bao's front army had nearly 60,000, while Liu Zhang had barely 20,000. When Liu Zhang first launched the attack, he took advantage of the chaos of the Yellow Turban's retreat, and for a time, it was like a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground. If Zhang Bao had fled, the Yellow Turbans would have faced a rout. But contrary to Liu Zhang's expectations, Zhang Bao surprisingly did not flee. Under Zhang Bao's organization, the Yellow Turban Army gradually calmed down and launched a counterattack. The official army's advantage gradually diminished as more Yellow Turban soldiers joined, with the balance of power shifting in favor of the Yellow Turbans. As the battle continued, the Yellow Turban Army completely suppressed the official troops, taking the initiative on the battlefield. Fortunately, the official army had great generals like Dian Wei and Huang Zhong leading them, and Liu Zhang was fighting at the forefront, providing great encouragement to the official army. Even so, they were still slowly being suppressed by the Yellow Turbans. As time went on, a major problem arose. Their stamina was gradually giving out. Even someone as strong as Dian Wei felt his arms growing sore, and his swings with the halberd were much slower. Not to mention the ordinary soldiers. Lord, this won't do. The Yellow Turbans are getting more numerous, and the soldiers can't keep up their strength, Huang Zhong said anxiously. As the battlefield changed rapidly, he had been keeping an eye on the situation on both sides. Although Dian Wei did not understand military strategy, he could still discern the advantages and disadvantages of the battlefield, and had been urging Liu Zhang to retreat to the city. Lord, you go back to the city first. I will lead the attack. Liu Zhang neither responded to Huang Zhong nor listened to Dian Wei's advice to retreat for safety, but instead fought even harder, using his actions to show that he would not take a step back. He had no choice. If he retreated, the official army would surely follow in the footsteps of the Yellow Turbans, and that would truly be the end. Zhang Bao looked at Liu Zhang and his men, who were already exhausted, and felt ecstatic in his heart, finally overcoming this treacherous villain. Liu Zhang, let us see who will save you this time. Charge! A reward of 10,000 gold for killing Liu Zhang. With such a generous reward, the Yellow Turban soldiers hearing that Liu Zhang's head was worth 10,000 gold, rushed forward with bloodshot eyes. The pressure on Liu Zhang suddenly increased as he fought while retreating. He would not retreat, but that did not mean he couldn't fall back a bit. Liu Zhang wasn't a fool, standing there waiting to be chopped down. Liu Zhang's face no longer held the usual calmness, and the anxiety in his heart was completely written on his face. It seemed that winning with fewer troops was not so simple. He clearly remembered Fu Jian's million-strong army collapsing after a retreat. So why was his outcome so different using the same method? Ziyu Zilong, if you two don't come soon, I'm afraid I really won't be able to hold on. Liu Zhang's heart was already crying out in despair. Chapter 84. The transition of surrounding and being surrounded. Liu Zhang, aren't you supposed to be invincible? Aren't you the self-proclaimed nemesis of the Yellow Turbans? How come my Yellow Turban soldiers are forcing you to retreat repeatedly? Ha! Zhang Bao was already so excited that he didn't know what to do. This feeling of exhilaration was as if he had never experienced it before. Finally, Liu Zhang was cornered into a desperate situation. Liu Zhang did not respond. He had no time to deal with Zhang Bao and even less energy to argue back. Sweat had soaked through Liu Zhang's armor, dripping down from his forehead like a stream of water. Ha! Liu Zhang, you villain. Today, let's see who can save you. Quickly, everyone, charge forward and chop Liu Zhang into mincemeat. Zhang Bao's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Liu Zhang, his body trembling with excitement. Soon he could take revenge. Soon he could completely crush the Imperial Army. Brother, did you see that, brother? I, Zhang Bao, have led the Yellow Turban Army to victory. Ugh. The entire army move up. Let's tear this traitor Liu Zhang to pieces. Zhang Bao shouted to the sky, wanting to release all the past anger, grievances, and frustrations. Kill! The shouts of slaughter came from behind, and Zhang Bao looked at Liu Zhang with pride. Did you hear that? My Yellow Turban Army is coming in waves. Let's see how long you can hold on. Just as Zhang Bao was feeling triumphant, a personal guard gently poked him. Chief, it seems that's not our army's shout. Zhang Bao angrily turned to his personal guard and slapped him. If it's not our army, could it be the Imperial Army? You bastard, dare to ruin my good mood. The personal guard dared not say more and could only lower his head and retreat. The shouts of slaughter grew closer, and Zhang Bao could vaguely hear what they were shouting. Kill! Kill Zhang Bao! Exterminate the Yellow Turban thieves! This. Zhang Bao frowned, looking at his personal guard, puzzled. Why do I hear them shouting to kill Zhang Bao? The personal guard looked aggrieved, tears in his eyes. Chief, I also heard the same thing just now, so I reported it to you. Go! Zhang Bao hated this whimpering look, shooing away the personal guard and straining his ears. After listening several times, they were indeed shouting to kill Zhang Bao. Impossible. There are tens of thousands of soldiers behind. How could the Imperial Army have flown in? As the shouts drew nearer, the Yellow Turban Army began to panic. Liu Zhang, who was in a desperate situation, also heard the shouts, and his spirits lifted. Soldiers, reinforcements have arrived. We will work together to capture and kill Zhang Bao. Dian Wei, hearing Liu Zhang shout, immediately yelled at the top of his lungs. Brothers, reinforcements are here. Kill! Dian Wei's voice was astonishing, like thunder, stunning the surrounding Yellow Turban soldiers. And it also reached the ears of both side soldiers. Upon hearing reinforcements had come, the Imperial soldiers were instantly invigorated, roaring as they pressed forward, completely reversing their previous decline. On the contrary, the Yellow Turban soldiers, upon hearing they were being attacked from both sides, immediately panicked. Many couldn't help but turn back to look. Zhang Bao's gaze also focused on the back of the line. He couldn't believe there would be reinforcements for Liu Zhang. There were still tens of thousands of men behind him. Even if they were just a bunch of pigs, they couldn't be killed off in such a short time. But Zhang Bao didn't realize that pigs would wait to be slaughtered, while people would run away. The Yellow Turban soldiers behind kept rushing forward, not to support the fight, but in a blind panic. They didn't even check if there were brothers in front. They just ran for their lives, with many slow-reacting ones being knocked down and trampled to death. Seeing this, Zhang Bao was instantly furious. Wasn't this self-inflicted harm? What were you running for? Steady the formation. Don't trample your brothers. No one heeded Zhang Bao's orders. Not even a single person looked at him, and they ran around in even more panic. Why? Why is this happening? Zhang Bao began to doubt life again. He didn't understand why the soldiers had fallen into chaos themselves. Heaven, haven't you already sided with the yellow turbans? Zhang Bao's mood soured to the extreme, falling from the heights of pride to the depths of despair. From anger to confusion, then to fear, heaven only gave Zhang Bao a few breaths to react. Of course, whether he had enough time to react was no longer important, because the Imperial Army was already charging from the back, crazily slaughtering the Yellow Turban Army. Why? Why? Where did this Imperial Army come from? Zhang Bao shouted in terror, his voice trembling. He was unwilling to believe what he was seeing. Leading the charge was a general clad in silver armor, wielding a long spear, fierce and invincible, shouting as he charged, "I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Your rear army has been completely annihilated. Quickly kneel and surrender." As he spoke, he swung his spear, stabbing several people to death. The originally shining silver armor had become splattered with blood, not knowing how much blood of yellow turban soldiers it had stained. Second brother, we are defeated. We are defeated. Looking at Zhang Liang, who was crying and sobbing, Zhang Bao still couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Impossible. We have over 100,000 troops. The Imperial Army has less than 30,000. Second brother, the central and rear troops were ambushed. This cavalry came from behind. I have already checked the Central Army. They're all Imperial troops. Zhang Liang cried out, snot and tears flowing, knowing that the two brothers were finished. Defeated. Defeated. Zhang Bao muttered in a daze, then turned to look at Liu Zhang, his eyes about to burst with rage. Traitor, it's you again. Even if I die today, I will take you down with me. Zhang Bao shouted loudly, recklessly charging towards Liu Zhang. Even if it meant exchanging his life for Liu Zhang's, he wanted to kill this traitor. Second brother, come back quickly. There's still time to escape. Zhang Liang urgently called out, still thinking of leading Zhang Bao to escape. Zhang Bao was determined and remained unmoved, leaving only one sentence behind. Third brother, you should escape quickly. Liu Zhang's gaze was fixed on Zhang Bao. Now that the situation was decided, he was ready to reap the rewards of his victory. Zhang Bao charged in front of Liu Zhang, not attacking directly, but standing on horseback. Liu Zhang saw anger, helplessness, hatred, and various emotions intertwined in Zhang Bao's eyes. What's this? Here, to surrender? Zhang Bao did not fly into a rage at Liu Zhang's provocation, but remained exceptionally calm. Liu Zhang, you won. I never expected my 200,000 troops to be defeated. Liu Zhang rarely showed a hint of a sincere smile, shaking his head slightly. 200,000? The number of soldiers does not determine victory or defeat in war. It is not about how many soldiers you have, but about how well they are trained. It is not about bravery, but strategy. Let alone your 200,000 troops. Even if you had 400,000, it would only lead to a faster defeat. Now you are the victor. Whatever you say is right. Zhang Bao sneered, not refuting. The winner takes all. Now Liu Zhang is the victor, and he had nothing to argue. Liu Zhang looked at Zhang Bao with pity. Zhang Bao was no longer worth his anger. You do not even know where you have lost. Zhang Bao was no longer concerned about these things. He had already lost, and there was no chance of a comeback. Heaven, since you have allowed my three brothers to save the people, why did you give Liu Zhang of the Han Dynasty another chance? Liu Zhang looked at Zhang Bao with disdain, truly not understanding where he got such confidence from. Do you think your yellow turbans lost to just me? Ridiculous. Without me, Liu Zhang, you would still meet a disastrous end. Chapter 85. The end of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Second brother, stop wasting words with him. Let's fight him. Zhang Liang, accompanied by dozens of men, approached Zhang Bao with a resolute expression. Zhang Bao looked at Zhang Liang in disbelief, his eyes filled with questioning. Did I not tell you to leave? What are you doing here? Zhang Liang let out a bitter laugh and shook his head gently. Second brother, the eldest brother is gone. If you leave now, where can I go? Today, I will accompany you to death. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bao's eyes turned red, tears streaming down his face. The three brothers had relied on each other since childhood, sharing life and death for decades, never expecting to end up in such a situation. Liu Zhang, however, was not softened by Zhang Bao's tears. Instead, he mocked him coldly. Zhang Bao, did you think I couldn't see through your delaying tactics? Let me tell you plainly, neither of you will escape. Today is the day of death for the Zhang brothers. Lu Zhang, Zhang Bao Sao Det An Gili. Then his expression turned pleading. General Liu, we brothers have lost. I, Zhang Bao, am willing to bind my hands and only ask that you spare my brother. Second brother, don't plead with him. I'm not afraid of death. Shut up. Zhang Bao glared at Zhang Liang, remembering the eldest brother's last words. Now, he must find a way to keep Zhang Liang alive and continue the Yellow Turban Army's cause. Enough, enough, stop pretending to be sympathetic. Lu Zhang saw through Zhang Bao's act and quickly interrupted them. Neither of you will leave today. Your Taiping Dao is finished. You, Zhang Bao pointed at Lu Zhang, his anger distorting his face. Dare you fight me one-on-one? Look behind you. Do I need to fight you one-on-one? Lu Zhang displayed a playful smile. He had no intention of dueling Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang turned to look and found themselves surrounded. Only a few dozen men remained by their side. Their main army had long since disappeared. Behind them, Tai Shirtzi and Zhao Yun led cavalry, while in front, Huang Zhong and Dian Wei commanded infantry. They were truly trapped with no way out. Lu Zhang, we three brothers have fought for the common people, and now you won't even grant us a decent death? Zhang Bao cried, trying to move Lu Zhang's heart. I certainly appreciate you. Lu Zhang thought to himself with a smile. Without you, how would the Han dynasty have been in turmoil? However, he dared not say this aloud and could only speak grandiose words. Enough, stop this nonsense in front of me. You three have harmed countless innocent people for your own selfish desires. Now, in your desperate situation, you dare to wish for your lives? Lu Zhang's words were harsh, showing no mercy. Dog thief, I'll fight you. Seize him. Lu Zhang gave the order, and soldiers rushed forward. Before long, Zhang Bao was captured by Zhao Yun, and Zhang Liang was caught by Dian Wei. Lu Zhang, you coward! Let go of me and fight me for 300 rounds. Zhang Bao bound, continued to curse at Lu Zhang. Smack! Dian Wei slapped Zhang Bao, causing him to see stars. You brat, dare not behave yourself? Do you believe I'll knock out all your teeth? Zhang Bao looked at the fierce Dian Wei, scared into silence. He had no doubt about Dian Wei's threat. Lu Zhang sat on his horse, looking down at Zhang Bao kneeling on the ground. Save your breath. You can't insult me. I won't be angry if you curse me. You. Zhang Bao's face turned red. He couldn't understand how there could be such shameless people in the world. Do you not know that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall? I guess you don't know that people like you, rebels, have never read the classics. Lu Zhang brushed the dust off his armor, his tone extremely disdainful. Take them away. Guard them well. Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang were taken back to the city by soldiers. Zhao Yun and the others approached Lu Zhang and bowed in unison. Congratulations, Lord, on pacifying the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Lu Zhang nodded with a smile. Finally, the situation was settled. The Yellow Turbans would not be subdued immediately. But now that the leaders have been eliminated, the remaining forces would not pose much of a threat. Lord, the Yellow Turban Army has fled mostly. Shall we pursue them? No need. Instruct the soldiers to clean the battlefield and treat the wounded. We just need to wait for Huang Fusang to arrive and hand over the army to him. Then we can return to Luoyang. Understood. By the way, notify the city to arrange a victory banquet tonight. Let the soldiers celebrate. Lord is wise. That night, the city of Guangzhou was filled with laughter and joy, with songs and dances. From Lu Zhang down to the ordinary soldiers, everyone completely relaxed. The main force of the Yellow Turbans had finally been exterminated, and the rebel leaders Zhang Jiao and his brothers were all captured. After nearly a year, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. With the tense atmosphere lifted, everyone drank to their heart's content. 7 days later, Huang Fusang slowly arrived with the army. Just after crossing the Yellow River, he heard that Lu Zhang had captured Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang alive and had dealt a heavy blow to the Yellow Turbans. So he no longer rushed his march. General Huang Fu, I entrust this matter of war to you. Lu Zhang saluted Huang Fusang. They were already familiar with each other. Huang Fusang looked at Lu Zhang before him and couldn't help but marvel. The first time they met, Lu Zhang had devised a plan to burn the Yellow Turbans and had achieved great success. Unexpectedly, upon their next meeting, Lu Zhang had first killed Zhang Jiao and then captured Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang. Huang Fusang couldn't help but sigh. Truly the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. originally wanting to keep Liu Zhang for a few more days. Alas, the court urgently summoned him to escort the two rebels back to the capital. Official business is urgent. Liu Zhang did not want to stay longer. He had concerns in Luoyang. Although the yellow turbans in Hebei had lost their strength, many small thieves still caused chaos, and he hoped General Huangfu would continue to eliminate them. "This is my duty." Huangfu Song nodded seriously, his expression solemn, as if promising Liu Zhang. "Then I will trouble General Huangfu. The road to Luoyang is long. Does General Liu intend to bring only cavalry?" Huangfu Song greatly appreciated Liu Zhang's lack of greed for power. By rights, he was still the acting Zhonglong general, and it would be understandable to bring some troops back. Liu Zhang smiled inwardly. He certainly would not covet such things. After returning this time, he would surely be relieved of his post as Zhonglong general. Rather than have his military power taken away in Luoyang, it was better to give it to Huangfu Song. "Ha ha! I am the cavalry lieutenant appointed by His Majesty, so I can only lead cavalry. I must also thank the general for allocating me these war horses, allowing me to gather 5,000. Huangfu Song frowned and waved his hand repeatedly, not taking the word acting hard at all. "General Liu is currently the Zhonglong general. My Zhonglong general is acting for Dongzhou. After returning to the capital, I will report back to His Majesty." "General Huangfu, I have something to say. Not sure if I should." "General Liu, please speak freely." Liu Zhang pondered for a moment, still hesitating on whether to say it. Historically, Huangfu Song had executed countless yellow turban soldiers and built the capital's defense. Liu Zhang was very averse to this matter, but he couldn't command Huangfu Song. "Forget it. Let me contribute a little for the people." Liu Zhang sighed inwardly, taking the risk of offending Huangfu Song to speak. "Previously, we captured tens of thousands of yellow turban thieves. I thought that the yellow turban thieves were just poor common people misled by the Zhang brothers. If educated, they should not be sentenced to death. What does the general think?" Huangfu Song's expression froze for a moment, and he suddenly looked displeased. As expected, Liu Zhang's thoughts were correct. Huangfu Song strongly disagreed with this viewpoint. In his eyes, the yellow turban thieves deserved to die. "I will consider it." Huangfu Song did not directly explode in anger. After all, Liu Zhang had done him a favor and had great merit in pacifying the yellow turbans. "Then, I will take my leave. Take care, General Huangfu." Huangfu Song cupped his hands in salute. "Take care, General Liu." Not long after, Liu Zhang led 5,000 cavalry and gradually disappeared from Huangfu Song's sight. Huangfu Song looked at the direction Liu Zhang was leaving and revealed a cold smile. "Oomph. A child's perspective." Chapter 86. He Jin earned everyone's respect after more than 10 days of trekking. Liu Zhang and the others finally saw the city walls of Luoyang. However, the misfortune of Jizhou soon reached Liu Zhang's army. "Master, how could Huangfu Song be so vicious? 80,000 people, a full 80,000. Did he massacre them all?" Zhao Yun was extremely furious, his body shaking with rage. Huang Zhong and Taisher Ci remained silent, clearly disagreeing with this outcome. "This butcher. No wonder he won't have a good end." Liu Zhang's face darkened as he continuously cursed Huangfu Song in his heart. Huangfu Song repeated the historical atrocities, slaughtering the yellow turban soldiers and stacking their skulls to forge the capital monument. It's a pity that the master pleaded for him before leaving. This old thief actually dared to do this. Doesn't he fear retribution? Liu Zhang's expression was exceptionally grim, and after a long while, he shook his head at Dianwei. "It's because we are not strong enough to influence others. Only when we are strong enough that no one dares to defy us can we truly save the common people." Liu Zhang's words made Huang Zhong pause slightly, and he couldn't help but be astonished. This statement from the master is tantamount to treason. To have no one dare to oppose him is a right not exclusive to just one position, right? Dianwei, however, did not think so and boldly said, "Then we will help the master become strong enough that no one dares to oppose him." Taisher Ci and Zhao Yun remained silent, their faces filled with contemplation. This question came rather suddenly, catching them completely off guard. The issue was too sharp, akin to a choice between the emperor and Liu Zhang. They could only pledge loyalty to one person. After a long while, Huang Zhong, Taisher Ci, and Zhao Yun exchanged glances and simultaneously cupped their hands toward Lu Zhang. "We are here to follow the master." Their tone was exceptionally firm, clearly having made a decision in their hearts. It was natural for them to make this decision. Huang Zhong had received great favor from Lu Zhang and had been with him for over 10 years. Taisher Ci was a filial person, whose mother had always been cared for by Lu Zhang, and they had gone through many hardships together, so there was no need to elaborate. Dian Wei was even simpler. He had not thought that much and had long hated the current court. It was believed that Dian Wei absolutely did not care about changing dynasties. Zhao Yun, however, was more conflicted. Although he came from a farming background, his loyalty to the monarch was deeply ingrained. Fortunately, Zhao Yun was not blindly loyal. At least it seemed Lu Zhang was wise at present. Ultimately, it was because Lu Zhang was the enlightened ruler in their hearts, the worthy talent they had been searching for. Without Lu Zhang, what would they be doing now? No one could say for sure. Ha 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 ha. Lu Zhang was very happy. He felt that he had truly won the trust of these four men, and his efforts were not in vain. We seem like ruler and subjects, but in reality, we are brothers. There is no need for excessive formality. At this moment, a group of people came out from the Luoyang gate, led by a young yellow-clad attendant who quickly walked up to Lu Zhang. "Is this the great Lord Lu Zhang, the Zhonglong general?" Lu Zhang nodded and replied, "It is I, great Lord Lu. His Majesty is in the morning court and knows that you have returned to Luoyang today. He has ordered me to wait here for you and take you into the palace." Han Sheng arranged for the soldiers to settle in the main camp. Escort the two Zhangs to the Luoyang command post. Then wait for me to return to my residence. After everything was settled, Lu Zhang smiled at the young attendant. "Let us go." The young attendant was somewhat flattered and quickly bowed. "Please, General." The young attendant skillfully led Lu Zhang to the entrance of the main hall, where the morning court was in session. Lu Zhang took off his shoes, removed his sword, and stood before the hall waiting for the summons from Lingdi. "Announce Lu Zhang to enter the hall." A loud voice echoed in Lu Zhang's ears. Lu Zhang quickly adjusted his attire, bowed his head, and hurried into the center of the hall, kneeling to pay his respects. "Long live our emperor." Hearing Lu Zhang's call, the ministers couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. This Lu Zhang really knows how to flatter. In recent days, Lu Hong was in a very good mood. The Yellow Turban Rebellion had been quelled, Zhang Jiao and his brothers had all been executed, and only small groups of rebels remained, unable to pose a real threat. The greatest contributor to pacifying the Yellow Turbans was Lu Zhang, a scion of the Lu family personally promoted by Lu Hong. "Minister, rise." Lu Hong's tone was very gentle, as if Lu Zhang was a gift from heaven. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Zhang quickly rose and respectfully looked at Lu Hong, waiting for him to speak. Lu Hong found Lu Zhang increasingly pleasing to the eye. How could this young man be so outstanding? Thinking back to his wise decision to send Lu Zhang to combat the Yellow Turbans, he felt a sense of admiration for himself. "Minister, you have worked hard." Lu Zhang hurriedly bowed again. "Serving Your Majesty, I do not find it hard." "Ha, good." Lu Hong looked at the ministers and began to boast. "Minister Lu is a member of the Han royal family. He is, after all, my nephew. He is someone I personally promoted. Your Majesty is wise." The ministers all bowed in unison, shouting loudly, "Ha ha 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 ha." Lu Hong's face instantly glowed with joy, breathing a bit heavily, as if his blood pressure had risen. He always welcomed flattery from his ministers, regardless of its truth, and accepted it all. "Your Majesty." At this moment, He Jin stood up, cupping his hands in salute to Lu Hong. "I report to Your Majesty that previously, in order to take over the military command from Dong Zhuo, Lu Zhang temporarily held the position of Zhonglong general. Now that the Yellow Turbans have been pacified, I wonder if he can be restored to his original position." As soon as He Jin said this, all the ministers were stunned, and everyone was impressed by He Jin. How great of a merit had Lu Zhang achieved? Without needing to say, everyone knew in their hearts. He had beheaded Bo Kai, slain Zhang Jiao, and captured Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang alive. The absolute first merit in breaking the Yellow Turbans. Moreover, he had directly saved He Jin's generals, Huang Fusong, Zhu Jun, and Lu Ji. Without Lu Zhang, could the Yellow Turban army have been so swiftly defeated? Lu Hong had just praised Lu Zhang, which in fact also praised his own insight in recognizing talent. Now that Liu Zhang had just returned to court, he was still escorting the two bandit leaders, Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang. "What are you doing, He Jin? Not only did you not mention rewards, but you also impatiently sought to strip Liu Zhang of the position of Zhonglong General, which was only temporary. Not only did you slap your own face, but you also slapped Liu Hong's face." He Jin's intentions were too obvious. He feared Liu Hong's people would gain power. Although Liu Hong was indulgent, he was well aware of everything in the officialdom. "Good, He Jin, you fear that my royal family will gain power." However, due to He Jin's current power, Liu Hong did not directly explode with anger, instead giving a glance to Zhang Rang beside him. Zhang Rang immediately understood. He was Liu Hong's confidant, and he knew what Liu Hong wanted without needing to be told. The Grand General is truly fair. Huang Fusong and the others have not achieved any merit, yet they are praised to the heavens and even promoted. Now, General Liu first beheaded Bo Kai and saved Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun at Changsha, then defeated Zhang Jiao and saved Liu Ji in Hebei. He has also fought through Jizhou for thousands of miles, and no one knows how many Yellow Turban rebels he has slain. General Liu beheaded Zhang Jiao and captured Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang alive. Such great merit. And instead of rewarding him, you wanted to demote him? The more Zhang Rang spoke, the more excited he became, gesturing wildly as if he had suffered a great injustice. Liu Hong looked at Zhang Rang with satisfaction, truly understanding him too well. Seeing Liu Hong's grim expression, He Jin's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. "It's over. I was too impulsive." Chapter 87. General, open the office. "Damn Suyu, forcing me to take back Liu Zhang's position as the Zhonglong General. How could I have believed his words?" He Jin was filled with regret, wondering how he could have been so foolish. Liu Hong narrowed his eyes at He Jin, already deciding to reprimand this Grand General again. "I remember not long ago when Liu Ji faced difficulties in his campaign. The Grand General was quite righteous in speaking up for Liu Ji. Now that Liu Zhang has achieved such great merit, it's one thing for the Grand General not to ask for rewards on his behalf, but why is he so intent on stripping him of his Zhonglong General position? Is this the Grand General's way of doing things? No rewards for merit, no penalties for mistakes? Does the Grand General want me to be an incompetent ruler who cannot distinguish between rewards and punishments?" Liu Hong's last few words were exceptionally severe, and in his anger, he stood up. The ministers knew that Liu Hong was truly furious. He Jin did not expect Liu Hong to be this angry, and he immediately knelt down. "Your Majesty, I do not mean it that way. Please see it clearly." "Humph." Liu Hong snorted heavily and slowly sat back down. He couldn't really punish He Jin for this matter, so he could only give him a warning. "Your Majesty." Just as the atmosphere in the hall became tense, Liu Zhang spoke up. Liu Zhang first bowed to Liu Hong and then said something that shocked everyone. "Your Majesty, I believe the Grand General is not entirely wrong." Everyone stared at Liu Zhang in astonishment, filled with confusion. What is going on today? Is He Jin foolish? And now Liu Zhang is foolish too? It is well known that He Jin is as stupid as a pig. He originally came from a butcher's background and relied on Empress he to seize the position of Grand General. Liu Zhang is different. Everyone in the upper echelons knows his talents, having been called a child prodigy since childhood, capable of articulating fluently. The recent Yellow Turban Rebellion also proved his military talents, making him the most dazzling new star of the Han Dynasty. The ministers already saw that Liu Hong was using this opportunity to suppress He Jin, and no one dared to speak up for him. Unexpectedly, Liu Zhang spoke up himself and made a shocking statement. Liu Zhang looked at the slightly angry Liu Hong and bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, I am still young and have no great abilities. My success in pacifying the Yellow Turbans is largely due to Your Majesty's great fortune. Previously, I acted on behalf of General Dong due to an urgent situation. Now that the main forces of the Yellow Turbans have been defeated, my wish has been fulfilled. I do not aspire to be a great general. I only hope to relieve Your Majesty's worries and do my best for the Han Dynasty. I do not wish to disgrace myself as a descendant of Gaozu, as a son of the Liu family." This, no wonder. The ministers immediately understood that Liu Zhang was retreating to advance. Brilliant. This retreat to advance is truly brilliant, placing himself on the moral high ground. In contrast, He Jin was still foolishly giving Liu Zhang a grateful look, becoming a laughingstock among the ministers in the hall. Truly, He Jin's intelligence is worse than that of pigs and dogs. Good, good, good. Liu Hong stood up again, excitedly applauding. Did you hear that? Did you see that? This is the awareness of the descendants of the Liu family. Such a talented individual. Do you think he can just sit at home idle? The ministers exchanged glances, none daring to step forward to speak. After all, agreeing to reward Liu Zhang would directly offend He Jin. Although they did not hold He Jin in high regard, they had to take his power seriously. Your Majesty, in pacifying the Yellow Turban Rebellion, Liu Zhang is undoubtedly the one who deserves the highest merit. If there are no rewards, it may dishearten the soldiers. An elder stepped forward, the first to plead for Liu Zhang's merit. When the ministers saw this elder, their hearts settled, as if they had taken a calming pill, and they all stepped forward to bow. Please, Your Majesty, reward Liu Zhang generously. It was actually Yuan Wei. Liu Hong breathed a sigh of relief. If the ministers did not respond, he would be quite embarrassed. According to the Grand Tutor's opinion, how should the rewards be given? Liu Zhang slightly turned his head to look at Yuan Wei, showing a kind smile to express his gratitude. Yuan Wei had a benevolent appearance, looking like someone who did not contend with the world. But Liu Zhang knew very well that the Yuan family could now be said to have immense power. Yuan Wei responded to Liu Zhang with a kind smile and then bowed to Liu Hong. Your Majesty, without Liu Zhang, is uncertain when the yellow turbans will be quelled. The world does not know when peace would return. With such talent as Liu Zhang, it would be better to grant him the title of general. In the future, whenever there is an urgent military situation, he can lead troops to the rescue. This not only shows that Your Majesty distinguishes between rewards and punishments, but also utilizes Liu Zhang's abilities. I wonder how Your Majesty feels about this? Before Liu Hong could express his opinion, He Jin could not help but speak up. Your Majesty. He Jin's tone was very anxious, as if afraid of missing something. Your Majesty, I also meant this just now. I just did not express it clearly. Oh. Liu Hong was somewhat tired of standing and slowly sat down, looking at He Jin with a smile. The Grand General has this intention too? Your Majesty, that is exactly my meaning. He Jin was afraid Liu Hong would not believe him and repeatedly emphasized it. Since both the Grand Tutor and the Grand General have this intention, I cannot refuse. Liu Hong was truly shrewd. This statement made it seem as if Yuan Wei and He Jin were both insisting on promoting Liu Zhang. Liu Zhang captured and killed the bandit leaders, pacifying the Yellow Turban Rebellion. His contributions are monumental. I have decided. Liu Hong paused for a moment, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. I confer Liu Zhang the title of Rear General, open an office, and promote him to the rank of Wadding Marquis. Liu Zhang's body shook, and disregarding the shock in his heart, he hurriedly knelt down and bowed. I, Liu Zhang, thank Your Majesty for your great kindness. The ministers looked at each other, their eyes filled with astonishment, but no one dared to raise an objection. Many ministers even thought this reward was quite inappropriate. Granting a marquis title was acceptable given such great merits, and making him a rear general was fine, as it could be nominal. But what was most difficult to accept was that he was also allowed to open an office. Opening an office was tantamount to openly opposing He Jin. How old is Liu Zhang? Only in his teens. To put it bluntly, he is still a child who has not yet reached adulthood. Could it be that Liu Hong is confused, relying on a child to confront the current Grand General? Soon, the ministers would realize that this was not the most astonishing part, because Liu Hong had further statements. The original cavalry regiment will still fall under the jurisdiction of the Rear General's office. You may supplement it with 10,000 soldiers, ready to heed my commands at any time. Liu Zhang once again bowed down, his pupils widening in surprise. I will not betray Your Majesty's high expectations. This power is too great. Commanding 10,000 soldiers in Luoyang? This is power that only He Jin possesses. At this moment, He Jin was also dumbfounded. He had just spoken carelessly to avoid being blamed by Liu Hong, not expecting to create a great enemy for himself. Your Majesty is wise. Yuan Wei still had a demeanor of not contending with the world, as if Liu Zhang receiving any reward had nothing to do with him. The crowd was awakened by Yuan Wei's words, and all bowed to Liu Hong. Your Majesty is wise. Liu Hong nodded with a smile. very satisfied with today's outcome. All right, let's end here for today. You all have worked hard. The sound of dismissal echoed, and Lu Hong was the first to leave the hall. Seeing Lu Hong leave, the ministers also departed in an orderly manner. General Liu, please stay. A sharp voice stopped Lu Zhang, who was about to leave. It was actually Lord Zhang. Seeing that it was Zhang Rang, Lu Zhang did not dare to be careless and quickly bowed. General Liu, do not be so polite. I have admired you for a long time. How could I? Lord Zhang has spoken on behalf of justice many times, and I am extremely grateful. Zhang Rang smiled at Lu Zhang, and this attitude made him feel very comfortable. I also cannot stand that butcher repeatedly humiliating the general. Lord Zhang's kindness. Lu Zhang remembers in his heart. Lu Zhang knew that Zhang Rang was greedy for wealth, and hurriedly hinted that he would not treat him unfairly. As expected, upon hearing this, Zhang Rang's face immediately lit up with joy. General Liu is too polite. By the way, the emperor has summoned you. Please follow me. Please lead the way, my lord. Just as they were about to leave, Lu Zhang saw his father looking at him with an expression of uncertainty. Please wait a moment. I need to greet my father. General, please. Lu Zhang walked up to Lu Yin and bowed. Father, how are you? Lu Yin nodded, but still had a worried look on his face. Is something wrong, father? Seeing Lu Yan's expression, Lu Zhang knew something must have happened and quickly asked. Sai, you go see His Majesty first, and I'll talk to you when you get home. Lu Yan ignored Lu Zhang and left directly. What? Lu Zhang was left with a head full of questions. Why was his father looking so troubled when he himself had just been promoted? General Liu, let's go. After you. Mr. Zhang. Lu Zhang suppressed his confusion. He still needed to meet Lu Hong, who probably had something to discuss with him as well. It should have been an exciting moment, but Lu Zhang felt unusually anxious. Hopefully, nothing bad has happened. Chapter 88. The Ascension of Lu Hong. Lu Hong leaned on the couch, constantly sighing. Attending morning court was still too exhausting for him, especially since he had favored a beauty the night before. Your Majesty, General Lu Zhang is here, waiting outside the hall. Let him in. After a while, Lu Zhang walked in. Just as he was about to kneel, Lu Hong stopped him. Dear nephew, no need for formalities. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Zhang still bowed slightly. Lu Hong glanced at Zhang Rang and said, Rang, you could go attend to your business. Your servant takes his leave. Zhang Rang left quite tactfully, leaving only Lu Hong and Lu Zhang in a room. Lu Zhang knew Lu Hong must have important matters to discuss with him. Dear nephew, please sit. Lu Hong pointed to the side with a gentle smile. Today there are no monarch and subjects. I want to talk to you about my matters. Lu Zhang knelt and sat before Lu Hong, sitting straight and not daring to be disrespectful. The more Lu Hong looked at Lu Zhang, the more he liked him, wishing he were his own child. Dear nephew, you have achieved such great merit this time. I am very gratified. Lu Zhang again clasped his hands in salute, directly attributing the credit to Lu Hong. It is all thanks to your Majesty's majesty and the great fortune of the Han Dynasty that I was able to achieve victory by chance. You are good at everything, but you are too modest. Lu Hong shook his head with a smile, though he was being insincere. If Lu Zhang were not so humble, he would not look so favorably upon him. Do you know about my past? I do not know, Your Majesty. Lu Zhang shook his head, but in reality, he did know that Lu Hong became emperor purely by luck. I was originally the Marquis of Jidu, and normally, it would be impossible for me to ascend to the throne. But Emperor Huan had no heirs, so I was pushed onto the throne. Lu Hong sighed, recalling his past. This emperor of mine has been quite pitiful. At the time of my ascension, the powerful eunuch Do Wu was in control, dominating the court. I was merely a puppet emperor, and I worried daily about my life and safety. Fortunately, officials like Chao Jie and Wang Fu obeyed my orders and removed the Dou clan, allowing me to truly hold power. Lu Zhang quickly offered a compliment. This is also due to your Majesty's wisdom and martial prowess, which allowed loyal ministers to obey your command. Lu Hong surprisingly did not accept the compliment, but waved his hand, sounding a bit despondent. The external clan has been removed, but the families that were suppressed by them have risen to power, resulting in the later powerful clans manipulating the government. That is why I decided to initiate the party proscription. Do you know why I have not dealt with the eunuchs? Lu Zhang pretended not to know. He wanted to see what Lu Hong was really getting at. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty. Lu Hong also liked to pretend he understood everything, and Lu Zhang just happened to satisfy his need. No matter how great the power of the eunuchs, they are still alone and do not pose a threat to the imperial authority. But the external clan and the families are different. They can overthrow the regime. For example, Wang Meng. If it weren't for Emperor Guangwu rising up, our Han dynasty might have already perished. Your Majesty is wise. Although Lu Hong did not welcome flattery, Lu Zhang dared not remain silent and felt he should praise when necessary. Now, with the Yellow Turban Rebellion, I had no choice but to lift the party prescription disaster and appoint He Jin as the Grand General to command the armies of the world. If things had developed normally, he might have been another Dou Wu. Fortunately, you, Lu Zhang, emerged, and with your own strength, you cut down the Yellow Turban leader, preventing He Jin from monopolizing power. Lu Hong looked at Lu Zhang with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. I believe that even without me, Your Majesty can still keep He Jin in check. Lu Zhang knew that in front of Lu Hong, he had to lower his stance, making Lu Hong feel that he could control everything. Lu Hong clearly appreciated it, laughing heartily. Indeed, but you have saved me a lot of trouble. It is an honor for me to share Your Majesty's burdens. Lu Zhang praised, but inside he was quite disdainful. Lu Hong was not worried about He Jin. He was concerned about his own purse. Lu Zhang knew very well that in the future, Lu Hong set up the 8 schools of the West Garden to divide He Jin's military power. Spending his own money to supply tens of thousands of soldiers was what Lu Hong found most difficult. He truly did not understand how a ruler could be so greedy. I grant you the authority to establish a government office to keep you independent of He Jin's Grand General's office. Here it comes. The main topic is about to begin. Lu Zhang knew that the following words were the main topic, so he quickly stood up and bowed. I will surely follow Your Majesty's lead and will not be influenced by any forces. Get up. You are a member of the royal family, so I'm naturally at ease. Lu Hong was satisfied with the answer and felt much more relaxed. I have one more matter and would like to hear your opinion. Please, Your Majesty. I have 2 princes. Prince Bian is the eldest son born of Empress He, while Prince Xie is a son born of Lady Wang, who is a concubine. Prince Xie is intelligent, and I am very fond of him. But the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children leaves me helpless regarding the successor. What do you think? Lu Zhang's face froze. He dared not comment on such matters lightly. This is Your Majesty's family matter. How can I dare to say more? The heir is a national matter. You can speak freely. Since that is the case, I will take the liberty to speak. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Lu Hong stared into Lu Zhang's eyes, and Lu Zhang's answer would prove whether he could become Lu Hong's confidant. I, Lu Zhang, have read the teachings of sages since childhood and naturally understand the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate. Our Han dynasty values Confucianism. I have studied Confucianism from a young age, even learning from the great scholar Zheng Xian. The thought of loyalty to the monarch has been deeply ingrained in me. Whatever Your Majesty says is what I, Lu Zhang, think. If Your Majesty believes Prince Xie is more suitable, then I will support Prince Xie. Good. Lu Hong smiled very happily. He was very satisfied with this answer. He desperately needed a strong external ally, and Lu Zhang was simply a gift from heaven to him. My dear minister, you may not know, but Lady Wang has already been poisoned to death by Empress He. That venomous woman. Seeing Lu Hong's fierce expression, Lu Zhang did not speak. He could not comment on the mother of the nation. In the future, you only need to obey my orders. If there is anything, I will support you. Lu Zhang stood up again and bowed down to the ground. Whatever Your Majesty commands, I will go through fire and water, and I will not hesitate to die. Lu Hong was feeling a bit tired of sitting, so he stood up and helped Lu Zhang up. Dear nephew, there is no need for such formality. Today I am just chatting casually. By the way, I have a daughter of the same age as you, named Princess Wanyan. I intend to betroth her to you. What do you think? Huh? Lu Hong slightly frowned. Lu Zhang's reaction was too great, wasn't it? Thank you for Your Majesty's kindness, but I am already engaged. Oh, someone has gotten ahead of me. Whose daughter is it? Your Majesty, it is Kai Yong's daughter, Kai Yan. Lu Hong was taken aback, thinking of Kai Yong, and couldn't help but chuckle. So it's the daughter of that old, stubborn man. Then let us discuss this matter later. I'm a bit tired. If you have nothing else, you may leave. Your Majesty, I have one matter. I must trouble you. Lu Zhang looked at Lu Hong seriously. This matter was quite important to him, and he had to get Lu Hong's agreement. What is it? Lu Hong felt a bit worried. Lu Zhang wouldn't be asking him for money, would he? I previously befriended the Yellow Gate attendant Sun Yu, who serves as an advisor in the Grand General's office. I would like to ask your majesty to transfer Sun Yu to my office. Granted. Lu Hong immediately sighed in relief, agreeing without a second thought. As long as he wasn't asked for money, anything was negotiable. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. Lu Zhang was overjoyed with his current status. He should be enough to attract Sun Yu. All right, you may go. Your servant takes his leave. Chapter 89. Lu Zhang will marry no one but Yin'er on the way home. Lu Zhang's mouth had not closed since he received the news. The rewards were too great. They exceeded Lu Zhang's expectations. He never even imagined he would receive such a significant reward. Lu Zhang was smiling all the way, constantly reminding himself to stay calm. But he couldn't settle down. Breathe. Stay calm. Don't lose your mind. Alas, it seems I still can't remain unperturbed when faced with a mountain collapsing before me. I'm still far from that. Lu Zhang had aspired since childhood to keep his emotions hidden, but he had not achieved that until now. This reward was like a commoner inheriting trillions in assets, or a low-ranking soldier being promoted to a 5-star general. Not to mention Lu Zhang. No one could remain calm. Lu Zhang thought that this achievement would surely elevate his rank, at most grant him a minor general title. He never expected to be directly appointed as the rear general, and granted the power to open a government. Rear general, the power to open a government. This meant Lu Zhang could recruit talents and appoint officials. For Lu Zhang now, this kindness was beyond description. Soon, the plaque of the Lu residence appeared in Lu Zhang's sight, and he suddenly remembered the expression on his father's face before he passed away. It seemed something must have happened at home. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have looked so strange. Lu Zhang suppressed this thought in his heart. To him, nothing mattered now. Congratulations, my lord, on your promotion to rear general. Huang Zhong and the others welcomed him at the gate. They already knew about Lu Zhang's reward, and their joy was no less than Lu Zhang's. The higher Lu Zhang's position, the more glory it brought to them. Ha. Seeing the four of them, Lu Zhang felt even more joyful. Now, he had soldiers and generals at his command. He held a high position and had the emperor's trust. Without you all, how could I, Lu Zhang, have today? Huang Zhong felt deeply moved, recalling the first time he met Lu Zhang when he was still a young boy. My lord is too humble without your strategies. How could we have captured Zhang Jiao and his brothers? Lu Zhang nodded with a smile. At this moment, he didn't need to be overly modest anymore. I have been appointed as rear general and granted the power to open a government. You four are all my lieutenants, each in charge of different armies. Thank you, my lord. Although the four had an inkling of this, they were still overjoyed to hear Lu Zhang's promise. They never imagined that after less than a year of following Lu Zhang in a battle, they had already reached the rank of lieutenant. This was a height that most people could not reach in a lifetime, especially for Dian Wei and Zhao Yun, who were both genuine farmers. They should have been living with the land, but because Lu Zhang recognized their talents, they were able to fully display their abilities. You are all my brothers in life and death. No need for excessive courtesy. I will arrange your specific positions later. Yes. At this moment, a servant approached Lu Zhang and whispered in his ear, Young master, there is someone outside requesting an audience, claiming to be Jia Su from Wuwei. What? Zisu? Lu Zhang exclaimed, shocked. This news was too shocking. What he needed most now was a strategist. The servant was slightly startled, not expecting Lu Zhang to react so strongly, and hurried to confirm again. Yes, young master, the visitor claims to be Jia Su. I will go welcome him. After saying that, Lu Zhang hurriedly ran outside, with Huang Zhong and the others following closely behind. Lu Zhang reached the gate in just a few breaths, and what came into view was a scholar-like figure. He was about 8 feet tall, with an imposing demeanor and a fierce look in his eyes. Although Jia Su was nearly 40, he still exuded vigor. Lu Zhang took a deep breath, walked up to Jia Su, and cupped his hands in salute. But before Jia Su, seeing the visitor's strong stature and the 4 fierce warriors following him, Jia Su understood immediately and bowed deeply. I, Zhao Wenhe, pay my respects to Lu Zhonglong. Lu Zhang stepped forward to help Jia Su up, revealing a friendly smile. When Li Ru sent the letter, I was still serving as a cavalry lieutenant. How did you know I was acting as Zhonglong now? The Zhonglong has captured Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang alive and exterminated the yellow turbans. Now, who in the world does not know? Jia Su responded with a smile and complimented Lu Zhang a few times. Dian Wei, seeing that Jia Su was still unaware of Lu Zhang's current status, looked at Jia Su with pride. My lord is now the rear general. Jia Su's pupils constricted, and he was greatly shocked. How old is Lu Zhang? He has actually risen to the position of rear general. I was unaware. I hope the rear general will forgive me. Lu Zhang shot a glare at Dian Wei and helped Jia Su, who was bowing. Sir, please do not be overly formal. This fellow just has a big mouth. Please come inside to rest. I will discuss matters with you in detail another day. Thank you, Rear General. Lu Zhang arranged for a servant to take Jia Su to stay in the residence. He already had a plan in mind. He would wait for Sun Yu to arrive and then capture both of them at once. You all should go rest as well. You have been fighting for a long time and have never relaxed. Now you can take a good break. Yes. The four cupped their hands and took their leave, each going their own way. This year, they hadn't had much sleep, always entangled with the yellow turbans. Now that they finally had leisure, it was time to rest well and take a few days off. Lu Zhang really wanted to check today's almanac to see what a good day it was to have double happiness. Not only was he promoted, but a strategist also came to him. Although Jia Su had not yet pledged allegiance, Lu Zhang was very confident in winning him over. He knew Jia Su's weakness. Should I go to my father first or to Yen'er? Lu Zhang stood at the door, conflicted. He had long wanted to meet the woman in his heart, but he had a moment's peace since entering the city. Forget it. I'll go to my father first and see what is going on. Otherwise, once I get to Yen'er, I want to leave. Suppressing his longing for Kai Yin, Lu Zhang went directly to Lu Yan's study. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Zhang gently knocked on the door. No matter what, he couldn't just push the door open. Guomin. With Lu Yan's confirmation, Lu Zhang pushed the door open. Father. Lu Yan forced a smile, looking at Lu Zhang with appreciation. No need for excessive courtesy. I didn't expect Zhang to be so skilled in military strategy. The Zhang Jiao brothers have all perished at your hands. Luck played a large part, and with the soldiers risking their lives, I was able to achieve this merit. Victory without arrogance, not bad. Lu Yan felt somewhat relieved. He had thought that Lu Zhang, having achieved such great merit, would inevitably become arrogant. Seeing his son remain humble as always, Lu Yan also retracted his admonition. You don't need to underestimate yourself. Your talent is recognized by all. Lu Yan had a worried expression, not knowing what had troubled him so much. Lu Yan was slightly taken aback and suddenly fell silent. How should I tell him? Forget it. I'll keep it from him for now. It's nothing. Your father just feels a bit unwell. Then father must take more rest. Lu Zhang frowned slightly. Lu Yan's response made him not fully believe it. He always felt something was off. Lu Yan also noticed Lu Zhang's and quickly changed the subject. What does His Majesty want with you? Father, His Majesty wants to betroth the princess of Wanyuan to me. But I refused. Lu Zhang did not elaborate. Many things only needed to be known by him. Lu Yan's eyes kept darting around, as if he had discovered a new continent. This is not impossible. Why did you refuse directly? What? Lu Zhang looked at Lu Yan in surprise. His face filled with confusion. Father, what about Yen'er if I agree? He still remembered that before he set out, Lu Yan personally told him to propose to Kai Yong. Ahem. Lu Yan coughed lightly, patted Lu Zhang's shoulder, and said earnestly, Zheng, the princess of Wanyuan is greatly favored by His Majesty. If you marry her, your future path will be much smoother. You originally had the title of a royal relative of the Han dynasty. And if you were to add the identity of a prince consort, your future would. Father. Lu Zhang directly interrupted Lu Yan, his tone very agitated. I have already made a lifelong promise with Yen'er. A man of honor must keep his word. How can I go back on it? I, Lu Zhang, will marry no one but Yen'er in this life. Chapter 90. Jia Su also has times he can't understand how outrageous. Lu Yan slammed the table, instantly filled with rage. He walked up to Lu Zhang and pointed at him with a trembling hand. You. Lu Zhang looked at Lu Yan in disbelief, his heart filled with even more questions. What's going on? I merely refused to marry the princess of Wanyin, and the emperor hasn't even gotten angry yet. But my father has exploded first? Father, as a man, I, Liu Zhang, will rely on my own abilities to serve the country. How can I depend on a woman? Liu Yan's expression twisted together, and after a long time, he sighed. Ah, Zhang, I'm also doing this for your own good. Why don't you understand? Father, I know this, but my feelings for Yenner are deep and unwavering, unshakable. Liu Yan's heart sank. This kid is too stubborn. Let's discuss this matter again later. By the way, you are now in a high position, yet you have not reached the age of adulthood, which inevitably leads to a loss of propriety. A man should reach adulthood by the age of 20, but your status is special. I will find a day to help you reach adulthood early. Seeing the atmosphere relax, Liu Zhang dared not bring up the old matter again and quickly bowed to Liu Yan. Thank you, father. Liu Yan nodded, suppressing his inner frustration. After you reach adulthood, move to the general's mansion. Understood. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Liu Zhang didn't want to stay any longer and proposed to take his leave. Go ahead. Just as Liu Zhang reached the door, Liu Yan's voice came. By the way, Cayenne has been taken away by her father. Taken away? When did this happen? Liu Zhang stopped in his tracks, looking at Liu Yan in confusion. A month ago, they returned to their hometown in Chenlu. Got it. Liu Zhang spoke plainly, feeling a sense of emptiness in his heart, always feeling like he had lost something. He had thought he would see the woman he admired soon, but unexpectedly, she was not in the mansion. If I had known, I would have stopped by Chenlu for a while. It doesn't matter. She will return sooner or later. Liu Zhang lifted his spirits, seeing Cayenne was just a matter of time, and he could wait. 3 days later, Liu Hong finally issued an order to transfer the Yellow Gate attendant Sun Yu to the general's mansion. When Sun Yu received the transfer order, He Jin pretended to be reluctant, showing a posture of parting with great reluctance. Sun Yu, who had been thinking about this for a long time, finally came knocking. Liu Zhang personally welcomed him at the door. Seeing Liu Zhang come to greet him, Sun Yu quickly stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, later general. Brother, why did you arrive so late? Liu Zhang feigned anger, blaming Sun Yu for arriving too late. I received the transfer order and rushed over without daring to delay for even a moment. Sun Yu also pretended to be frightened. The two were truly dramatic. Ha 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 ha. Liu Zhang stepped forward, grasping Sun Yu's hand, trembling constantly. My foolish brother has been waiting for you for a long time, like a drought yearning for rain, like an infant longing for parents. Liu Zhang's metaphor was too flattering, making Sun Yu feel quite anxious. Thank you for your kindness, later general. Ah, brother, why such courtesy? Although we are not brothers by blood, we have the feelings of brothers. Sun Yu nodded incessantly, his eyes filled with joy. Etiquette must not be neglected. I understand in my heart. Sun brother, please come inside. Liu Zhang pulled Sun Yu inside, tightly holding his hand, occasionally smiling at him. Sun Yu did not struggle and followed Liu Zhang into the mansion. To him, this was a display of a good relationship. Jia Su had already been staying in Liu's mansion for 3 days. During these 3 days, Liu Zhang visited many times, each time just to check if he was comfortable and if he had any needs, without mentioning any other matters. Even someone as clever as Jia Su was puzzled. Had Liu Zhang traveled a long way to invite him just for good food and drink? He really didn't know what the later general's intentions were. Jia Su couldn't help but mutter to himself. For now, he could only observe the changes. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. Mr. Jia, are you available? It was Liu Zhang. Upon hearing Liu Zhang's voice, Jia Su quickly got up to open the door. Mr. Jia, can we talk in the study? Jia Su nodded in agreement. Finally, the curtain was about to be lifted. After entering the study, Sun Yu was already waiting for the two inside. Sun Yu quickly stood up to greet them and bowed to Jia Su. After Liu Zhang saw the two greet each other, he began to introduce them. Sun brother, this is Jia Su Jiawenha. Liu Zhang first introduced Jia Su to Sun Yu. He is from Wuwei Guzong, a rare talent in the world. Previously, I killed Zhang Jiao and share the credit with Dong Zhua. Li Ru then agreed to introduce this gentleman to me. Jia Su continuously waved his hands, rejecting Liu Zhang's praise. How could I have the talents that the general speaks of? I am merely an ordinary person. Jia Su's face was expressionless, but his heart was quite shocked. Liu Zhang actually used such a great favor to bring him here. No wonder Li Ru mentioned it multiple times in his letter. Mister, Jia, this is Sun Yu, Sun Gongda, from the Sun family in Yingchuan. He was previously the Yellow Gate attendant, and I insisted on requesting him from the emperor. Lu Zhang extended his hand towards Sun Yu. Compared to Jia Su, he knew more about Sun Yu. Brother Gongda's talent is also not to be underestimated. Although my friendship with Brother Gongda is short, we are already close friends. The later general flatters me. How could I be as formidable as the general says? Sun Yu, like Jia Su, humbly denied his own talents. In fact, Jia Su and Sun Yu were of the same kind. Jia Su excelled in hiding his light and nurturing obscurity, while Sun Yu appeared foolish on the outside but was wise on the inside. Both were deep and concealed. If it weren't for Lu Zhang's familiarity with history, he would never have been able to see their talents in governance. Please, both gentlemen, have a seat. The three sat down according to their status, and Lu Zhang personally poured 3 cups of tea. I feel fortunate to meet both gentlemen and am deeply honored. Today, I toast you both with tea instead of wine. Cheers! Jia Su and Sun Yu raised their teacups in response, toasting Lu Zhang. Thank you, General. Cheers! The 3 drank it all in one go, and Lu Zhang filled the teacups again. Both gentlemen are wise individuals, so I won't show off here. I'll speak straightforwardly. Jia Su and Sun Yu immediately focused and listened carefully to Lu Zhang's intentions. Lu Zhang put away his smile and replaced it with a serious expression. The world is in chaos now. It took me a year to eliminate the yellow turban thieves, Zhang Jiao and his brothers. Because of this great achievement, I was appointed as the later general by the emperor and given the authority to open a mansion. I wish for Gongda to take on the role of chief clerk and for Mr. Jia to take on the role of long historian. I wonder if both of you would be willing to lower yourselves? After finishing, Lu Zhang stared intently at the two, waiting for their response. Sun Yu slightly lowered his head and couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. The emperor has transferred me to the general's mansion. How could I dare to refuse? Please take care of me in the future. Lu Zhang was not surprised by his Sun Yu's reaction. After all, he had come today as if reporting to him. However, this did not count as loyalty. Lu Hong could still transfer him away in the future. Jia Su did not pay attention to Sun Yu's answer, but bowed to Lu Zhang. Thank you for your kindness, General, but Jia Su is lacking in talent and cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. I fear I would let down the general's high expectations. Jia Su's response still did not surprise Lu Zhang. If Jia Su had agreed outright, that would have shocked Lu Zhang. Mr. Jia has great talent. Why must you belittle yourself? Is the position of long historian not worthy of your attention? Jia Su merely shook his head slightly, saying nothing. Sun Yu was quite surprised by Jia Su's refusal. In his view, Jia Su should have had no reason to refuse. Lu Zhang had brought him here with such great favor, personally received him, and directly offered him the high position of long historian, which was already a great display of respect for talent. Moreover, Lu Zhang was both a hero and a rare wise ruler. Seeing Jia Su silent, Lu Zhang turned his head to Sun Yu. Brother Gongda, if one day I leave Luoyang and go elsewhere, would you be willing to accompany me? Sun Yu looked at Lu Zhang with some surprise, not quite understanding what Lu Zhang meant. What did the general mean by this? Lu Zhang took a deep breath, feeling that it was time to be frank. Both of them were so intelligent. If he didn't make it clear, they would inevitably ask knowingly. Both of you are not ordinary people, so I will speak plainly. Although the world seems calm now, it is actually turbulent beneath the surface with hidden waves. The main forces of the Yellow Turbans have been eradicated, but rebellions by the Yellow Turbans continue to erupt in various regions. They're just smaller in scale and no longer attract the attention of the court. After a year of warfare, the court's finances are in deficit, and there is no capacity to send troops from the central government. With the central government no longer sending troops, it will inevitably lead various states and counties to clear out the rebels on their own, thus relinquishing many powers. Seeing that both of them remained silent, Lu Zhang turned to Jia Su. Mr. Jia, has Beigong Boy rebelled? As soon as these words were spoken, Jia Su's expression changed dramatically. How does the general know about this? Chapter 91. The schemer, Jia Su. Sun Yu's shock far exceeded that of Jia Su. He had been completely unaware of this matter while at the Grand General's residence. However, judging by Jia Su's reaction, Sun Yu estimated that this matter was most likely true. What a troublesome time it is. The Yellow Turban Rebellion has just been quelled, and now there are troubles in the northwest. Facing the shocked expressions of the two, Liu Zhang showed no signs of pride, but rather felt even more sorrowful. The northern palace's Bo Yu was just the beginning. There would be successive rebellions across various regions. Do you know why His Majesty has given me such great power? Jia Su and Sun Yu still did not respond, but both shook their heads in unison. Liu Zhang didn't care whether they truly didn't know or were pretending not to know. He directly began to explain. First, since Emperor Liu Wu's ascension to the throne, he has been very aware of the dangers posed by the power of the maternal relatives to the imperial authority, and he specifically promoted me to counter He Jin. Second, His Majesty favors Prince Xie and wishes for him to ascend the throne. However, Prince Bian is the legitimate eldest son and is backed by Empress He and Grand General He Jin. Even so, His Majesty still intends to depose the legitimate heir in favor of the younger one. Jia Su and Sun Yu furrowed their brows. They could guess that Liu Zhang was promoted to counter He Jin, but they absolutely did not expect that Liu Hong wanted to depose the legitimate heir. Liu Zhang did not pause at all, giving them no time to digest this information. Both were men of strategy. Now the Han dynasty faced internal chaos from the remnants of the Yellow Turbans and external invasions from foreign tribes. In the court, the eunuchs and maternal relatives were constantly fighting, and His Majesty not only did not intervene, but instead watched both sides engage in a deadly struggle, causing continuous internal strife. Prince Bian is benevolent and has not lost his virtue, yet His Majesty intends to depose the legitimate heir simply out of personal favoritism. In such a Han dynasty, do you think can last long? In my view, it is time for its destruction. What? The two were greatly shocked. Liu Zhang actually spoke such rebellious words. Jia Su appeared much calmer than Sun Yu, whose thoughts were all written on his face. Generals should not speak recklessly. Beware of disaster coming from your words. Liu Zhang smiled at Sun Yu, signaling him not to be nervous. There are no outsiders here. You need not worry. Gongda, let us not even mention the court. Just look at the remnants of the Yellow Turbans within the Han territory. His Majesty will surely issue an edict for each province to recruit troops and suppress them. In this way, each province will inevitably take the opportunity to grow powerful. Everyone will have their own troops and establish themselves. Isn't that digging their own graves? Jia Su looked at Liu Zhang expressionlessly and asked, General's words are too shocking. If this is true, why not remind His Majesty and take precautions early? Liu Zhang smiled wryly, secretly cursing Jia Su for asking a question he already knew the answer to. Now His Majesty values money as life. And since the Yellow Turban Rebellion has not yet been completely quelled, the Western Garden has already begun selling official titles. Truly a great absurdity. How could such a foolish person heed wise counsel? In today's chaotic world, the main responsibility lies with His Majesty. In ancient times during the Qin dynasty, it was said, when the ancestor dragon dies, the world divides. In my view, this saying will soon apply to our Han dynasty. What does the general intend to do? Jia Su was no longer so calm. His eyes were fixed on Liu Zhang, as it seemed Liu Zhang's next answer was very important to him. In the past, Wang Mang usurped the Han, and Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu rose in Nanyang to ultimately pacify the world. Lu Xiu was merely a descendant of Liu Fa, and his father Lu Qin was just a magistrate of Jiang. The current situation is several times more dangerous than Wang Mang's usurpation. While I, Liu Zhang, am far inferior to Emperor Guangwu, I'm also a descendant of the noble Wang Luyu, a legitimate member of the Han family. How can I not turn the tide and support the crumbling building? At this point, Liu Zhang's tone became impassioned. The Central Plains are ravaged by the Yellow Turbans and are already very weary. I want to first take root in Yizhou, then attack Liangzhou, dominate the three auxiliaries, and achieve what Liu Bang did to gain the world. If I can cross into Liang and secure its defenses, I can peacefully negotiate with the various tribes to the west, pacify the Chong and Miao to the south, internally reform governance, and either advance to seize the world and revive the Han family or retreat to rely on the strategic advantage of the three passes to protect our territory. Sun Yu suddenly stood up, glaring at Liu Zhang, and shouted loudly, Liu Zhang, you are plotting rebellion. Liu Zhang, however, was unfazed, smiling as he looked at Sun Yu. Gonda, how am I plotting rebellion? You have already divided the land and established your own territory. Is that not rebellion? Lu Zhang helplessly gestured for Sun Yu to sit down. Brother Gongda, I, Lu Zhang, wish to serve the Son of Heaven to punish the disloyal, not to divide the land. This, Sun Yu was momentarily speechless. Upon hearing Lu Zhang compare himself to Lu Xiu and wanted to occupy states and counties, he had jumped to the conclusion that Lu Zhang wanted to rebel. Brother Gongda, in times of chaos, only strength is most important. If we are to restore the Han family, we must have our own troops and cities. Sun Yu's feelings were quite complex. Lu Zhang's words made sense, but he just couldn't accept it. He was originally a man of strategy and had long since formed his own judgment about the current affairs. Whether Lu Zhang's words were alarmist or not, he had already made his own assessment. After calming Sun Yu, Lu Zhang turned to Jia Su, as he thought Jia Su would be easier to persuade. Mr. Jia, I know you are from the Jia family of Wu Wei, but your situation is similar to that of Brother Gongda. You are both collateral branches of your clans. As far as I know, most of Brother Sun's achievements today rely on his own talents, with little help from the clan. I wonder if you, sir, have family ties? Even if you do, it doesn't matter. Wu Wei is within my plans. You can also bring glory to your family. Lu Zhang's words were filled with sincerity, even considering Jia Su's clan. This resonated with Jia Su, and he couldn't help but nod. The general speaks well. I, Jia Su, am not favored within my clan. Seeing this opportunity, Lu Zhang quickly pressed on. I wonder if you, sir, regard Lu Zhang favorably? If I do not agree, what will the general do? Jia Su stared into Lu Zhang's eyes, as he was adept at reading people's hearts. He could interpret every expression of Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang suddenly ceased his smile, his gaze turning fierce. I just said, Mr. Jia, you are one of the top talents of our time, and your deep and far-reaching strategies make me both admire and fear you. Lu Zhang emphasized the word fear particularly heavily, wanting Jia Su to know that he was very afraid of him. Fear, yet unable to possess, leads to a clear outcome. One can only eliminate the threat. As the former general, wanting to eliminate a Jia Su was as easy as stepping on an ant. Jia Su valued his life, which has been validated by history. All the strategies he devised were under the premise of ensuring his own survival. To save his life, he could sacrifice everyone. He was later referred to as the poisonous scholar. However, Lu Zhang was not worried. He was confident that Jia Su would sincerely submit to him. Now Jia Su was in his 40s, and he should still have quite a bit of ambition. Sure enough, in the face of Lu Zhang's threat, Jia Su showed no sign of fear, but rather a look of delight. Exactly right. This is the I have been seeking all along. Jia Su's life was characterized by ruthlessness. His master did not necessarily have to be cruel, but he must be resolute, both to himself and to the world. The general's literary and martial talents made Jia Su deeply admire him. Today, as I am not abandoned by the general, I, Jia Su, am willing to serve you faithfully. Chapter 92. Another strategist. Sun Yu, what did you say? Lu Zhang looked at Jia Su excitedly, his voice trembling. The top strategist, Jia Su, is going to recognize him as his lord? Lu Zhang could hardly believe his ears, constantly questioning himself. Is it true? After experiencing Gu Yuan, Sun Qian's evasion, and Tian Feng's polite refusal, he didn't even dare to show his intention of recruiting Zhu Shou. Today, has he finally welcomed his first strategist? The poison master, Jia Su. The look of anticipation in Lu Zhang's eyes was unmistakable, deeply moving Jia Su. How much must one value talent to show such excitement? My lord, Jia Su is willing to serve you with all my strength. Good. Ha 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 ha. Good, good, good. Lu Zhang was so excited that he was at a loss for words, unable to describe his emotions. Neither Huang Zhong, Tai Shirtzi, nor Dian Wei and Zhao Yun had made him lose his composure like this. It has been so difficult. 15 years, and finally, through his efforts, he welcomed his first strategist. Thinking of all the times he had bowed and scraped to seek talent, only to gain nothing. A wave of bitterness surged in his heart. A sense of sadness inexplicably arose, causing Lu Zhang's eyes to redden. He had even thought of waiting for Zhuge Liang to grow up, but he dared not imagine what would happen if Zhuge Liang did not come to him. Lu Zhang was afraid. He feared that his only belief would collapse, utterly crushing him. Today, Liu Zhang could finally hold his head high. He now had top strategist, the poison master, Zisu. In that moment, Liu Zhang felt that everything had changed. He became more confident and more determined about the future. Liu Zhang, thank you for recognizing me, sir. Here, on behalf of the world and the common people, I thank you, sir. Liu Zhang bowed deeply, bending his back parallel to the ground. My lord, Jia Su hurriedly helped Liu Zhang up. Seeing the tearful Liu Zhang, Jia Su was greatly moved. He had been sitting at home for decades, waiting for a wise lord, hadn't he? After several resignations, how much slander had he endured? Finally, today, he had met Liu Zhang. Jia Su's reddened eyes sparkled with extraordinary emotion. He had secretly decided to use all his talents. Liu Zhang was extremely confident, feeling that he could be a presence like Liu Xiao. Jia Su directly knelt down and bowed to Liu Zhang. After wasting half his life, he had finally met a wise lord today. Liu Zhang slightly controlled his excitement and raised Jia Su with both hands. What you did today is no less than Chun Ping supporting Han. Chun Ping supporting Han. Jia Su's heart shook. How great was Chun Ping? Liu Zhang actually compared himself to Chun Ping. Brother Gongda, what do you think? Sun Yu looked at the still unsettled Liu Zhang, feeling quite complicated, asking himself. Liu Zhang was undoubtedly a wise lord, a young hero with limitless potential. However, he couldn't agree with Liu Zhang's earlier remarks. Sun Yu was worried. What if one day Liu Zhang truly rebelled? What should he do? Jia Su was the best at reading people's hearts. He understood Sun Yu's concerns very well, so he took the initiative to persuade Sun Yu. My lord values Mr. Sun so highly. He must be an extraordinary person. I have a word. I wonder if Mr. Sun is willing to listen? Sun Yu nodded slightly. Please speak. Currently, the Han dynasty is declining. Eunuchs are causing disasters. The country is in chaos, and the common people are in turmoil. The upper class only knows how to exploit, leaving the people with no way out, which gives Zhang Jiao and others an opportunity. Fortunately, my lord has fought bravely in all directions, saving the state from being overthrown. Now, the situation is unstable. Yet the emperor only knows how to indulge in wine and lust, selling offices and accumulating wealth. The court is filled with decay, and the palace is full of beasts enjoying their fortunes. Today's Han dynasty is like a severely ill person who doesn't know how to take care of himself, still indulging in food and drink. Can this be changed by one person? Jia Su took a deep breath. He knew Sun Yu's fundamental issue and was confident he could resolve it. Mr. Sun previously held the position of Yellow Gate attendant, even with extraordinary talent. Can he change the court? Now, my lord, as a member of the Liu family, wants to turn the tide and restore the Han family. The Sun family of Yingchuan has long enjoyed the Han's favor. How can they not assist Liu in reviving Han? Alas, Sun Yu sighed deeply, his words revealing inner conflict. I very much agree with what Mr. Jia said, but just as you said, my Sun family has long enjoyed the Han's favor and should be loyal to the emperor. Jia Su stretched out his hand to stop Sun Yu, denying his words. The current emperor is in power only because Emperor Huan had no heirs. This kingdom undoubtedly belongs to the Liu family, but it also needs virtuous and talented people to govern. People like Liu Hong, who are foolish, only sell offices and accumulate wealth, indulging in wine and lust. They pay no attention to the suffering of the common people, disregarding their lives and deaths. Even if my lord serves the Son of Heaven to punish the disloyal, if the Son of Heaven is without virtue, can the common people be loyal? Will the bloodied soldiers recognize him? In other words, my lord is virtuous and talented, and he is a descendant of a high ancestor, a member of the imperial family. Even if one day he ascends to the throne, what is wrong with that? Liu Zhang shook his head slightly. How could he dare to say he wanted to be emperor? Brother Gongda, I, Liu Zhang, do not have such great ambitions as to be emperor. I was born in Nanyang and later followed my father to Jizhou. The places I have lived can be said to be among the top cities. Even so, I still see that the people are struggling to survive, with no way out. At that time, I secretly vowed that I would not fight for any person or certain forces. Liu Zhang bowed deeply to Sun Yu, his tone suddenly passionate. I, Liu Zhang, lack talent, but I strive to achieve great righteousness for the world, to work hard for the common people. Please, Brother Gongda, assist me, not just for me, Liu Zhang, but for the common people of the world. Liu Zhang's words deeply shocked Sun Yu. Yes, Sun Yu was just a small yellow gate attendant. He did not love to show off, and perhaps until death, no one would recognize him. Liu Zhang, at such a young age, had already risen to the position of rear general, treating him with exceptional courtesy since the first time they met. If Jin had even a fraction of Liu Zhang's demeanor, he wouldn't have remained so unaccomplished. Jiasu was absolutely right. The High Ancestor once said that those who are not of the Liu family and seek to be kings should be killed by all under heaven. Liu Zhang is the legitimate descendant of the Han family, and now that the emperor is without virtue, what is wrong with Liu Zhang taking his place? Sun Yu finally cleared the obstacles in his heart, feeling suddenly relaxed. Listening to Mr. Jia's words was like parting the clouds to see the sun, opening Sun Yu's mind. When Liu Zhang heard this, his eyes widened. Could it be? Could it be? Sun Yu no longer hesitated and directly knelt before Liu Zhang, bowing low. I, a foolish man, today am favored by my lord and wish to serve you with all my strength. Good, good. Liu Zhang helped Sun Yu up, holding onto his hand, trembling nonstop. First Jiasu, now Sun Yu. What a fortunate occurrence. Liu Zhang kept slapping his cheeks, repeatedly muttering, "Two gentlemen, am I dreaming?" Chapter 93. The talent scout and the horse Liu Zhang's appearance couldn't help but make the two smile, easing the emotional atmosphere. My lord, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Liu Zhang grasped their hands tightly. Today, not only has Chun Ping pledged allegiance to Han, but Zhang Liang also has a heart for us. Truly a double happiness. Double happiness indeed. Ha 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 ha. I am not worthy of such high praise from my lord, Sun Yu said, though he was extremely excited inside. Who is Zhang Liang? The strategist of Liu Bei. Without Zhang Liang, could there be the foundation of the great Han for 400 years? Liu Zhang actually compared him to Zhang Liang. This is not just simple recognition. Sun Yu also secretly resolved not to disappoint Liu Zhang. In the past, when Emperor Gaozu received help from Zhang Liang and Chun Ping, he ultimately achieved the imperial enterprise, leading to the hundreds of years of the Great Han. The talents of both gentlemen are no less than those of Zhang Liang and Chun Ping. I hope both gentlemen will guide Liu Zhang in the future. Together we will strive, and the Han dynasty will surely prosper. Jiasu and Sun Yu exchanged glances, seeing determination in each other's eyes. We must not fail our lord's high expectations. Once Liu Zhang and the others calmed down, Huang Zhong and the others arrived. Now the room not only had the two strategists, Sun Yu and Jiasu, but also the four generals, Huang Zhong, Dian Wei, Zhao Yun, and Tai Shirzi. Everyone present could be considered Liu Zhang's brothers in life and death, his trusted ministers. Liu Zhang, originally a man of humble beginnings, felt honored to have such talented individuals assisting him. Liu Zhang's heartfelt words reflected a truth. More than 10 years ago, he would never have dared to imagine having so many strategists and martial generals by his side. We are also deeply honored to be valued by our Lord. After the Lord and ministers exchanged humble words, the atmosphere reached its peak. Let me introduce you all to each other. Liu Zhang extended his hand towards Jiasu and Sun Yu. This is Jiasu, Jiao Wenhe, and this is Sun Yu, Sun Gongda. Both of them are extraordinarily wise and possess talents comparable to Liang and Ping. Currently, they hold the positions of chief clerk and chief historian, but in reality, they're the left and right military advisors. The two military strategists have countless strategies and plans in future military campaigns. All of you generals must obey the military advisor's orders without error. Liu Zhang first gave the four a show of authority. After all, these four had followed Liu Zhang for a long time and were seasoned veterans of the battlefield. It was inevitable that they would look down on the newly joined strategists. Historically, when Xiahou Dun heard that Liu Bei appointed the 28-year-old Zhuge Liang as a military advisor, he laughed. It shows that age is indeed significant to people today. Huang Zhong and the others initially regarded Sun Yu with some contempt, as he was only in his 20s, too young. However, they had no doubt about Liu Zhang's ability to recognize talent. If he claimed to be second in terms of sharp insight, no one would dare claim the first. Huang Zhong came from humble beginnings. Tai Shirzi could be said to be a retired officer, and Dian Wei and Zhao Yun were also farmers, with Dian Wei even being a murderer. But each of these four possessed exceptional skills, charging into battle with unstoppable force. We will certainly obey the military advisor's orders in the future. Huang Zhong and the others immediately pledged. Jiasu and Sun Yu, receiving such high regard, did not act pretentious but bowed in greeting to Huang Zhong and the others. Thank you, my lord, for valuing me so much. I dare not let you down. Sun Yu was very confident in his talents, and he directly accepted Liu Zhang's comparison to Zhang Liang and Qin Ping. Jiasu did not speak, but nodded in agreement. Good. You will witness the wisdom of the two military strategists in the future. What I say is only going to be lower than what they can achieve. Liu Zhang then introduced the four generals under his command one by one, first extending his hand towards Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong was the earliest to follow him. Although it was because of his son Huang Su, he had been loyal over the years and achieved many military accomplishments. Whether in arranging troops or in personal martial skills and archery, he was the strongest among the four. This is Huang Zhong, styled Han Sheng, whom I recruited when I was 3 years old. In his early years, my father served as the governor of Nanyang, and Huang Zhong served as a city gate soldier, excelling in swordsmanship and archery. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature, nor second in martial arts. Huang Zhong's martial arts are indeed the strongest among them. Huang Zhong bowed to Jiasu and Sun Yu, humbly saying, "My lord has overpraised me. Both Erlei and Zilong's skills are not inferior to mine." Liu Zhang nodded with a smile, and then extended his hand towards Tai Shirtzi. Tai Shirtzi's martial arts could be said to be the lowest among the four. But even so, it was still hundreds of times stronger than Liu Zhang. Tai Shirtzi was strict with military discipline. His soldiers followed orders without question and had the demeanor of a great general. This is Tai Shirtzi, styled Z. I met him while studying in Beihai. He is righteous and possesses formidable martial skills. Previously, he served in Donglai County, mastering the spear technique to the point of perfection. And he is also very skilled in archery, able to shoot through a target at 100 paces with a 3-stone strong bow. This is Dian Wei, styled Eli. I named him Eli. Eli avenged a friend by killing Li Yong in anger. When I, along with Z, encountered a tiger in the mountains, it was there we met Eli. It can be said we became acquainted through fighting. Dian Wei's towering figure had already caught the attention of Sun Yu and Jiasu. Such a physique on the battlefield was simply a killing machine. Jiasu couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, there are quite a few talented individuals under my lord. The name Eli is truly deserved. Liu Zhang remembered the encounter with Dian Wei and couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, Dian Wei is fierce and invincible, with astonishing strength. Z and I almost lost our lives at his hands. Dian Wei's face turned slightly red, and he continuously scratched his head. I didn't misunderstand, right? Seeing this giant's bashful side, everyone in the room couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is Zhao Yun, styled Zilong. Zilong is from Changshan County, residing in Zhao's village. Liu Zhang extended his hand towards the very handsome Zhao Yun. To be honest, I have always felt guilty towards Zilong. If it weren't for the surprise attack on Zhang Jiao, causing Sun Zhong to flee to Changshan, Zilong's family would not have suffered at his hands. Liu Zhang's expression showed sadness, and his tone was quite suppressed. Sun Yu and Jia Su suddenly understood. No wonder this young man had a white cloth band around his arm. Zhao Yun bore no resentment towards Liu Zhang. Instead, he looked grateful. "My lord, please don't say that. If it weren't for you, I would have long been a corpse. This is fate and not your fault." Liu Zhang nodded at him, indicating for him to sit down. Zilong is loyal and courageous, possessing great bravery. When I led my troops, he single-handedly killed 100 yellow turbans with just one spear. Aside from Dian Wei, these three are among the best generals of the age. They could all grow to become independent generals. Dian Wei's command of troops may be slightly lacking, but in battle, he is unbeatable. He is my best personal guard commander. These four are all exceptionally skilled, capable of standing against 10,000 foes. Liu Zhang's description was not exaggerated at all. These four's abilities are among the top talents of the late Han dynasty. Jiasu and Sun Yu couldn't help but look at Liu Zhang with newfound respect. How could his insight be so sharp? Huang Zhong is a small soldier. Tai Shirtzi is a minor official in the city, and Dian Wei and Zhao Yun are even more exaggerated. One is a farmer, and the other a farmer and murderer. In the world, these four are among the most ordinary people. Liu Zhang could actually see their talents at a glance. Moreover, he went to great lengths to recruit them. Remembering his own previous anonymity, Jia Su could somewhat calm down. However, he couldn't help but glance at Sun Yu beside him. This young man, not yet 30, must have great strategies and should not be underestimated. Sun Yu also refreshed his understanding of Liu Zhang. He originally thought Liu Zhang was merely courageous, which is why he repeatedly defeated the Yellow Turbans. He didn't expect him to have such fierce generals to assist him. The most terrifying thing is that he had recruited Huang Zhong 10 years ago. Did he foresee that the world was about to fall into chaos when he was just a few years old? Liu Zhang did not pay attention to the astonished expressions of everyone, but spoke words that made them even more excited. I have been appointed by His Majesty as the General of the Rear and have been granted the right to establish my own office. At the same time, His Majesty has allowed me to expand my army to 10,000 men. Chapter 94 Liu Zhang's Ambition Huang Zhong. I hereby appoint you as the Wu Shi Cavalry Commander. Using the existing Guard archers as the base, establish the Wu Shi camp and expand the army to 3,000 men. Yes, Tai Shirtzi. I now appoint you as the Wu Feng Cavalry Commander. Divide 2,500 soldiers from the elite cavalry camp and add 500 more, totaling 3,000 men. Z, do you understand the meaning of the term Wu Feng? Looking at Liu Zhang's expectant gaze, Tai Shirtzi firmly nodded. The Lord wants the cavalry to be as sharp as a blade. Liu Zhang smiled and gently patted Tai Shirtzi's shoulder, nodding repeatedly. That's right, Z. I hope you become the sharpest dagger under my command, to cut through the enemy's formations. I will not disgrace my mission. Dian Wei, I now appoint you as the Wu Wei Cavalry Commander. Choose brave men to establish the Wu Wei camp as my personal guard, with a total of 1,000 men. Rest assured, my lord, I, Dian Wei, will definitely live up to your expectations. Liu Zhang turned to Zhao Yun. Zilong. Zhao Yun's spirit jolted, and he clasped his hands in salute to Liu Zhang. I am here, Zhao Yun. I now appoint you as the Wu Qi Cavalry Commander. Using the remaining soldiers from the elite cavalry camp as the base, add 500 more, expanding to 3,000 men. My lord, where should my cavalry develop? Zhao Yun looked at Liu Zhang with confusion. Tai Shirtzi was for charge, but what about himself? Truly worthy of being Zhao Yun, his thoughts were meticulous. Liu Zhang praised him internally. If he had to choose a favorite, it would still be Zhao Yun. Zilong, I know you have the ability to shoot a target from 100 paces, but you just never show it. When Liu Zhang said this, Tai Shirtzi and the others were slightly surprised. Zilong, really? Zhao Yun smiled shyly and nodded. My lord, I have never mentioned it. How did you know? Liu Zhang just kept shaking his head and laughing, not answering the question. How do I know? I just know. Zilong, do you know the reason why our Han cavalry is often at a disadvantage when fighting against foreign tribes? I do not know. Zhao Yun answered succinctly, without any hesitation. What about you? Does anyone know? Liu Zhang suddenly had a thought and scanned the room. Everyone looked at each other, and no one answered. After a long time, Jia Su stepped forward. Since everyone is so modest, I will say it. Everyone felt a little embarrassed. They weren't being modest. They truly didn't know. Our Han enemies are mostly in the north, the strongest of which are the Xianbei, Wuan, Hujian, and Xiongnu. The Hujian are still at war with us, while the Wuan and Xianbei often come down to raid. As for the Xiongnu, because of the separation between north and south, their threat is far less than the former. Everyone nodded. They did not live on the borders and were far less clear about these matters than Jia Su. Jia Su seemed to recall his own experiences, and his expression became unusually grim. When I was young, I traveled to the northwest and learned a lot about foreign tribes. The reason these tribes are formidable is primarily because every citizen is a soldier. This is particularly evident among the Xianbei, Wuan, and Xiongnu. Tai Shirtzi asked with some confusion, do you mean their horsemanship is better than ours? Jia Su smiled and nodded, then shook his head. Those who grew up on horseback naturally have much better horsemanship than those of us who learned it later. But horsemanship is not the biggest gap. Then what is the biggest gap? In response to Tai Shirtzi's inquiry, Jia Su did not speak, but instead looked towards Sun Yu. This is a top strategist. who neither wants to monopolize the limelight nor wants to test the depth of his colleagues. Everyone followed Jia Su's gaze, and instantly all eyes gathered on Sun Yu. The biggest gap lies in war horses and mounted archery, Sun Yu said without any hesitation. That's right. Jia Su looked at Sun Yu with admiration, nodding for him to continue. The majority of our Han army consists of infantry. In the past, when Emperor Gaozu led 200,000 elite soldiers to fight the Xiongnu, they fell into a dire situation at Baiding Mountain and ultimately escaped only after paying a hefty bribe. The root cause lies in the issue of troop types. Among Emperor Gaozu's 200,000 troops, at least 150,000 were infantry. Meanwhile, the Xiongnu's 300,000 troops were all cavalry. Strategist. Even elite infantry can hold their ground when formed up, right? Huang Zhong thought Sun Yu was exaggerating. Can cavalry really not be defeated? That's right. If cavalry simply charges recklessly, infantry can indeed resist with formation. But what if the cavalry does not charge? Huang Zhong frowned, feeling very puzzled. What does it mean to not charge? Strategist, if the cavalry does not charge, what combat effectiveness is left? Sun Yu did not directly answer, but instead uttered two words. Mounted archery. Mounted archery? Huang Zhong and the others exclaimed in unison. This term was too shocking for them. Even ordinary archers have very high requirements for soldiers, let alone the difficulty of mounted archery. Strategist, do you mean shooting arrows while charging? Zhao Yun seemed not to fully understand the concept of mounted archery and quickly asked Sun Yu for clarification. That's right. Mounted archery, as the name implies, is shooting arrows while riding. I see. Then infantry will never defeat cavalry. They can't catch up and will constantly be attacked by arrows. Zhao Yun suddenly realized and finally understood Lu Zhang's intention. My lord, do you want me to train the Wuqi camp into a mounted archery army? That's right. Lu Zhang nodded. What the two strategists just mentioned is what I wanted to say to you. Did you know about Zhao Wuling Wang's adoption of Hu clothing and mounted archery? This is recorded in the strategies of the warring states. And Lu Zhang estimated that they would not have come across it given their conditions. Sure enough, all four shook their heads in unison, indicating they did not know. During the Warring States period, when Zhao Wuling Wang came to power, the strength of the Zhao state declined, and even the surrounding small states bullied him. Zhao Wuling Wang was determined to strengthen the country and sought methods everywhere. Geographically, Zhao was connected to the Donghu in the northeast, bordered the Xiongnu to the north, and was adjacent to the Linhu and Lufan to the northwest. These tribes lived by nomadism and were very skilled in horse riding and archery, often attacking Zhao's borders in this manner. Zhao Wuling Wang discovered that the mounted archery skills of the Hu people far surpassed the chariots and long spears of the Central Plains, possessing greater flexibility and mobility. Zhao Wuling Wang then proposed the idea of Hu clothing and mounted archery, and as he imagined, Zhao became a military power and destroyed the neighboring states that frequently invaded him. Zhao Yun, upon hearing this, completely understood Lu Zhang's intention and was greatly shocked. Compared to Huang Zhong and the others, he was the last to join. He never expected not only to be treated equally with the veterans, but also entrusted with an important task. My lord, I will not fail your expectations. Looking at Zhao Yun's earnestness, Huang Zhong couldn't help but shake his head. Zilong, do you know the difficulty of mounted archery? Even if it were a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, Zhao Yun would not frown. Zhao Yun was now completely moved by Lu Zhang's trust and was not afraid of any difficulties at all. Sai indeed still too young, not knowing the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. Huang Zhong sighed inwardly and still planned to pour some cold water on Zhao Yun. Zilong, with such confidence, I shouldn't say much as your elder brother, but concerning the great enterprise of a lord, I still want to say a few more words. Zhao Yun surprised Huang Zhong by showing no emotion at all and instead humbly asked Huang Zhong for advice. Please speak candidly, brother Han Sheng. Zilong, 5 years ago, the Lord commanded me to train archers. You should know about this. Zhao Yun nodded. He knew these archers were incredible in combat and had once fought to protect Lu Zhang at the cost of their lives. With only 100 men, do you know how long I selected them? Huang Zhong extended his hand, gesturing. I took half a year to select these 100 people from over 2,000. What? Chapter 95. Zilong doesn't understand quantitative and qualitative changes. Not only Zhao Yun, but even Lu Zhang had a look of astonishment on his face. Huang Zhong ignored the crowd's surprise and continued to look at Zhao Yun with a serious expression. The requirements for archers are very high. They need strong physical fitness and a certain talent for archery. Moreover, this 100-man arrow formation took 3 years of training to achieve the ability for 10 rounds of fierce shooting. Lu Zhang was somewhat stunned, not expecting that this 100-man unit under Huang Zhong had put in so much effort. Thinking of the elite archers sacrificed because of him, Lu Zhang suddenly felt deep remorse. Han Cheng-ai, Huang Zhong interrupted Lu Zhang, not allowing him to continue. My lord, there is no need to say more. They died for the cause, and it was a worthy death. Lu Zhang lowered his head, constantly shaking it and sighing, with apology written all over his face. Zhao Yun was not too clear about these past events and did not ask further, continuing to speak to Huang Zhong. Brother Han Sheng, do you mean that recruiting these mounted archers is very difficult? Huang Zhong nodded and then shook his head. Yes, but it's not entirely so. Mounted archers need both superb riding skills and the qualities and talents of an archer. Each of these skills is very difficult, let alone possessing both. Zhao Yun was not intimidated by Huang Zhong, but instead became more determined. As long as it's not completely impossible, I have confidence. Good. If the foreign tribes can achieve it, how can our great Huaxia be inferior to those barbarians? Lu Zhang was also inspired by Zhao Yun's enthusiasm. He needed someone like this, who dares to face challenges even when the path ahead is fraught with thorns. Huang Zhong wanted to say more, but seeing Lu Zhang so excited, he felt it would be inappropriate to dampen the mood. My lord, Taisher Ci spoke up, noticing Huang Zhong's hesitation, and chose to play the villain this time. What is it? My lord, what Brother Hanshu mentioned, I don't fully understand, but there is one difficulty I am aware of. I'm not very familiar with the method of mounted archery, but I do have some insights on horseback shooting. Zhao Yun's eyes brightened and hurriedly asked Taisher Ci for advice. Brother Z, please do not hesitate to enlighten me. Taisher Ci smiled and shook his head at Zhao Yun. Zilong, you need not be polite. The biggest problem with mounted archery is accuracy. My archery skills, though not as good as Brother Hanqing's, are still not easily surpassed. This is not self-praise. My lord should know. Lu Zhang nodded and praised. You can shoot through a target at 100 paces with a strong bow. Is it not too modest to say that it is not easily surpassed? In my opinion, there are very few archers in the world like you. Taisher Ci smiled, not refuting, as he had such confidence in his archery skills, and even felt that only Huang Zhong was stronger than himself in the world. My lord, do you know how far I can shoot accurately while riding? 50 paces? Taisher Ci shook his head. 40 paces? 30 paces? Lu Zhang was increasingly astonished, even feeling he might have underestimated. Taisher Ci raised a finger, his expression extremely serious. Not even one step? What? Lu Zhang looked at Taisher Ci in disbelief, and Huang Zhong's even more shocking words echoed in his ears. Is not exaggerating. In a riding state, my accuracy will also drop significantly, and I can only maintain accuracy within a step-s range of the target. After Huang Zhong finished speaking, everyone fell silent. In terms of archery, if even he could not achieve it, then likely no one in the world could, especially Lu Zhang, who was completely disheartened. In his understanding, mounted archery was certainly difficult, but it couldn't be this difficult, right? Han Sheng, if we were to fight in formation, could you turn your horse and shoot to kill in one shot? Lu Zhang still wasn't ready to give up. Recalling the scene in Romance of the Three Kingdoms where Huang Zhong shot Guan Yu. My lord, if it's to injure the opponent, perhaps there is some confidence. But if you want to kill in one shot, it all depends on fate. Lu Zhang sat down in despair, thinking that if he trained a mounted archery unit and they couldn't hit the target while charging, wouldn't that be laughable? My lord, the voice of Jia Su awakened Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang looked at him with great anticipation, hoping Jia Su would have a brilliant plan. My lord, do you know why there have been no mounted archery units from the warring states to now for hundreds of years? I don't know. Because most of the mounted archers come from foreign tribes. Zhao Wuling Wang was the same. He was surrounded by foreign tribes, which gave him the opportunity to develop mounted archery. Lu Zhang indeed had not thought of this. He thought what Zhao Wulingyuan could achieve, he could also do. My lord need not worry. Mounted archery is not without direction. It is just quite difficult at present. Zhao Yun's eyes lit up. Jiasu must have a way if he said this. Military advisor, for the sake of the Lord's grand cause, please enlighten us. General Zilong need not be polite. The generals actually have a misunderstanding. Huang Zhong and Taisher Ci frowned, looking at Jiasu with confusion. What misunderstanding? Jiasu smiled slightly, stood up, and mimicked the process of shooting an arrow into the sky. Projectile shooting, Lu Zhang exclaimed in surprise, looking incredulously at Jiasu. Isn't projectile shooting less accurate? That's right, but what if there are tens of thousands of cavalry shooting projectiles? The arrows would fall like a heavy rain. Jiasu suddenly formed a circle with his hands, then expanded it outwards to the maximum. The reason why the Liu Bei and Xiongnu's mounted archery is so powerful is because of their massive numbers. The ultimate tactical goal of mounted archery is to intimidate, delay, and exhaust the enemy, never to finish them off. Lu Zhang nodded in understanding, not expecting that on the very first day of recruiting Jiasu, he would receive a lesson. What one has said is that quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Oh, Jiasu looked at Lu Zhang in surprise. This phrase felt very novel to him. My lord's literary talent is indeed well-deserved. Lu Zhang quickly waved his hand, not intending to show off. It just slipped out. Don't make fun of me. Today I've embarrassed myself. My lord need not belittle yourself. Your ability to propose this idea proves your great talent. Zisu, being the old fox he was, did not let Lu Zhang feel embarrassed at all. Lu Zhang smiled and nodded at Jiasu. And then the two shared a hearty laugh. Zilong, I have said so much to the Lord. Do you understand? All eyes were on Zhao Yun, making him tense up. Zhao Yun's face turned slightly red as he looked around and unconsciously scratched his head. Military advisor, I still don't quite understand. Chapter 96. The struggle between reputation and happiness. Zhao Yun's character is just like this, absolutely very honest. Even if Lu Zhang vents his anger on him because of this, he would still say so. Not understanding is not understanding. Not knowing is not knowing. Does Lu Zhang think he is foolish? Obviously not. Instead, he looks at him with a smile. Zilong is very honest, and that's good. From now on, you should do the same. If you don't understand something, just say it directly. Don't be shy, especially when facing the enemy in the future. If the strategist has countless schemes and you execute them without understanding, it will inevitably lead to serious mistakes. Huang Zhong and the others nodded repeatedly, clasping their hands in agreement. Lu Zhang walked up to Zhao Yun and patted his shoulder. Zilong, you are still young. It is normal not to understand something. Lu Zhang originally wanted to comfort Zhao Yun a few words, but unexpectedly, he almost choked on Zhao Yun's words. My lord, Yun is truly foolish. You are much younger than Yun, yet you understand everything. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Zhang was sweating profusely in his heart. It seems he cannot say that people are young anymore, as he himself is the youngest here. It's fine. Don't take it to heart. The strategist's meaning is very clear. Given our current conditions, even if 10,000 men are fully trained in cavalry and archery, the results will not be very ideal. Zhao Yun was just about to speak, but Lu Zhang hurriedly reached out to interrupt him, signaling him to let him finish. Right now, the 10,000 men we command, not to mention training cavalry, it's impossible to even train ordinary cavalry. The court will not provide us with so many war horses. His Majesty previously stated that the original cavalry should be merged into the rear general's office, which is very clear. Lu Zhang continued. Earlier I said to gather 3,000 men. It seems that is not feasible. Just do your best in training. Whatever you can achieve, you can achieve. The soldiers being trained now can be considered the seeds for our future expansion. Zilong, do you understand? Zhao Yun nodded. If he didn't understand this, then there would be a real problem with his intelligence. This subordinate takes command. Once this matter was clarified, Lu Zhang also breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Tai Shirtzi. Z, you also understand that all the extra soldiers from Zilong will be merged under your command to train the charging cavalry. Yes, Tai Shirtzi was overjoyed for them. The more soldiers under their command, the easier it would be to achieve merit. Generals, let me explain one more point. In the future, our development direction will not be in Luoyang. When you select soldiers, try to prioritize those without families or attachments, or those whose families are in Izhou's 3 regions. Huang Zhong and the others nodded, already understanding in their hearts. So it turns out the Lord has set his sights on the Bashu region. Do the 2 gentlemen have any objections? Liu Zhong asked the 2 strategists again, as he would need to discuss everything with them in the future. If one person disagrees, it indicates that there must be some oversight. The 2 shook their heads simultaneously, indicating they had no opinions. The arrangements made by the Lord are very reasonable. Good. Then it's settled. All military horses and equipment will be taken from Hejin. This is a direct order from His Majesty. So Hejin will not dare to push back. Liu Zhong looked at Sun Yu. Brother Gongda, you are familiar with Hejin. Please make a trip. Yes. Sun Yu did not hesitate and agreed. Liu Zhong then turned to Jia Su. Wenhe, I will leave all matters concerning the Rear General's office to you. Jia Su nodded with a smile. Please rest assured, my lord. All right, that's all for today. You all may go about your business. Everyone stood up and bowed. We take our leave. In Yinzhou, Chenlu County, in Kai Yong's residence, an old man sat in his study, attended by a young man. The old man was Kai Yong. Kai Yong looked worried, constantly stroking his treasured chin. Dang, 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 dang. The beautiful sound emanated from the chin, causing the young man to involuntarily close his eyes. The music flowed like a gentle stream through the heart, soft and comfortable, making one feel relaxed and at ease. The elegant chin music was like the spring breeze passing through the fields, like the sound of rain falling on bamboo groves. Melodious, like the spring water in the mountains, flowing cheerfully. Dang! Suddenly, the melody shifted, like waves crashing against the shore, stirring up waves of emotion. The young man couldn't help but frown, not expecting such a pleasant sound to suddenly be mixed with unusual emotions. After a long time, the music came to an end, and Kai Yong couldn't help but gently sigh. It seems the master has something troubling him. The young man looked at Kai Yong with a concerned expression. Kai Yong had taught him for many years, always calm and unflappable. Even when he was framed by Liu He in the past, he never looked this distressed. Kai Yong gently nodded, his expression full of helplessness and sorrow. Yuan, I've lived my life openly and honestly. Do I really have to become a treacherous person when I grow old? The young man looked puzzled and asked, Master, is it about your sister Cayenne? Indeed, it is about Yenner. The young man fell silent, deep in thought. He knew a bit about Cayenne's situation and understood why his teacher was so troubled. I only have 2 daughters, Zhao Ji and Zheng Ji. A few years ago, after your master's wife gave birth to Zheng Ji, she passed away, leaving me with my 2 daughters. I entrusted Zhao Ji to Junlang in her early years, and thanks to him, my daughter has suffered much less. But because I entrusted her to Junlang, that's why. Alas, alas, master. The young man couldn't bear to see Kai Yong so upset, but he didn't know how to comfort him. Kai Yong covered his forehead and sighed repeatedly. Yuan, it truly is the unpredictability of life. I never expected that Zhang would end up with Zhao Ji. Sigh, what a tragic fate. The young man, unable to bear seeing Kai Yong like this, could only offer words of comfort. Master, since ancient times, marriage has always been a matter of parental orders and matchmakers' words. If everyone had to choose for themselves, then what kind of laws and rights would there be? Wouldn't the world be in chaos? He was a traditional person, naturally believing that everything should be done according to the law. Kai Yong looked at the young man and nodded in some agreement. Yuan's thoughts are the same as mine, but Zhao Ji does not agree. Seeing her wash her face with tears every day and grow thinner, my heart aches. Master, Sister Kai Yin is a filial person. She would never go against you. I think what we should worry about now is Liu Zhong. The young man's voice gradually became serious. In his opinion, even if Kai Yin was unwilling, it wouldn't matter much. But if Liu Zhong were to cause trouble, then it would be a different story. That Liu Zhong has successively eradicated the Zhang Jiao brothers, almost single-handedly pacifying the yellow turbans. Now that he has returned to the court, he will definitely gain the emperor's favor. If he is unwilling to let this go, then things could get troublesome. Kai Yong waved his hand, not fully agreeing with his disciple's words. Zhang is a person who accomplishes great things. How could he lose his reason because of personal feelings? The young man frowned. denying Cai Yong's words. Master, I have studied Liu Zhang seriously. He does not act according to common sense. In my view, he will definitely not let it go. Chapter 97. The Luoyang version of the Longzhong plan at this moment. Cai Yin was like what Cai Yong said, crying all day long and had lost a lot of weight. Sister, you're so sad. Why don't you find a way to notify brother Liu Zhang? Little Kai Ling looked at her sister in confusion. It had been more than a month, and her sister had been crying continuously, visibly thinner. Kai Yin seemed not to hear her sister's words and only looked out the window with tears in her eyes. Brother, what should I do? Yinna misses you so much. But Yinner doesn't want to make things difficult for father, nor does she want brother to suffer because of her. Why? Why does heaven treat me this way? The beauty that could close the moon and shamed flowers, the sorrow of fish sinking and wild geese falling. Kai Yin couldn't help but recite the poem Liu Zhang wrote for her, and only thinking of Liu Zhang could slightly improve her mood. Sister, whose poem is this? This person must be very beautiful, Kai Ling innocently exclaimed, suddenly awakening Kai Yin, who hurriedly took a copper mirror and looked seriously at her reflection. Kai Yin was immediately shocked. How could the person in the mirror have any beauty left? Her entire face was extremely thin, with bones slightly protruding, looking very haggard. Kai Yin suddenly smiled, but it was a very sorrowful smile. Perhaps, in this way, brother won't like me anymore. Seeing her sister's crazy appearance, Kai Ling was shocked. Sister, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Little sister, go tell father, just say I agree. Tomorrow we will set off for Luoyang. Kai Yin looked at Kai Ling and slightly shook her head. She had already made a decision. Although this decision made her feel like she wanted to die, she still chose to bear it herself, because Kai Yin wanted to uphold her father's reputation and didn't want to make things difficult for Liu Zhang. After more than a month, Kai Yin finally chose to live with regret for the rest of her life. All of this was unknown to Liu Zhang, who was still plotting great matters with 2 advisors, happily waiting for Kai Yin to return to the capital. Brother Gongda, in the future, we will develop an Ezhou. What about your family? Liu Zhang looked a bit embarrassed at Sun Yu. He didn't want Sun Yu's family to go far to Shu, but there was no other way. Sun Yu immediately understood Liu Zhang's meaning and answered very straightforwardly. Don't worry, my wife and elderly mother are in Luoyang, and the Sun family in Yingchuan has no worries. Even so, Liu Zhang still felt very ashamed. It's really wrong of me to make you leave your hometown. Sun Yu didn't care at all and instead smiled in response to Liu Zhang. There is no need for you to feel this way. If we follow your strategy, it won't be long before I can return home in glory. Ha! Brother Gongda is indeed extraordinary. If we work together, we will surely sweep away the chaos and revive the Han dynasty. Liu Zhang laughed up to the sky, but his eyes were filled with gratitude. Sun Yu truly understood human emotions and was even taking care of Liu Zhang's feelings. If unifying the world were really that simple, there wouldn't have been hundreds of years of the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Lord, I have a question. I wonder if you can answer it. Upon hearing Jiasu's words, Liu Zhang immediately stopped smiling and nodded to him. Please speak. Why did the Lord choose the land of Ezhou? Sun Yu casually nodded. He actually had this question too, but it was somewhat inappropriate for him to ask it. After all, it involved leaving home, and if he asked, it might make Liu Zhang feel that Sun Yu is unwilling to leave home. Liu Zhang chuckled inwardly, instantly understanding Jiasu's intention. It's time to start testing me. However, he had already formed mature ideas. This choice of base was not made impulsively. Firstly, the Yellow Turban Rebellion mainly occurred in Jizhou and nearby prefectures, and the people in the Central Plains, especially in Hebei, had suffered greatly. Secondly, aside from His Majesty, the most powerful in the world is probably the Yuan family of Runan. The Yuan family has held the position of 3 dukes for 4 generations, with their students and former officials spread throughout the Central Plains. In times of chaos, the Yuan family will surely take advantage of the situation, and Hebei and the Central Plains will undoubtedly be their target. If we compete with them in the Central Plains, it would be unwise. Thirdly, the only regions left in the world are Jingzhou, Yangzhou, Ezhou, Liangzhou, and Jiaozhou. Sun Yu nodded. That's true, but why doesn't the Lord choose Jingzhou or Yangzhou? If Liu Zhang didn't have over 2,000 years of historical experience, he might have been stumped by the question. But unfortunately, being familiar with history, he was very clear about the mode of competition in the cold weapon era. To dominate the world, one must control cavalry. Liu Zhang couldn't produce gunpowder. Otherwise, he could just go wherever he was wealthy. His only advantage was knowing which path was the most correct for domination. Liu Zhang directly quoted Zhuge Liang's evaluation of Jingzhou. Jingzhou is north of the Han River, advantageous for the South Sea, connected to Wu and Hui in the east, and accessible to Bashu in the west. It is a place for military endeavors. That's right, but why doesn't the Lord choose it? Liu Zhang smiled, slowly standing up, walking and speaking. It is indeed a place for military endeavors, but it is also a place of 4 wars. If we take Jingzhou as a base, we will inevitably face enemies from all sides. Moreover, Jingzhou's waterways are complex, and with the Yangtze River as a natural barrier, it can only be defended by naval forces. Yangzhou is the same. Only with a strong navy can we traverse Jing and Yang. Of course, there is also the most important reason. Everyone knows that in the south there are boats, and in the north there are horses. The southern regions do not produce war horses, while the flatlands of Hebei and the central plains are rich in horses. If there are no cavalry, how can one dominate the world? Jingzhou and Yangzhou can only be divided and ruled. I, Liu Zhang, have grand ambitions. How can I settle for a small territory? Good ambition. Jiasu and Sun Yu both praised in their hearts. Just for this point, Liu Zhang was worthy of their loyalty. This is also the reason for my second step to occupy Liangzhou. The land of Yizhou is rugged and fertile, a land blessed by heaven. To the west, we only need to guard the mouth of the 3 gorges, and the 100,000 troops of Jingzhou cannot pass. To the north, guard Yangping Pass, and the troops in Guanzhong can only sigh at the pass. At that time, we only need to deal with the southern barbarians to integrate Yizhou, station troops in Hanzhong, and move north to Liangzhou. Liu Zhang spoke passionately, as if he already had everything planned out. Liu Zhang was very confident in his planning, combining over 2,000 years of experience. He also knew that the Central Plains and Hebei were much more prosperous than the northwestern regions of Bashu. But